Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 3130 to Chapter 3216. Roar, Vajra roared and grabbed the imperial sword. Then, he threw the imperial sword away. If he hadn't grabbed the imperial sword at the critical moment, his head would have been chopped off by the imperial sword. Half of Vajra's head was chopped off. There were so many wounds on his body. His entire body was covered in blood. It was too tragic. Many people were moved. Such a scene was really bloody. Especially some female cultivators. When they saw such a scene, they couldn't bear to continue watching. Prevent him from self-destructing. Don't get too close. Immortal Wu Dao said. He thought of all the consequences. If an existence like Vajra wanted to self-destruct to drag a few people down with him, it was very possible. Therefore, they had to be on guard. As long as they took all the precautions. So what if Vajra was strong? It wouldn't be easy for him to drag them down with him. Sob, 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 sobbing sounds came from the sacred flower. It was a clear and pleasant sobbing sound. It sounded like the sobbing of a 3 or 4-year-old girl. It really gave birth to a sacred spirit, and she's still young. Many people exclaimed. The eyes of the great emperors lit up. The sacred flower had given birth to a sacred spirit. It was just as they had guessed. And this sacred spirit was still young. It was the best opportunity to blood bond with the sacred spirit. If they waited until the sacred spirit grew up, just like the female sacred spirit that was born before, with such terrifying strength, they wanted to blood bond with her to become an avatar. The difficulty level, naturally, it would be greatly improved. Confirmed the sacred spirit's existence. These people won't give up so easily. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. These cultivators were all filled with killing intent. They definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Lin Feng didn't think that Vajra could leave with the sacred flower. If he could, he would have left with the sacred flower long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was likely to be Vajra's death. The sacred flower would be snatched away by one of the great emperors. Kill. When they heard the sobbing of the little girl in the sacred flower, the killing intent in the hearts of the group of great emperors grew even stronger. They launched a new round of attacks on Vajra. Vajra Sacred Fist. Suddenly, at this time, King Kong let out a low roar. He threw out a punch. Endless holy light surged out. It condensed into a dazzling and powerful fist radiance. The power of that fist was simply too strong. It should be one of King Kong's ultimate moves. The fist aura blasted away powerful magic treasures one after another. Meanwhile, the fist radiance enveloped everyone and forced all the great emperors back. Some of the weaker great emperors even spat out blood from the impact of the fist radiance. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. King Kong grabbed the holy flower and quickly rushed into the distance. He ran in the forest, and as he ran, the earth shook violently. Now, King Kong's injuries were very serious. If it wasn't for his body's self-healing ability, he might not have been able to hold on. However, even though he had the ability to heal himself, he had lost too much blood and continued fighting. King Kong was also very weak now. In particular, the Vajra Holy Fist just now had consumed a lot of Vajra's energy. Lin Feng had a feeling. After the punch just now, King Kong's aura had withered a lot. Such a move could only be used when he was in a desperate situation. At the beginning of the battle, everyone was in their peak condition. Even if they used such a powerful move, it would be easily neutralized by the opponent. As for themselves, because they used such a powerful move right from the start, their combat power had decreased greatly. This made it easier for the opponent to kill them. You can't escape. The dozens of great emperors looked gloomy. Especially those great emperors who were injured. They were filled with killing intent and couldn't wait to cut King Kong into pieces. Boom boom boom, these great emperors immediately took out their Dharma treasures and attacked Kong Kim with all their might. Facing the attacks of these powerful magic treasures, King Kong swung his fist, but only a portion of the magic treasures were sent flying. There were still a few powerful magic treasures that landed on King Kong's back. In an instant, it was a mess of flesh and blood. King Kong was sent flying and fell to the ground with a thud. The earth shook violently. Sob sob sob. Brother King Kong, get up. Brother King Kong, get up. Don't care about Shaoling anymore. Brother King Kong, get up quickly and leave this place. Cries could be heard coming from the holy flower. It was the voice of the little girl just now. King Kong tried to get up. But he tried several times. He couldn't get up again. King Kong is dead for sure. It's a race that has long disappeared in the outside world. It's hard to find them now. Now that King Kong is about to die, this race might go extinct because of this. A cultivator lamented. But this was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. Countless living beings were killed every day. It was unknown how many races had been wiped out. Who can help us? I beg you, please help us, okay? The little girl in the holy flower begged. She hoped that someone would lend a helping hand and save them at this time. But who would dare to help at this time? There were dozens of great emperors. Each of them was extremely powerful. Wouldn't it be suicide if they helped now? Go, King Kong spat out a word with difficulty. He was at the end of his rope. It was difficult for him to fight anymore. Now, he only hoped that the holy flower could leave. I want to accompany Brother King Kong, the little girl in the holy flower was sobbing. What a touching scene. A great emperor couldn't help but show a mocking expression. From his expression, he didn't feel that this matter was very touching. Now, these great emperors only had killing intent in their hearts. One great emperor after another. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Their eyes emitted a cold light. They didn't rush up immediately because King Kong wasn't dead yet. If they rushed up now and King Kong suddenly self-destructed, then, most of them would die. Kill him with magic treasures. Huang Bashan said coldly. He planned to take out his magic treasures to kill this terrifying creature. These great emperors began to activate their magic treasures. Waves of terrifying energy waves were transmitted from their magic treasures. King Kong is going to be killed. Many people couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just as these great emperors were about to take out their magic treasures to kill King Kong, suddenly, there was a flash of light above King Kong, and a young cultivator appeared. The young cultivator waved his hand and put the severely injured King Kong and the holy flower into the demon emperor's small world. Perhaps because he didn't feel any hostility from this cultivator, King Kong didn't attack. He just let this cultivator take him and the holy flower away. This cultivator was none other than King Kong. After this happened, everyone was stunned. No one had expected something like this to happen. Someone dared to steal the prey of more than a dozen great emperors. How audacious. Plucking the fur from a tiger. Stirring up the earth above its head. Wasn't this courting death? Lin Feng. He's Lin Feng, said a cultivator of the 10,000 clans when he recognized Lin Feng, grinding his teeth. What? He's Lin Feng of the human race? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Who didn't know Lin Feng's name? Who didn't know, the number one of the younger generation of the human race? The future hope of the human race. The pillar of the younger generation of the 9 provinces. Of course, there was another identity. He was listed as the number one existence of the top 10 experts of the 9 provinces that the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces wanted to kill. The 3 forces had even issued a bounty. It was said that if anyone could kill Lin Feng, they would be rewarded with 100 types of 3,000 great daos, a top-grade emperor weapon, and 500,000 immortal stones. The bounty had only been issued recently. Even killing a great emperor wouldn't give such a generous reward. The 3 forces had offered such a generous reward for killing Lin Feng. From this, it could be seen. The 3 forces wanted to kill Lin Feng so badly. Now, Lin Feng had appeared. And he had stolen the prey of more than a dozen great emperors in front of all the cultivators in the world. This was simply a slap to the faces of more than a dozen great emperors. Every great emperor felt a burning sensation on their cheeks. Their expressions were extremely gloomy, and their eyes were emitting a dense killing intent. The great emperors looked at Lin Feng as if they wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Cut him into pieces. Ha 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 ha, everyone, I'll be leaving first, Lin Feng laughed. Before the surrounding cultivators could react, He had already crushed the void teleportation talisman. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng was teleported out. Lin Feng brat, are you courting death? Many great emperors immediately roared in exasperation. They had gone through untold hardships to severely injure King Kong to the brink of death, but in the end, it was all for naught. How could he not feel hatred in his heart? Each and every one of them hated Lin Feng to the bone. They wished they could eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the great emperors quickly chased after Lin Feng through the void. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared 300 kilometers away. The only thing that could be confirmed was that he was still on Lulan Island. As for where it appeared, Lin Feng didn't know. Because he was in a hurry at that time. Lin Feng randomly teleported in a direction. Moreover, Lin Feng wasn't familiar with Lulan Island, so he didn't know where he was. However, it was very quiet here. Lin Feng found a secluded cave and sealed the entrance with a restriction. He entered the Yao Emperor's small world. Are you alright? Lin Feng looked at King Kong and the Holy Flower. Thank you for saving us, big brother. The little girl's voice came from the Holy Flower. You're welcome, little sister. Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng wasn't a savior, but he was a man of flesh and blood. When he saw King Kong and the little girl in the Holy Flower standing by each other's side, anyone with a bit of conscience wouldn't be able to remain unmoved. However, there were too many people. They had their misgivings. That was why they didn't dare to make a move. King Kong was very weak. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Thank you for saving my life. I'll never forget it. I'll definitely repay you generously. When Lin Feng saved King Kong and the Holy Flower, he didn't expect them to repay him. He only saved them out of pity. However, since King Kong wanted to reward him, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. He took out a million-year-old immortal herb and handed it to King Kong. Eat it. You'll recover faster after eating it. My race doesn't need this to recover. King Kong said. He was very stubborn. He wanted to use his own bloodline to recover. This would stimulate his bloodline and make it stronger. Lin Feng nodded. He said, you can rest here for now. You can leave when you're fully recovered. Then, he left the Yao Emperor's small world and went to the outside world. The dozen or so great emperors must be frantically searching for him. Moreover, the manpower they could mobilize was too great. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other factions were definitely searching for him. Therefore, Lin Feng had been hiding there for a few days. He wanted to avoid the limelight. The Holy Flower flew out. It floated in the air. Big brother, my name is Xiaoling. What's your name? The little girl in the Holy Flower asked. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile. Can I be good friends with Big Brother in the future? The little girl was a little nervous and expectant as she asked. She was very innocent. She was very lovable. Lin Feng said with a smile. Of course you can. Big Brother likes little sister Xiaoling a lot. That night, Lin Feng suddenly had a dream. In the dream, he saw a holy flower. The holy flower was surrounded by holy light. It was very extraordinary. On this day, not far away, there was a huge valley. In the valley, 2 huge corpses were lying there. They were the corpses of 2 King Kong. No one knew what had happened. 2 extremely powerful King Kong had died here just like that. There was also a young King Kong. That King Kong was very young and had suffered serious injuries. However, it was still on the verge of death. It had not truly died. The holy flower had a spirit. It flew over and poured down holy light. The holy light fused into the young King Kong's body. The young King Kong's injured body began to gradually recover. When the holy flower and King Kong were young, Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. No wonder King Kong would rather die in battle than give up the holy flower. Their relationship was too deep. However, he did not know when the holy flower saved the young King Kong. Had the little girl been born by the holy flower, after that, the young King Kong and the holy flower lived together. until Lulon Island appeared in front of the world again. When Lin Feng felt that he was about to wake up from the dream, suddenly, the world in the dream changed. The world became as dark as ink and emitted a very oppressive aura. Lin Feng was astonished. He didn't know what was going to happen next. It was still the same island. Black clouds pressed down. Suddenly, a man and a woman walked over from afar. The torrential rain suddenly fell, and they braved the rain to arrive. Born with broken meridians, this is a physique that can't live past 3 years old. She has to go against the heavens and change her fate. The man said. He was holding a little girl in his arms. It was a little girl who looked like she was carved from jade. She looked to be around 3 years old. Her delicate face was like a porcelain doll. She was so delicate and cute. The man who spoke looked to be around 30 years old. He was dressed in white and had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extremely handsome. Beside him was a beautiful woman. That woman was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Can't we bring her with us? With our strength, we can definitely prolong Xiaoling's life. The woman said with a sorrowful expression as she gently caressed the little girl who was sleeping soundly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. We can prolong her life for a while, but it's not a long-term solution. This place used to be the Lulong clan's land. Although it's broken now, it still has the power of the world's laws. If we leave her here, we can borrow the power of the world's laws to change her fate. The man said. He was also in pain. His daughter was still so young, but she had experienced pain that other children had never experienced. Every time he saw his daughter's painful face, the man couldn't help but feel hot tears flowing out. Their daughter was very obedient. When she saw that they were still sad, she would reach out her white and tender hands and wipe away their tears. Then she would gently persuade her parents that she wasn't in pain at all and that they shouldn't worry about her. Such a lovable child was being treated unfairly by fate. We can definitely find another way. When the time comes, we can help Xiaoling live like a normal person. The woman said. She couldn't bear to part with her child. There's no time, there's no time. The man sighed. Hearing that, the woman's expression changed greatly. She seemed to know everything and finally nodded in agreement. The man placed the little girl in the woman's arms. Then he took out a saint flower. I hope you can communicate with the power of the world and help Xiaoling change her fate. The man prayed sincerely. Someone as powerful as him. But he knelt and kowtowed to the saint flower. The saint flower bloomed on its own. The woman placed the little girl in the saint flower. The husband and wife stood beside the saint flower. They gently caressed their daughter's face. They were so reluctant. But they had to leave. Child, live well. If there comes a day when we are able to come out of that place alive, we will definitely come and find you. Don't forget us. The man said. The woman was already choking with sobs. They needed to do something they had to do. All the sages who stepped into that place. Very few people were able to make it out alive. They had no choice but to do it because they were burdened with responsibilities and missions. Child, if you don't see your mother when you wake up, don't be afraid. The holy flower will protect you. Don't blame Mother for being cruel, Mother has her own difficulties. The woman sobbed as she spoke. If people from the outside world knew that she was as powerful as she was, but now, she was crying like this. Perhaps no one would believe this to be true. But this was kinship. Someone who could defeat existences like them. Perhaps it was only familial love. There was nothing else. In the end, the holy flower closed. It took root in the void. The man and woman left. A long time passed. They never came back. At this moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly. Then, he took a deep breath. Was that a dream, or was it real? Perhaps both were possible. But Lin Feng felt that it wasn't a simple dream. It was very likely something that happened in the past, but it appeared in his dream. Lin Feng didn't know why he would dream of those things. Was it because of Xiaoling, or was it because of the holy flower? That's right, it must be the holy flower. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. The holy flower had experienced everything. And the holy flower was extraordinary, perhaps it could imprint many things that happened in the past. And the holy flower entered the dream and told him these things. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Xiaoling wasn't a holy spirit. She had parents. It was just that in the past, because she had a broken pulse body, she couldn't live past 3 years old. That was why her parents put her here to change her fate. And her parents seemed to be shouldering some responsibilities and had to do some important things. From then on, they never came back here. Her parents. Had they already died? Lin Feng felt that it might be possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. Why had so many years passed? Why hadn't Xiaoling's parents appeared again? Xiaoling would come out every day. She was very young, and it was the time when she was very active. In fact, compared to other children of similar age, she was very young. Xiaoling was extremely quiet. Little sister Xiaoling, do you have any other people who are especially close to you? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Xiaoling said, I only have big brother Jin Gang and big brother Lin Feng. Amnesia? She forgot who her parents are? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. In the past, Xiaoling's parents hoped to borrow the world power and the holy flower's extraordinary power to help Xiaoling successfully change her fate. And now, they had done it. Xiaoling had obtained a new life. But, Xiaoling had forgotten who her parents were. Perhaps even Xiaoling's parents hadn't thought of this. Xiaoling didn't know if her parents were alive or dead, so Xiaoling couldn't remember them. This was something worth celebrating for Xiaoling. Such a young child. If she remembered her parents, but found that they were no longer by her side, or even dead, how sad would she feel? After hiding for about 5 days, Jin Gang's body recovered. Even though Jin Gang's recovery speed wasn't as fast as Lin Feng's, Jin Gang's recovery speed was much faster than Lin Feng's. But in reality, Jin Gang's recovery speed was extremely fast. After coming out, Jin Gang's body became much smaller, and he was about 3 meters tall. We're planning to head to the space where the world power is. Come with us. Jin Gang looked at Lin Feng and said. The space where the world power is? Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The world power was the most mysterious and noble power in the world. If a huge world didn't have the world power, then all the plants and flowers would wither and wither. Then, the flowers and trees of this world would wither, and all kinds of living beings would die. Rumor had it that if a cultivator refined the world power, their life would undergo a complete transformation. Their cultivation would also increase greatly. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Jin Gang had asked him to go to that mysterious space. Could it be that Jin Gang had tacitly allowed him to obtain the world power in that space? In a mysterious space in the depths of Lulan Island. This space was connected to the core of Lulan Island. The power of the world was pouring into the space. Lin Feng followed King Kong and Xiaoling into the space. King Kong explained, the core of Lulan Island is very terrifying. It's said that that place is a mysterious world created by several ancestors of Lulan Island. In the past, these powerful ancestors collected a large amount of world origin and merged it into that mysterious world. The space wherein can communicate with that mysterious world. Every once in a while, the power of the world will descend into this space. The power of the world was divided into small world power, medium world power, and major world power. They were divided very carefully. Each type of power of the world was naturally different. Although the small world power was condensed and did not dissipate, it was difficult to devour. This type of power of the world was very fragile. Once it was touched, the small world power would automatically dissipate. The medium world power would complete its transformation. Moreover, after fusing with the power of order law, the power of the world at this stage could already be devoured. Moreover, the effect of the power of the world at this stage was extremely good. It could change a cultivator's life level. Once it was devoured, the cultivator's cultivation level would be greatly improved. The major world power was naturally the most precious. However, not everyone could touch the major world power. The major world power was the origin power of a world. A treasure like the major world power was too precious. Moreover, the power it contained was extremely terrifying. if an ordinary cultivator wanted to touch the major world power. Instead, they might be devoured by the major world power. In the end, it would become a part of the major world power. With Lin Feng's current cultivation level, devouring the medium world power was the best choice. Lin Feng and King Kong communicated a lot. Through the communication, Lin Feng found out how extraordinary the major world power in the core of Lulan Island was. Under normal circumstances, a medium world. However, it only contained the power of a medium-level world. However, the medium world power in the core of Lulan Island was very vast and majestic. In the past, the ancestors of the Lulan clan had destroyed countless medium worlds to gather so much major world power. King Kong continued, in fact, it's said that the ancestors of the Lulan clan even obtained a portion of the major world power and fused it into that mysterious world. However, after so many years, I've never seen or sensed it. Major world power? Lin Feng couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He couldn't believe it. That news was too shocking. The major worlds were destroyed during that time. So, if some extremely powerful experts of that era joined forces? Asked Lin Feng. Back then, why did the strong cultivators of the Lulan clan collect so much world strength? They were very ambitious. At the same time, they felt a sense of danger. They wanted to build Lulan Island into a major world and make it impregnable. If they could control a major world, they would be able to borrow the power of the entire major world to fight their enemies. Then, the various powers that coveted the treasures of the Lulan clan would have to think twice about attacking Lulan Island. King Kong said. Lin Feng stroked his chin. He had a feeling that things weren't that simple. Perhaps there was a deeper reason for this. Lin Feng said if they could create a major world, it would be a matter of great merit. Would the ancestors of the Lulan clan want to borrow such great merit? To break through to a higher realm in one go? King Kong said. That's very likely. Evidently, King Kong had considered this possibility as well. After all, they had spent a lot of effort to create a mysterious world that could store major world power. Then, they had spent a lot of effort to find all sorts of major world power. Their goal was naturally not that simple. At this moment, waves of violent fluctuations came from the void. Lin Feng looked up. Cracking sounds could be heard. Next. Space cracked. The cracked space seemed to be connected to another space-time dimension. King Kong said, "Do you see that? That cracked land is connected to the mysterious world where the major world power is. We can't enter that world. Even if there's no major world power there, there's too much major world power gathered there. Once we enter that place, we'll be instantly killed by the terrifying power of the major world power. If there's major world power, then it'll be terrifying. Even if an immortal-level powerhouse dares to barge in, only death will await them." Lin Feng agreed wholeheartedly with King Kong's words. It was indeed as King Kong had said. Major world power was too terrifying. For example, the 9 states major world gave birth to Nuwa, Pangu, fire god Zhurong, water god Gonggong, and so on. The birth of these innate lifeforms was related to the 9 states major world's world origin. Nuwa, Pangu, and so on were the top powerhouses. They were many times stronger than ordinary immortals. Their birth was related to the 9 states major world's world origin. It could be seen how terrifying the world origin was. Buzz. A strand of major world power fell. That strand of major world power was extraordinary. Surrounded by the holy light, it contained a shockingly pure energy. Later, little brother, you can also collect some major world origin. When you break through to the Great Emperor realm, you can definitely break through to the Great Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Without the support of major world origin, it's too difficult for little brother to break through to the Great Emperor realm with your own savings. King Kong couldn't help but say. This existence was so powerful that he could naturally see Lin Feng's depth at a glance. Lin Feng nodded. He planned to collect as much major world power as possible. If he collected enough major world power, then he would refine part of it to improve his strength. At the same time, he would try to transform his life level again. If he didn't collect enough major world power, Lin Feng would keep the major world power. He would refine it when he broke through to the Great Emperor realm. With the help of the major world power. Lin Feng believed. At that time, he would definitely be able to break through to the great emperor realm. Without the help of major world power, it would be as King Kong had said. Big brother, let's devour the power of the world first. Xiao Ling will devour the other power of the world later. Xiao Ling said immediately. Lin Feng said with a smile. Xiao Ling, you go first. Big brother is not in a hurry. King Kong said, Xiao Ling. You go first. After you devour it, try to walk out of the holy flower. There will be more power of the world later. It won't be too late for little brother to devour it then. Xiao Ling agreed when she heard that. Huff, 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 the holy flower flew into the air. It began to devour the power of the world. Soon, the first power of the world was successfully devoured by the holy flower. After devouring the first power of the world, the holy flower fell silent. Xiao Ling should have begun to refine the power of the world. Soon. The second power of the world descended. Sit down cross-legged and use your heart to sense the power of the world. Brute force will not be able to devour the power of the world unless your strength is far beyond the power of the world. However, only cultivators of the Emperor realm and above can devour the power of the world with brute force. King Kong said. Hearing that, Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly sat down cross-legged. He began to sense the power of the world that descended from the sky. Soon, Lin Feng sensed the power that was as majestic as the sea. Lin Feng felt as if he was in a vast and boundless world. In that vast world, there was an extremely noble power surging. That power, people couldn't help but be aghast at this sight. Lin Feng had the feeling that in front of that strength, he was extremely tiny. This was the power of the world. Moreover, it was only the power of the world. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. The power of the world was already so powerful. He really did not know how terrifying the power of the world was. Lin Feng was immersed in a mysterious and abstruse state. He felt that he was forming a special connection with this ancient world. The power of the world. This was a grand and vast world. It was simply too extraordinary. Gradually, the connection became closer and closer. Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of weakness that he had never felt before. He felt as if there was something. It was constantly devouring his magic power. Very soon, Lin Feng discovered that it was actually the power of this world that was devouring his magic power. When the alien Lin Feng's body was almost completely devoured, Lin Feng felt an extremely close connection with the power of this world. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. He had finally refined the power of this world. However, refining such a strand of world energy was simply too difficult. His magic power was almost completely devoured. His body was extremely fatigued. Most importantly, he felt tired mentally. Lin Feng just wanted to have a good sleep. Anything else? He didn't want to do anything. However, Lin Feng's willpower was strong, and he didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, he looked at the holy flower and King Kong. He immediately saw it. The holy flower and King Kong should be refining the power of the world. They had a lot of experience in this area, unlike Lin Feng, who had no prior experience and had to rely on himself to figure things out. At this moment, a purple light suddenly flashed through the space-time rift. That purple light contained an extremely high-level energy aura. That purple light flashed and disappeared. It even gave Lin Feng an illusion. It was as if that purple light had never appeared. This shocked Lin Feng. Can I use my divine sense to sense that world? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. That purple light was really too extraordinary, and he didn't know what it was. Lin Feng felt that it was necessary to use his divine sense to sense it. Perhaps he could find something special. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to enter the space-time rift. His magic power wrapped around his divine sense, blocking the space-time power that was emitted from the space-time rift. Then, Lin Feng's divine sense quickly rushed towards that mysterious world. Divine sense was equivalent to a cultivator's eyes. Everything that divine sense sensed was no different from what one could see with their eyes. Lin Feng quickly saw a world surrounded by endless holy light. When he saw that world, he couldn't help but be shocked. That world. Could it be the mysterious world that the ancestors of the Lulan clan had created to store the power of the world? He didn't know what cultivation level those ancestors of the Lulan clan had back then, but they were actually able to create such a powerful world. It was extremely shocking. Lin Feng's divine sense finally entered that world shrouded in holy light. After entering, Lin Feng discovered that there was another universe in that world. That world was like a vast and boundless starry sky world. After entering it, Lin Feng saw many huge stars. Those stars were naturally not real stars, but stars formed by the power of the world. In this world, the power of the world transformed into stars. The power of the world transformed into stars. Some of the world's power was stronger, so the stars they transformed into were larger. Some of the world's power was weaker. Then, the stars they transformed into were smaller. Lin Feng suddenly discovered a shocking thing, and that was these stars. They actually started to spin in this world. After Lin Feng saw these rotating stars, he couldn't help but ponder slightly. So many huge stars began to revolve. And these stars seemed to be rotating in an extremely orderly manner. This was an extremely shocking scene. Because Lin Feng thought of something. The stars in the starry sky world would revolve around a main star as the center. Then, the stars in this star field would revolve around this main star. Could it be that this place had also formed a main star? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's divine sense continued to explore this world. Not long after, Lin Feng saw an extremely huge star. That huge star was surrounded by endless holy light. All the stars seemed to revolve around that star as the center. And Lin Feng could feel that the energy contained in that star was far purer than the energy contained in the other stars. That kind of energy seemed to be a kind of extraordinary energy. The power of the world. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. There was really the power of the world here. His previous guess was indeed correct. He just didn't know if he could get the power of the world. Even if he only got a bit of the power of the world, then, the benefits he would get would be unimaginable. After this idea came into his mind, Lin Feng could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. Although he knew that refining the power of the world was extremely dangerous, Lin Feng still wanted to try. Lin Feng's divine thought approached the main star formed by the power of the major world bit by bit. Gradually, Lin Feng's divine thought got closer and closer to the main star formed by the power of the major world. Originally, Lin Feng even thought that when his divine thought tried to get close to the main star formed by the power of the major world, his divine thought would be instantly destroyed. However, the actual situation was not like that. After Lin Feng's divine thought got close to the main star formed by the power of the major world, he actually felt a gentle force. That gentle force wrapped around Lin Feng's body, making Lin Feng feel extremely comfortable. This feeling was extremely comfortable. Lin Feng was shocked. This was completely different from what he had imagined. The power of the major world did not attack him. Lin Feng did not know the reason. However, this was enough to make Lin Feng shocked and pleasantly surprised. Did this mean that he really had a chance to obtain the power of the major world? If he could really obtain the power of the major world, it would be an unimaginable opportunity for him. Lin Feng began to try to refine the power of the major world. However, he soon discovered that with his ability, it seemed that he could not refine the power of the major world here. This was because the level of the power of the major world was too high. If he wanted to refine the power of the major world, he needed to gradually integrate his Dharma power into the power of the major world. However, Lin Feng's Dharma power was rejected by the power of the major world. It could not reach the level of strong purity that could be integrated into the power of the major world. This was like a toothpick that could not pierce into a piece of iron at all. Lin Feng frowned. It seemed that he could not refine the power of the major world, which made him a little disappointed. However, thinking that he had already obtained the power of the major world, Lin Feng's mood improved again. Lin Feng's divine thought was about to withdraw from it. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura from the depths of the star formed by the power of the major world. That aura quickly disappeared. The surroundings returned to calmness. There seems to be something wrong with the interior of the star formed by the power of the major world. Lin Feng frowned. He intended to see what was so extraordinary about the world formed by the major world. Lin Feng's divine thought entered the interior of the star formed by the power of the major world. In an instant, Lin Feng saw something shocking. In the interior of the star world, there was a huge creature. The creature was lying on the ground, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Tao, that creature was actually a Bian. As a famous ferocious beast, it was an extremely terrifying creature. And the key was Tao had a ferocious temperament. Once it was born, it would be a disaster. Tao's was. Of the 3 emperors of the 3 sovereigns and 5 of the emperors. If 4 great son had a grandson sovereign of the 5 sovereign emperor god. Sovereign of the sovereign world. Xianxia was born in the wilderness of Ruoshui. Because of Zhou Xiaohao's meritorious service, he was conferred the title of Gaoyang. After the death of Xiaohao, one of the 5 emperors, Gong and Xuanxu fought for the throne. Xuanxu defeated Gong and succeeded Xiaohao as the ruler. And the ferocious beast Xuanni was said to be the grandson of Xuanxu. Xuanxu had many sons. Some of them were unparalleled heroes, but some of them were extremely evil. Lao Ai was the son of Xuanxu and a beautiful demonic woman. However, they were ferocious by nature and were one of the famous evil beasts. There was a record of Xuan Ni in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Xishan Classic, 220 li to the west. There are 3 dangerous mountains, where 3 green birds live. It's a mountain 100 miles wide. There was a beast on it that looked like a cow. It had a white body and 4 horns. It was bold and imposing, and its name was Xuan Ni. It was a man-eating creature. From the introduction of the scripture of mountains and rivers, he knew that the Xuanni was as big as a cow. Its body was white, and it had 4 horns. Its fur was very long, and it liked to eat people. This is the first generation of Xianxia. It was also the most powerful Xuanni. Then, the Xuanni race was passed down from generation to generation. Even now, there were still Xuanni in the world. Of course, the current Xuanni bloodline naturally could not be compared to their ancestors. However, there were also some mutated Xuanni who had awakened their ancestral blood and mastered the ability to return to their ancestors. They were still extremely terrifying. Now, the Xuanni in front of him was emitting waves of terrifying aura. Although the Xuanni was still sleeping, it made people tremble involuntarily. It was a kind of soul trembling. Such a terrifying creature was really too powerful and terrifying. Who could contend against it? When Lin Feng saw the Xuanni, he was shocked. Why was there such a terrifying creature slumbering here? It was really too strange. Lin Feng was puzzled. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt an indescribably terrifying aura enveloping his body. Lin Feng looked forward and suddenly revealed a look of horror. Tao Wu, who had fallen into a deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. That pair of eyes exuded a cold light. Now, those cold eyes were looking at him. Lin Feng was dumbstruck and his face turned pale. Go. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't even think about it. He quickly withdrew his godly awareness from the great world star. He did not dare to stay for a moment. Soon, Lin Feng's consciousness returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, he could not help but let out a long breath. Thinking back to the scene just now, he still felt a lingering fear. That Xuanni was too terrifying. The only thing he was thankful for was that the Xuanni did not attack him. If the Xuanni had attacked him, that would have been the case. If it had, the consequences would have been unimaginable. When did that fearsome Bian enter the mysterious world to sleep? Was it before the change in the Lulan clan? Or after the change in the Lulan clan? Lin Feng could not help but mumble to himself. He thought of many possibilities, but he did not know which one was the most likely. Lulan Island has many secrets. It seems that my understanding of Lulan Island is only the tip of the iceberg. Especially the powerful Lulan clan of the past. Is it really extinct? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He had never really believed that the Lulan clan had been exterminated. Such a powerful clan could not have been completely exterminated, right? But time was long, and everything was buried by history. Not long after, King Kong woke up. King Kong was very strong. At the very least, it was a peak sovereign emperor. Now that he had refined the power of the world, his cultivation had obviously improved by quite a bit. Lin Feng had obtained a strand of the great realm power, so he did not intend to refine it to improve his cultivation. It would be too wasteful to refine it now. Lin Feng decided to save the strength of that world for when he broke through to the great emperor lair. Lin Feng and King Kong turned their gazes towards the holy flower. Within the dream world, Lin Feng found out about Xiaoling's background. Back then, she had the broken pulse body. Her parents had no choice but to place her here so that she could change her fate. Now that she had successfully changed her fate, she was only left with the final step to walk out of the holy flower. For countless years, Xiaoling had been in a deep sleep. Furthermore, she had forgotten many things, including her parents. The holy flower had sealed the flow of energy between heaven and earth. As such, it had sealed the flow of time as well. Therefore, the current Xiaoling was still the same age as when she was sealed. She was only 3 years old. She was so innocent and lovable that anyone would want to take pity on her. Boom, a terrifying aura surged out from the holy flower. That aura caused Lin Feng's heart to skip a beat. He did not know if that aura was coming from within Xiaoling's body or from the holy flower. It was truly shocking. Soon, that terrifying aura disappeared. Following that, the holy flower began to bloom. One by one, the petals of the flower spread out in all directions. The fragrance of the flower spread out. Between heaven and earth, beams of holy light shone down. It was beautiful. Not long after, the petals opened up completely. A little girl then walked out. This little girl wore a pure white dress. She looked like a little fairy that had fallen from the 9 heavens. This little girl was Xiaoling, and her delicate appearance was truly lovable. Brother King Kong. Brother Lin Feng. Xiaoling is out. Xiaoling, who had walked out of the holy flower, was extremely happy. She skipped and skipped towards King Kong and Lin Feng. The holy flower began to burn. Finally, a seed was born from the burning holy flower. That was the seed left behind by the holy flower's nirvana. Lin Feng wanted to take that seed. However, that seed had already left through the void. It did not give Lin Feng a chance to take that seed. Lin Feng's gaze then turned towards Xiaoling. Seeing that Xiaoling had successfully walked out of the holy flower, Lin Feng could not help but feel happy. He patted the little girl's head and smiled. Xiaoling, what do you plan to do after coming out? Xiaoling said, just now, I heard a mysterious voice resounding in my mind. That voice seemed to want to bring Xiaoling to a mysterious place. Even though Xiaoling was young, she was a mischievous child. She was not someone ordinary children could compare to. Besides, she knew a lot of things. She looked like an adult. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw her serious face. But Xiaoling's words caught Lin Feng's attention. A mysterious voice. Whose voice was that? Lin Feng guessed. This voice might be related to her parents. It was still a mystery to this day. Even King Kong probably didn't know. After all, when Xiaoling was placed in the holy flower by her parents, King Kong had probably just been born. Then go find that mysterious place. Perhaps you can find some lost items or something that belongs to you. Lin Feng said as he patted Xiaoling's head. There were some words that he could not say clearly. Perhaps Xiaoling would only grow up after experiencing them. Big brother Lin Feng, can you go with me? Xiaoling raised her head and looked at Lin Feng expectantly. She hoped that Lin Feng would accompany her. Lin Feng said, Big brother still has a lot of things to do, so I can't go with you. Can Big brother King Kong accompany you? Xiaoling was a little disappointed when she heard that, but she still smiled and said, then when Xiaoling finds that place, I will write a letter to tell Big brother Lin Feng. When the time comes, Big brother Lin Feng must come and find Xiaoling. Of course, Big brother Lin Feng will definitely come and find Xiaoling. Lin Feng said with a smile. In the end, Lin Feng left the mysterious space with King Kong and Xiaoling. They soon went their separate ways. King Kong left with Xiaoling. Lin Feng continued to search for fortuitous encounters on Lulan Island. The myriad races, the Outerium races, and the cultivators from other factions were still searching for Lin Feng. The great emperors from these 3 factions were furious because Lin Feng had saved King Kong and Xiaoling. They would not give up until they killed Lin Feng. Not long after, someone discovered Lin Feng's tracks. A large number of myriad races, Audiobook races, and the cultivators from other factions surrounded Lin Feng. There were even 2 great emperors among them. One of them was the great emperor of the Sky Devil race, Xianxia. The other was the great emperor of the Blood Lion race, Xianxia. These 2 great emperors had participated in the attack on King Kong and Shaoling. They were both immortal emperors, and their strength was terrifying. The 2 great emperors had set up a formation to trap Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. Moreover, there were thousands of myriad races, Audiobook races, and the experts from other factions scattered around. These people would help to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng is dead for sure now. The cultivators watching from the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim. The current situation was too dangerous. Anyone who fell into such a dangerous situation would feel despair. Anyone who fell into such a situation would feel despair. Lin Feng, you little brat, you really know how to hide. However, you won't be able to hide anymore. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng said indifferently, the great emperors of the myriad races are openly attacking a young cultivator from the 9 continents. Have you forgotten what the human race's old emperor said? If the great emperors of the myriad races dare to attack, thousands of your races will be slaughtered. When the human race's old emperor said those words, countless myriad races were enraged. However, only the great emperors knew how terrifying the human race's old emperor was. Therefore, the myriad races began to restrain their own people. The great emperors of the Audiobook races and great worlds were also restraining their own people. Although the human race's old emperor didn't mention their names, he clearly included them. Therefore, for a period of time, the great emperors of the myriad races, Audiobook races, and other factions were more obedient. The human race's old emperor? Xianxia sneered, he is indeed a terrifying existence, but not to the extent that we myriad races fear him. Now that our primogenitor has awakened, if the old emperor of the human race dares to come to heavenly sage great world, I guarantee that he will die without a grave. This was where Xianxia's confidence came from. The progenitors of the myriad races were too powerful, each unfathomable. The primogenitors of the myriad races had all awakened. If they joined forces, what kind of terrifying momentum would they create? This was something no one could imagine. No wonder. It turns out that you have the support of those old farts. However, this is all you myriad races can do. Without the support of those old bastards, who do you think you are? Lin Feng couldn't help but pout. The cultivators around were astonished. Lin Feng was surrounded by the strong cultivators of the 10,000 clans, and surprisingly, he dared make fun of them. Moreover, there were 2 immortal emperors among the cultivators from the myriad races. How audacious! Rumor has it that Lin Feng is extremely arrogant. Looks like it's true. This guy will be crying in a while. Some of the cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces who were watching the show sneered. In their opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. There was no chance for him to escape. This was because the 2 immortal emperors had made ample preparations. The cultivators of 9 provinces looked at Lin Feng worriedly. They didn't know if Lin Feng could escape. Attack! Xianxia said indifferently. He didn't want to waste any more time. If Xianxia and Xianxia could kill Lin Feng now, they would be able to share Lin Feng's treasures, spells, luck, and so on. If more immortal emperors came, then the number of immortal emperors who could share Lin Feng's treasures would increase. As a result, the 2 of them would receive less loot. This was not something that Wild Owl and Heavenly Demon Evil wanted to see. Blood Blue Devil Moon. Xianxia made his move and immediately unleashed a powerful superpower. The dermic powers in his body continued to surge out. Those powerful dermic powers actually gathered together. Then, the magic power gradually turned into a huge moon. The moon was originally a bright one. The moonlight sprinkled down from the sky. It was very beautiful. But in the blink of an eye, the moon turned into a blood-red moon. An evil power surged out from the blood-red moon. People couldn't help but be shocked. However, the moon's changes were not over yet. As time passed, the moon began to change. As time passed, the moon gained a touch of blue. In the end, the moon became a blood-blue moon. A terrifying aura spread out from the blood-blue moon. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The blood-blue moon fell from the sky, crushing toward Lin Feng. Xianxia was indeed worthy of being an immortal emperor realm expert. The divine ability he unleashed was truly terrifying to the extreme, causing people to involuntarily be aghast. This was definitely an unparalleled ability. Once used, it could turn the heavens upside down. Its power was boundless. The void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. At the same time, the other immortal emperor, demonic demon, also used a powerful ability. Devil breaking the myriad worlds. Demonic demon roared. The demonic demon's power ability. Of immortal emperors of myriad worlds. Immortal emperors of heaven and earth. Every beam of light, they all contained destructive power. Those beams of light suddenly turned into terrifying creatures. Those creatures were all creatures of the devil world. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, while others had wings on their backs. All of them had monstrous auras. Every single one of these terrifying creatures could easily destroy a world. Those terrifying creatures rushed toward Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. The attacks of the 2 immortal emperors were too terrifying. It made people feel despair. The cultivators watching the battle felt the attacks of the 2 immortal emperors. They were all trembling. Their faces were as pale as paper. This is too terrifying. As expected of an attack from an immortal emperor. Many people cried out in horror. One had to know that the attacks of the 2 immortal emperors were not targeted at these cultivators, but they still caused such a strong sense of oppression. From this, one could see how much pressure Lin Feng was under. Facing the attacks of the 2 immortal emperors, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He took out the sky drum. Dong dong dong. Following that, Lin Feng beat the sky drum. The immortal heroic spirits will revive once again, the unyielding warriors, please wake up quickly, even if you can destroy our bodies, you can't destroy our wills, we are willing to do our last bit for this world, this era, and the countless living beings, we have taken out the swords in our hands. We have raised the weapons in our hands. Our undying wills are shouting, together, we will fight bravely against the enemy, even if we die 9 times, we have no regrets. Along with the shouts, the people in the crowd began to shout. In an instant, earth-shaking shouts resounded through the clouds. Loud rumbling sounds were heard. Behind Lin Feng, a vast world appeared. That world was hazy. One couldn't see it clearly, but it emitted a shocking power. That world. It was filled with too many mysteries. That world. It hid too many secrets. That world. It was mysterious and unfathomable. At that moment, a dense crowd of cultivators flew out from that mysterious world. Those cultivators formed an army. They were immortal heroic spirits. They had undying wills. The sky drum had summoned them. The army charged forward. It crushed the world. The divine abilities summoned by Xianxia and Xianxia were instantly broken. Lin Feng had obtained the sky drum for some time now. During this time, he had been comprehending the wonders of this supreme treasure. Not long ago, when Jin Gang was recuperating, Lin Feng had been comprehending the wonders of the sky drum. Finally, he had figured out how to activate it. Although Lin Feng still couldn't fully unleash the power of the sky drum, he could still unleash a portion of its power. The sky drum shook the 9 heavens. It resounded through the clouds. Now, the army of cultivators he summoned was invincible. The army of cultivators charged towards the 2 immortal emperors. When the 2 great emperors sensed the aura of the sky drum, they couldn't help but reveal fearful gazes. The sky drum was too terrifying. It was simply unbelievable. They didn't fight against the army of cultivators summoned by the sky drum. Instead, they chose to retreat quickly. The army of cultivators instantly killed a large number of experts from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Then, they tore apart the great emperors that the 2 great emperors had set up. Lin Feng quickly rushed out and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng only stopped when he was 30 miles away from the battlefield. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The sky drum was terrifying, but it consumed too much energy. He had just activated the sky drum, but more than half of his magic power was instantly devoured. Lin Feng walked all the way into the depths. In the next few days, he heard some news. There was news about him and also news about Long Outyin. The news about him was that there were great emperors from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces who wanted to take his life. Therefore, these great emperors sent more subordinates to find his whereabouts. A few days ago, when Lin Feng took out the heavenly drum, even the two immortal emperors were so shocked that they did not dare to make a move. This caused a huge uproar. Then, the news about the heavenly drum spread. Someone recognized the origin of the heavenly drum, commanding billions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Once the heavenly drum beats, heaven and earth will be destroyed. This is definitely a peerless treasure from ancient times to modern times. Many people were talking about the heavenly drum. This treasure was simply too extraordinary. Lin Feng has too many powerful Dharma treasures. This guy's luck is monstrous. Not only can we obtain his Dharma treasures and divine arts, but we can also plunder his luck. Then, a cultivator said. It was indeed as this cultivator said. Everything about Lin Feng was too shocking. This was also the reason why those great emperors wanted to kill Lin Feng at all costs. There were also many rumors about Long Outyin. This was because Long Outyin had always wanted to subdue a few powerful cultivators to be his human pets. If it was when Long Outyin was just born, there would be no problem. But now, Long Outyin's battle strength had dropped greatly. However, this guy did not give up and took action. This guy did not only do this. Moreover, the targets he chose were not simple. Myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces, saintesses and goddesses became Long Outyin's targets. However, Long Outyin, whose battle strength had dropped, failed every time he attacked. After failing, Long Outyin was chased by those saintesses and goddesses. Those saintesses and goddesses often had many escorts or suitors. In order to vent the anger in their hearts, Long Outyin wanted to kill those saintesses and goddesses. Those escorts and suitors of the saintesses and goddesses also started chasing Long Outyin. Although Long Outyin's strength had dropped greatly, his escaping skills were still very strong. Because of this, he was able to evade the pursuit of those cultivators many times. On this day, Lin Feng heard news that Xianxia, the saintess of the immortal god clan, Dongfang Jiyue, the saintess of the starry race, and Princess Xiaoji, the saintess of the heaven and earth macro world, had joined forces to search for Long Outyin's whereabouts. Each of them wished they could cut Long Outyin into pieces. The three saintesses were all peerlessly beautiful. They were all peerless figures of their generation. They had been harassed by Long Outyin earlier. Long Outyin was a hooligan and a scoundrel. He appeared next to the three saintesses one after another, and then said all kinds of obscenities, wanting to subdue the three saintesses and make them his human pets. The identities of the three saintesses were too extraordinary. Furthermore, each of them was extremely powerful. How could he tolerate this? They had many protectors and suitors, but they did not ask them to attack Long Outyin. They wanted to capture Long Outyin and torture him. This was the only way to vent the hatred in his heart. What did Long Outyin say to the holy maidens? Why are they so angry? When Lin Feng heard that the three saintesses were searching for Long Outyin, he could not help but rub his head. He had interacted with Long Outyin more than once, and knew how shameless Long Outyin was. Therefore, no matter what Long Outyin did, Lin Feng would not suspect anything. The only thing that puzzled Lin Feng was what Long Outyin said. Long Outyin seemed to have disappeared from the world. The three saintesses searched for a long time, but they could not find him. Lin Feng saw the three saintesses from afar. Xianxia, the saintess of the immortal god clan. This woman's cultivation was very terrifying, and it was said that her bloodline was very heaven-defying. She could compete with great emperors long ago. Her cultivation had been at the peak of the Boundary Emperor realm for a long time. She could break through to the Boundary Emperor realm at any time, but Xianxia did not choose to do so, because she wanted to continue stabilizing for a while. She wanted to fully stimulate her potential. Lin Feng did not know the saintess of the starry race, Dongfang Jiyue. He had never seen this saintess before either. However, Lin Feng had heard of how extraordinary Dongfang Jiyue was. The starry race was one of the overlords of the outer realm, with a long history. It was said that the starry emperor was an extremely terrifying great emperor. Dongfang Jiyue was the starry emperor's daughter. As for fairy Yao Ji, Lin Feng was all too familiar with her. She was the ruler of the universe realm, the daughter of the universe emperor. She had gone against Lin Feng many times. This woman was very terrifying, and she had many powerful means. She could not be underestimated. These three women were all peerless figures of their generation, and it was unknown how many pursuers and admirers they had. Lin Feng could not help but feel that the shameless Long Outyin had good taste. However, it was not until later that Lin Feng found out that Long Outyin's targets were not just these three. There were also several saintesses, and they were all very powerful. Moreover, they were all outstanding beauties. Suppressing these three women should be enough to exchange for many of the 3,000 great Daos. Lin Feng could not help but touch his chin. He urgently needed the 3,000 great Daos, so he wanted to capture the top geniuses of these opposing forces and threaten the forces behind them. I'm afraid I can't do it alone. These women are very scary. They have many terrifying means hidden, and they all have powerful treasures on them. I need to come up with a foolproof plan, Lin Feng could not help but think. Although Lin Feng wanted to suppress the three saintesses, he knew that it would be very difficult. Lin Feng was confident that he could defeat the three saintesses, but defeating them and capturing them were two completely different things. Moreover, Lin Feng could not act rashly and alert the enemy. If he attacked the three saintesses, he had to succeed in one strike. If he captured the three saintesses directly, if they escaped, in that case, it would not be easy to capture the three saintesses in the future. Boom! A violent sound came from afar, attracting the attention of many people. Even the three saintesses were attracted. In the mountains over there, a cultivator said as he pointed to a mountain in the distance. There was a holy light soaring into the sky from that mountain. No one knew if some amazing treasure had appeared. When the cultivators rushed over, they saw a fat man and a donkey showing off their prowess. They defeated dozens of cultivators and fled without a trace. After seeing Fatso and the donkey, Lin Feng's expression became extremely strange. Weren't those Fatso and little donkey, those two actually came to Lulan Island as well? Lin Feng hadn't seen Fatso and little donkey for a long time. He had no idea where the two of them had run off to. Now that he saw Fatso and little donkey appear, Lin Feng was very happy. After all, those two were Lin Feng's old friends. Don't let that damned Fatso and that donkey escape. The holy light from before is definitely a supreme treasure. Capture them, kill them, and snatch the supreme treasure. Many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign factions shouted loudly, each of them filled with killing intent. There were very few treasures that emitted holy light. However, any treasure that emitted holy light, regardless of whether it was a magic treasure or a natural treasure, was fine. They were definitely the most precious supreme treasures. This was something that was publicly acknowledged in the world of cultivators. Therefore, when everyone saw the holy light appear in the mountain range, they were almost certain that a supreme treasure had appeared. Countless cultivators chased after Fatso and little donkey. Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly left. That person's back looks very familiar. Suddenly, Xianxia looked at Lin Feng's back and couldn't help but frown. The distance was rather far, so Lin Feng's back was already very blurry. Even so, this figure still gave Xianxia a sense of familiarity. It's Lin Feng, Fairy Yao Ji said. She had interacted with Lin Feng more than Xianxia had with Lin Feng. Therefore, she immediately recognized Lin Feng's back. Oh? That person is Lin Feng? He doesn't seem to be anything special. Dongfang Jiyu said in astonishment. She had heard the name Lin Feng countless times. Her friends would always talk about Lin Feng during their gatherings. The cultivators of her clan would always talk about Lin Feng. After coming out, countless cultivators from other clans, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces would also talk about Lin Feng. Even the great emperors were discussing Lin Feng. It was unknown when, but the name Lin Feng had become an existence that even great emperors had to pay attention to. How could Dongfang Ji not be curious about Lin Feng? However, when she glanced at Lin Feng from afar, she felt that the rumors about Lin Feng might be exaggerated. Dongfang Jiyu had seen too many geniuses. There was a peerless saint shrouded in holy light. Among them were the descendants of the ancient clans who possessed the most ancient bloodline. There were children of destiny who were blessed by the heavenly Tao at birth and so on. As for Lin Feng, he looked so ordinary that she was rather disappointed. Don't underestimate Lin Feng. The 10,000 clans, the foreign races, and the cultivators of the great worlds all want to kill him, but he's still alive. That's enough to prove that he's strong. Xianxia said. She thought of the time when they fought for the holy fruit in the forbidden space. Lin Feng had left a deep impression on her. Lin Feng was just a human, nothing more. The human's body was weak. However, Lin Feng overturned her impression of the human race. Lin Feng used his physical body to defeat more than 10 experts, including the 3 great emperors. In that battle, they had lost 7 to 8 supreme geniuses of the younger generation. It was a disastrous loss. That battle was filled with humiliation for them. Especially the 3 imperial monarchs, they'd even taken that incident to be the greatest humiliation in history. The 3 great emperors even warned Xianxia and the rest not to speak of what happened in the forbidden space. Even though the 3 emperors didn't say anything threatening to them, they didn't dare to say anything. However, they could clearly feel the cold killing intent from the 3 sovereign emperors. If someone really dared to reveal what happened in the forbidden space, they might be mercilessly killed by the 3 great emperors. Xianxia had only fought Lin Feng with his physical body. He had never fought against Lin Feng with his spiritual power. However, in Xianxia's eyes, Lin Feng's physical body was already so strong. His spiritual power would definitely not be weak. Hence, Xianxia was extremely wary of Lin Feng. Fairy Yaoji said, "This Lin Feng is indeed very powerful. Moreover, he had many fortuitous encounters and possesses many powerful magic treasures. Many of these magic treasures can be used to turn the tide of a battle." Just like when Lin Feng was trapped by Quan Shao and Tian Mo, the 2 immortal emperors led thousands of experts from the 3 powers to set up a huge array to trap Lin Feng. Such a situation was simply like an inescapable net. Lin Feng would definitely die. However, Lin Feng took out that mysterious magic treasure, the heavenly drum. It shocked the 2 immortal emperors so much that they did not dare to fight him. In the end, they allowed him to escape. This legendary magic treasure, the heavenly drum, is only one of the many magic treasures on him. Dongfang Jiyu snorted coldly and said, "Lin Feng's treasures are too shocking. No wonder so many people want to kill him." Luckily, he left quickly. Otherwise, he would be a corpse now. Seeing how confident Dongfang Jiyu was, Xianxia and Fairy Yaoji were slightly moved. Even though they weren't particularly familiar with Dongfang Jiyu, they had still spent some time together. They didn't think that Dongfang Jiyu was an arrogant person. However, Dongfang Jiyu was very confident in killing Lin Feng. This greatly surprised them. "Sister Jiyu, do you have some powerful means to kill Lin Feng?" Fairy Yaoji looked at Dongfang Jiyu and asked with a smile. Xianleng also looked at Dongfang Jiyu. She was also very curious. She didn't know if Dongfang Jiyu really had such an extraordinary method. Of course. Not to mention Lin Feng, even immortal emperors and low-level god monarchs would be killed if they were careless. Dongfang Jiyu said confidently. However, Dongfang Jiyu didn't tell Xianleng and Fairy Yaoji what that method was. It was unknown if he was deliberately guarding against the 2 of them or if there were other reasons. Xianleng and Fairy Yaoji were both extremely intelligent people. Since Dongfang Jiyu didn't say anything, the 2 of them didn't continue to ask. However, the 2 of them couldn't help but be on guard against Dongfang Jiyu. The 3 of them had formed a temporary alliance to deal with Long Outyin. If the 3 of them could become close friends in a short period of time, even if they told others about it, no one would believe them. Let's put aside Lin Feng's matter for now. Our current priority is to find that damned Eastern Dragon God," Xianleng said. A cold light flashed through her beautiful eyes. Xianleng and Fairy Yaoji clearly knew what Dongfang Jiyu wanted to say. The 2 girls couldn't help but nod slightly. The 3 of them wanted to capture Long Outyin. Moreover, they wanted to deal with him personally. It seemed like it wasn't just because Long Outyin wanted to capture them as human pets. There was clearly something else going on. But what exactly was the secret? For now, it was unknown. Xian Lengan, Fairy Yao Ji, and Dongfang Jiyu, the three saintesses, didn't stay any longer. They quickly left as well. Fatso and Little Donkey finally managed to shake off their pursuers. They stopped in a valley to rest. Who is it? Come out. Do you believe that Lord Donkey will stomp you to death with his fart? Little Donkey was very alert. He looked in a certain direction and shouted fiercely. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He had just appeared and Little Donkey had already discovered him. Lin Feng had known for a long time that Little Donkey was extraordinary. This was a donkey with a very mysterious background. But now, he knew how extraordinary Little Donkey was. It's been so many years, but Brother Donkey is still as elegant as ever. After being discovered by Little Donkey, Lin Feng simply walked out from his hiding place. He smiled at Little Donkey. Although Brother Donkey was only Little Donkey, Lin Feng treated him as a friend. Little Feng. It's actually you. I've really missed you all these years. Little Donkey immediately shouted after seeing Lin Feng. He twisted his butt and quickly pounced at Lin Feng. Then, Little Donkey's two hind legs touched the ground. Then, his body straightened. Little Donkey then spread his two front legs and gave Lin Feng a big hug. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Little Donkey was really smart. He could actually walk on his hind legs. It gave Lin Feng a very strange feeling. Lin Feng and Little Donkey gave each other a bear hug. Then, he looked at Fatso and said with a smile, "Damn Fatso, what is that treasure you just got? Show it to me." Fatso rolled his eyes and said, "What treasure?" "You're mistaken." Hearing this, Lin Feng said speechlessly, "Damn it. I'm just taking a look. I didn't say that I want your stuff." He saw Fatso hiding the treasure. Little Donkey rushed over. Then, with a hoof, he kicked the fatty to the ground. "Damned donkey. Bastard donkey. What are you doing?" Fatso roared angrily. Little Donkey shouted, "Take it out and we'll split it equally." Then, Little Donkey snatched the item from Fatso's storage ring. Lin Feng saw a ball of holy light. Within the holy light, there was a drop of spiritual liquid. The energy contained in that drop of spiritual liquid was too terrifying. After seeing that drop of spiritual liquid, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. 4 words flashed through his mind. Sacred Source Liquid. This was an extremely rare and precious spiritual liquid. It was rumored that this was an immortal liquid that was born in the core world. This spiritual liquid had many uses, such as cleansing a cultivator's body, increasing a cultivator's cultivation, and so on. This kind of thing could be said to be the most precious natural treasure. This was something that cultivators dreamed of. Although there was only 1 drop, it was precious enough. Little Donkey immediately split this drop of spiritual liquid into 3 and gave 1 to Fatso. He swallowed one of them himself. The other was given to Lin Feng. "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Donkey is still the best. Fatso, you have to learn from Brother Donkey in the future. You can't be so stingy with your own brother." Lin Feng looked as if he was teaching Fatso a lesson. Fatso was speechless. "It's easy for you to say that." Lin Feng patted Fatso's shoulder and said with a smile, "Look at what you're saying. Our relationship can't be measured by these things." Fatso could not help but roll his eyes. He suddenly had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng continued, "I have a big business deal to discuss with you." "What business?" Fatso's eyes lit up when he heard that Lin Feng had a big business deal to discuss with him. "What big business deal? What big business deal?" Little Donkey was also very excited. Lin Feng said, "I saw Dongfang Jiyu, Xian Lengan, and Fairy Yao Ji together earlier. These 3 have extraordinary origins. Are you interested in helping me suppress these 3? Fatso's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Feng's words. When Fatso had first joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect, he had always wanted to bring a fairy back home to be his wife. However, he had not been able to bring a fairy back to be his wife. Therefore, when Fatso heard that Lin Feng wanted to suppress the 3 holy maidens, he immediately wanted to help. Fatso wanted nothing more than to immediately take action with Lin Feng and suppress the three holy maidens. Fatso said while drooling, "Good, good, good. What a great idea. The three holy maidens are all outstanding beauties. This fat lord wants to bring them back home to be his wives." Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He almost kicked Fatso away. He said in annoyance, "That's all you've got." Fatso rubbed his hands and chuckled, "Brother, I can't compare to you. If I had as many beautiful women as you do, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to bring a few beautiful female cultivators back home to be my wives." Lin Feng said, "I didn't capture the three holy maidens so that you could bring them back to be your wives. Then why did you capture them? Are you trying to monopolize them? That won't do. At most, you'll get two and I'll get one." Fatso said fiercely, with an expression that said this was the limit of my patience. Lin Feng said, "Of course, I don't want to monopolize them. This time, I captured the three holy maidens because I planned to use them to exchange for the 3,000 great Tao from the forces behind them." Upon hearing the words 3,000 great Tao, Fatso's eyes lit up again. He looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Little Lin Feng, you're really something. You can even think of this. I have to admire you. Wives are nothing. You can find them anytime, but the 3,000 great Tao are not easy to obtain." Although Fatso did not seem very reliable most of the time, Lin Feng knew that Fatso was someone who knew what was important at critical moments. Just like now. Fatso knew what to do. "How about we talk about the specific plan in detail after we refine the sacred source liquid?" Lin Feng said. "Okay." Fatso and Little Donkey nodded quickly. The three of them did not stay in the valley. They quickly left, found a hidden cave, and entered it. They began to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng drank the sacred source liquid directly and then began to circulate the Archean dragonesque elephant art to refine the sacred source liquid. After the pure energy of the sacred source liquid was completely broken down, Lin Feng immediately felt the Dharma power in his body begin to stir. This was an extremely excited fluctuation. The Dharma power in Lin Feng's body seemed to have a soul of its own. It was as if it could think. After a large amount of pure energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's Dharma power, Lin Feng's cultivation level increased again. This time, Lin Feng's cultivation level increased by 2 levels. He went from the 62nd stone step to the 64th stone step of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Lin Feng woke up with an extremely surprised expression on his face. His cultivation level and combat strength had increased again. This was extremely difficult for him because Lin Feng's accumulation was too strong. It was easy for others to achieve a breakthrough, but for Lin Feng, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was the difference between Lin Feng and others. Therefore, Lin Feng cherished every opportunity to break through. When Lin Feng woke up, Fatso and Little Donkey were still in closed-door cultivation. It was not until 6 hours later that Fatso and Little Donkey came out of closed-door cultivation one after another. These two fellows had obviously benefited greatly as well, so they were dancing with joy after coming out of closed-door cultivation. Each was more excited than the other. "Next, let's properly discuss how to suppress the 3 saintesses," Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Fatso's eyes immediately lit up and he grinned. "Hee, then we'll have to properly think about it." Broken Dragon Ridge. Rumor had it that this was a place where dragons had fallen. In the past, an extremely powerful Eastern divine dragon had fallen in this place. There were towering peaks everywhere. There were fewer trees in the forest and it exuded a cold and terrifying aura, as if it was a forbidden zone for life. This place was very strange and there were unknown dangers. Ever since Lulan Island appeared, many cultivators had come to explore this place, but it was said that many strange things had happened. Many cultivators had died here one after another. As for the cultivators who managed to escape, they were all in a daze and their minds had become abnormal. If they were asked about what happened in the Broken Dragon Ridge, those people would be abnormally frightened and their emotions would become extremely irritable. This matter could be said to have caused a great uproar, but no one knew the reason, so the Broken Dragon Ridge also became a forbidden area overnight. If there was no special reason, no one would be willing to set foot in this place. There were rumors that the Eastern divine dragon named Long Out Yin had entered the Broken Dragon Ridge. The three Saintess pursuers and escorts who were searching for Long Outyen stopped in front of the broken dragon ridge. He didn't dare to take another step forward. Boom, terrifying fluctuations swept through the heavens and earth, surging in all directions, shocking everyone. The three Saintesses entered the broken dragon ridge together and no longer concealed their strength. He released a powerful aura. He wanted to use this to intimidate some unknown and terrifying things. The reason why the three Saintesses dared to enter the broken dragon ridge was that they were strong enough. Moreover, each of them had hidden powerful means and were not afraid of the dangers in the broken dragon ridge. Immortal coldness lingered in the immortal light, like a fairy in the moon palace, cold as the moon. Her lotus steps were light, rippling out waves of ripples. Fairy Yaoji was dressed in white, like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Her temperament was untainted by the mud, like a pure immortal lotus that could only be seen from afar and not profaned. Dongfang Jiyu's body was surrounded by the power of moonlight, as if a fairy was born from the moonlight. She was incomparably beautiful and peerless. Her every move had a great charm, making people's hearts palpitate. There were many pursuers and escorts outside, watching the three Saintesses enter the broken dragon ridge together. There were also some cultivators who watched the three Saintesses enter the broken dragon ridge. However, except for the three Saintesses, no one else set foot in it. Because the legend of the broken dragon ridge made many people feel terrified. No one was willing to joke with their own life. The same was true for many cultivators who pursued the three Saintesses. Why did that damned Eastern dragon god enter this place, causing us to be in a difficult position? Some cultivators were extremely angry, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. The place the Eastern dragon god went to was too dangerous, so many people didn't dare to enter. Now, these people began to blame Long Outyen. This place couldn't be entered casually. If one entered, they would be met with a calamity. If one didn't enter, then they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of the Saintesses they were pursuing. If they still wanted to pursue the three Saintesses, then it would be a daydream. Soon, the three Saintesses disappeared from the sight of the people outside. The three Saintesses observed the broken dragon ridge, only to see that there were strands of black chi coming out from the ground, and even from the mountain rocks, permeating the air. Immortal coldness sent out a strand of magic power, wrapping around a strand of black chi. Screech, suddenly. A sharp screech came from the black chi. When Immortal Coldness heard the screech, he couldn't help but jump in fright. Dongfang Jiyu and Fairy Yaoji also jumped in fright. Did the black chi develop spirituality? Dongfang Jiyu said. Fairy Yaoji nodded and said, it's very possible. Saying so, Fairy Yaoji also used her magic power to wrap around a strand of black chi. Screech. The strand of black chi wrapped around by Fairy Yaoji also let out a sharp screech, sounding very mournful. It was like the mournful screech of a malicious spirit. It made people's hair stand on end. How strange. Immortal Coldness couldn't help but take a deep breath and said. This place is very similar to the Devil Burial Ground. Dongfang Jiyu said. Oh? Devil Burial Ground? What kind of special terrain is this? Immortal Coldness and Fairy Yaoji didn't know much about feng shui, so they looked at Dongfang Jiyu in astonishment. The devil rises from the east, the sun and moon startled, the devil falls from the heaven and earth, burying the heaven and earth, burying the ancient devil, the 10,000 evil chi is born. Dongfang Jiyu suddenly muttered. This seemed to be a limerick, but it didn't rhyme. Dongfang Jiyu used her magic power to wrap around a strand of black chi. That strand of black chi also let out a sharp screech. This screech could affect a cultivator's soul. If a weak cultivator heard it, their soul would directly shatter. Even a powerful cultivator couldn't listen to it for a long time. Otherwise, their soul would be greatly damaged. It's rumored that only the Devil Burial Ground can produce this kind of devil chi. That's why this demonic chi was born. We call this demonic chi the chi of all evil. Dongfang Jiyu said. Amazing, amazing. You even know about the 10,000 evil chi and can tell that this place is the Devil Burial Ground. Fairy Jiyu is not only beautiful, but also knowledgeable. I can't help but admire you. Lin Feng? Xian Lengan and Fairy Yaoji had heard Lin Feng's voice before. Thus, when they heard this voice, they instantly knew who the owner of this voice was. The owner of this voice was none other than Lin Feng. That's right, it's me. The void cracked open, and Lin Feng walked out with a smile on his face. Dongfang Jiyue looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Looks like you purposely released fake news to lure us here, right?" Not only did Dongfang Jiyue not show any fear, she even looked at Lin Feng with a meaningful gaze. It was as if she had everything under control. No matter what happened, she would be able to predict everything. Xian Lengan and Fairy Yaoji were both extremely intelligent people. They quickly recovered from their shock. Then, they looked at Lin Feng with cold gazes. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's right, I was the one who lured the three of you here. The three fairies are really cooperating with me. What's your goal in luring us here?" Xian Lengan asked. Although she could roughly guess what Lin Feng was thinking, she still wanted to ask for more details. She hoped to get an accurate answer from Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Actually, my goal is very simple. I just want to have a romantic trip with the three holy maidens. Lulan Island is really a good place. The scenery is beautiful, the environment is beautiful, and there are so many treasures. The three holy maidens don't have a single man by your side. Don't you feel empty, lonely, and cold? I'm willing to volunteer myself to be the three holy maidens' personal assistant." After hearing Lin Feng's shameless words, the three holy maidens suddenly had the urge to punch Lin Feng to death. They wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Cut him into pieces. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Feng. Moreover, even some shameless people would behave politely in front of the three saintesses. Who would be like Lin Feng, acting so brazenly and brazenly? He wanted to win her heart. Naturally, he needed to perform well and show his gentlemanly side in order to make a beauty's heart flutter. Of course, the three saintesses also knew that Lin Feng's purpose in coming here was not as simple as he said. His shameless words just now were just to provoke the three of them. Dongfang Jiyu sneered and said, "You really don't want to take the right path to heaven, but instead you barge into the doorless hell. Could it be that you think you can suppress the three of us just because you've lured us here? If that's the case, then it's too stupid." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Little Yaya, you are really a smart woman. You can see through many things so clearly. I really admire you." "Shut up. Who are you calling little Yaya?" Dongfang Jiyu couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lin Feng. She was very dissatisfied that Lin Feng called her little Yaya so intimately. "Ha ha ha ha, little Lin Feng, looks like you're not this fairy's cup of tea." At that moment, Fatso walked out from another direction. Of course, not all the women in the world like Big Brother Feng. Little Donkey also walked out. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey formed a triangle. They surrounded the three saintesses. Seeing Fatso and Little Donkey appear, the three saintesses frowned slightly. However, their brows quickly relaxed. Even though Lin Feng had two helpers, they were still very confident. "Beauty, little Lin Feng isn't your cup of tea. Look at this handsome and suave fat brother, isn't he your cup of tea?" Fatso shook its butt as it spoke. It was like a male peacock spreading its tail to attract a female peacock. "Get lost, or I'll chop you into pieces." Dongfang Jiyu wasn't someone with a good temper. She couldn't help but glare coldly at Fatso. Fatso immediately showed a bitter expression and said, "Are you blind? How dare you speak to this handsome Lord Fatty in such a tone? Do you believe that Lord Fatty won't sell you to Myriad Flower Brothel after I capture you? Damned Fatso, I'll chop you into pieces later." Dongfang Jiyu's killing intent surged. "Do it," Lin Feng said. He didn't want to waste any more time. He waved his hand and instantly, lines of formation runes intertwined in the void. The densely packed runes contained a world-destroying fluctuation. Every fluctuation was unimaginably terrifying. Those runes weren't set up by Lin Feng. Instead, they were the runes in the Broken Dragon Ridge itself. It was difficult to deal with the three holy maidens by relying on one's own strength. He needed some other methods. This was to prevent the three holy maidens from escaping. It was impossible to set up a powerful formation in a short period of time. Moreover, even if he did set up a formation, he might not be able to lure the three holy maidens into the formation. Thus, it wasn't feasible to set up a formation to deal with the three holy maidens. After discussing with Fatso and Little Donkey, Fatso mentioned the Broken Dragon Ridge. It was rumored that the Broken Dragon Ridge was related to a fallen eastern dragon. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of Long Out Yin. And the three holy maidens were looking for Long Out Yin. Therefore, in the name of Long Out Yin, it was very likely to attract the three holy maidens. Thus, Lin Feng released the news and really attracted the three holy maidens. The Broken Dragon Ridge was indeed extremely dangerous. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong because the Broken Dragon Ridge had formed a devil burial ground. However, the Eastern Dragon wasn't a devil. What kind of devil was buried in the devil burial ground? Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. This place made him feel uneasy. However, in order to deal with the three holy maidens, Lin Feng still took the risk to use the formation here. He took down the three holy maidens in one fell swoop. The densely packed runes sealed the void and shrouded the three holy maidens. The three holy maidens couldn't escape. Little Donkey shouted at this time. This holy sage is currently lacking 3 maids to serve this holy sage. If the 3 of you take the initiative to submit to this holy sage won't treat you unfairly. What do you think? Damn Donkey, I'll kill you and make Donkey roast later. The 3 holy maidens couldn't help but glare at Little Donkey fiercely. Even a donkey dared to be so impudent towards the 3 of them. This made the 3 holy maidens extremely angry. They wanted nothing more than to kill Little Donkey immediately. You don't know what to do. Little Donkey snorted coldly. Boom. Boom. The grand formation here could only be described as peerlessly terrifying. The great formation here was terrifying to an unimaginable degree, so the attacks released could be described with the word shocking. All sorts of attacks, such as death beams, destruction rays, and so on, were unleashed towards the 3 saintesses. The 3 saintesses took out their magic treasures to block these powerful attacks. Fairy Yaoji took out her cosmic sword. This was a powerful imperial weapon refined by her father, the Heaven and Earth Monarch. The Heaven and Earth Monarch only had one daughter, Fairy Yaoji. Naturally, he loved her dearly. He didn't even hesitate to use his origin to refine this sword for her. The cosmic sword's power was boundless. It gently shook the void. It was able to sweep out endless killing lights. Those killing lights contained a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy the world. Its power was so strong that it made people turn pale with fright. Dongfang Jiyu took out a seal-type magic treasure. This treasure was called the Blood Moon Seal. It was shrouded in the color of blood. There was a blood moon diagram imprinted on the seal. The blood moon diagram was very strange. It seemed to be able to revive. This was also a powerful imperial weapon. It possessed terrifying power. The blood moon rose into the sky and the world collapsed. Myriad worlds shattered. Xian Lengen's treasure was a Heaven Chaotic Sash-type treasure. This treasure was called the 9 Dragons Heaven Chaotic Sash. It was said that it was forged with the soul of a 9-headed heavenly dragon. It was also a powerful imperial weapon. The 3 saintesses all wielded imperial weapons. From this, one could see how powerful their attacks were. Bang bang bang, a series of violent collisions rang out one after another. The 3 saintesses wielded their imperial weapons and displayed shocking battle prowess. They relied on the power of the 3 imperial weapons to break through the various attacks of the Grand Formation. However, this was already the limit of what they could do. The Grand Formation's attacks were too terrifying. It was already good enough that they could block the attacks, let alone counterattacking Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. They couldn't do this at all. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, "It seems that the 3 fairies are destined to be captured by us today." Lin Feng, don't be too pleased with yourself. There are still many methods that I haven't used yet. When the time comes, you will be doomed eternally. Dongfang Jiyu sneered. I feel a little uneasy. We should end this quickly. Fatso said in a deep voice. Fatty's senses had always been extremely accurate. Hearing Fatty's words, Yi Zichen nodded. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He nodded. He hurriedly took out the other 3 supreme treasures. 9 Demons Diagram. 5 Dragon Wheel. Hell King Bell. The 3 supreme treasures locked onto the 3 of them. Then, it quickly flew over, wanting to defeat the 3 of them. The three saintesses hurriedly activated their monarch weapons to block Lin Feng's three supreme treasures. Clang! 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 Sounds of violent collisions were heard, accompanied by the earth-shaking noises. The sound of the three supreme treasures clashing against each other was deafening. Terrifying energy shockwaves swept out, almost shattering the void. This collision was incomparably terrifying. People couldn't help but be moved and shocked by the scene. At the same time, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey worked together to push the power of the formation to the maximum. The earth-shattering attacks continued to bombard the three saintesses. Without the protection of their monarch weapons, the three saintesses could only rely on themselves. It was naturally more difficult for them to deal with the formation's attacks. Bang! 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 The three saintesses were directly swept away by the formation, their faces turning pale. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The formation here was too terrifying, there was no way they could resist it. Xian Lengan and Fairy Yao Ji both looked at Dongfang Jiyu. Because Dongfang Jiyu confidently said that she had a way to deal with Lin Feng. Sister Jiyu, hurry up and make your move. Otherwise, we might be suppressed by Lin Feng. Fairy Yao Ji said. All right. Dongfang Jiyu nodded. Then, she took out an item. It was actually a piece of gold leaf. A piece of gold leaf as thin as a cicada's wing. The most inconceivable thing was that the piece of gold leaf was obviously damaged. More than half of it was missing. Only a small piece was left. After seeing the piece of gold leaf, Fatso grinned, such a broken piece of gold leaf and no one would pick it up on the streets. You have the nerve to take it out and embarrass yourself? Damned Fatso, you'll be kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy later. Dongfang Jiyu glared fiercely at Fatso, then began to chant an incantation. Something's not right. There's something wrong with that broken piece of gold leaf. Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. Whoosh, with a flash of light, the stone sword flew out. Lin Feng wielded the stone sword and attacked Dongfang Jiyu. However, it was already too late. The piece of gold leaf emitted waves of golden light. Activating the piece of gold leaf didn't take too long. It only needed a few simple incantations to be able to release the attack of the piece of gold leaf so quickly. Forget Lin Feng, even if it was a monarch or an emperor-level expert, they wouldn't be able to stop Dongfang Jiyu from releasing the power of the piece of gold leaf. The golden light from the piece of gold leaf shot up to the sky. Amidst the golden light, ancient characters began to appear one after another. Those words. They seemed to be words that were branded on the piece of gold leaf. It was an extremely ancient language. Lin Feng carefully looked at it, but he didn't recognize the words on the piece of gold leaf. That was why Lin Feng didn't know what the words on the piece of gold leaf meant. What the hell is that thing? Fatso couldn't help but mutter. He was also an experienced and knowledgeable person, but he had never seen a treasure like the piece of gold leaf. Extremely strange. Extremely strange. Little Donkey also couldn't help but shout. The piece of gold leaf was truly too extraordinary. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and the piece of gold leaf. This is immortal chilliness. Fairy Yao Ji also looked at the mysterious piece of gold leaf in shock. That treasure also made them feel incomparably shocked. Such a terrifying treasure was definitely world-shaking. By the will of the heavens. The Heavenly Emperor's edict. Suddenly, an earth-shattering voice resounded between heaven and earth. That voice was filled with majesty. Like the might of the heavens. Unstoppable. Anyone who heard that voice would feel shocked. Trembling. Even their souls were trembling. There was only fear in their hearts. It was like an ant facing a dragon. A mortal facing a heavenly god. The Heavenly Emperor's edict. That treasure is the legendary Heavenly Emperor's edict. At this time, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. The Demon Lord was usually very calm. Very few things could affect the Demon Lord's mood. However, the piece of golden leaf had changed the Demon Lord's mood. Judging from the Demon Lord's reaction, that piece of golden leaf should be an extremely shocking treasure. The Heavenly Emperor's edict was the name of the treasure, but Lin Feng had never heard of it before. Was it related to the legendary Heavenly Emperor? The Heavenly Emperor, the Lord of the Undying Realm. He had a deep connection with the Heavenly Realm. What kind of treasure is this? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, it should be the Heavenly Emperor's edict written by the first Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor's edict is written on a piece of 9 heavens supreme immortal gold leaf, so it is imbued with a terrifying power. There were only a few Heavenly Emperor's edicts in the past, and after a few great battles, I thought the Heavenly Emperor's edicts were destroyed in the long river of time. I never thought they would still exist in this world. However, look at this Heavenly Emperor's edict. Its power must have weakened a lot, but it's just too extraordinary. Even if it's weakened, it's still terrifying. It's not a good time to fight the 3 women. Let's leave this place before the Heavenly Emperor's edict unleashes its full power. Lin Feng was shocked after hearing the Demon Lord's words. Lin Feng didn't expect the situation to be so serious, but the Demon Lord wasn't one to joke around. The Demon Lord sounded very serious. It seemed like there was really a big problem. The Heavenly Emperor's edict was definitely a terrifying treasure, even though it was badly damaged and looked like a piece of junk. However, it shouldn't be underestimated. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Fatso and Little Donkey were shocked when they saw Lin Feng's serious expression. Let's go, let's leave this place, Fatso shouted. Heavenly Donkey Holy Master won't play with you anymore. Little Donkey shouted. The 3 quickly rushed outside. Dongfang Jiyu's expression changed when she saw Lin Feng and the other 2 running away. She didn't expect someone like Lin Feng to take the initiative to retreat. Dongfang Jiyu increased the speed of the edict. She locked onto Lin Feng and said coldly, Lin Feng. Today, it's difficult for you. Heavenly Emperor's manifestation. As soon as Dongfang Jiyu finished speaking, the image of a man appeared in the golden light formed by the Heavenly Emperor's edict. The man emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. It was a man shrouded in endless holy light. That man was the legendary first-generation Celestial Emperor. The position of Celestial Emperor was like the Emperor of Immortal World. He was not a fixed person. It was passed down from generation to generation. Heavenly Emperor A. It was just like how emperors, prime ministers, and so on were all titles. The first Heavenly Emperor was naturally the strongest. Legend has it that the first Heavenly Emperor was a Xiantian life form that could fight against existences like Nuwa, Pangu, Taisheng, Guanyuan, and so on. From this, one could see how strong was the first Heavenly Emperor. The edict of the Heavenly Emperor summoned the first Heavenly Emperor's projection. It was truly an extremely powerful treasure. This treasure was simply unheard of. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor locked onto Lin Feng after it appeared. Whoosh, then. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. When the projection of the Heavenly Emperor opened and closed his eyes, it was as if there were 2 worlds floating within. A terrifying aura was emitted from the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. It was powerful, shocking, and soul-stirring. I originally wanted to kill all 3 of you, but your early escape interrupted my plan. I had no choice but to summon the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. Now, I can only kill you first, then think about killing that damned fatso and that little donkey. Dongfang Jiyu looked at Lin Feng indifferently. At this moment, Xian Lengan and Fairy Yao Ji couldn't help but take a deep breath. Dongfang Jiyu's methods were truly extraordinary. If they were the ones locked onto by the projection of the Heavenly Emperor summoned by the edict of the Heavenly Emperor, Xian Lengan and Fairy Yao Ji felt that they would undoubtedly die. They simply couldn't resist the attack of the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Feng, who was locked onto by the projection of the Heavenly Emperor, felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He felt that he would die at any moment. His body couldn't help but tremble. He had never felt as insignificant as he did now. The first Heavenly Emperor was truly an unrivaled existence. An existence that could compete with Nuwa, Pangu, Grand Supreme, Guanyuan, and other experts was truly too powerful. Even if it was only a projection that appeared after countless years. It was terrifying enough. It made people's hair stand on end. Kill. A cold voice suddenly sounded. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor displayed a powerful attack, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the Heavenly Profound Pagoda to block the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, Lin Feng used one qi into 3 pure ones. The 9 layers of Haki condensed into a magnetic field. Together, they suppressed the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor instantly destroyed the defense of the Heavenly Profound Pagoda. Then, it continued to attack Lin Feng. However, it was suppressed by Lin Feng's 9 layers of Haki. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor's speed was greatly suppressed. Its power also rapidly decreased. But even so, the projection of the Heavenly Emperor was close to being unable to resist. The terrifying aura of the projection of the Heavenly Emperor enveloped Lin Feng. A fist swept towards Lin Feng's main body. Lin Feng waved his 5 times dragon elephant arm and clashed with the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. Crack, crack. His arm had actually been directly broken. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor's power had already reached a shocking level. There was simply no way to resist. Lin Feng's body flew out, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Projection of the Heavenly Emperor. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor continued to launch a terrifying attack towards Lin Feng. This time, the projection of the Heavenly Emperor transformed into a dazzling beam of light. It was as though it could instantly destroy heaven and earth. Even the void was torn apart. Then, it slashed towards Lin Feng. After Lin Feng was locked onto by the terrifying beam of light, he instantly felt the threat of death enveloping his entire body. That aura of death was so dense and so terrifying that it caused one to involuntarily feel despair. Lin Feng's will to resist was about to crumble in an instant. Too terrifying, Xian Lengan and Fairy Yao Ji couldn't help but be greatly shocked. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor's attack wasn't targeted at them. But after feeling the projection of the Heavenly Emperor's attack, the 2 girls couldn't help but reveal an aghast expression. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor's attack was truly too powerful. Anyone would feel despair. In their opinion, Lin Feng. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and great worlds have sent so many experts to take your life, but none of them succeeded. Now, you're going to die in my hands. Do you have any last words before you die? Dongfang Jiyu looked at Lin Feng with a smug look. Clearly, Dongfang Jiyu was very confident that she could kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't despair. His willpower was very strong. He quickly overcame the thought of giving up in his heart. Lin Feng began to use the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. This was a divine ability that Lin Feng created himself. It was Lin Feng's own Tao. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was activated, it was inside Lin Feng's body. All of the Divine Ability Grand Arrays revolved around the Supreme Reincarnation Fist Divine Ability Grand Array and spun rapidly. Lin Feng seemed to have turned into an unparalleled immortal god. His temperament had changed. At this moment, Lin Feng had an indescribable domineering aura. The 2 clones disappeared. The magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of domineering aura dissipated. The Divine Ability Array formed by Lin Feng's 3 types of domineering aura. It also began to revolve around the Supreme Reincarnation Fist's formation. The power of the 3 types of domineering aura continuously flowed into the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng's 3 types of domineering aura were very powerful. The domineering aura had many unimaginable abilities. Unfortunately, perhaps it was because the realm wasn't high enough. Lin Feng had been unable to raise the level of his domineering aura. It was said that domineering aura was divided into many layers. Lin Feng's domineering aura was equivalent to the first layer of domineering aura. Domineering aura transformation was a technique of the second layer of domineering aura. It was unknown how powerful the domineering aura of the third, fourth, and fifth layers would be. Lin Feng's domineering aura was extraordinary. The epic domineering aura was a domineering aura that could continuously evolve. It had already evolved to the third layer, which was red. The white tiger domineering aura was the 7th layer, which was green. The supreme domineering aura was the 9th layer, which was purple. Other than the white tiger Haki that had been cultivated to the Haki transformation stage, epical Haki and supreme Haki were still the most primitive uses. This was especially true for Lin Feng's paragon aura. If he could cultivate it to a high level, facing the attack of the Sky Emperor's phantom, Lin Feng immediately unleashed his Supreme Being aura. It could instantly destroy the Celestial Emperor's phantom. However, that would have to wait until Lin Feng cultivated his Supreme Aura to the 4th or 5th level. Obviously, the current Lin Feng was still far from being able to do this. Of course. Even if he couldn't do it. However, the 3 types of domineering auras in his body played an extremely important role at this moment. The 3 types of domineering auras could stimulate all of Lin Feng's divine abilities and raise their power to the peak. This was a very frightening point. This was because after a cultivator cultivated a divine ability, it was hard to say how much of the divine ability's power could be unleashed. The same person had used the same divine ability twice. The first time he used this divine ability, the power of this divine ability might be able to reach 70% of its peak power. But the second time he used it, it might only be 50% of its peak power. It was almost impossible to unleash 100% of the power of a divine ability. However, the domineering aura could increase the power of these divine abilities to 100%. Moreover, Lin Feng had cultivated close to 100 different divine abilities, and the power of these divine abilities had all reached 100%. And these divine abilities could continuously inject a portion of his power into the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist was powerful in this aspect. The more divine abilities Lin Feng cultivated, the more powerful the Supreme Reincarnation Fist would be when he used it. Of course, the consumption of magic power for this divine ability was unimaginable. The magic power in Lin Feng's body couldn't support him for too long. He estimated that he would only be able to throw 4 or 5 punches. Lin Feng's magic power was about to be depleted. Generally speaking, one had to be extremely careful when using such a divine ability. Especially when surrounded by a large number of cultivators, one had to be even more cautious when using it. Now, Lin Feng had reached the point where he had no choice but to use the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. If he didn't use this divine ability now, he would die in the hands of the Sky Emperor's projection. Lin Feng first used his immortal divine body to recover from his injuries, and then the Supreme Reincarnation Fist swept out towards the Sky Emperor's projection. Bang, along with the earth-shaking sound of violent collisions, the sound of the collision spread out. Lin Feng and the Sky Emperor's projection collided, as if 2 unparalleled rulers of the world had collided. With the place where they collided as the center, the void began to crack. Dense cracks appeared in the void. Those cracks were like spider webs that densely covered the void. It made one's heart involuntarily tremble. How is this possible? Dongfang Jiyu, Xian Lengan, and Fairy Yao Ji all exclaimed in disbelief. The Sky Emperor's projection was so powerful. And now, Lin Feng had actually blocked the Sky Emperor's projection's attack. This made the 3 of them feel as if they were in a dream. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Just how strong was Lin Feng's cultivation base, to be able to block the Sky Emperor's projection's attack? It was only now that the 3 girls realized that they had underestimated Lin Feng's battle strength. Lin Feng was far more terrifying than they had imagined. After the Sky Emperor's projection's attack was blocked by Lin Feng, the Sky Emperor's projection continued to launch a powerful attack on Lin Feng. Bang! 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 Next, both sides once again exchanged 3 punches. The Sky Emperor's projection became even more illusory. Obviously, the Sky Emperor's projection was about to reach its limit. But, at this time, Lin Feng's situation had also become extremely bad. Right now, Lin Feng could only feel that the mana in his body was about to be exhausted. At most, he could still use 1 more punch. If the next punch was still unable to break the Sky Emperor's projection, then it would be dangerous. Let's attack together and increase the power of the Sky Emperor's projection, Dongfang Jiyu said in a deep voice. Next, Dongfang Jiyu, Xian Langan, Fairy Yao Ji and the other 2 all poured their powerful mana into the Sky Emperor's projection's body. The aura of the Sky Emperor's projection soared, and once again, it swept a punch towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression became gloomy, and once again collided with the Sky Emperor's projection. This time, Lin Feng was forced to retreat again and again, and his mana was almost exhausted. Lin Feng's situation became extremely dangerous. However, the Sky Emperor's projection did not collapse. The three holy maidens seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Lin Feng's situation, and immediately became incomparably proud. But at this moment, Fatso and Little Donkey split open the void and appeared behind the three holy maidens. "Lord Heavenly Donkey Lord is back again," Little Donkey shouted loudly, locking onto Dongfeng Jiyu and Xianlengan. Little Donkey, this guy, actually fought 1 against 2, raising his back hooves and kicking towards the two. Fatso, on the other hand, locked onto Fairy Yao Ji, and punched towards her. Fatso and Little Donkey had yet to leave. They had been hiding in the dark, ready to attack Dongfeng Jiyu, Xianlengan, and Fairy Yao Ji at any time. It was just that they hadn't found the opportunity before. Now, the three saintesses had all made their moves, strengthening the Heavenly Emperor's projection with their magic power. Their attention was focused on killing Lin Feng. Therefore, Fatso and Little Donkey had locked onto this opportunity and suddenly attacked, catching the three saintesses off guard. Little Donkey's attack was very powerful. The power of his 2 hooves was so strong that it made people pale. Dongfeng Jiyu and Xianlengan's expressions changed slightly. They quickly blocked Little Donkey's attack. However, before they could attack, they heard a poof sound. Following that, a stench quickly spread out. Little Donkey was indeed a piece of work. When he attacked, he used a series of dirty tricks. He actually used such shameless methods to deal with peerless beauties like Dongfeng Jiyu and Xianlengan. Dongfeng Jiyu and Xianlengan almost fainted from the smell. Even though the two of them weren't misophobic. But they were also women who loved cleanliness. Now that they smelled such a disgusting smell, they saw stars and felt nauseous. They almost vomited directly. They had made their move in a hurry. The power they gathered wasn't particularly strong. After smelling Little Donkey's smelly attack, the power they had gathered with great difficulty dissipated by another 30%. Bang bang, the two sides collided. Little Donkey directly kicked Dongfeng Jiyu and Xianlengan away. Ahaha! Heavenly Donkey Holy Sovereign's attack is indeed extraordinary. Little Donkey couldn't help but laugh. Little Donkey wasn't bragging. His attack was indeed very powerful. Dongfeng Jiyu's magic power was on the verge of dissipating. She couldn't continue to activate the Heavenly Emperor's decree. Without the support of powerful magic power, the Heavenly Emperor's projection began to gradually dissipate. At the same time, on the other side, Fatso locked onto Fairy Yao Ji. Fairy Yao Ji was incomparably terrifying. But after all, she had made her move in a hurry. After clashing with Fatso, she was directly sent flying by Fatso. Fairy Yao Jiyu's face became extremely pale. She also suffered heavy injuries. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He circulated the remaining magic power in his body and then punched towards the Heavenly Emperor's projection. A muffled sound of collision was heard. After taking on Lin Feng's punch, Linz's to say, Linz's twos. Lin Feng took out his celestial absorbing jar, which flew out and absorbed the Celestial Emperor's edict. Because the Heavenly Emperor's to twos. Dongfeng Jiyu suffered a backlash and couldn't help but let out a painful scream. Then Lin Feng took out his immortal binding rope. To wrap to bind Donkey-us Little Donkey charged towards Xianlengan. He lifted his back hoof and kicked at Xianlengan again. Xianlengan was exhausted and was once again sent flying by Little Donkey's kick. Little Donkey charged forward. Powerful magic power surged out and directly suppressed Xianlengan. Hee, Fairy Yao Ji, Grandpa Fatty has admired you for a long time. Be suppressed by Grandpa Fatty. Fatso charged towards Fairy Yao Ji. This guy had a smile on his face. His eyes were shining as he looked at Fairy Yao Ji. Fatso wanted to suppress Fairy Yao Ji. But at this moment, Fairy Yao Ji took out a jade talisman. That jade talisman directly exploded. Bang, a powerful force of impact. It fiercely bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. The power of such a fierce attack was terrifying to the extreme. Fatso was sent flying. Fairy Yao Ji tore apart the formation and quickly escaped. "Io! This little girl is really ruthless. She almost used a jade talisman to blow Grandpa Fatty to death." The saying that a woman's heart is the most poisonous is indeed true. Fatso howled. This guy's clothes were all tattered from the explosion. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that Fatso did not have any injuries on his body. Although Fatso's screams were loud, in reality, he did not suffer any injuries at all. Fatso, you still have the nerve to act pitiful here? You let Yao Ji go. Do you know that? Little donkey could not help but roll his eyes at Fatso. Fatso could not help but roll his eyes and say, "Damn donkey, what are you saying? Do you believe that Grandpa Fatty will beat you up for being so impudent?" Little donkey curled his lips and said, "If you dare to make a move, Grandpa Heavenly Donkey doesn't mind kicking you to death." Fighting each other was Fatso and Little Donkey's daily life. This was something that Lin Feng already knew. They were a pair of clowns. Seeing Fatso and Little Donkey fighting each other, Lin Feng could not help but laugh out loud. "Lin Feng, what will it take for you to let us go?" Dongfang Jiyu took a deep breath and tried her best to calm herself down before looking at Lin Feng and asking. Xianxia also said, "Tell us your conditions. We will definitely do our best to agree to them." Lin Feng said with a smile, 30 types of 3,000 grand daos and I will return your freedom. After hearing Lin Feng's conditions, Dongfang Jiyu and Xianxia could not help but roll their eyes. Dongfang Jiyu coldly said, "You are making things difficult for us. Treasures, cultivation resources, heavenly treasures, etc. We can give you anything you want." Xianxia said. These inheritances would not be passed down to outsiders. Sometimes, these inheritances would not be willing to cooperate, but it was not that these people did not want to cooperate. It was because there was a restriction in their minds. If they dared to pass down these inheritances, the restriction in their minds would kill them. Lin Feng said indifferently, "If that's the case, then I have nothing to say to you. I will wait for your elders to come." Following that, Lin Feng took out the 9-dragon cauldron and suppressed the 2 women inside. Although Fairy Yao Ji had escaped, Lin Feng was still quite satisfied with being able to suppress Dongfang Jiyu and Xianxia. Broken Dragon Ridge was not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng said, "This place is too eerie and terrifying. Let's quickly leave." Fatso and Little Donkey hurriedly nodded. They did not want to stay here any longer. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the depths of Broken Dragon Ridge. Black fog rolled. It covered the entire Broken Dragon Ridge. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey were unable to leave Broken Dragon Ridge. They were trapped inside. Broken Dragon Ridge was a very scary place. Many people had died in Broken Dragon Ridge. Therefore, after suppressing Dongfang Jiyu and Xianxia, Lin Feng wanted to quickly leave Broken Dragon Ridge. However, it seemed that they could not leave even if they wanted to. Kacha, kacha. It was at this moment that a series of strange sounds were heard. It sounded like the sound of friction, the sound of bones cracking, and the sound of chewing. What's that sound? Fatso's voice turned solemn. Fatso's methods were extraordinary, and he had always treated life like a game. It was rare for him to have such a serious expression on his face. However, it was different now. This was because the fatty sensed an aura that made his soul tremble. It sounds like the sound of chewing. Could some powerful monster be eating something? Little Donkey couldn't help but ask. He then looked at Fatso and said, "Fatso, you're in trouble. You're so fat, and you taste just right. If that monster really wants to eat the 3 of us, it'll definitely eat you first. You have to hold on for a little longer. The longer you hold on, the greater our chances of escaping." Fatso rolled his eyes when he heard Little Donkey's words. Haven't you heard of this saying? Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. This means that donkey meat is the most delicious thing in the world. If I were that monster, I'd eat you first. You have to hold on for a little longer so that Lin Feng and I can escape. Little Donkey and Fatso were truly a pair of clowns. They were the best of the best. Even at a time like this, they still didn't forget to tease each other. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire the 2 of them. The sound disappeared, Lin Feng said. The strange sound didn't continue. It quickly disappeared. After hearing the strange sound, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. That sound was too strange. He didn't know what it came from. Do you want to go deeper to take a look? Little Donkey said. There was a strange sound in the depths. They were unwilling to retreat just like that. Little Donkey wasn't the only one who was unwilling. Lin Feng and Fatso were also unwilling. Of course, they knew that once they entered the depths, they would face great danger. However, as the saying went, wealth comes from danger. They didn't want to take any risks. They also wanted to obtain a great opportunity. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Soon, the three of them came to an agreement and decided to explore the depths. This place was called Broken Dragon Ridge, but it was the terrain of the Devil Burial Ground. What was so profound about it? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Perhaps after entering, they would be able to uncover the secrets hidden within. The three of them carefully walked toward the depths of Broken Dragon Ridge. As they gradually approached the depths, the three of them felt a cold aura enveloping their bodies. It was as if something terrifying was staring at them in the dark. Lin Feng took out 2 stone swords to protect himself. Fatty, on the other hand, took out a dirt yellow flag. His khaki-colored flag looked a little shabby. However, the origin of that khaki-colored flag was extremely extraordinary. That treasure was called the Devil Suppressing Banner. It said, it was extremely powerful. The donkey, on the other hand, took out a black hoof. What is this thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but look curiously at the black donkey's hoof. Little Donkey. Little Donkey said mysteriously, this is a holy artifact. Holy artifact? Lin Feng looked at the black donkey's hoof in surprise. He couldn't see anything special about the black donkey hoof. However, Little Donkey said that the black donkey's hoof was a holy artifact. Then, the black donkey's hoof might really be a holy artifact. Does this black donkey's hoof have an extraordinary origin? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Of course. The black donkey's hoof is one of the 7 evil warding treasures. Little Donkey said. Then, he continued, the black donkey's hoof I obtained is not simple. It's not an ordinary black donkey's hoof, but a black donkey's hoof left behind by a descendant of the Black Donkey clan. It was indeed an extraordinary treasure because Fatso's eyes shone with greed as he looked at the black donkey's hoof. It seemed like he wanted to rush up and snatch the treasure away. However, Fatso didn't act. Perhaps he had done so before, but Little Donkey was very strong, even stronger than Fatso. It was impossible for Fatso to snatch something from Little Donkey. If he really attacked, the most likely possibility was that he would be beaten up by Little Donkey. The three of them continued walking. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of Broken Dragon Ridge. In this place, a huge passage appeared. The passage was as black as ink. It was connected to the depths of the ground. It was very deep and emitted a cold and terrifying aura. It's here. Let's be careful. Lin Feng reminded. This place made him feel very uneasy, but Lin Feng didn't plan to leave. He had already prepared to enter and explore. After arriving at the place, it was naturally impossible for him to suddenly change his mind. Fatso and Little Donkey's expressions also became solemn. They nodded and walked towards the underground passage with Lin Feng. This underground passage was extremely deep and emitted a cold and terrifying aura. However, the three of them didn't encounter any danger along the way, which made them feel extremely surprised. In the end, the three of them entered a huge underground cave. The depths of this underground cave were connected to 3 passages. The passage led to a deeper place. In the cave, there were many skeletons accumulated. They should be the skeletons left behind by the creatures who died here. After seeing those skeletons, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Because he saw some extremely extraordinary skeletons. For example, he saw a jade-like skeleton that was crystal clear. There were also a few golden skeletons. Of course, there were also many different skeletons. The skeletons here had completely decayed. With a light touch, they would turn into ashes. Bones evolving into golden or jade-like colors is not something that ordinary cultivators can do. The cultivators who died here were very powerful. Fatso said. Lin Feng said. I wonder how these people died. At that moment, waves of terrifying fluctuations came from the depths of the 3 caves. After sensing the powerful fluctuations coming from the depths of the caves, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become solemn. It seemed that something terrifying was quickly crawling out from the depths of the caves. Not long after, a huge cobra nearly 100 meters long crawled out from the left passage. It was a 9-headed cobra, and its eyes flickered with a sinister light. A huge toad crawled out from the right passage. This toad was pitch black, and venom constantly flowed out from its body. It was extremely horrifying and terrifying. In the middle of the tunnel, a huge spider spirit crawled out. This spider spirit had 7 hideous human heads on its abdomen. The 9-headed Cobra King. The Dark Toad. The human-faced spider demon. Each of the 3 terrifying creatures exuded an aura that made one's heart palpitate. That aura was so terrifying that anyone who sensed it would involuntarily feel a sense of horror. Keek keek. Lowly creatures, you actually dared to enter the forbidden area. You're simply courting death. The dark toad laughed sinisterly. The flesh and blood of ants like you are really delicious, especially that brat in the middle. His flesh and blood is so fragrant. The 9-headed Cobra King's sinister eyes looked at Lin Feng. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the effect it had on the evolution of these creatures. Lin Feng's bloodline was really too powerful. Therefore, in the eyes of the 9-headed Cobra King, Lin Feng's flesh and blood was extremely delicious. The human-faced spider demon said, "Don't waste your breath. Let's kill these 3. The human-faced spider demon should be the leader of these 3 creatures." As soon as he finished speaking, the human-faced spider demon took the lead and pounced on Lin Feng. Then, the 9-headed Cobra King pounced on Fatso. The dark toad pounced on Little Donkey. Pfft. The dark toad directly sprayed a large amount of poison at Little Donkey. Pfft, pfft. Pfft, pfft. Pfft. Instantly, the void was corroded by the dark toad's poison. The dark toad's poison was extremely terrifying. This kind of poison could cause unimaginable harm to a cultivator. Even a great emperor-level expert would die in a very short period of time after being poisoned. I'll let you have a taste of Lord Heavenly Donkey's unparalleled unique skill. Facing the dark toad's attack, Little Donkey directly aimed his donkey butt at the dark toad. Pfft. 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 Then, a series of smelly attacks were released by Little Donkey. Little Donkey's smelly attacks were really too powerful. It directly formed a gust of wind and blew back the dark toad's poison. The poison was directly sprinkled on the dark toad's body. The dark toad roared, "Lowly creature, I'll take your dog life. Divine toad art." Then the dark toad roared, and its body began to swell. They started to croak. An extremely terrifying power condensed within its body. Clearly, it was brewing an extremely terrifying divine ability. At the other side, the 9-headed Cobra King's attack was also extremely powerful. All 9 heads could spit out venom. In addition to venom, it could also spit out various other attacks. For example, thunder, lightning, hail, fire, and so on. Venom was one of the 9-headed King Cobra's trump cards, while thunder, lightning, and other attacks were its innate attacks. Now, the 9-headed Cobra King's attack was truly horrifying and shocking. Those terrifying rays of light caused people to be shocked and moved. An overwhelming number of attacks blasted towards Fatso. "Oh my god! Help!" Fatso screamed. This guy was already screaming before the fight even started. It really made people speechless. Such a powerful attack made Fatso's heart skip a beat. If not for the fact that the 9-headed Cobra King had locked on and could not escape, Fatso might have already run away. The 9-headed Cobra King looked at Fatso indifferently and disdainfully. In its opinion, the ant-like human Fatso in front of it was not much of a threat. Killing this fatty was as easy as flipping his hand. When the dense attacks were about to hit Fatso, Fatso's fat body suddenly moved quickly as if it was teleporting. Whoosh! 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 Every time Fatso appeared, he would only stay for a moment and then disappear directly. He was quickly approaching the 9-headed Cobra King. Fatso's methods were still very shocking. Lin Feng and Fatso were best friends, but in fact, he did not even know the origin of Fatso. Back then, he met Fatso and Little Donkey on the way to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. At that time, Fatso and Little Donkey were also out to gain experience. In the beginning, Lin Feng did not feel that Fatso and Little Donkey were extraordinary. But the more he knew, the more shocked he was. These two people had too many methods. They definitely had a shocking origin. However, Fatso and Little Donkey did not mention their origin. Lin Feng naturally would not take the initiative to ask. Everyone had their secrets. The way to get along with friends was to respect their secrets. If a friend did not want to say but still tried to pry into his friend's privacy, when the time came, no matter how good the relationship was, it would drift apart. At this time, the magic weapon in Fatso's hand had changed from the demon suppression flag to a dagger. The nine-headed Cobra King's 9 ferocious heads spat out one attack after another, but they could not hurt Fatso. Fatso dodged all of them. Fatso came to the top of a huge and ferocious head of the nine-headed Cobra King. Then, he held the dagger in his hand and stabbed at the 7-inch position of the nine-headed Cobra King's head fiercely. The 7-inch position. The weakest point of a snake was also the Achilles heel. Once the 7-inch position was hurt, the snake would almost certainly die. It's done. Fatso's eyes suddenly lit up. Fatso wanted to pierce the 7-inch position of the 9 heads of the 9-headed Cobra King. In this way, the 9 heads would die one after another, and the 9-headed Cobra King would be killed in the end. But, when Fatso's dagger stabbed at the 7-inch position of the 9-headed Cobra King's head, there was a clang of collision. Sparks flew everywhere, clang. It was as if this attack had struck the hardest magical treasure. It could not cause any damage to the 9-headed Cobra King at all. Damn it! This giant snake is terrifying. Its 7-inch head is so hard. Fatso screamed in horror. At this moment, the 9-headed Cobra King's thick tail had already lashed over. Fatso wanted to dodge, but the surrounding void was confined by the 9-headed Cobra King, so his teleportation failed. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The 9-headed Cobra King's thick tail had already lashed Fatso's body, and directly sent Fatso flying. Barf! Fatso could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as pale as paper. With a plop, he fell to the ground. The 9-headed Cobra King opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Fatso, wanting to swallow Fatso in one gulp. At this time, the human-faced spider demon also launched a powerful attack on Lin Feng. The human-faced spider demon spat out dense spider webs. The spider web of the human-faced spider spirit was very special. The spider webs that it spat out were all dark green in color. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a strange spider web. Obviously, the spider web that the human-faced spider spirit spat out contained a terrifying poison. Such a spider web was extremely terrifying. If a cultivator was careless, they could be poisoned. Such a terrifying spider web naturally had to be treated with caution. These 3 monsters were all extremely proficient in poisonous attacks, and he did not know why 3 monsters with such abilities would appear in this place. Black flame devouring god fire. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the 8th heavenly flame flew out. Ordinary flames were unable to cause any damage to the spider web of the human-faced spider spirit. Only the heavenly flame could cause a devastating blow to the spider web spat out by the human-faced spider spirit. Furthermore, the heavenly flame that Lin Feng had summoned was such a high-level heavenly flame. The 8th heavenly flame. It was definitely an extremely heaven-defying heavenly flame. Chi. When the spider web spat out by the human-faced spider spirit was enveloped by the 8th heavenly flame. Suddenly, the spider web began to burn violently, emitting an incomparably foul smell. Lin Feng took out 2 stone swords and slashed towards the human-faced spider spirit. Heavenly flame, it's actually the heavenly flame. Despicable brat, you actually have the heavenly flame. But it's useless. So what if you have the heavenly flame? It's impossible for you to be a match for me. The human-faced spider spirit couldn't help but let out a series of earth-shaking roars. It raised its huge claws, each of which was like the sharpest spears. A light strike. It could pierce through the void, shattering heaven and earth. The power was so strong. It was truly shocking. It made people unable to help but be shocked. Clang clang, the human-faced spider spirit's sharp claws collided with Lin Feng's stone sword. It actually blocked the power of Lin Feng's stone sword. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the attack of the human-faced spider spirit was. Crack crack, suddenly. The ground split open. A tail actually emerged from the ground, and that tail directly wrapped around Lin Feng. That tail was the human-faced spider spirit's tail. It was like a scorpion's tail. The tail was well hidden by the human-faced spider demon. Previously, Lin Feng hadn't noticed that the human-faced spider spirit had such a strange tail. After Lin Feng was entangled, the barbs at the end of the human-faced spider demon's tail stabbed towards Lin Feng's chest. The barb shone with a blue luster. Obviously, it contained a deadly poison. At the other side, the Dark Toad's divine toad technique was truly terrifying, forming a huge shockwave. The shockwave spat out by the Dark Toad swept Little Donkey's body and sent Little Donkey flying. The Dark Toad quickly flew toward Little Donkey and arrived in front of Little Donkey in an instant. Then, the Dark Toad stuck out its tongue and rolled it towards Little Donkey. Little Donkey was caught by the Dark Toad's tongue. The Dark Toad was going to devour Little Donkey. At this moment, whether it was Lin Feng, Fatso, or Little Donkey, they were all in danger. The situation was precarious, and the slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. These three creatures were too terrifying and posed a serious threat to the lives of Lin Feng and the other two. The expressions of the three of them couldn't help but turn ugly. At this critical juncture, the three of them launched a counterattack. First, it was Little Donkey. Holy light intertwined in his body. There was a mysterious bone in Little Donkey's body. That bone was too extraordinary. It was surrounded by holy power. No one knew what kind of bone it was. The mysterious bone swept out a dazzling and powerful holy power. The holy power instantly rushed out of Little Donkey's body and penetrated the Dark Toad's head. Croak, croak, croak. After the Dark Toad's huge body collapsed, it let out a few unwilling cries. Then, it fell to the ground and died. Fatso also displayed his extraordinary ability. He was about to be swallowed by the nine-headed Cobra King. Whoosh, Fatso's body suddenly disappeared. Only a little puppet was left on the spot. Originally, the void was imprisoned, which made it difficult for Fatso to move. However, Fatso was proficient in puppetry. So, he summoned a puppet to replace his real body. His real body dodged the nine-headed Cobra King's attack. The nine-headed Cobra King didn't swallow Fatso. It was Fatso's puppet. In the next moment, Fatso came above the nine-headed Cobra King, and a broken sword appeared in his hand. It was a bronze sword, although it had been broken in the middle. However, the power emitted by the broken sword was still enough to make people turn pale with fright. That broken sword was definitely an extremely powerful treasure. The broken sword directly pierced the 7-inch mark of one of the nine-headed Cobra King's heads. Screech, the nine-headed Cobra King let out a shrill scream. The head that was pierced by the 7-inch mark instantly lost all its vitality. The nine-headed Cobra King turned its head and bit Fatso. However, Fatso was too fast. He teleported and dodged the nine-headed Cobra King's attack. Then, he appeared above the second head of the snake. Then, the sharp broken sword pierced into the second head. The second head was also killed by Fatso. The same thing happened. Fatty killed 9 of the enemy's heads in a row. In the end, the nine-headed Cobra King was successfully killed by Fatso. At the same time, Lin Feng also launched an attack on the human-faced spider demon. When the human-faced spider demon's poisonous barb stabbed towards Lin Feng exhaled like a sword. The sword chi slashed towards the barb that was coming at him. Then, a sonorous collision sound was heard. Although the sword energy that Lin Feng exhaled did not directly destroy the barb, it blocked the barb's attack. Lin Feng immediately activated the 5 times strength of the arm of the dragon elephant and directly grabbed the human-faced spider demon's tail. Then, he suddenly exerted force. How terrifying was Lin Feng's strength! The human-faced spider demon's tail could not withstand such terrifying strength. Pfft! The human-faced spider demon's tail was directly torn off by Lin Feng. Screech! The human-faced spider demon let out a shrill scream after its tail was cut off. Obviously, the human-faced spider demon was seriously injured after its tail was torn off by Lin Feng. Lin Feng recalled the stone sword and quickly rushed towards the human-faced spider demon with 2 stone swords in his hands. Then, he suddenly slapped the hilt of the stone sword with force. The two stone swords were hit by such a powerful impact and instantly pierced through the human-faced spider demon's body. The human-faced spider demon was killed, the three terrifying beasts were all killed. Go, let's go deeper and take a look. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey all carefully walked towards the depths because they did not know what would appear in the depths. If a few more powerful and terrifying creatures appeared, wouldn't they be courting death if they went in rashly? The passage was deep. After walking for about an hour, they finally reached the end of the passageway. There was a huge stone cave at the end of the passage. The final place where the three passages connected was the stone cave that appeared in front of them. Lin Feng and the other two entered and found that there were many skeletons here. These are the skeletons of dead cultivators. They should be the cultivators who were eaten by the three-headed monster. Fatso could not help but say. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as Fatso said. The skeletons here should be the skeletons that were eaten by the three-headed monster. However, they did not find the legendary skeleton of the Eastern Dragon God in the Broken Dragon Ridge. They also did not find the demon buried in the demon burial land. This was a little strange. Lin Feng was puzzled. However, the Broken Dragon Ridge was a strange place. Many things were difficult to explain. Look, those murals. Suddenly, Little Donkey pointed to the various murals around the stone cave. Lin Feng looked at those murals and suddenly showed a shocked expression. Those murals were very special. Every mural contained a terrifying wave of energy. Moreover, there were only two figures in those murals. One was the Eastern Dragon God. And another was a mysterious powerhouse surrounded by endless demonic chi. These two existences fought together. After seeing the contents on the murals, Lin Feng was very surprised. This had always been rumored to be the place where the Eastern Dragon God fell. In addition, this was the terrain of the demon burial land. Logically, a terrifying demon should be buried here to form the demon burial land. Therefore, Lin Feng suspected that this place was likely to be the place where the Eastern Dragon God and a powerful demon were buried. However, he had been unable to find the corpses of the Eastern Dragon God and the demon. There was no clue about the Eastern Dragon God and the demon. But now, these murals seem to reveal everything that happened during the war in the past. This is a memory stone. It can imprint some things that happened. The Demon Lord said. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. There was actually such a mystical thing in this world. It was truly unimaginable and shocking. Lin Feng looked at the murals one by one and realized that this Eastern Divine Dragon was fighting intensely with this powerful devil. It was hard to determine the victor. In the battle, these two terrifying existences had suffered heavy injuries. Why do such powerful existences insist on fighting to the death? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He felt that this matter was very strange. Perhaps there was something hidden that no one knew about. However, countless years had passed. Perhaps it would be difficult to find out more about these things. The murals have disappeared. Fatso pointed to the place behind the last mural. The walls in that area had collapsed. As a result, the murals disappeared. Lin Feng didn't know what was engraved on the back. Right now, Lin Feng was frowning. Little Donkey said, "Perhaps you can comprehend it. Who knows, you might be able to gain something." The donkey's method was the only one they could think of at the moment. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey each looked for a place. Then, they comprehended the mural's contents. As time passed, Lin Feng suddenly felt an ancient aura rush towards him. Roar. Next, a high-pitched dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. Lin Feng suddenly came back to his senses when he heard the dragon chant. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he immediately found himself above an ancient mountain forest in the distant void. An Eastern Divine Dragon was engaged in a fierce battle with a Devil Clan expert shrouded in endless devil chi. Extremely terrifying fluctuations surged from the Eastern Divine Dragon's body. The Devil expert was equally powerful. His aura was not any weaker than the Eastern Divine Dragon's. These two existences fought until the sky darkened. The sun and moon lost their light, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the void collapsed. An ancient scroll shrouded in divine light was suspended in midair. The reason why these two terrifying existences were fighting to the death was because of that ancient scroll. The scroll can't be engraved on the murals. I wonder what's the reason for that. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Swoosh. At this moment, a light flashed, and the Demon Lord also appeared in this world. The Demon Lord had a special connection with Lin Feng. He could enter the world that Lin Feng entered when he was in an epiphany. Moreover, this wasn't the first time the Demon Lord had done this. Therefore, when he saw the Demon Lord enter, Lin Feng didn't find it strange. The Demon Lord said, although that stone can engrave many things that happened, there are also some things that can't be engraved. There are even some living beings that can't be engraved. After saying this, Xianxia nodded. The Demon Lord pointed in a direction. A black-robed cultivator stood on a mountain peak not far away. That black-robed cultivator was surrounded by a cold and terrifying aura. When he saw that black-robed cultivator, Lin Feng frowned slightly. That black-robed cultivator also didn't appear on the murals. However, that black-robed cultivator gave him a sense of déjà vu. The battle between the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert became more and more intense. In the end, both sides suffered great losses, and there was no clear winner. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator stepped forward and walked toward the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert. If I'm not mistaken, the content of this scroll should be the Sky Tyrant Divine Technique, right? The black-robed cultivator said indifferently. Who are you? The expressions of the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert changed abruptly. The dead have no right to know who I am. The black-robed cultivator said indifferently. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed cultivator launched an extremely powerful attack on the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert. This black-robed cultivator was extremely terrifying. His combat strength was so strong that it made people pale with fright. The Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert joined forces to besiege the black-robed cultivator, but in the end, they were no match for him. Poof, poof, 2 consecutive ripping sounds were heard. The Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert were both killed by the black-robed cultivator. The Sky Tyrant Divine Technique, the supreme technique created by the first Sky Tyrant Divine Lord during the era of titled gods. It's amazing that something that has been lost for so long still exists in this world. This treasure is mine. First generation Sky Tyrant Divine Lord? Who is that? And what is the Sky Tyrant Divine Art? To think that these powerful beings would go so crazy over it. Lin Feng could not help but ponder. His heart was filled with doubts. Swish, suddenly, a cultivator appeared beside the scroll and grabbed the scroll containing the heavenly Hegemon Divine Formula. That cultivator had obtained the Sky Tyrant Divine Art in advance. You're courting death. The black-robed cultivator's eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his right hand and sent a palm strike towards the cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere. The cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere was shrouded in holy light. It was unknown who he was, and his face could not be seen clearly. Bam, following that, the two of them exchanged blows. With the place where the two of them exchanged blows as the center, the void was instantly destroyed. It was hard to imagine how terrifying these two beings were. Who are you? The black-robed cultivator's expression was indifferent. Human. Lin Xiaobai. The cultivator shrouded in boundless holy light said with an indifferent expression. The holy light disappeared. The cultivator appeared. He was a very handsome cultivator. His face was resolute, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. Lin Xiaobai? Your surname is Lin? Could it be that you are related to Lin Qi? The black-robed cultivator said with a gloomy expression. Lin Qi is my father. Lin Xiaobai said indifferently. So you are Lin Qi's son. Lin Qi deserves death. The black-robed cultivator's eyes were filled with killing intent. Next, he rushed towards Lin Xiaobai. Killing you is enough to make Lin Qi suffer for the rest of his life. The black-robed cultivator said with an indifferent expression. Myriad Dao Shatter. The black-robed cultivator used a powerful mystic art. It was sent straight towards Lin Xiaobai. 6. Paths of Reincarnation. Lin Xiaobai's voice was indifferent. He also used a powerful mystic art and sent it towards the black-robed cultivator. Bam, the two of them collided violently. The black-robed cultivator was sent flying by Lin Xiaobai's 6 paths of reincarnation. Barf. The black-robed cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. 6 paths of reincarnation? How is that possible? Why do you know the 6 paths of reincarnation? Isn't your father the only one who knows the 6 paths of reincarnation? The black-robed cultivator roared in shock and anger. All human cultivators have a chance to comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xiaobai's expression was indifferent. Your race is destined to never be able to peek into the mysteries of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This is a supreme skill that only we humans can cultivate. Lin Xiaobai said coldly as he stepped towards the black-robed cultivator. Do you know who I am? The black-robed cultivator's voice changed slightly. 3,000 years ago, Honorable Lord Tai Dao, Honorable Lord Yuan Tian, Honorable Lord Tai Chu, and Honorable Lord Nirvana came together to kill my father. How could I not know about your clan? Lin Xiaobai's voice was filled with killing intent. In that battle, Lin Qi was injured. Moreover, his injuries were extremely strange. He had yet to recover. Lin Xiaobai's hatred towards the black-robed cultivator's clan naturally reached the heavens. Humph. Back then, your father was lucky that he managed to escape. Since he managed to escape with his life, he should have gone into hiding and never appeared again. The black-robed cultivator said coldly. The reason I appeared was to kill you all. Lin Xiaobai said coldly. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? The black-robed cultivator said coldly. Whoosh, he did not stop and quickly flew into the distance. In that clan. This black-robed cultivator had yet to reach the level of experts like Honorable Lord Tai Dao. Although he really wanted to kill Lin Xiaobai, he had to admit that Lin Xiaobai, who had mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation, was not someone he could kill. Therefore, this black-robed cultivator wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and report the latest news of the Lin clan to his superiors. The destruction of your clan begins with you. Lin Xiaobai quickly chased after him. He still used the powerful 6 paths of reincarnation to attack the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator wanted to escape but he could not. He was entangled by Lin Xiaobai. He fought with Lin Xiaobai and was eventually injured by Lin Xiaobai. You dare to come out and walk around with that puny cultivation base of yours? Lin Xiaobai's expression was indifferent and his killing intent was even stronger than before. The black-robed cultivator was infuriated. He had never been looked down upon by anyone. No one dared to look down on their clan either. In the eyes of the black-robed cultivator, the living beings of this era were nothing more than toys that they reared in captivity. How they wanted to play them to death. How they wanted to play them to death. Although there would occasionally be a few stronger characters that appeared. Ultimately, it was fate that could not be changed. But now, this lowly bloodline cultivator in his eyes was actually looking down on him so much. This was something that the black-robed cultivator could not accept. He felt as though he had just been humiliated. Both parties continued to fight for dozens of rounds. Even after using his final desperate move, he still could not injure Lin Xiaobai. The black-robed cultivator's injuries were getting worse. He could be killed by Lin Xiaobai at any moment. I can't accept this. My clan is so noble that you lowly creatures don't even understand the history of my clan. But now, I've actually been defeated by an ant like you. I'm not willing to accept this, I'm not willing to accept this, I'm not willing to accept this. The black-robed cultivator roared in anger. You think too highly of yourself. In this world, everyone is equal. What's the difference between nobility and lowly? Lin Xiaobai said coldly. He quickly rushed forward, wanting to kill this black-robed cultivator. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator roared, no one can kill a cultivator of my clan. Go to hell. Boom, as soon as he said that. The black-robed cultivator's body exploded. This black-robed cultivator actually chose to self-destruct to kill Lin Xiaobai. Even before he died, he wanted to drag Lin Xiaobai down with him. This black-robed cultivator's strength was simply too strong. The destructive power of self-destruction from an expert of his level was completely unimaginable. An energy fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and the earth surged out. Even the void was shattered. Following that, that terrifying energy wave. It directly drowned Lin Xiaobai. Although Lin Xiaobai was extremely strong, he was unable to resist the energy wave from the black-robed cultivator's self-destruction. He could vaguely see Lin Xiaobai's body, under the attack of the black-robed cultivator's self-destruction. It began to crumble inch by inch, turning into ashes. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. Lin Xiaobai was Lin Qi's son. Wasn't that his ancestor? So in his father's bloodline, there was another terrifying character like Lin Xiaobai besides Lin Qi. However, Lin Feng was saddened by Lin Xiaobai's death. It was also hard for him to accept this fact. But in the end, Lin Feng could only let out a sigh. Because he had seen it with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. Lin Xiaobai had died just like that. The death of a top expert of the Lin clan seemed to be a little too unworthy. Undying indestructible. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. At the center of the explosion, endless holy light shot up into the sky. Within the holy light, a figure vaguely appeared. That voice was Lin Xiaobai's. The ancestor is not dead. Lin Feng could not help but open his eyes wide, his face filled with joy. Lin Xiaobai had long cultivated an undying body. His physical body was almost undying and extremely powerful. Now, Lin Xiaobai's undying body had displayed a shocking ability. His body was reborn in perfect condition. Even someone as powerful as the black-robed cultivator could not kill Lin Xiaobai by self-detonating. Lin Xiaobai floated in mid-air, looking at the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Demon Clan expert. He could not help but sigh softly. What a pity, what a pity. There are some things that you are still unable to come into contact with. If you could come into contact with those things, you would not have continued to fight to the death. If not for the fact that both sides were injured, perhaps you would not have died in the end. Lin Xiaobai did not specify what some things he was talking about. Then, Lin Xiaobai buried the corpses of the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Demon Clan expert in the forest. They died because of it. This thing shall rest here forever. Lin Xiaobai then placed the scroll in the burial ground of the two experts. He allowed the scroll to accompany the two experts who were buried here. As time passed, the world changed greatly. This place turned into a terrifying land of danger. Then, this island became the famous Lulan Island. This was something that happened many tens of thousands of years later. All the images disappeared. Lin Feng found that his divine consciousness had returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he was still sitting in the cave. Little Donkey and Fatso still had not woken up. They seemed to have entered a mysterious state of epiphany. He wondered if what they were seeing was the same as what he was seeing. Scroll. That scroll. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. If everything that happened in the world that he saw in the epiphany was true, then that was to say, the scroll that recorded the Sky Tyrant divine art was still here. For the time being, Lin Feng didn't know what was recorded in the Sky Tyrant God tactic. He would have to wait until he found the scroll before he could know the contents of the Sky Tyrant God tactic. Lin Feng tried to use the dragon-seeking formula, a secret technique he had obtained from Taoist Wu Liang, to search for the mysterious scroll. However, he was unable to find any clues. Not long after, Fatso and Little Donkey woke up one after another. The two of them cried out in unison. Scroll, that scroll must be here. It seemed that Fatso and Little Donkey had seen something similar to what he had seen. That was why they knew that the scroll that recorded the Sky Tyrant God tactic was here. Lin Feng nodded and said, if it hasn't been taken by someone else, the scroll should still be here. However, I've been looking for it for a while, but I haven't been able to find the scroll. Maybe it's underground? Fatso pointed to the ground and said. Then, this guy wanted to use the earth burrowing technique to burrow into the ground to search. Soon, Fatso showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Because the ground here was very special, it was impossible to use the earth burrowing technique to burrow into it. There was a terrifying restrictive power in the ground. Unless one could break that restrictive power. Lin Feng had already discovered that restrictive power earlier. After studying it, he found that it was impossible to break that restrictive power. The restrictive power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it didn't seem to be a restriction set up by a cultivator. Lin Feng guessed that it was very likely that when the world changed, the laws of the world changed and condensed into this restrictive power. This restrictive power was the most terrifying type of restriction. It was a restriction of the heavenly Tao. With Lin Feng's current strength, he couldn't break through it. He still couldn't break through this powerful restrictive power. Could it be that we really have no fate with that scroll? Fatso said unwillingly. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Sky Tyrant God tactic, recorded in the scroll, was definitely extraordinary. He also wanted to find that scroll and see what kind of ultimate technique the Sky Tyrant God tactic was. But now, Lin Feng was extremely disappointed that he couldn't find the scroll. Look, there's so much demonic qi. At that moment, the donkey suddenly exclaimed. Lin Feng and Fatso looked outside the cave. They saw a large amount of demonic qi churning in the 3 tunnels. Previously, Lin Feng's attention was focused on finding the scroll, so he neglected the situation in the 3 tunnels. Not good. I'm afraid something unclean is about to appear. Fatso's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly took out the demon suppression flag. Little Donkey took out the black donkey's hooves. Lin Feng took out the mysterious metal box and placed it in front of him. Crunch! 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 The sound of chewing flesh suddenly rang out. After hearing those voices, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Feng's, Fatso's, and Little Donkey's expressions changed. They had heard this sound when they were in the forest outside Broken Dragon Ridge. However, the sound disappeared very quickly last time. The 3 of them didn't expect it. Now, this voice rang out once again. What was the thing that was making this sound? It sounded like a malicious spirit chewing on food. What the hell is this? Come out. Fatso took out 3 talismans. They were yellow talismans, very precious. All 3 talismans burned fiercely. Then, they quickly flew forward. The 3 talismans entered the 3 tunnels, but they were instantly swallowed by the churning black mist. The 3 talismans were very powerful, but they didn't cause the slightest ripple. From this, it could be seen. The creature that appeared here was very terrifying. Look, it's the red spider lily. Fatso pointed at the 3 tunnels in horror. With the 3 tunnels as the starting point, on the ground and the walls, there were dense blood-red flowers. The blood-red flowers were extremely bewitching. It was the legendary red spider lily. A flower that only bloomed in the netherworld. However, the red spider lily had appeared here. It was too strange. The red spider lilies continued to spread. The speed at which these flowers grew was extremely fast, causing one's hair to stand on end. In the end, the red spider lilies covered the entire cave. Since you're already here, you might as well show yourself. There's no need to continue hiding. Lin Feng said in a low voice. Keek keek. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, a burst of sinister laughter rang through the cave. The sinister voice was extremely terrifying, like the cry of a malicious spirit. Upon hearing the sinister laughter, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey looked around warily. However, the terrifying existence still hadn't shown himself. He was hiding in the dark. He was observing Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng took out the black flame God-Eater fire. The black flame God-Eater fire burned fiercely, enveloping the entire cave in powerful flames. The flames burned extremely vigorously. The rolling black mist was ignited. The 8th black flame God-Eater fire. Kid, you have quite a few good things on you. You've even refined the 8th heavenly fire. If I remember correctly, this heavenly fire should belong to the heavenly demon emperor. I didn't expect you to have it. A sinister voice rang through the cave. It was the terrifying existence hiding in the dark who spoke. However, the terrifying existence still hadn't shown himself. Lin Feng was very surprised. This existence even knew about the heavenly demon emperor. It seemed that this existence was at least from the same era as the heavenly demon emperor. Of course, it could also be a creature that appeared after the heavenly demon emperor. Otherwise, this terrifying existence wouldn't know that the black flame God-Eater fire originally belonged to the heavenly demon emperor. You even know about the heavenly demon emperor. I'm getting more and more curious about who you are. Don't keep up the act here. Lin Feng said in a low voice. However, it didn't matter what Lin Feng said. The terrifying existence still hadn't shown himself. It seems that this guy is as cowardly as a mouse. He doesn't dare show himself at all. Fatso curled his lips. Little Donkey said, if he dares to come out, I, Heavenly Donkey Holy Master, will kick him to death with my hoof. Lowly ants, you actually dare to act so recklessly in front of me. Since you want to die, then I don't mind fulfilling your wishes. The terrifying creature's voice was extremely cold. Boom, immediately after. A terrifying aura permeated the void, causing people to turn pale with fright. A mysterious existence appeared in the blazing heavenly fire. That existence's body was shrouded in darkness. However, one could still vaguely see that the being was wearing a black robe. You're that person, Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. When he saw that cultivator wearing a black robe, Lin Feng immediately thought of the black-robed cultivator that Lin Xiaobai had forced to self-destruct. He's a Yin master. Fatso said with an ugly expression. Keek, that's right. I'm a Yin master. I'm a Yin master formed from the black-robed cultivator that Lin Xiaobai had forced to self-destruct. That terrifying existence said in a sinister tone. Yin masters were formed from the resentment of powerhouses. Yin masters gathered too much negative energy, so they were evil, bloodthirsty, and only had killing in their hearts. Yin masters were living beings. They didn't belong to the world of the living. They didn't belong to the world of the dead. Such beings shouldn't exist in the world at all. They were rejected by the world of the living and the world of the dead. Therefore, such beings could never be reincarnated. From the day they were born, they would suffer endless pain and torture. The greatest joy of a Yin master was killing. As for the strength of each Yin master, it was different. The strength of a Yin master was related to many factors. For example, it was related to the strength of the Yin master's cultivation when he was alive, and it was also related to the degree of resentment when he died. There were too many factors that affected a Yin master's strength. When the black-robed cultivator died back then, it could be said that his hatred was monstrous. His resentment was extremely heavy. Therefore, the Yin master formed was extremely powerful and terrifying. Looking at the Yin master in front of him, Lin Feng knew that he was in trouble. Because the heavenly fire was the bane of Yin masters, but the Yin master in front of him didn't suffer any damage when he appeared in the black flame spirit-eating fire. It could be seen how terrifyingly powerful this Yin master was to be able to ignore the damage of the black flame spirit-eating fire. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Swoosh! Lin Feng took out the ghost cultivation jar. He sneered and said, today, I'll use the ghost cultivation jar to swallow you and use you to cultivate 2 ghost emperors. With that, the ghost cultivation jar flew towards the Yin master quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, then, an extremely terrifying devouring power surged out of the ghost cultivation jar. That terrifying devouring power enveloped the Yin master, trying to devour it. However, the ghost cultivation jar couldn't devour the Yin master. The Yin master raised his right hand and slapped the ghost cultivation jar. The ghost raising jar was directly sent flying. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face changed slightly. It seemed that the ghost cultivation jar couldn't cause any damage to the Yin master. You're the descendant of the undying bloodline, right? Is Lin Xiaobai your ancestor? All the descendants of the undying bloodline should die. The Yin master looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Then, he slapped towards Lin Feng across the void. Buzz! A huge energy palm condensed in the void and blasted towards Lin Feng. The power of that energy palm was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng used the demon ancestor's sacred fist to block the attack of the Yin master. However, he was still sent flying by the Yin master. Go to hell! Lin Feng grabbed the mysterious metal box and rushed towards the Yin master. He lifted the mysterious metal box and smashed it towards the Yin master. The mysterious metal box was terrifying. It had helped Lin Feng resolve many dangerous situations. Lin Feng thought. The mysterious metal box might be useful at this moment. Take this. Fatso took out the demon-subduing flag. This treasure fluttered and quickly became bigger, sweeping towards the Yin master. The little donkey, on the other hand, took out its black hooves. The black donkey hoof. This treasure emitted a terrifying black light and swept towards the Yin master. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey all attacked the Yin master. However, the Yin master took a step forward and the void seemed to be still. This divine ability was very similar to the space freeze that the Rock King used. It was the divine ability of the ancient god of space. Lin Feng felt that his body was imprisoned and he couldn't move. Fatso and Little Donkey were also imprisoned. Even their Dharma treasures had been sealed. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have fallen into a state of complete stillness. An ant will always be an ant. They have no power to resist. The Yin god said sinisterly as he looked at Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey with a look of contempt. What are you trying to act like? Back then, weren't you forced to self-destruct by my ancestor? Lin Feng couldn't help but mock. That's right, a guy who was forced to self-destruct actually has the nerve to act like a pretentious prick. Truly shameless, invincible. Fatso couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Right now, that guy is just a Yin god. He's neither human nor ghost. Don't use the word human to describe this guy. It's an insult to the word human. Little Donkey couldn't help but say. Although the Yin god was terrifying, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey's personalities were extremely open-minded. So what if they were in a dangerous situation? The three of them still wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, Lin Feng still had some hidden techniques that he could use. Perhaps he could solve the current crisis. You're courting death. The Yin god was furious and couldn't help but shout coldly. Then, he opened his big hand and slapped towards Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. A power that could topple mountains and overturn seas instantly condensed. The situation was critical. Swish, Lin Feng's hand flashed and the Stone of Destiny flew out. This was given to him by Shui Linglong before she left the 9 prefectures. Shui Linglong was the reincarnation of a mysterious expert. Moreover, Shui Linglong seemed to have awakened the memories of her previous life. She had mastered the legendary Great Fate technique. Although she was young, because she had mastered the Great Fate technique, Shui Linglong's strength was simply unfathomable. The Stone of Destiny could change one's fate once. This Stone of Destiny was simply too precious. If it wasn't a moment of life and death, Lin Feng wouldn't be willing to use the Stone of Destiny. However, it was obvious that it was a moment of life and death. He had no choice but to use the Stone of Destiny. Otherwise, he would really die in the hands of this Yin god. Just as Lin Feng was about to crush the Destiny Stone, a shocking fluctuation came from the cave. Then, Lin Feng felt that his immortal bloodline was automatically activated. How long has it been? How many years have passed? Suddenly, a deep voice resounded in the cave. Inside the cave, an illusory figure appeared. Ancestor. When Lin Feng saw the illusory figure, he could not help but be shocked. The illusory figure was none other than his ancestor, Lin Xiaobai. In the past, Lin Xiaobai had forced the black-robed cultivator to the point of self-detonation. From this, one could see how powerful Lin Xiaobai was. Lin Xiaobai buried the Eastern mystical dragon and the Devil Clan expert, and placed the scroll that recorded the Sky Tyrant godly scripture at the place where they were buried. And now, Lin Xiaobai's projection actually appeared, which really surprised Lin Feng. Lin Xiaobai. You deserve to die 10,000 times. When he saw Lin Xiaobai's projection, the Yin god instantly roared with hatred. Although he could not remember most of his memories. But the hatred towards Lin Xiaobai. It was unforgettable. The Yin god had always remembered it in his heart. Now that he saw Lin Xiaobai, the Yin god naturally wanted to cut Lin Xiaobai into pieces. The Yin god did not continue to attack Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. Instead, he charged towards Lin Xiaobai. That terrifying palm slammed towards Lin Xiaobai. Bam! Lin Xiaobai made his move and clashed with the Yin god's palm. Both sides collided fiercely. Terrifying energy waves swept through the void, shaking the heavens and earth. The power was so strong that it was shocking. Dang dang dang, Lin Xiaobai, who had clashed with the Yin god's palm, could not help but be pushed back. Although Lin Xiaobai was extremely powerful. But After all, this was only one of Lin Xiaobai's imprints. The Yin god had formed a special body. Naturally, his combat power far surpassed Lin Xiaobai's. Lin Xiaobai. Now, I'll destroy your imprint first. In the future, I'll slaughter all the descendants of your clan and end your clan's bloodline. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. The Yin god roared venomously. His attack did not stop. The Yin god's speed was extremely fast as he charged towards Lin Xiaobai. My power will merge into your body. Use all your strength to kill him. Lin Xiaobai looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly nodded. Then, Lin Xiaobai entered Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the power in his body increasing rapidly. He felt as if his body contained a terrifying power that could split the heavens and earth. Whoosh! Lin Feng charged towards the Yin god. This Yin god had to be killed. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem. Now, after merging with Lin Xiaobai's power, Lin Feng realized that not only did his combat power increase tremendously, he also seemed to have mastered a few of Lin Xiaobai's supernatural powers. One of them was a supernatural power. It was the 6 paths of reincarnation. This supernatural power was definitely an unparalleled supernatural power. Lin Feng immediately used this supernatural power. He charged towards the Yin god. Boundless Yin prison. The Yin god's voice was cold. He had also condensed a powerful supernatural power. A Yin prison world was formed. That Yin prison world. It was extremely huge. It suppressed. It was as if it could suppress billions of gods and Buddhas. What boundless purgatory. No matter what supernatural power you use, it will all be destroyed by my 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The 6 paths of reincarnation formed 6 huge black holes. Those 6 black holes. They seemed to be connected to the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. Each black hole contained a power that could destroy the world. It was terrifying to the extreme. The 6 paths of reincarnation was indeed extremely terrifying. It directly destroyed the Yin god's Yin prison world. Then, it charged towards the Yin god. Bang, 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 6 gigantic black holes pressed down on the Yin god's body. Kacha kacha. The Yin god's body began to crack. Ah! Damn it! Why is it like this? The Yin god roared and resisted the attack of the 6 paths of reincarnation with difficulty. He turned around and fled into the distance, wanting to escape. Go to hell. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He took out the stone sword. Holding the stone sword in his hand, he poured all the mana in his body into the stone sword and slashed towards the Yin god. After receiving such a powerful infusion of mana, the power of the stone sword was truly released. When the sword slashed down, the void directly shattered. The Yin god had no way to dodge and had no choice but to block Lin Feng's sword. The Yin god used the supernatural power, near the Milky Way galaxy. A Milky Way world appeared in front of him, wanting to use this supernatural power to block Lin Feng's attack. However, the Milky Way world was split into 2 by Lin Feng's stone sword. Next, Lin Feng held the stone sword and slashed the Yin god's body, directly splitting the Yin god into 2. The Yin spirit did not die after being split in half. The 2 halves of his body were still twisting as if they were trying to merge back together. I am an immortal existence. No one can kill me. The Yin spirit roared loudly. The 2 halves of his body actually started to merge back together. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Stop struggling. When your body was split in half, your fate was already decided." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng punched the Yin spirit. Bang! That terrifying punch landed on the Yin spirit's body. The Yin spirit's body directly exploded. Then, Lin Feng activated the ghost cultivation jar and directly swallowed the Yin spirit. The ghost cultivation jar emitted waves of violent waves. The 2 ghost emperors began to devour the Yin spirit's broken body. I wonder if the 2 ghost emperors can break through to the ghost emperor level after devouring the Yin spirit. Lin Feng could not help but ponder. The ghost emperor level was equivalent to the great emperor level. If the 2 ghost emperors could break through to the ghost emperor level, then for Lin Feng, It would be a great help. At this moment, Lin Feng felt the majestic power in his body gradually dissipating. The power that belonged to Lin Xiaobai was quickly dissipating. This kind of power was really too terrifying. It could even kill the Yin spirit. But Lin Feng knew. Such a powerful power did not belong to him. That power would eventually dissipate completely. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Xiaobai appeared in front of Lin Feng. Our lineage still has a legacy to pass down to the world. Very good. Very good. Very good. Lin Xiaobai said very good 3 times in a row. Then he stretched out his right hand. He gently grabbed in the void. Swoosh! The next moment, light flashed. Then an item appeared in Lin Xiaobai's hand. This item was none other than the scroll. When he saw the scroll, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. The Eastern Dragon God, the Devil Race Expert, and the black-robed cultivator had all died because of this scroll. Lin Feng had always been very curious about the contents of the Sky Tyrant Divine Art, recorded in the scroll. Previously, Lin Feng had carefully searched for the whereabouts of the scroll but had not found anything. Now that the scroll had appeared, Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed. Take him. Cultivate well. Lin Xiaobai handed the scroll to Lin Feng. Yes. Our descendant, Lin Feng, will remember this. Lin Feng said hurriedly. Lin Xiaobai nodded. His body became more and more illusory. In the end, his body completely dissipated. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the past, their ancestors, whether it was Lin Qi or Lin Xiaobai, were both so powerful. However, he didn't know what happened to cause them to fall one after another. Or perhaps, they didn't die. However, the possibility of this happening was too small. If he hadn't fallen, how could he have watched the Lin clan decline to this extent without doing anything? This is not a place to stay for long. Let's go quickly. Lin Feng said. Fatso and Little Donkey nodded and quickly left this place with Lin Feng. They walked out of the Broken Dragon Ridge. Outside, a large number of cultivators had gathered. Because Lin Feng had joined forces with Fatso and Little Donkey had suppressed Xian Langan and Dongfang Jiyu, the 2 saintesses, the news had spread. This matter caused a huge uproar. Many people surrounded the Broken Dragon Ridge, waiting for Lin Feng and the other 2 to appear. Now, Lin Feng and the other 2 finally appeared. Lin Feng quickly released the 2 fairies, Xian Langan and Dongfang Jiyu. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place today. A large number of cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces all shouted loudly. They blocked the way, wanting to rely on their numbers to force Lin Feng to release Xian Langan and Dongfang Jiyu. Lin Feng said indifferently, if you want to die, then feel free to make a move. With that, Lin Feng chose a direction and flew away. Fatso and Little Donkey followed closely behind. No cultivator in that direction dared to make a move against Lin Feng and the other 2. Although many people wanted to make a move, they had to consider whether their strength was enough to contend against Lin Feng and the other 2. Especially Lin Feng, this person, was simply too terrifying. If a real battle broke out, who knew how many people would be killed by Lin Feng? Therefore, these myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces only relied on their numbers to clamor in front of Lin Feng. If they were to really make a move, these cultivators would not do such a thing. After Lin Feng and the other 2 left, they found a hidden cave. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey could not wait to study the shocking content recorded in the scroll. It was definitely a heaven-defying scroll. Lin Feng opened the scroll. Sky Tyrant God Art, these 4 ancient words entered his eyes. This scroll was densely packed with words. Those words added up to more than 1,000 words. The Sky Tyrant God Art has a total of 9 levels. It is a peerless secret technique that aids the cultivation of Haki. After cultivating the Sky Tyrant God Art, one can rely on the Sky Tyrant God Art to raise the power of Haki to the 9th level. After seeing the introduction of the Sky Tyrant God Art, Lin Feng's face instantly revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Next, Lin Feng looked like he was going crazy with joy. The Sky Tyrant God Art could actually help a cultivator raise the realm of Haki. This technique was simply too heaven-defying. Right now, Lin Feng was cultivating 3 kinds of hockey. Epic hockey and supreme hockey were still in their initial state. That was the first level of hockey. White tiger hockey was the second level of hockey. The second level of hockey was hockey transformation. There were 2 factors that affected the power of hockey. The first was the grade of hockey itself. Transparent hockey, white hockey, red hockey, orange hockey, yellow hockey, green hockey, cyan hockey, blue hockey, purple hockey. 1st to 9th grade. Each grade had a different color. The higher the grade, the stronger the power of hockey. The second was the level of hockey itself. The 9 grades of hockey were divided into 9 levels. For example, 2 cultivators respectively mastered the first stage of transparent hockey and the second stage of white hockey. If these 2 hockey were at the same level, then the white hockey would suppress the transparent hockey. But if the transparent hockey was cultivated to the 3rd level, and the white hockey was still at the 1st level, then the transparent hockey might even suppress the white hockey. Although Lin Feng cultivated a lot of hockey, he had never been able to truly release the power of hockey. The reason was that the level of hockey cultivated by Lin Feng was too low. Therefore, the value of the Sky Tyrant godly art was unimaginable. Only cultivators who cultivated hockey would know how precious it was. It was no wonder that the Eastern Dragon God and the Demon Race expert were willing to fight to the death for the Sky Tyrant godly art. Lin Feng guessed that the Eastern Dragon God and the Demon Race expert had cultivated hockey, which was why they were so determined to obtain the Sky Tyrant godly art. This Sky Tyrant godly art is awesome. There's actually such a godly art in this world. How unbelievable. The world is so big, and there are so many strange things. The creator of the Sky Tyrant godly art is truly an extraordinary person. Fatso couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Give me a copy. This Sky Tyrant godly art is practically tailor-made for me. Little Donkey immediately shouted in excitement. Lin Feng looked at Little Donkey in surprise and asked, "You know about hockey too?" "Of course." Little Donkey said proudly, "Have you heard of the heavenly donkey hegemony?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The name of the heavenly donkey hegemony was too strange. He had never heard of such a heavenly donkey hegemony before. Of course, the world was so big that anything was possible. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't surprised by the heavenly donkey hegemony. Lin Feng was very curious about Little Donkey's heavenly donkey hegemony. He couldn't help but ask, "What kind of heavenly donkey hegemony is?" "Show me." "Hee, watch carefully." The donkey grinned and unleashed its heavenly donkey's domineering aura. Little Donkey's body emitted a blue light. The blue light was second only to the supreme hegemony. A huge black donkey with an ancient and powerful aura appeared behind Little Donkey. The huge black donkey was tens of thousands of meters tall with just 1 leg. It was simply too huge. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge donkey before. Of course, donkeys were extremely rare in the world of cultivators. Even if one could see some donkeys, their cultivation wasn't strong. Little Donkey was an accident. "Retract your domineering aura," Lin Feng said. Little Donkey immediately retracted his domineering aura. Lin Feng imprinted the contents of the Sky Tyrant divine art into the 2 jade cylinders. Then, he handed the 2 jade tubes to Fatso and Little Donkey. Then, these 2 fellows found a place to sit down and carefully studied the Sky Tyrant divine art. Lin Feng kept the Sky Tyrant deity technique and took out the Heavenly Emperor's edict. Lin Feng had already experienced the might of the Heavenly Emperor's edict before. It was truly terrifying. Lin Feng's godly awareness penetrated into the Celestial Emperor's edict and started modifying it. Only after Lin Feng refined the Heavenly Emperor's edict did he realize that this treasure was actually a forbidden artifact. Generally, forbidden weapons were extremely powerful. However, forbidden artifacts usually had a limited number of uses. Many forbidden artifacts could only be used about 10 times. After 10 times, the forbidden artifact would be destroyed. Lin Feng still had 3 uses of the Heavenly Emperor's edict. However, this already made Lin Feng extremely satisfied. Although the Heavenly Emperor's edict could only be used 3 times, the Heavenly Emperor's edict had such powerful attack power. These 3 uses would definitely be of great use. After a short rest, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey continued to head deeper into the Heavenly Emperor's edict. However, not long after, they received news that the Immortal God tribe, the extraterritorial race, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf tribe, and the Wang family of the Eternal River Galaxy had all sent experts. The experts of these 4 forces requested to meet Lin Feng. They intended to negotiate with Lin Feng and redeem their clansmen who had been suppressed by Lin Feng. Xian Lengan of the Immortal God tribe. Dongfang Jiyue of the extraterritorial race. Xiao Chongfeng of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf tribe. Wang Xingheng of the Eternal River Galaxy. These 4 people's identities were not simple. If they were ordinary clansmen, the 4 forces might not have bothered. However, not only were the 4 of them direct descendants, but they were also of the direct bloodline. I want 3,000 great Daos. I want 30 types of 3,000 great Daos per person. Also, I want all 3,000 great Daos that I haven't cultivated before. Lin Feng passed on his request to the others. This guy really dares to make such a request. 3,000 great Daos are extremely precious inheritances. Any one of them can't be measured. This guy actually wants the 4 forces to offer 30 types of 3,000 great Daos to redeem their clansmen. This is daylight robbery. That's right. I wonder what the 4 forces will do. I'm not sure. However, the 4 people suppressed by Lin Feng are not to be trifled with. They will probably give in. The 4 forces probably hate Lin Feng to the core. Once their clansmen are freed, the experts of the 4 forces will definitely surround and kill Lin Feng. Even if they can extort so many 3,000 great Daos, they might not even be able to leave Lulan Island alive. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other forces were all discussing this matter. Many people felt that Lin Feng was challenging the 4 forces' bottom line. It was as if he was playing with fire. The cultivators of the 9 states were also discussing this matter. This was because this matter had caused a huge commotion. Many great emperor-level experts were also discussing this matter. Before Lin Feng, no one had dared to threaten these major forces to hand over their powerful inheritances. Lin Feng was the first to do so. Moreover, he was targeting the 4 forces. Ignorant child. The world of cultivators has its own rules. You are breaking the rules. You should know what the consequences are. An expert from the 4 forces said coldly. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. It was obvious that he wanted to threaten Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not take his threat seriously. He replied indifferently, since there's no such rule, then I'll be the one to set the rules. Who do you think you are? A mere junior dares to say that you will set the rules? You really don't know what's good for you. Another expert from the 4 forces said coldly. If you don't want to cooperate, I will kill 4 of you. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He was extremely domineering and did not fear the experts from the 4 forces. How dare you? There was a threatening tone in the voices of the experts from the 4 forces. I even dare to kill your great emperors, let alone a few juniors. Lin Feng sneered. Okay. We can give you the 3,000 great Daos. Where will we do the transaction? In the end, the experts from the 4 forces compromised. They agreed to Lin Feng's request. At Thousand Sun Mountain. Lin Feng looked at the mountain range not far away and said coldly. Thousand Sun Mountain. It was rumored that one could see 10,000 suns fall from this place. Soon, Lin Feng's word spread. Lin Feng wanted to trade with the 4 forces at Thousand Sun Mountain. Lin Feng dared to extort the 4 great forces. He was simply audacious. Many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces naturally hoped that the 4 great forces could join forces to kill Lin Feng. Many people felt that even though Lin Feng had extorted those powerful 3,000 great Daos, in the end, he still could not escape this calamity. Lin Feng is too self-righteous. He openly broke the rules of the cultivation world. This is a provocation to the laws that the entire cultivation world has followed for countless years. This kid will definitely die. If you want to kill someone, you must first make them crazy. How does the current Lin Feng complement this sentence? This guy should have died long ago. It was a huge mistake to let him live until now. The cultivators of the three forces were all sneering. They wanted Lin Feng to die without a burial ground. Do the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the forces of the great world still care about rules? How laughable. If we cared about rules, we wouldn't have caused so much suffering in the 9 provinces. We don't need to care about any rules when dealing with you three forces. A human expert spoke up. Who dares to be so arrogant? Do you not want to live anymore? The cultivators of the three forces were filled with killing intent. The one who supported Lin Feng was a human cultivator with a sword on his back. My name is Xianxia. I'm currently rushing to the Myriad Sun Mountain. If anyone wants to die, try your best to challenge me. The cultivator continued to sneer. He was not afraid of the cultivators of the myriad races. How laughable. The 9 provinces only produced one Lin Feng. Now, everyone thinks that they are Lin Feng? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to jump out and court death. They simply don't know what death is. When I reach the Myriad Sun Mountain, I will definitely chop off your dog head. There were cultivators from the myriad races who opposed each other. They did not restrain their killing intent. Alright, I'll wait for your arrival. The cultivator called Xianxia did not say much. His response was very simple. He was not afraid of any challenge. The outside world was in an uproar because of Lin Feng extorting the 4 major forces. However, Lin Feng did not appear. When a large number of cultivators arrived at the Myriad Sun Mountain, many of them wanted to enter the Myriad Sun Mountain to explore, but they discovered that this place was filled with danger. Entering it. Just a little carelessness. His body died and his Tao vanished. Many cultivators were frightened and retreated. They did not dare to approach the Myriad Sun Mountain because this place was definitely a peerless and terrifying place. If they dared to approach this place, they would only die. Unless one's methods were very powerful, only then would one be able to enter the Myriad Sun Mountain to investigate. There are many dangerous places in Lulan Island, and Thousand Sun Mountain is one of them. This place is filled with danger and is abnormally terrifying. Lin Feng is the successor of the Celestial Master Taoism. He is proficient in formations. He must have chosen this place to use the formation here to block the experts of the 4 forces and then escape. I heard that the experts of the 4 great forces have invited an old ancestor of the Geomaster lineage. Isn't the ancestor of the Geomaster branch, Xianxia, dead? Brother, you don't know about this, right? The Geomaster branch had a total of 3 old ancestor-level existences during the chaotic ancient era. These 3 existences were Su Tianxing, Su Tianmao, and Su Tiankuan. Su Tianxing was the first old ancestor to break out of the stone and walk out. Therefore, although Su Tianxing has fallen, the Geomaster branch still has 2 old ancestors. Moreover, it is rumored that these 2 old ancestors are even stronger. I see. If an old ancestor of the Geomaster branch makes a move, Lin Feng will definitely die. However, I wonder which of the 2 old ancestors of the Geomaster branch made a move this time. The one who made a move is Su Tiankuan. Just as the various factions were discussing, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey appeared in the Myriad Sun Mountain. They stood on a mountain peak in the depths of the Myriad Sun Mountain and looked outside. Boom, a terrifying aura emanated from the outer region of the Myriad Sun Mountain. A cultivator from the myriad races stepped toward a human cultivator with a sword on his back. The terrifying aura directly enveloped the human cultivator. The human cultivator with a sword on his back looked very young. He was dressed in white and looked very handsome. This cultivator exuded an indescribable temperament. If one really had to use a word to describe his temperament, perhaps only the words "fluttering in immortal robes" could describe it. Lin Feng also saw this person and was slightly surprised. This human cultivator was very extraordinary. He had never seen or heard of such a cultivator before. Was he a human cultivator from the 9 provinces or an alien cultivator? The human cultivators from the outer realm were basically neutral, coldly watching the changes in the 9 regions. If he was a human cultivator from the 9 provinces, was he a human cultivator from a reclusive family or a reclusive sect? Scorpio race cultivator, endless scorpion. It's actually him. This endless scorpion is a powerful figure. He has cultivated for 79,000 years this year. It is said that he can enter the Great Emperor realm at any time. Some of the cultivators from the myriad races recognized the identity of the cultivator who was about to make a move. This was an extremely powerful figure. Of course, he had cultivated for close to 80,000 years and could no longer be considered a young generation. However, his age was not considered old in the world of cultivators. He still belonged to the young generation. The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces all looked at Xianxia with a gloating expression. In their opinion, after being targeted by Endless Scorpion, Xianxia was bound to die. The cultivators of the 9 provinces were very unfamiliar with Xianxia. Now, the cultivators of the 9 regions were bound together for glory and disgrace as they were against a common enemy. Therefore, they couldn't help but worry about Xianxia's safety. Hehe, so it's this guy. Fatso grinned after seeing Xianxia. Xianxia was definitely a terrifying existence. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Seeing that Fatso seemed to know Xianxia, Lin Feng was very surprised. You know him? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Fatso nodded. Just as he was about to explain Xianxia's identity, Little Donkey began to recite a poem. Don't you see the water of the yellow river coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Don't you see the bright mirror in the hall with sad white hair, like black hair in the morning and snow in the evening? One must enjoy life to the fullest, do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I am born to be useful, and 1,000 gold will come back after it has been spent. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure, drinking 300 cups at a time. Sanfuzi, Dan Qiuxing, when wine is served, don't stop drinking. I will sing a song with you, please listen to me. Bells and drums are not expensive, I hope you will be drunk forever. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely, only those who drink leave their names. In the past, the king of Chen held a banquet and drank 10,000 cups of wine. Why does the master say that he is not rich? He must take the right wine. Colorful horses, golden fur coats, who will be exchanged for fine wine, with you to sell the worries of eternity. Householder Qing Lian's name was well known to Lin Feng. Householder Qing Lian was a cultivator from the Tianwu continent. He was probably a figure from the Middle Ages. Householder Qing Lian's surname was Li, his name was Xian, and his courtesy name was Tai Xian. He was known as the Wine Sword Immortal. His swordsmanship was superb, and he was addicted to wine. He was also good at writing poems. He was a great writer. He was also a top-notch swordsman. It was rumored that Li Taixian had already left the Tianwu continent for the Undying Realm during the Middle Ages. Of course, no one knew if the rumors were true. In the past, Lin Feng had once entered the Taixian mansion. It was the place where Li Taixian comprehended the Tao. Therefore, Lin Feng and Li Taixian seemed to have a trace of relationship. Now, Little Donkey was reciting Li Taishuan's masterpiece that had been passed down for generations. Then, he recalled that the cultivator with the sword on his back was called Li Xianxia. Lin Feng thought of Li Xianxia's origin. This person. It was very likely that he was a descendant of Li Taixian. Walking the world with a sword on his back. Drinking a cup of sake. How cool was that? How happy was that? Perhaps that was the realm that sword immortals pursued. Are you that Li Xianxia? Endless Scorpion looked at Li Xianxia indifferently. His eyes were full of contempt. Obviously, he did not take Li Xianxia seriously. Li Xianxia said indifferently, "That's right. I am Li Xianxia. Are you here to die?" Many people were dumbfounded. This Li Xianxia was so arrogant. Endless Scorpion narrowed his eyes, which flickered with a sinister light. He sneered and said, "Lowly thing, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Today, I won't kill you directly. Instead, I'll capture you and cut off your flesh piece by piece." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Endless Scorpion attacked. He was very decisive and did not delay any time. He could not wait to torture this human cultivator who dared to look down on him. Endless Scorpion was naturally an extremely terrifying existence. He had not cultivated for 79,000 years for nothing. It was said that he could already compete with some early-stage great emperors. He definitely had great potential. His future could be described as limitless. Endless Scorpion's divine ability was called the Scorpion of all evils. An endless amount of black fog began to churn. Within the black fog, a terrifying creature appeared. The terrifying creature was a huge scorpion, and its body emitted an extremely evil aura. The pressure emanating from the scorpion's body was suffocating. Many people were unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and had no choice but to quickly retreat, not daring to approach the battlefield. This endless scorpion is pretty good. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Endless Scorpion was an expert. Among the myriad of races, he was absolutely not a nobody. Of course, the current Endless Scorpion could no longer be considered part of the younger generation. Almost half of the top experts of the younger generation of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces had died in the 9 prefectures. Li Xianxia is very powerful. I've seen him fight before. This person's swordsmanship had already reached the acme of perfection. Fatso said. Little Donkey nodded and said, that's right. This Li Xianxia is quite terrifying. He will definitely alarm everyone later. There were too few people who knew how powerful Li Xianxia was. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces obviously didn't know how powerful Li Xianxia was. Endless Scorpion's attack is really powerful. That Li Xianxia will definitely be defeated this time. That's right. That Li Xianxia is nothing. He's just a lowly human. Compared to Endless Scorpion, he's too weak. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were indifferent, and their eyes were filled with ridicule. In their opinion, Li Xianxia would not be able to escape today. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures couldn't help but frown and look at Li Xianxia worriedly. But now, they could only watch the battle from the periphery and couldn't help Li Xianxia in any way. You can't be defeated in 3 moves. Endless Scorpion looked at Li Xianxia with contempt. Then, he urged the demonic scorpion to pounce on Li Xianxia. Sword controlling technique. Li Xianxia's expression was indifferent as his hands kept changing. Buzz, the sound of the sword resounded through the clouds. Then, the treasured sword on his back soared into the sky. Swoosh, the treasured sword gently shook the void. In an instant, billions of sword chi condensed. Those sword energies were truly terrifying to the extreme. They were so powerful that they caused people to turn pale with fright. Every sword chi seemed to have the power to destroy the sky. The endless sword chi combined together and turned into a sword chi dragon that swept towards the huge demonic scorpion. Puff, the demonic scorpion's body was instantly torn apart. Then, the sword chi dragon's power didn't decrease as it continued to slash towards endless scorpion. Many people were shocked. Especially the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were the most shocked. They originally thought that an expert like Endless Scorpion would be able to easily kill Li Xianxia. But who would have thought that Li Xianxia's swordsmanship was actually so superb? Sword controlling technique. A sword dragon was condensed. It was invincible. It was so terrifying that people couldn't help but be shocked. Endless Scorpion quickly retreated and waved his hand. Suddenly, a sky halberd appeared in his hand. Monstrous waves. Endless Scorpion held the sky halberd with both hands and suddenly waved it. Suddenly, an endless sea appeared under his feet. In the sea, huge waves rolled. The huge waves were as high as 100,000 feet. Then, the huge waves turned into huge dragons. Every single giant dragon. It was as if they all had the power to destroy the world. There were a total of 9 huge dragons, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. They pounced towards the sword chi dragon condensed by Li Xianxia. But what was shocking was, Li Xianxia's sword chi dragon was simply invincible as it directly shattered the huge dragon condensed by the 9 huge waves. The sword chi dragon instantly arrived beside Endless Scorpion. Shattering heaven and earth. Endless Scorpion roared and waved the sky halberd at the sword chi dragon that had already pounced over. Clang. Along with the earth-shaking clanging sound of the collision, there was an earth-shattering sound. The sword chi dragon collapsed. but Endless Scorpion was also forced to retreat. Endless Scorpion's face turned pale. His hands that were holding the sky halberd were cracked and blood flowed out. Endless Scorpion, have a taste of my swordsmanship. Li Xianxia attacked. He became one with the sword and attacked Endless Scorpion. Endless Scorpion looked solemn as he waved the sky halberd at Li Xianxia. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Li Xianxia split into 9. 9 swords formula. Li Xianxia's voice resounded between heaven and earth. The 9 Li Xianxia held 9 long swords and stabbed at Endless Scorpion at the same time. Only one of the 9 Li Xianxia was the real body. The rest were illusions, but they could pass off as real, making it difficult to tell which one was real. Endless Scorpion was shocked, but he couldn't tell which of the 9 Li Xianxia was the real one. Therefore, Endless Scorpion's attack was very aimless. The 4 Li Xianxia that were swept by Endless Scorpion dissipated one after another. Li Xianxia's body could rapidly change between real and illusory. But Endless Scorpion only destroyed 4 of Li Xianxia's avatars. There were still 4 Li Xianxia's avatars and 1 real body that were unharmed. The next moment, Endless Scorpion felt a sharp pain in his chest. I can't believe I died just like that. Looking at the sharp sword that had pierced through his body, Endless Scorpion couldn't help but mutter. His face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that he had died in Lin Feng's hands just like that. But that was the truth. Endless Scorpion had fallen. In the end, he died. His body fell to the ground. Swoosh, there was a flash of light. Li Xianxia's sword flew back into the scabbard. The surroundings were silent. And yet, a powerful existence like Endless Scorpion was so easily killed by a young human cultivator. And the cultivator who killed Endless Scorpion was not Lin Feng. Another young genius had appeared in Lin Feng's group. How terrifying. This person is definitely a huge threat. I really hope a great emperor-level expert can kill Li Xianxia. The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces said after coming back to their senses. An extremely cold gaze flashed in their eyes. These cultivators' cultivation levels were not high enough, so they couldn't make a move. Therefore, they hoped that the great emperors of the 3 forces would make a move. However, none of the great emperors of the 3 forces made a move. At this critical juncture, there naturally wouldn't be any great emperor-level experts coming out. This was because there were definitely great emperors of the 9 provinces secretly observing the situation here. If they made a move now, it would probably cause a war between great emperors. Is there anyone else who wants to come out and die? Li Xianxia's voice was cold as he asked. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was very domineering and powerful. He was not afraid of anyone. Standing alone in the void, he dared to provoke the experts of the 3 forces. However, no one dared to accept the challenge. This was because a powerful existence like Endless Scorpion was easily killed by Li Xianxia. Not to mention the others. Except for the top heaven-defying geniuses or great emperors of the younger generation. No one dared to make a move against Li Xianxia. It reminds me of Lin Feng. He challenged the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces alone, but no one dared to accept the challenge. I heard that the great emperors of the 9 prefectures are much stronger than the great emperors of other places. It's difficult for cultivators of the 9 prefectures to become emperors, but once they become emperors, their battle prowess will be unparalleled. From Lin Feng and Li Xianxia, I can see some other clues. There are very few top-notch geniuses in the 9 prefectures, but the top-notch geniuses of the 9 prefectures are much stronger than the top-notch geniuses of other places. The 9 regions are very special. The cultivators of the 9 regions are different from the cultivators of other places. However, no one can tell exactly what is different about them. Therefore, the cultivators of the 9 regions are the most powerful among the same level. Some 9 regions cultivators were talking about this matter. The myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other great emperors might have some understanding of this matter, but they didn't say anything. Of course, he was the great emperor of the 9 prefectures. He must have some understanding of it. Apart from these great emperors, the others didn't know much about this matter. Even if Lin Feng didn't know much about it, he still didn't understand. It was not that there were no peerless geniuses in the outside world. Lin Feng saw Fairy Yao Ji, who had escaped before. Now, Fairy Yao Ji was as beautiful and moving as ever, like an immortal. She didn't have the embarrassing feeling she had in Broken Dragon Ridge. In addition, Gong Zhongya, Huang Yanma, Divine Path Battle, Su Qianzong, and other top-notch geniuses were all present. Batches of geniuses fell. For them to be able to survive until now, they knew how extraordinary these people were. The Battle of the Immortal Path. It was full of danger and thorns. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. It was precisely because of this. These surviving cultivators became more and more terrifying. Everyone had shocking means. Those cultivators didn't make a move because they didn't want to expose their battle prowess. Ha 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 ha, it's really a wonderful battle. The myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces are just a bunch of trash. How can they be compared with the cultivators of the 9 prefectures? The cultivators of any world will be suppressed when compared with the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng laughed loudly. These words were incomparably arrogant. It was a slap to the faces of the cultivators of the 3 factions. However, these words came from Lin Feng. The cultivators of the 3 factions were mad with anger. But they couldn't refute it. Lin Feng, don't be so arrogant. Wait until those great emperors arrive. Let's see how you die. A cultivator in the crowd sneered, deliberately targeting Lin Feng. Little Donkey shouted, great emperors are nothing. During the Great Emperor War, my brother Feng killed a great emperor in front of everyone. The Great Emperor War on Broken God Island was a battle that shook the heavens. The 6 great emperors of the 9 prefectures won all 6 battles. Lin Feng, who hadn't broken through to the Great Emperor layer, had also killed a great emperor. Therefore, the 9 prefectures had won all 7 battles. The Peak Great Emperor War allowed the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces to know the strength of the 9 prefectures. They weren't as weak as they seemed. This was especially true during the Great Emperor War. The human race's old emperor, the Red World Fairy, Lord Turtle, and the others didn't make a move. Although a long time had passed since the Great Emperor War, its influence still lingered. Now that the Great Emperor War was mentioned, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures felt their blood boil. A great being whose physical body was destroyed was recreated by someone using a soul reconstruction technique. The otherworldly creature couldn't use any of its abilities. What was there to be proud of for killing an early-level Emperor Realm otherworldly creature? So what if he has the strength to fight against a low-level Great Emperor? In the eyes of immortal emperors or even greater great emperors, he's just an ant or a dog. A cultivator from the myriad races sneered. Lin Feng said indifferently. A coward who only knows how to hide his head and show his tail dares to talk nonsense here? If you dare to come out, I'll kill you right now. That's right. Come out if you dare. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures shouted. However, the cultivator who provoked Lin Feng didn't show himself. Instead, he sneered and said, I don't even need to do anything. You'll die without a burial ground. Ha 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 ha. If you don't dare to come out, then don't dare to come out. You're just a piece of trash. A complete piece of trash. You don't even have the right to talk to me. Go back to your planet and cultivate for tens of thousands of years before coming back. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. His words were full of ridicule. This guy is too arrogant. The myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign cultivators all had gloomy expressions. They hated Lin Feng so much that they gnashed their teeth, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. Humph. Lin Feng. We're here. Hand over the 4 people you've suppressed. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. 4 cultivators walked over from afar. These 4 cultivators were 2 men and 2 women. Wang Xiuqiong, Xiao Kanglin, Xianpiaxiu, Dongfang Wanyu. Some cultivators immediately recognized the 4 experts when they saw them walking over. The identities of the 4 great powerhouses were extremely extraordinary. Wang Xiuqiong was an expert from the Wang family of the Eternal River Star Zone. He had come for Wang Xingheng. Xiao Kanglin was an expert from the Silver Moon Celestial Wolf clan. Xianpiaxiu was an expert from the Immortal God clan and Xian Langan's aunt. Dongfang Wanyu was an expert from the extraterritorial star race. She had come for Dongfang Jiyue. The four experts were simply too powerful. When they stood together, the void started to distort. Have you brought the 3,000 great Daos? Hand over the 3,000 great Daos first. I'll release the hostages after I verify them. Lin Feng said calmly. The four experts looked extremely gloomy. Wang Xuqiong said coldly, let us see the four of them first. We'll only hand over the 3,000 great Daos after we make sure they aren't hurt. Lin Feng said indifferently, I won't say the same thing a third time. Hand over the 3,000 great Daos. Otherwise, this deal is over. Lin Feng's unyielding tone shocked many people. Lin Feng was facing four experts who were at least at the Immortal Emperor realm. If it were anyone else, they would probably tremble in fear if they talked to such experts face to face, let alone threaten them. Okay, I'll give it to you. Xianxia said hurriedly. She had always been close to Xian Langan. Although Xianxia was only Xian Langan's aunt, she was unmarried and had no children. She had always treated Xian Langan as her own daughter. Of course, she didn't want Xian Langan to be wronged. Furthermore, Xianxia had done research on Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng was someone who could do anything. He was fearless. Xianxia was worried that Lin Feng would kill the four hostages in a fit of anger. The lives of the other three had nothing to do with her. However, Xian Langan was her own niece that she treated like her own daughter. Xianxia would not sit by and do nothing. Xianxia took out a jade tube and said, there are 30 types of 3,000 great Daos recorded in it. Take a look. After saying that, he flicked his finger and the jade tube flew towards Lin Feng. Many of the spectating cultivators looked at the jade tube with burning greed in their eyes. There were 30 types of 3,000 great Daos recorded in the jade tube. Any of the 3,000 great Daos was incomparably precious, let alone 30 types of 3,000 great Daos. Many people wished they could snatch the jade tube away. But in the end, he didn't have the guts. Lin Feng grabbed the jade tube. After sensing for a while, he realized that the 3,000 great Daos recorded in the jade tube were the 3,000 great Daos that he had never cultivated before. Moreover, these 3,000 great Daos were very complete. Xianxia did not play any tricks, so Lin Feng released Xian Langan. Honor, I will never forget what happened that night. I will always wait for you. Lin Feng said. Honor? What happened that night? Holy shit. What happened that night? Xian Langan couldn't have been defiled by that bastard Lin Feng, right? That's really possible. I heard that Lin Feng is a womanizer. He suppressed a peerless beauty like Xian Langan for so long. How could he not have any thoughts about her? My goddess, she was actually defiled just like that. Lin Feng, that damned bastard. The cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races and the other forces began discussing the matter. Many of them hated Lin Feng so much that they gnashed their teeth. Bastard! Bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? Xian Langan glared at Lin Feng furiously. She wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. Lin Feng pretended to be deep and said, Honor, I know that the forces behind us have different standpoints. You are feeling very pained. I don't blame you. I will wait for you. I will always remember that romantic night, I'll take your life. Xian Langan couldn't bear to listen any longer. Because her magic power was sealed, she could only use her hands to deal with Lin Feng. Whether it was an ordinary woman or a peerless goddess, they all seemed to be very good at scratching people with their hands. Lin Feng hurriedly sent Xian Langan over to Xianxia's side with his magic power. What about the three of you? Do you want to see the rising stars of your clans die in Myriad Sun Mountain? Lin Feng said indifferently. This is a jade tube that records the 3,000 grand Daos. Dongfang Wanyu said coldly. Lin Feng then released Dongfang Jiyu. Seeing Lin Feng open his mouth to say something, Dongfang Jiyu quickly said, Bastard, don't think about slandering me like you did Sister Langan. No matter what this guy says, don't believe him. Lin Feng said. Sister Yuer, don't worry. I won't say anything because we didn't do anything. Didn't do anything? Many people saw Lin Feng looking at Dongfang Jiyu with a flirtatious expression. Everyone rolled their eyes. Who are you trying to fool? You think you didn't do anything just because you said you didn't do anything, since you dared to make a move on Xian Langan. Naturally, you wouldn't let the peerless beauty Dongfang Jiyu off. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. And I really didn't do anything. We are innocent. Even spring and snow aren't as pure as our relationship. Lin Feng said seriously. The more Lin Feng said this, the more people didn't believe that Lin Feng and Dongfang Jiyu were innocent. Lin Feng, you actually dared to ruin my goddess Dongfang Jiyu's innocence. I'll kill you. A cultivator from the other regions drew his sword and threw himself at Lin Feng. This cultivator had pursued Dongfang Jiyu for many years, but Dongfang Jiyu had always ignored him. Now that he saw that something had happened between Dongfang Jiyu and Lin Feng, he went crazy. That cultivator had gone insane. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Lin Feng. The cultivator's companion was quick to react and quickly caught him. Bastard, you did it on purpose. Dongfang Jiyu was furious. She pounced towards Lin Feng and reached out to grab Lin Feng. I'm telling the truth. There's nothing going on between us. Lin Feng said helplessly. He hurriedly sent out a strand of magic power to wrap around Dongfang Jiyu and sent her to Dongfang Wanyu's side. At this time, Wang Xiqiong and Xiao Kanglin also handed over the jade tubes that recorded the 3,000 grand daos to Lin Feng. Lin Feng checked them and found that he hadn't cultivated any of the 3,000 grand daos before. Moreover, there were no problems. He nodded in satisfaction and kept the jade tubes. Then, he let Wang Xingheng and Xiao Chongfeng out. Lin Feng, you brat, have you thought about how you want to die? The 4 strong cultivators all looked at Lin Feng with murder in their eyes. Whoosh 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 whoosh, then, the 4 experts all rushed towards Lin Feng. All of them were filled with killing intent. The 4 experts are going to attack. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng is dead for sure. That's right. This kid is dead for sure. Let's see how he dies later. After seeing the 4 experts attack, the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces all sneered. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die this time. The 4 experts had such powerful cultivation bases. Even if Lin Feng's methods were heaven-defying, he would not be able to escape today. Let's go, Lin Feng said in a deep voice and returned to the myriad sun mountain with Fatso and Little Donkey. There was a teleportation array set up by Lin Feng in the myriad sun mountain. The 3 of them returned to the teleportation array. Lin Feng activated the teleportation array. The teleportation array emitted waves of violent fluctuations. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey were about to be teleported out. But at this moment, a terrifying beam of light descended from the sky and swept across the teleportation array. Instantly, the teleportation array set up by Lin Feng was directly destroyed. I heard that the Celestial Masters sect still has a successor in this world. It must be you. However, your standard is really not that good. You have completely embarrassed your ancestors. At this moment, the void split open. An old man in a Taoist robe walked out from the crack in the void. Old man, who are you? Tell me your name. Lin Feng looked at the old man who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. This old man could instantly destroy his teleportation array. His methods were truly terrifying. Previously, in order to set up this teleportation array, Lin Feng had spent a large amount of precious array materials. Because, Lin Feng knew that it would not be easy to leave this place. The other party would definitely set up many obstacles. Therefore, Lin Feng had set up an extremely powerful teleportation array. Even if the void was sealed, he could still instantly tear through the void and leave. But who would have thought that? It was beyond Lin Feng's expectations that there would be someone so proficient in formations in the opposing camp. I am Su Tianmao of the Geomaster lineage. The sage-like old man said with an indifferent expression. Very few people knew that the Geomaster lineage had 3 old ancestors. Previously, cultivators from the myriad races had mentioned this matter. However, the news did not spread. Only a small number of people knew about it. Lin Feng didn't know either. Now, after seeing Su Tianmao, Lin Feng realized that there was such a powerful character among the Geomasters. Lin Feng had seen Su Tianqing before and knew how extraordinary Su Tianqing's methods were. However, it was clear that this Su Tianmao was definitely more powerful than Su Tianqing. The old fart of the Geomaster lineage, no wonder his methods are so shocking. The teleportation array has been destroyed. Lin Feng is dead for sure. This kid is finally going to die. How satisfying. The cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces began to discuss excitedly. Many people wanted to kill Lin Feng even in their dreams. Because of Lin Feng's existence, the three high and mighty forces had suffered a huge blow. And this blow had formed a psychological shadow on many people. It even affected their future cultivation. It caused them to have inner demons, making it difficult for their cultivation to improve. Now, Lin Feng was going to die. As long as Lin Feng was killed, the inner demons of these people would immediately disappear. Damn it. Damn it. This Su Tianmao really deserves to die. He actually helped the four great emperors deal with the cultivators of the 9 provinces. I really wish I could immediately cut Su Tianmao into pieces. The cultivators of the 9 provinces had gloomy expressions. Many people looked at Su Tianmao with sinister gazes. However, Su Tianmao did not care about the opinions of these cultivators of the 9 provinces. The Geomaster lineage. They only cared about benefits and not one's background. Since they could cooperate with the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces, they would be able to obtain more benefits. Why wouldn't he do it? Who is Su Tianqing of the Geomaster lineage to you? Are you a junior brother of the same generation? Lin Feng could not help but ask. He is my junior brother. Su Tianmao said with an indifferent expression. I still remember that when Su Tianqing was born, he also thought that he had everything under control, but in the end, he died in the emperor battle. Perhaps you, old fart, will soon follow in Su Tianqing's footsteps. Lin Feng could not help but mock. Ignorant brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly here. You're really courting death. Su Tianmao's expression was extremely gloomy, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. The 4 experts had already rushed to the Myriad Sun Mountain. However, the Myriad Sun Mountain was densely covered in restrictions, and there were terrifying killing arrays everywhere. Therefore, in a short period of time, they were still unable to reach the area where Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey were. Su Tianmao quickly flew over and said, "Fellow Taoists, follow this old man. Today, we must capture that brat Lin Feng alive. We must first let him taste all kinds of torture in the world before we can kill him. If we take his life directly, it will be too easy for him. That's right. We must torture him until he wishes he was dead. Only then can we vent the hatred in our hearts." The 4 experts nodded one after another. Su Tianmao's methods were very terrifying. He walked towards the Myriad Sun Mountain. Instantly, the powerful restrictions within the Myriad Sun Mountain flew away, not daring to approach Su Tianmao. This old thing's attainments and formations shocked Lin Feng. Amazing, truly amazing. I've never seen such a terrifying formation, Grandmaster. He can directly ignore the killing arrays in the forbidden area. With such methods, doesn't that mean that he can freely enter and exit any dangerous place? Some of the cultivators from the myriad races exclaimed. They were amazed by Su Tianmao's attainments and formations. Su Tianmao did have an extraordinary understanding of formations. His methods were so powerful that they could not help but be shocked. Let's go, Lin Feng looked at Fatso and Little Donkey, then quickly walked towards the depths of the forbidden area. Lin Feng, it's useless. You won't be able to escape today. There's no need to pointless struggle. No matter how you struggle, the outcome has already been decided, said Su Tianmao, sounding cold and detached. He was looking at Lin Feng as if he were a mouse. Ha 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 ha, very powerful. Let's see the scene when you fall into our hands later. The 4 great emperors couldn't help but laugh. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were hunters looking at their prey. In the eyes of the 4 great emperors, they were the hunters, and Lin Feng was the prey. Today, how were they going to play Lin Feng to death? How were they going to play Lin Feng to death? the four great emperors followed behind Su Tianmao and quickly walked towards the depths of the myriad sun mountain. Everyone had an indifferent expression. They were very confident that they could kill Lin Feng today. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey quickly made their way deeper into the mountain range. They had already explored the entire myriad sun mountain, so they knew what was the most terrifying part of the mountain range. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Fatso wouldn't have wanted to risk their lives in the depths of myriad sun mountain if they had been able to escape. However, the teleportation formation they had used to leave had been destroyed by that old bastard, Su Tianmao. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Fatso had no choice. Although it was risky to enter the depths of myriad sun mountain, they might be able to kill the 5 pursuers. As they ventured deeper into myriad sun mountain, the temperature grew hotter and hotter. Even Lin Feng was sweating profusely. Little Donkey's eyes were rolling back from the heat. He hung his tongue and panted heavily. Little Donkey was covered in thick fur. It was only natural for him to feel the heat in this place. Damn it! I'm going to die from the heat. The donkey couldn't help but howl. Huff. 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 At that moment, Little Donkey's fur began to burn. Fire, fire. I don't want to become a roasted donkey. Little Donkey wailed as he rolled on the ground. In the end, he managed to extinguish the flames on his body. Brother Feng, hurry up and use your heavenly fire to protect us. Otherwise, we're really going to become roasted donkeys. The donkey cried out in agony. Lin Feng said helplessly. Hold on a little longer. Once you use your heavenly fire, there will be a chain reaction. Have you forgotten what happened when we first came here a few days ago? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Little Donkey couldn't help but recall what had happened when they first came here. Little Donkey trembled in fear. The scene back then was still fresh in his mind. He couldn't bear to think about it. Back then, he had thought that he, Lin Feng, and Fatso would die here. Fortunately, Fatso had a powerful talisman that saved their lives at the critical moment. I'm about to turn into a dog, but I'm not making a fuss. What are you yelling for? Do you believe that I won't stew you? Fatso said angrily. At this moment, Fatso's head was smoking. It was indeed unbearably hot. For people like Fatso who were fat, it was also difficult for them to withstand such high temperatures. Fatso was extremely depressed at this moment. The high temperature made him extremely uncomfortable. However, he had no other choice but to endure for the time being. They're here. We need to speed up. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Behind him, Su Tianmao, Wang Xuqiong, Xiao Kanglin, Xianxia, and Dongfeng Wanyu also caught up. They were in the same situation as Lin Feng and the other two. They were all sweating profusely from the heat, and none of them could muster up any strength. Extreme heat would cause a person's physiological activity to drop to the lowest point. Their entire body would be soft and unable to muster up any strength. Su Tianmao, Wang Xuqiong, and Xiao Kanglin were slightly better. They were all male cultivators. Even if their bodies were drenched in sweat, they were fine. However, Xianxia and Dongfeng Wanyu were in a different situation. They were both women, and their clothes were soaked in sweat. They were completely plastered to their bodies. For experts of their level, it was naturally an extremely unbearable scene. Therefore, the two women's expressions couldn't help but become very unsightly. Even Su Tianmao, Wang Xuqiong, and Xiao Kanglin couldn't help but glance at the two women. What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyeballs? Xianxia and Dongfeng Wanyu said coldly. They were simply the reincarnation of a tigress. They didn't give Su Tianmao, Wang Xuqiong, and Xiao Kanglin any face at all. The three smiled bitterly and didn't refute. They could only withdraw their gazes. Although Xianxia and Dongfeng Wanyu wanted to leave, in order to kill Lin Feng, they gritted their teeth and finally decided to leave after killing Lin Feng. However, they slowed down and followed behind Su Tianmao, Wang Daoqiong, and Xiao Kanglin. This way, the three wouldn't be able to see them. They wouldn't let their imaginations run wild. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey arrived at the deepest part of Myriad Sun Mountain. After arriving here, Lin Feng felt as if his body was about to ignite. If one stayed in this place for 2 hours, one's body would definitely be roasted. Anyone who stayed in this place would only have one path, death. Lin Feng and the other two were like ants on a hot pan. Sweat constantly flowed out of their bodies. Su Tianmao, Wang Daoqiong, Xiao Kanglin, Xianpiaxiu, and Dongfang Wanyu quickly caught up. Su Tianmao sneered. Why aren't you running anymore? Looks like you're planning to give up. If you kneel and die, you might suffer less physical pain. Wang Daoqiong looked at Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey with a mocking gaze. Clearly, Wang Daoqiong's words couldn't be trusted. If they really fell into the hands of these three, who knew what kind of torture they would suffer? They would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Feng sneered. You're the ones who are about to die, yet you're still thinking that you're infallible. How laughable. Arrogant brat. The 5 experts couldn't help but reveal cold expressions. Their eyes were filled with coldness. Fatso said, those 2 beauties have nice figures. If you're willing to submit, we'll spare your lives. Lin Feng's gaze also fell on Xianpiaxiu and Dongfang Wanyu. Both of them could be described as peerless beauties. Now, they were filled with temptation. Fatso, I'll tear you to pieces later. Xianpiaxiu and Dongfang Wanyu said indifferently. Attack, then, Xianpiaxiu and Dongfang Wanyu attacked. They wanted to leave Myriad Sun Mountain as soon as possible. Therefore, they didn't plan to delay any longer. Seeing Xianpiaxiu and Dongfang Wanyu attack, Su Tianmao, Wang Daoqiong, and Xiao Kanglin also attacked. Experts at their level were unimaginably terrifying. Moreover, with 5 experts working together, it was naturally not something that Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey could contend against. However, it wasn't that Lin Feng didn't have a way to deal with these people. Sometimes, one didn't have to do it himself to kill someone. This place was called Myriad Sun Mountain. It was rumored that one could see the falling of the sun near Myriad Sun Mountain. But in reality, many cultivators had never seen such a scene after coming here. Therefore, many people felt that this rumor wasn't true at all. Actually, it wasn't. The rumors of Myriad Sun Mountain were all true. To see the falling of the sun, one had to be inside Myriad Sun Mountain. Moreover, it required special conditions to trigger the phenomenon of the falling of the sun. Previously, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey had entered the depths of Myriad Sun Mountain because the temperature here was too high. Lin Feng released the sky fire to protect his body. After the sky fire was released, the void was ignited, causing a phenomenon. Surrounded by the 5 experts, Lin Feng felt that the time was ripe. So, Lin Feng once again summoned the sky fire. Instantly, the void in the depths of the Myriad Sun Mountain instantly burned. The air here was very special. It could be ignited easily. And the sky fire seemed to be a medium to ignite the air here. After igniting the air in the area, everyone was enveloped in it. The 5 experts who were attacking Lin Feng and the other 2 had no choice but to hurriedly summon their mana barriers to block the burning of the sky fire. Although they were powerful, they had to be on guard against the attack of the sky fire. If their bodies were ignited by the sky fire, that would be disastrous. Their bodies might be completely burned to ashes by the sky fire. If they did not refine the sky fire, no matter how strong their bodies were, they would not be able to withstand the burning of the sky fire. Just as the 5 experts summoned their mana barriers to block the burning of the sky fire. At this moment, a cliff in the depths of the Myriad Sun Mountain was enveloped by flames. On the cliff, there were pictures drawn. Those pictures. They were all pictures of the sun. Pictures of the sun. Circles of blazing suns were drawn. Each of the blazing suns was burning the void. After the sun absorbed the power of the flames, it seemed to have recovered. The scorching flames enveloped the world. The temperature was so high that it was unbelievable, shocking, and moving. Even a divine artifact-level magic treasure seemed to be able to melt at this moment. Lin Feng and the other 2 felt a little more comfortable being protected by the sky fire. The 5 experts felt as if they couldn't breathe. Everyone felt dizzy and lightheaded. It was a fate worse than death. Buzz, at this moment, violent fluctuations were emitted from the pictures of the sun on the cliff. Following that, beams of light shot out from the pictures of the sun. After the beams of light merged together, they evolved into a vast and majestic world. That world was intertwined with endless divine radiance. Holy light lingered. In that world, huge suns floated. Every sun emitted a dazzling light. The rays of sunlight shone down. Heaven and earth seemed to be melted by the temperature of the sun. Rumble. 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 At this moment, a series of loud booms rang out. One after another, huge fireballs fell from the sky and smashed down. Each of those fireballs contained a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Those fireballs were formed from the blazing sun. The scene in front of him was like the end of the world. It was too terrifying. Anyone who saw such a scene would feel despair. The situation in front of them was simply too terrifying. No one could resist the blazing suns descending from the sky. Myriad suns fall. Let's go. When the 5 experts saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Only now did they realize that they had been tricked by Lin Feng and the other two. Lin Feng and the other two had clearly planned everything long ago by choosing this place. The fall of 10,000 suns could very well cause the 5 of them to fall here. However, the 5 experts didn't understand. The terrifying phenomenon of thousands of suns falling appeared. How could Lin Feng and the other two resist? Even with the strength of the 5 of them, they couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. What about Lin Feng and the other 4, however, in the next moment? The 5 experts' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This was because they saw that Fatso beside Lin Feng took out a jade talisman. After the jade talisman was broken, a divine gate shrouded in holy light appeared. No one knew where that divine gate led to. When the blazing suns fell and smashed on the divine gate, the gate of God shook violently, and even the sound of cracking could be heard. It could shatter at any time. The divine gate obviously couldn't hold on for long. However, the divine gate didn't need to hold on for long, because it only needed a short period of time. Lin Feng and the other two could enter the divine gate. Whoosh! Lin Feng and the other two were extremely fast. Soon, they entered the divine gate and disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, the divine gate was smashed by the blazing suns. Lin Feng and the other two appeared in the forest 30 miles away. Then, they left that area. 3 days later, there was news. There was an unforeseen event in the depths of Blazing Sun Mountain. Lin Feng caused the blazing suns to fall. Then, Lin Feng's companion, Fatso, took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman condensed a space-time gate, and they used the space-time gate to escape. However, the 5 experts were in a miserable state. Among the 5 experts, Wang Daoqiong was the most miserable. Not only was he seriously injured, he also lost an arm. The other 4 experts were also heavily injured. Their injuries were extremely serious. Without 100 years, it would be difficult for them to recover. This matter caused a huge uproar. The 5 experts working together couldn't kill Lin Feng. This made many people feel incredulous. And Lin Feng disappeared again. Some great emperors from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign factions felt that Lin Feng was becoming more and more threatening. They wanted to work together to kill Lin Feng. Therefore, these great emperors sent people to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. They were also looking for Lin Feng's whereabouts. However, at this time, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey had already left Lulan Island. Although Lin Feng didn't get any clues about the ancient city of Lulan, Lin Feng didn't plan to stay on Lulan Island any longer. This time, he extorted the 4 factions and used Myriad Sun Mountain to severely injure the 5 experts. This caused a huge commotion. If he continued to stay on Lulan Island, danger would be everywhere. He might even lose his life. Lin Feng didn't want many of the treasures on Lulan Island. Whoever wanted to take them could go and take them. As for the news about the ancient city of Lulan, it was all up to fate. If fate allowed, there might be a chance to go to the ancient city of Lulan. If fate didn't allow it, he probably wouldn't be able to find any clues even if he continued to search. Furthermore, Lin Feng had always felt like Feng Yara's father, the heavenly wind god, was the most likely person to find clues about the ancient city of Lulan. No matter what, the heavenly wind god was his father-in-law. If the Heavenly Wind God really did find clues about the ancient city of Lulan, then he could board the Heavenly Wind God's demon god pirate ship to search for the ancient city of Lulan. The Heavenly Wind God wouldn't kick his future son-in-law off the ship, right, above the sea. The ancient spaceship Xianyuan braved the wind and waves as it sped along. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey planned to return to the reincarnation immortal sect and go into seclusion for a while. Duzu and the heretic Lord Holy were most likely still searching for opportunities on Lulan Island. The two of them had already become emperors. Hence, Lin Feng didn't need to worry about Duzu and the heretic Lord Holy. At this moment, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey sat in the middle of the cabin. Lin Feng pulled out all 4 jade tubes, 120 types of 3000 Great Dao. We've struck it rich this time. Fatso was almost drooling. His eyes were shining as he looked at the 4 jade cylinders. Mine, they're all mine. Little Donkey pounced forward, wanting to hold the 4 jade cylinders in his arms. Fatso kicked Little Donkey and sent him flying. He scolded, "You disgraceful thing. Do you think you're lacking in divine powers? You're the one who put in the least effort among the 3 of us. How dare you snatch the jade cylinders? You're asking for a beating." After Little Donkey got up, he bared his teeth and said, "Damn it. Fatso, you didn't put in much effort either." Fatso shouted angrily, "I've lost 2 space-time region gate talismans. These are jade talismans forged by the 5th generation ancient god of space. They're priceless. My heart is bleeding." After hearing Fatso's words, Little Donkey smiled embarrassedly and did not dare to continue arguing. This was because the 2 space-time region gate talismans that Fatso had lost were indeed too precious. The 5th generation ancient god of space was an expert from the era of titled gods. He had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Ever since the death of the 5th generation ancient god of space. In this world, no one could forge space-time region gate talismans anymore. One could imagine how precious space-time region gate talismans were. Lin Feng said, "1 for each of us. 120 types of 3000 Great Dao. There won't be any less." Lin Feng took out 2 jade cylinders. He imprinted 120 types of 3000 Great Dao into the 2 jade cylinders. Then, Lin Feng handed the 2 jade cylinders to Fatso and Little Donkey. Fatso and Little Donkey began to sense the 3000 Great Dao recorded in the cylinders. Damn it, the people from the 4 major forces are really good at scheming. The 3000 Great Dao that they gave us are basically 3000 Great Dao that are extremely obscure. Fatso said with some dissatisfaction. Lin Feng said, "Although these 3000 Great Daos are a little unorthodox, they aren't much different from the other 3000 Great Daos that are more popular. They can all increase one's Great Dao foundation." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fatso felt much better. Great sleep technique, great condensation technique, great disregard technique, great immobility technique, great meditation technique. The donkey, on the other hand, read out the 120 and 3000 Great Daos one by one. Amongst the 3000 Grand Daos, the most popular ones were the top 10 Grand Daos. Besides that, there were also some offensive, defensive, and restraining Grand Daos. They were all extremely popular Grand Daos. These 3000 Great Daos were also the most practical. Therefore, the 4 great forces naturally wouldn't use these 3000 Great Daos to trade with Lin Feng's group. The 3000 Great Dao that the 4 factions took out were the more unpopular 3000 Great Dao. They were rarely used. Therefore, none of the 120 types of 3000 Great Daos overlapped with the 3000 Great Daos that Lin Feng cultivated. This was because the 3000 Great Daos that Lin Feng was currently cultivating belonged to the more practical ones. Of course, Lin Feng didn't extort so many of the 3000 Great Daos because he wanted to use them to deal with others. He collected the 3000 Great Daos to increase his own Great Dao foundation. The stronger the Great Dao foundation, the greater the increase in combat strength when breaking through a level. The stronger the Great Dao foundation, the more terrifying it would be when breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. Of course, even during normal times, every time he cultivated one of the 3000 Great Daos, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly even if his level didn't increase. After returning to the reincarnation immortal sect, don't go out. Just stay in the reincarnation immortal sect and cultivate these 3,000 great Daos. I feel that chaos is coming. With my master in the reincarnation immortal sect, it's one of the safest places in the 9 states. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. We'll listen to Brother Feng. Little Donkey said immediately. Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, the sound of fighting could be heard in front of him. The 3 human cultivators were besieged by more than 10 alien cultivators. Poof. Poof, the sound of something being torn apart could be heard. 2 of the human cultivators were killed by the alien cultivators. Only 1 human cultivator was left. He was still struggling to hold on. Lin Feng and the other 2 were alarmed and walked out of the cabin. Wow, what a beautiful girl. When he saw the female cultivator being besieged, the fatty immediately exclaimed in shock. That female cultivator was indeed a supreme beauty. Her figure was impressive. Her face was absolutely beautiful. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but take a few more glances. When Lin Feng saw the female cultivator being surrounded, he was extremely shocked. The female cultivator was actually Leng Wushuang. Lin Feng naturally couldn't forget this woman. A palace had appeared in the extreme north of the Tianwu continent. That palace was called the Palace of Cold Blood. Every 1,000 years, the palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood, Leng Wushuang, would awaken. When Leng Wushuang awakened, the Palace of Cold Blood would appear. Because Leng Wushuang was slightly injured back then, Leng Wushuang stipulated that no one in the Palace of Cold Blood was allowed to have an affair. Or else she would be killed regardless. Leng Wuxin was Leng Wushuang's younger sister. Lin Feng remembered that cold night. He and Leng Wuxin had an extremely wonderful night. It was still unforgettable. The next day, Leng Wuxin returned to the Palace of Cold Blood. But since then, Lin Feng never saw Leng Wuxin again. Lin Feng didn't expect that. He would see Leng Wuxin in the 9 prefectures. No, Leng Wuxin shouldn't be able to leave the Palace of Cold Blood. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood, Leng Wushuang, was simply a lunatic, a pervert. She would never allow Leng Wuxin to leave the Palace of Cold Blood. Her desire to control was so strong. And her cultivation was so heaven-defying. Leng Wuxin definitely couldn't escape. Could it be that he had mistaken her for someone else, seeing that the female cultivator was in danger? Lin Feng couldn't care less if the female cultivator was Leng Wuxin or not. He quickly flew towards the battlefield. What the hell, you already have so many women, each of whom is peerless in their generation. How dare you fight with me for this chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Do you still have any humanity left? Fatso immediately wailed and looked at Lin Feng with an extremely sorrowful gaze. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Fatso. Seeing that the female cultivator was about to be killed by this group of cultivators, Lin Feng rushed over in time and directly hugged the female cultivator's willowy waist. Then, he dodged the group's attack. At this time, Leng Wuxin looked at Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng's appearance, she immediately revealed an expression of disbelief and excitement. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel pity for her when he saw her pitiful expression. Xin, it's really you. Lin Feng said in surprise. The female cultivator in front of him was actually Leng Wuxin, which made Lin Feng very surprised. Kid, how dare you meddle in our business? Do you have a death wish? Lin Feng, these people are too powerful. Don't worry about me and leave quickly. Leng Wuxin said hurriedly as he was very worried about Lin Feng's safety. TSK, I didn't take a closer look at this chick just now. Now that I've taken a closer look, she's really a peerless beauty. Kid, get lost now. Don't waste our time. A cultivator looked at Leng Wuxin with an evil gaze. Obviously, this person had bad intentions towards Leng Wuxin. If one person had bad intentions, the second person would have bad intentions. Immediately, a few more cultivators looked at Leng Wuxin with evil eyes. Of course, there were also some people who looked indifferent and were not interested in Leng Wuxin. They were only interested in the treasures on Leng Wuxin's body. There were many such people in the world of cultivators. They were not interested in women. They only wanted to improve their cultivation level. Lin Feng looked at Leng Wuxin and said with a smile, "A bunch of reckless dogs. You're not worthy of my attention." Huh? Leng Wuxin revealed a shocked expression at once. He had a look of disbelief on his face. "Kid, you're courting death. Let's attack together and tear this kid into pieces." A cultivator shouted coldly, his killing intent surging. Then, a group of cultivators attacked and wanted to kill Lin Feng. Fatso and Little Donkey on the ancient starship Xianxia saw the extraterrestrial cultivators besieging Lin Feng. Both of them could not help but look at him with ridicule. These people were like ants and dogs in front of Lin Feng. How could they pose a threat to Lin Feng? Lin Feng said indifferently, "You guys don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng walked towards these people step by step. All of a sudden, even the void seemed to be frozen. Lin Feng raised his hand and slashed down. One cultivator after another was imprisoned within the void, unable to move at all. These cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the young human cultivator in front of them to be so powerful. His combat strength was really shocking. Puff. Puff. Puff, ripping sounds rang out one after another as the heads of the cultivators were chopped off. Blood spurted out. The corpses fell into the sea and were instantly swallowed by the huge waves. You. The rest of the people looked at Lin Feng in horror. At this moment, Lin Feng was as terrifying as a demon. Everyone's face was filled with shock and horror. Everyone's body was trembling. "Who are you?" asked a cultivator with a trembling voice. "Lin," said Lin Feng. "Human cultivators." When the cultivators heard the name Lin Feng, they were scared out of their wits. Lin Feng was extremely famous. They had already heard about it countless times. But they never thought that they would have to fight Lin Feng head-on one day. "Spare us, please spare us," the group of people begged. "Have you ever thought of sparing the 2 human cultivators you just killed?" Lin Feng said indifferently. Puff. 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 He didn't stop there. Instead, he unleashed one attack after another. Ripping sounds were heard one after another. One cultivator after another was killed by Lin Feng. Not much later, more than a dozen cultivators were all killed by Lin Feng. "You're not injured, are you?" After killing more than a dozen extraterrestrial cultivators, Lin Feng looked at Leng Wuxin and asked with concern. "I'm not hurt. It's just that my 2 companions died tragically in the hands of this group of people." Leng Wuxin could not help but sigh. The dead can't be revived. Perhaps this is their final destination, Lin Feng said. Leng Wuxin was not a sentimental person. She quickly recovered and said, "Then let them rest in the sea forever." Lin Feng said, "That's not a bad choice." Then, the 2 of them returned to the ancient starship Xianxia. "Little Feng, who is this fairy? Hurry up and introduce her to us," Fatso said hurriedly. Of course, that guy could see that Lin Feng didn't only know that beautiful woman. Moreover, their relationship seemed to be very deep. Little Donkey grinned and said, "Fatso, do you even need to ask?" This celestial maiden was Big Brother Feng's confidant at first glance. What a perfect match. Lin Feng said with a smile, "This fairy is called Leng Wuxin. She came from the Tianwu continent." Just as Big Donkey said, "She's my confidant." A look of envy and jealousy appeared on Fatty's face. He said sourly, "Damn it. Good cabbages are eaten by pigs." "How can you say that? Big Brother Feng is handsome, confident, and imposing. If we're talking about a pig, that pig should be you." Little Donkey could not help but say. "Damn it. I'm talking to Little Feng, and it's none of your business." Fatso could not help but curse. "Big Brother Feng's business is my business." Little Donkey snorted coldly. "Alright, stop arguing. Everyone, quiet down. Go back to your rooms and study the 3,000 great Tao that you just obtained," Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Fatso and Little Donkey stopped arguing. Then, the 2 of them looked at Lin Feng and Leng Wuxin ambiguously. Then, they left together. When they left, they were whispering something to each other. From time to time, they would laugh strangely. Lin Feng looked at Leng Wuxin. He grabbed her hand and said, Xianxia, let's go to my room. Let's talk about what happened recently. Leng Wuxin nodded. Her face was red as she followed Lin Feng to Lin Feng's room. The two of them sat down. Lin Feng asked, Wuxin, when did you come to the 9 prefectures? Leng Wuxin's eyes flashed. She said, I came to the 9 prefectures 3 months ago. As soon as I arrived, I heard the news about Lulan Island. So, I immediately rushed to Lulan Island. I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Lin Feng said, the 9 prefectures have undergone a great change. With your talent, your cultivation will definitely rise quickly. I hope so. Leng Wuxin said. Lin Feng asked, how did you get out of the Palace of Cold Blood? Leng Wuxin said, after my sister fell asleep, I snuck out of the Palace of Cold Blood. Then, I asked around for news about you. I heard that you came to the 9 prefectures, so I came to the 9 prefectures to look for you. I also heard that there was a cultivator called Lin Feng in the 9 prefectures who was very powerful. Even the great emperors of the myriad races were no match for him. However, I didn't expect that person to be you. I thought it was someone with the same name as you. It was no wonder that Leng Wuxin thought so. After all, Lin Feng had only cultivated for a short time. Lin Feng continued asking, how did you catch the attention of those extraterrestrial cultivators? Leng Wuxin said, previously, we obtained a 1,000,000-year-old immortal herb. Those people saw it, so they wanted to kill us and steal it. A 1,000,000-year-old immortal herb was too shocking. It was an immortal herb with unimaginable value. It was no wonder those people wanted to kill them. At this time, Leng Wuxin took out the immortal herb. It was a clear spirit grass. The clear spirit grass was shrouded in immortal light, looking extraordinary and shocking. Put this immortal herb away. It might come in handy in the future. Lin Feng said. Leng Wuxin nodded and put the clear spirit grass away. Lin Feng looked at Leng Wuxin and asked, what do you plan to do next? Leng Wuxin said softly, I'm willing to follow you and serve you for the rest of my life. Lin Feng knew that Leng Wuxin loved him deeply. Lin Feng liked her very much. He directly carried Leng Wuxin and said with a smile, okay. Then stay by my side. Let's live together as a couple. I'll only envy Mandarin ducks and not immortals. Good rain knows the season, and it happens when spring comes. The wind sneaks into the night, moistening everything silently. The clouds in the wild are dark, and the river boat is bright. Looking at the red and wet areas, the flowers are heavy. Accompanied by light rain. With a beauty by his side, it was truly a beautiful night. Late at night. Lin Feng was sleeping soundly. Leng Wuxin, who was nestled in Lin Feng's arms, opened her eyes. Her jade-like hand silently moved toward Lin Feng's spine. There was a saying that a person's spine was like a dragon. In other words, a person's spine was like a dragon. The spine was equivalent to one of the Achilles heel of a human body. Once it was damaged, the consequences would be severe. Leng Wuxin knew that Lin Feng was powerful and not easy to deal with, so she decided to use this move against Lin Feng. Leng Wuxin suddenly exerted force. Just as her hand was about to touch Lin Feng's spine, Lin Feng grabbed her wrist. Leng Wuxin looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Her plan was flawless and flawless. Leng Wuxin originally thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure. She didn't expect this to be the end result. Lin Feng was unharmed. Leng Wuxin couldn't accept this. Lin Feng put his finger on Leng Wuxian's body and immobilized him. Then, he said, I knew there was something wrong with you. I guessed it. Why did you want to kill me? Damn you. Leng Wuxin's eyes flashed with a strange light. In her eyes, Lin Feng had the impression that she was an illusion. That figure. It was Leng Wuxuang. The palace's palacess, this venomous woman with the heart of a snake and scorpion. Goo poison. Lin Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. Lin Feng was no stranger to goo poison. Lin Feng's other confidant, Li Yingdai, was poisoned by her master, Duan Hongxiu. Duan Hongxiu wanted to use the goo poison to control Li Yingdai to kill him. Although he had neutralized the goo poison in Li Yingdai's body, Duan Hongxiu still had some tricks up her sleeves. She used the soul-seizing curse to control Li Yingdia's soul. Li Yingdia's soul had been resisting in order to not hurt Lin Feng. Li Yingdai left quietly. Since then, there had been no news of her. Now, Leng Wuxin was poisoned too. Lin Feng felt that the goo poison in Leng Wuxin's body might be more serious than the one in Li Yingdia's body. Swoosh! A powerful soul force quickly rushed into Leng Wuxin's mind. Emotionless divine art. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Leng Wuxuang, that venomous woman, had indeed set up a restriction in Leng Wuxin's mind. She felt Lin Feng's soul force rushing into Leng Wuxin's soul. Leng Wuxuang immediately launched an attack. Lin Feng's soul force condensed into a small soul man and slapped out. Bang, after he and Leng Wuxuang's soul mark clashed. There was no clear winner. Leng Wuxuang, you perverted woman. How could you do such a heartless thing to your own sister? You don't deserve to be called a human. Even if you die 1,000 times, you won't regret it. The small soul man condensed by Lin Feng looked coldly at Leng Wuxuang's soul mark. Leng Wuxuang's soul mark sneered, anyone who dares to betray me will not have a good ending. Even if it's my sister. Lin Feng sneered, you're a pervert with a twisted mind. I really feel bad for you Wen Beixian. How could he fall in love with a woman like you? Ha 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 ha, but I'm really happy for you Wen Beixian because he finally got rid of a pervert like you. What did you say? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Leng Wuxuang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Yuan Beixian was an eternal pain in her heart. He was a person no one was allowed to mention. Leng Wuxuang's biggest weakness was her paranoia. She didn't trust anyone, not even her beloved Yuan Beixian. That was why she ended up in such a tragedy. I want you dead. Leng Wuxuang's cold voice was filled with killing intent. Said Leng Wuxuang in an ice-cold way. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He quickly moved towards Lin Feng, he wanted to kill him. She performed a soul divine art, and her soul imprint condensed billions of sword qi. The sword qi all shot towards Lin Feng. Leng Wuxuang's attack was truly terrifying. Luya stargazing chart. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He shot out and turned into Luya stargazing chart. It swept across the void and shattered the heaven and earth. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. Lin Feng's Luya stargazing chart shattered Leng Wuxuang's sword qi. Finally, it arrived before Leng Wuxuang's soul mark and slashed towards it. Pooh, Leng Wuxuang's soul mark was instantly torn apart. Lin Feng. Good. You're very good. I didn't expect you to become so strong. But so what? Leng Wuxin ate a heart-devouring pill. This pill is very special. Once it erupts, she'll become a living dead. Only I have the antidote. Leng Wuxuang's voice fell. His soul had completely vanished into thin air. Lin Feng's soul power quickly left Leng Wuxin's mind and returned to his body. However, at this moment, Lin Feng saw a scene that moved him. Leng Wuxin lay motionless on the bed. Lin Feng wanted to wake her up. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wake her up. Heart-devouring pill. Leng Wuxuang. You vicious woman. When I return to Sky Martial Continent, I'll tear down your palace of cold blood. After returning to the reincarnation immortal sect, Lin Feng arranged for Leng Wuxin to stay there for the time being. Shang Guanfeier and the others would take care of Leng Wuxin personally. At the same time, Lin Feng sent a letter to Wu Tianchong, the sect master of the Evil Goose sect, asking him to come over and check on Leng Wuxin. Wu Tianchong was the one who cured Li Yingdia's poison. Moreover, Lin Feng had an ambiguous relationship with Wu Qingqing of the Evil Goose sect. Therefore, Lin Feng had some ties with the Evil Goose sect. Since Lin Feng was so powerful now, Wu Tianchong naturally wouldn't neglect Lin Feng's matters. In the following days, Lin Feng began to study the 120 types of 3,000 great Tao he had obtained not long ago. Lin Feng cultivated the true word of Lin of the 9 syllables mantra. Therefore, he could comprehend any divine power or great Tao very quickly. Others might need decades or even centuries to cultivate one of the 3,000 great Tao, but Lin Feng could succeed in a few hours if he was fast. Firstly, Lin Feng's comprehension ability was strong to begin with. Secondly, the true word of Lin was so extraordinary that it could be used at critical moments. While Lin Feng was in seclusion, Lulan Island was not peaceful. There were several emperor battles on Lulan Island. The battles were extremely intense. Soon, Lin Feng heard a shocking piece of news. An ancient city had appeared in the depths of Lulan Island. Some people suspected that the ancient city was the legendary ancient city of Lulan. More and more cultivators rushed into Lulan Island to search for treasures in the ancient city. The ancient city was enveloped by powerful restrictions. Not everyone could enter. Only some extremely powerful cultivators and those who were proficient in great formations could enter. Therefore, only a small portion of the cultivators entered the ancient city. Later on, news spread that the ancient city was not the real ancient city of Lulan, but an imitation of the ancient city of Lulan. However, even if it was not the real ancient city of Lulan, it was still built by the Lulan cultivators. There were many supreme treasures inside. There was even a legendary treasure called the Archangel's Sword. The origin of the Archangel Sword was extraordinary. It was widely rumored that an extremely terrifying expert had appeared in the Angel clan in the past. That expert was able to compete with the ancient Saint Emperor. From this, one could tell how terrifying that expert's combat strength was. The supreme treasure forged by that expert was the Archangel Sword. It was rumored that this supreme treasure was even more powerful than many top-grade immortal artifacts. This was because that supreme treasure had fused with a mysterious material. It was said that this material came from the Supreme Divine Court. The legends of the Supreme Divine Court had been passed down since ancient times. Everyone knew how mysterious and mighty the Supreme Divine Court was. The value of anything that came out of the Supreme Celestial Court was often unimaginable. When the Archangel's Sword was first forged, it wasn't that powerful. It was roughly equivalent to a top-grade immortal artifact. However, after fusing with the mysterious material, the power of the Archangel's Sword increased greatly. The Archangel's Sword had completed its transformation. It was truly terrifying to the point where people couldn't help but be shocked. This was also the reason why so many people wanted to find the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Everlasting Life. Not only did the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Everlasting Life contain the secrets of immortality, but they also contained many unimaginable supreme treasures. Just one of these treasures was enough to defy the heavens. Many great emperors tried to suppress the Archangel's Sword, but it was said that no one was able to truly suppress it. In the end, this supreme treasure tore through the void and left. Of course, there were many other supreme treasures in addition to the Archangel's Sword. Many people had great gains. However, there was no news about the ancient city of Lulan that many factions were after. Originally, there was a rumor that it was in this ancient city. There were clues about the ancient city, but no one had discovered this clue. Of course, it was also possible that someone had obtained this clue but didn't announce it. Thus, outsiders didn't know about this matter. It wasn't until 3 months after Lulan Island disappeared that Lin Feng came out of seclusion. Lin Feng had successfully cultivated 120 types of 3,000 Grand Daos. Now, he had cultivated 176 types of 3,000 Grand Daos. When Lin Feng finished cultivating these 3,000 Grand Daos, Lin Feng's realm also increased greatly. Originally, Lin Feng's realm had stopped at the 64th stage of the Great Emperor boundary. However, after he came out of seclusion, Lin Feng's realm had increased to the 70th stage of the Great Emperor boundary. Lin Feng's gains from his seclusion this time were simply too great. On the 3rd day after he came out of seclusion, Wu Tianchong, the sect leader of the Evil Gu sect, came to visit Lin Feng. Lin Feng brought Wu Tianchong to treat Lin Wuxin's illness. After Wu Tianchong checked Lin Wuxin's condition, he sighed and said, "Daoist Lin, the venom in this fairy's body is very strange. Even I can't cure it. The one who started the trouble should end it. If you want to cure this venom, I'm afraid you'll have to find the person who poisoned you." Seeing that Wu Tianchong couldn't cure Lin Wuxin's venom, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but turn ugly. If Wu Tianchong couldn't cure this venom, then no one in the 9 continents would be able to. It seemed like he could only go to Tianwu Continent's Palace of Cold Blood. "All right. Brother Wu, thank you for coming all the way here. I'll bring you to rest," Lin Feng said. Wu Tianchong said. Brother Lin, you're welcome. However, you don't have to worry too much about this fairy. She's only in a deep sleep now. Her life won't be in danger. After hearing Wu Tiancheng's words, Lin Feng's face became slightly better. Then, Lin Feng brought Wu Tiancheng to rest. The 9 continents were in chaos now, so they couldn't return to the Tianwu continent for the time being. Fortunately, Leng Wuxin's life wasn't in danger. Lin Feng decided to wait for a period of time. After the matters in the 9 continents were settled, he would bring Leng Wuxin back to the Tianwu continent. After Lulan Island disappeared, the various forces once again fell into a strange silence. However, the quieter it was, the more uneasy it was. A storm was brewing. Perhaps this was the last moment of peace before the chaos. On this day, Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint returned to the reincarnation immortal sect. Young master, we brought back someone. You must want to meet this person. Du Zhu said excitedly. Oh? Who is it? Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu in surprise. Du Zhu waved his hand and a cultivator appeared. The cultivator fell to the ground and was restrained by Du Zhu. This was a middle-aged cultivator who had reached the 80th step of the Boundary Emperor realm. He was extremely powerful, but he was still far from being comparable to Du Zhu. Lin Feng didn't recognize this cultivator, so he looked at Du Zhu in confusion and asked, "Who is this person? Why did you bring him here?" After hearing the words Tiandao sect, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the past, he and the little maid Ziyuan escaped from the eastern divine region to the desolate region. The two of them depended on each other. They experienced many hardships along the way. They relied on each other in life and death. Their relationship was extremely deep. However, Rulan of the Tiandao sect accidentally discovered Ziyuan's talent and wanted to kill him, so that Ziyuan could completely cut off the fetters of the secular world. The disciple of the Tiandao sect, Wang Ziyu, was a kind person and could not bear to see him killed. Thus, she let him go. Wang Ziyu was killed by the angry Rulan. Lin Feng would never forget this matter. Later on, Lin Feng went to the Tiandao sect to look for Ziyuan. At the same time, he looked for Rulan and wanted to kill her to avenge Wang Ziyu. However, Lin Feng was already too late by then. The Tiandao sect of the Tianwu continent was a branch of the Tiandao sect of the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng only found out when he went there. The Tiandao sect of the 9 prefectures had brought all the talented disciples of the Tianwu continent branch to the 9 prefectures. Rulan and Ziyuan were among them, so Lin Feng did not see them. After arriving in the 9 prefectures, Lin Feng spent a large sum of money to get the all-knowing pavilion and the mercenary association to help find the whereabouts of the Tiandao sect, but there were no clues. Obviously, this Tiandao sect should be a hidden sect. Such a force was absolutely terrifying and had an unimaginable foundation. Lin Feng did not expect that Du Zhu would be able to capture a cultivator of the Tiandao sect. Remove his restriction. Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. Du Zhu quickly said and then removed the restriction of the Tiandao sect cultivator. Who are you people? How dare you do such a thing to me? Do you know who I am? My father is the great elder of the Tiandao sect. You offended me, you are simply courting death. After the restriction was removed, the cultivator immediately roared in anger. This guy kept saying he was extremely arrogant and despotic. Teach him a lesson and make him clean his mouth. Lin Feng said indifferently. Yes, young master. Du Zhu responded and grinned. He grabbed the Heavenly Dao sect cultivator's neck and lifted him into the air. The Heavenly Dao sect cultivator could only speak, even though he was still imprisoned. Therefore, he was unable to struggle. Pa 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 pa, Du Zhu attacked with both hands. One slap after another flew towards the Heavenly Dao sect cultivator's face. It didn't take long for the Tiandao sect cultivator's face to swell from Du Zhu's slaps. This Heavenly Dao sect cultivator was so depressed that he wanted to die. He had been beaten half to death by Du Zhu. He did not even know the identities of the people who had captured him. This cultivator from the Heavenly Dao sect was called Wang Meng. He had killed people on Lulan Island to steal their treasures. This fellow liked to announce his origins before making a move, waiting for the other cultivator to still be in a state of shock. Then, he quickly attacked and caught the other party off guard. This was a tried and tested tactic. At the place where Du Zhu and the heretic supremacy sage had fought, they heard this fellow's self-introduction. Du Zhu and the heretic supremacy sage knew a little about Lin Feng. They only knew that Lin Feng seemed to have a grudge with the Heavenly Tao sect and had been searching for them all this time. However, they did not have any leads. After hearing that cultivator say that he was from the Heavenly Tao sect, Du Zhu and the heretic supremacy sage hid behind this cultivator and suddenly ambushed him, knocking him unconscious. Then, they brought him back to the reincarnation immortal sect. "Spare me! Spare me!" Wang Mang begged loudly. Lin Feng stopped Du Zhu. The poison ancestor fiercely said, "In a while, just answer whatever our young master asks you. If you dare to play any tricks, be careful that this daddy here will break your neck." After hearing Du Zhu's words, Wang Mang did not dare to go against Du Zhu's words. He quickly nodded his head like a rattledrum. Lin Feng looked at Wang Mang and asked, "A few years ago, did a group of cultivators from the Sky Martial Continent's Heavenly Tao sect come to the main sect?" Wang Mang quickly nodded, "That's right, it's like this. The seventh elder and the others brought them from the Sky Martial Continent. Among them, there was an extremely young female cultivator. Her identity was not ordinary and she was brought to the sacred ground." "What's the name of that female cultivator?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. "I think she's called Ziyuan. It's said that she has sacred blood flowing in her body," Wang Mang said. Right now, he was saying everything he knew. He did not dare to hide anything. Because these people in front of him were like demons, as if they were not afraid of the Heavenly Tao sect at all. If they did not cooperate, he did not know how they would torture him later. Wang Mang was very open-minded. He did not want to suffer any more physical pain, so he chose to cooperate with Lin Feng's questioning. "Bring me to the Heavenly Tao sect's ancestral ground," Lin Feng said. "No, no, no, absolutely not. If the Heavenly Tao sect's elders find out that I brought an outsider to the Heavenly Tao sect's ancestral ground, they will throw me into the nest of myriad demons and let me die with my heart devoured by the myriad demons," Wang Mang said in horror. "Don't worry, your Heavenly Tao sect's people won't find out that you brought us there," Lin Feng said. He said with an unquestionable tone. Wang Mang could naturally tell that this young cultivator in front of him was his lord. And the two cultivators who had captured him were only this person's subordinates. Wang Mang had been trying to guess Lin Feng's identity, but he was unable to match any of the people in his memories with Lin Feng. Going to the Heavenly Tao sect was definitely dangerous. Before going, Lin Feng needed to understand the Heavenly Tao sect's situation. Lin Feng looked at Wang Mang and asked, "Does your Heavenly Tao sect have any experts?" "There are 3 great emperors. However, it's said that there's an old ancestor who sealed himself in a stone. I don't know if it's true or not, because I've only heard about it. I've never seen that old ancestor before," Wang Mang said. "What are the cultivation levels of the 3 great emperors?" Lin Feng asked. "The old sect master is an immortal emperor, while the sect master and the first elder are god emperors," Wang Mang said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This Heavenly Tao sect was truly powerful. The fact that the great emperors of the Heavenly Tao sect were unable to become great emperors in the 9 prefectures meant that they were at least from the ancient era. The great emperors of the 9 prefectures were much stronger than the great emperors of other worlds. Therefore, the great emperors of the 9 prefectures, even if they were just god emperors, were not to be underestimated. Let alone immortal emperors. Lin Feng immediately sent Wang Mang into the 4 ferocious cauldron and suppressed him. "Young master, when do you plan to depart?" Du Zhu couldn't help but ask. "In 3 days, the 2 of you will come with me to take a look at this ancient and reclusive Heavenly Tao sect." Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Time quickly passed. Before leaving the reincarnation immortal sect, Lin Feng wrote letters to the Great Ping King, the Peacock King, the Fire Crow Daoist, and the Stone Puppet King. He hoped that they could come to the Heavenly Tao sect together. In the letters, Lin Feng included the Heavenly Tao sect's address. Lin Feng told them that he would wait for them outside the Heavenly Tao sect. When the time came, they would meet up and enter the Heavenly Tao sect's ancestral ground. This trip to the Heavenly Tao sect's ancestral ground would be fraught with danger. Thus, Lin Feng had made ample preparations. The combination of him, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Holy was still too weak. Thus, he notified the Stone Puppet King, the Great Pun King, and the others to come together. With these great emperors, Lin Feng would have more confidence. The Heavenly Dao sect's ancestral ground was close to the western regions. The western regions. That was the territory of Buddhism. At the border between the western regions and the Dragonfire province, there was a vast and boundless primordial forest. This primordial forest was called the Myriad Buddha Ancient Forest. It was rumored that many ancient Buddha corpses had been buried there in the past. Nowadays, strange and terrifying things often happened there. Many terrifying savage beasts often appeared in the Myriad Buddha Ancient Forest. Even great emperors would take a detour around some of these savage beasts. Their strength was simply unimaginable. Lin Feng's group of 3 arrived at the Myriad Buddha Ancient Forest. Wang Mei was still suppressed in the 4 vicious cauldrons, so they couldn't let him go just yet. This guy might be of some use at some point. Lin Feng's group waited for about 10 days. The Stone Puppet King, the Great Pun King, the Peacock King, and the Fire Crow Daoist all arrived. 5 of the 7 great emperors from the War of Emperors had come. Lin Feng was only a junior. For the 4 great emperors to come because of Lin Feng's letter was already giving Lin Feng a lot of face. After everyone had gathered, Lin Feng told the great emperors about all the grievances between him and the Heavenly Dao sect. Let's try diplomacy before force. Let's test the Heavenly Dao sect. The Stone Puppet King said. Lin Feng said. Good. That's exactly what I was thinking. After all, the Heavenly Dao sect was an extremely terrifying force, and it was very likely that there was an old ancestor who was in deep slumber. As such, Lin Feng also didn't want to completely fall out with Tian Dao sect. Of course, this also depended on Tian Dao sect's attitude. If Tian Dao sect protected Rulin and didn't let him see Zi Yuan, then, in that case, Lin Feng wouldn't mind wreaking havoc in Tian Dao sect. The group of 7 quickly headed towards the ancestral grounds of the Heavenly Dao sect. When they arrived at the ancestral land of the Tian Dao sect, they found that the mountains and rivers here had already been shattered. Violent fluctuations spread out from the Tian Dao sect's ancestral land. A great battle had broken out here. Lin Feng and the others' expressions changed. They hadn't expected such a thing to happen to the Heavenly Path sect. Be careful. The Great Pun King reminded. He felt a sense of unease. Lin Feng also felt a strange and terrifying power in the air. The group of 7 carefully entered the Heavenly Dao sect. Tian Dao sect was located in a parallel space. This space was extremely large. Originally, the Tian Dao sect was extremely prosperous, but now, the ancestral land of the Tian Dao sect was flowing with blood. A thick smell of blood filled the air. Within the ancestral land of the Tian Dao sect, broken limbs and cultivator corpses could be seen everywhere. Regardless of whether they were old or weak, women or children, they were all killed. Their methods were cruel and terrifying. Who has the guts to attack a hidden sect? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He thought of the myriad races, the foreign races, and other foreign forces. Only these forces could organize such a powerful force to destroy a secluded sect. However, Lin Feng felt that these 3 forces shouldn't have done this. Because the Tian Dao sect didn't stand out to be their enemy. As the saying goes, there is no wall in the world that doesn't leak. No matter how secretive the matter of destroying the Tian Dao sect was, it was impossible for there to be no news of it leaked out. If it was really done by the myriad races, the foreign races, and other foreign forces. Didn't these 3 forces force the hidden families and sects of the 9 regions to stand out and become enemies with them? Lin Feng's group of 7 hid in the depths of the Tian Dao sect. In the depths of the ancestral land of the Tian Dao sect, there was a continuous mountain range. At this moment, the remaining cultivators of the Tian Dao sect had already retreated into the mountain range. They saw that the protective restriction of the mountain range had already been opened. Outside the mountain range, there were black armored knights holding spears and shields, riding on unknown terrifying black flame demonic beasts. These people's auras were extremely terrifying, causing people to feel a chill down their spine. There were about 1,000 people in this group. In addition to these black armored knights, there was also a dragon knight. The Dragon Knight's mount was a huge black dragon. It was a western dragon that emitted an extremely evil aura. Its wings were about 400 to 500 meters long. On the other hand, the cultivator standing on the black dragon was dressed in a black robe. The cultivator's aura was sinister and terrifying. After seeing the black-robed cultivator, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. The black-robed cultivator's aura was exactly the same as the mysterious black-robed cultivator that was killed by his ancestor, Lin Xiaobai. That black-robed cultivator turned into a Yin spirit, and in the end, Lin Xiaobai's brand merged with Lin Feng's body, killing the Yin spirit formed by the black-robed cultivator. Therefore, Lin Feng had a deep impression of the black-robed cultivator clan's aura. This clan was extremely terrifying. His ancestor, Lin Qi, was injured by the four great experts of this clan: Tai Dao supremacy, Yuan Tian supremacy, Tai Chu supremacy, and Nirvana supremacy. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of existence the four great experts of this clan were. However, Lin Feng hated the black-robed cultivator clan to the core. Ancestor Lin Xiaobai killed that black-robed cultivator in the past, and now another black-robed cultivator has appeared. Just what kind of clan is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The seven of them didn't move, hiding in the shadows to watch the battle. The black-robed knights were well-trained. They bombarded the defensive formation again and again, causing it to shake violently. However, it didn't shatter. These people are too strong. It's just 1,000 people, but they actually destroyed a hidden sect. It's unbelievable. Du Zhu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The others felt the same way. These people were too terrifying, and their identities were incomparably mysterious. Perhaps by now, very few people knew of their identities. These people appeared out of nowhere like demonic soldiers descending from the sky. I've never heard of such a terrifying force in the 9 provinces before. Fire Crow Daoist couldn't help but say. He was very familiar with the various forces in the 9 provinces. If the 9 provinces had such a terrifying force in the past, Lin Feng asked, could they be cultivators from the outside world? The Great Peking said, that's the only explanation. However, this group of people has never appeared before. They've been hiding very well. It was as the Great Peking had said. No one knew that there was such a terrifying force in the 9 provinces. The strength of these people was too strong. It was simply appalling. Of course. The protective formation of the Tiandao sect's core was extremely powerful. Now, it was facing the Black Armored Knight's attack. The fact that the protective formation of the Tiandao sect's core remained intact showed just how extraordinary it was. "Oh," the black-robed knight said in a deep voice. Then, he stood up, exuding a terrifying aura. After sensing that terrifying aura, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but be shocked. The black-robed knight's aura was too powerful. At the very least, his cultivation was at the Sovereign Emperor realm. It was even possible that he had surpassed the Sovereign Emperor realm. Boom! The black-robed knight attacked. He held a black spear in his hand and swept it out. A terrifying beam of light condensed. Then, it ruthlessly slammed into the protective formation of the Tiandao sect's core. Clang! That terrifying attack caused great damage. The protective formation of the Tiandao sect began to crack. The black-robed knight's battle prowess was too terrifying. Even if he hasn't reached the Sovereign Emperor realm, he's at least halfway there, said the Stone Puppet King. Above the Sovereign Emperor realm was the Sovereign Emperor realm. If he really was a cultivator of this realm, it would be too terrifying. His battle prowess was enough to shock the world. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but become extremely solemn. In the face of such a terrifying existence, no one could remain calm. The black-robed knight continued to attack, slashing out a second attack. Another terrifying beam of light swept towards the Tiandao sect's protective formation. Kacha 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 sounds could be heard. The formation began to crack. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Once the formation completely cracked, it would cause a disaster. Everyone would die at the hands of these people. "Ancestor, please!" The old sect master shouted. The old sect master of the Heavenly Dao sect was an immortal emperor expert. This level was already extremely terrifying. However, The old sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect was also heavily injured. And the most frightening thing was that in the previous battle, the black-robed dragon knight had not made a single move. Previously, there were only a few thousand black-armored knights, but they were able to sweep away all the cultivators from the Heavenly Tao sect. Thus, the cultivators from the Heavenly Tao sect were all scared out of their wits. Even the three great emperors were the same. I wonder how Ziyuan is doing? Lin Feng worriedly looked towards the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng didn't care about the life and death of the people from Tian Dao sect. He only cared about Ziyuan's safety. However, Lin Feng had no choice but to bide his time. He needed to continue observing the situation not far away. What happened? Why did you wake me up? An old voice came from the mountain range. Next. A terrifying aura spread out. It should be the old ancestor of the Heavenly Tao sect who had woken up. The old ancestor had sealed himself in the stone and had an extremely ancient origin. Over the countless years, he would only occasionally wake up and spend most of his time in deep sleep. Although the old ancestor of the Heavenly Tao sect had awakened, he did not break out of the stone. It was a piece of golden stone surrounded by a ball of golden light. It floated in the air. Old ancestor. The Heavenly Tao sect was attacked by a group of unknown people and is facing the danger of being destroyed. Old ancestor, please take action. The old sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice. Old ancestor, please take action and save our lives. Following that, the cultivators of the Heavenly Tao sect all knelt down. After the old ancestor of the Heavenly Tao sect knew about this matter, he couldn't help but be furious. The Heavenly Tao sect had existed for so long and no one had ever killed their way to their door. Now, even their door had been broken through, leaving only a small portion of their disciples alive. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Tao sect couldn't help but be filled with killing intent. South. The golden stone flew out. Who are you? Why are you targeting my Heavenly Tao sect? The old ancestor's terrifying aura enveloped the Dragon Knight as he asked coldly. The Dragon Knight didn't answer the old ancestor's question. Instead, he said with an indifferent expression, I heard that your Heavenly Tao sect has an item from that place. Is that true? The Tian Dao sect's old ancestor's expression suddenly changed. He said, what are you talking about? Humph. The Dragon Knight snorted and said, in the past, the ancestor of your clan was also a powerful figure, but in the end, it was just a flash in the pan. Back then, your clan's progenitor found the Supreme Divine Court and brought out an item. Now, do you know what I'm talking about? After hearing the Dragon Knight's words, Lin Feng and the others' expressions changed. The Heavenly Tao sect's progenitor had actually entered the Supreme Divine Court. Just what kind of existence was this person? He was able to find the Supreme Celestial Court and enter it. Most importantly, he even brought something out of the Supreme Celestial Court. It was no wonder why the Dragon Knight would attack the Heavenly Tao sect. The fact that the Heavenly Tao sect had an item from the Supreme Divine Court would naturally attract the attention of the strongest factions. Although Lin Feng didn't know what kind of clan the Dragon Knight was, he was sure that this clan was extremely greedy. Lin Feng was certain of this. Our Heavenly Tao sect doesn't have that item you're talking about. The ancestor of the Heavenly Tao sect naturally wouldn't admit to this and coldly said. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'll kill you all and find it myself. The Dragon Knight said sinisterly. Roar. The black dragon's roar shook the heavens. It flapped its wings and its huge body flew towards the old ancestor of Tian Dao sect. Humph. Aren't you being too arrogant? The battle hasn't even begun yet. The victor is still uncertain. The Heavenly Tao sect's old ancestor couldn't help but sneer. It was clear that this old ancestor was extremely confident in his own cultivation, so when facing the black-robed Dragon Knight's attack, he didn't hesitate. He didn't show any fear at all when facing the Dragon Knight. Tian Dao sect's old ancestor also quickly flew towards the black-robed Dragon Knight. Golden light surged out and swept towards the black-robed Dragon Knight. The black-robed Dragon Knight waved the battle spear in his hand and also swept it towards the Heavenly Path sect's old ancestor. Bang! These two existences were truly terrifying to the extreme. The attacks they unleashed were truly frightening. When these two experts collided, the huge tail of the black dragon whipped towards the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect. The old ancestor of the Tiandao sect had just collided with the black-robed dragon knight. Therefore, at this moment, it was too late to resist the attack of the black dragon. The old ancestor of the Tiandao sect reacted extremely quickly, before the attack of the black dragon swept over. The old ancestor of the Tiandao sect once again shot out a golden light, which swept towards the tail of the black dragon. It was just a hasty attack, so the power of this attack wasn't particularly strong. The golden light shot out by the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect was shattered by the tail of the black dragon, and then the stone that sealed the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect was sent flying by the black dragon. However, most of the power of the black dragon's attack had already been dissolved by the golden light shot out by the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect. A small part of the power hit the stone that sealed the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect, but it wasn't able to cause any harm to the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect. Just as the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect was about to let out a sigh of relief, the black-robed dragon knight had already silently appeared above the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect. It was as if he had teleported and instantly arrived above the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect. This method was really shocking. The black-robed dragon knight held the war spear in his hand with both hands. Then, he fiercely whipped towards the stone that sealed the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect. The power of this attack was really terrifying. The old ancestor of the Tiandao sect had no time to dodge. Clang, then, the terrifying attack of the black-robed dragon knight directly whipped the stone that sealed the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect. The stone that sealed the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect was smashed into pieces. The old ancestor of the Tiandao sect was sent flying. Wah! The old ancestor of the Tiandao sect couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This was an extremely old cultivator. His flame of life was already extremely weak. After seeing the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect, Lin Feng instantly thought of the old emperor of the human race. The old emperor of the human race's flame of life was also extremely weak. It was much weaker than the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect. Now that the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect was injured, this was probably going to be troublesome. Man and dragon as one, how amazing! Poison ancestor couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng nodded. The combination of man and dragon was indeed powerful. Many cultivators wanted to subdue a giant dragon and become a dragon knight. That was the biggest reason. If one had a giant dragon as a mount, it would be of great use in a great battle. Just like the great battle just now. The black-robed dragon knight and his black dragon cooperated seamlessly, injuring the Heavenly Road sect's old ancestor. The stone material that sealed the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect was destroyed. The material of this stone material was very special. After being sealed in it, life would stop flowing. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Dao sect looked like he had one foot in the grave. If he wasn't sealed in the stone, he might have already died. But now, the stone had been destroyed. How many more years could the Tiandao sect's old ancestor last? Old thing, your bloodline has already withered. Your life force is so weak. What can you use to fight me? The black-robed dragon knight had a mocking expression on his face. The current black-robed dragon knight's battle strength could be said to be heaven-defying. And Lin Feng could feel that this black-robed dragon knight should be in his prime. That is, the peak of his life. He was naturally confident in dealing with an old emperor who had one foot in the grave. Kill! The black-robed dragon knight shouted coldly, and then rode the black dragon towards the Tiandao sect's old ancestor again. Obviously, the black-robed dragon knight wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the Tiandao sect's old ancestor. As long as he killed the Tiandao sect's old ancestor, then no one in the Tiandao sect would be able to stop him. Kill! The Tiandao sect's old ancestor couldn't help but shout. A light flashed in his hand, and a long blade with an azure dragon pattern appeared. This long blade was called the Azure Dragon Sky-Splitting Blade. It was the emperor weapon that the Tiandao sect's old ancestor had refined for his entire life. It was very powerful. The Tiandao sect's old ancestor held the Azure Dragon Sky-Splitting Blade and charged towards the black-robed dragon knight. Clang, the weapons of the two sides collided fiercely, and a sonorous collision sound was heard. With the collision of the two as the center, the surrounding space collapsed. This time, the black dragon directly spat out dragon breath to deal with the Tiandao sect's old ancestor. Dragon breath was the innate ability of the dragon clan, so its power was extremely tyrannical. The Tiandao sect's old ancestor hurriedly dodged the dragon breath attack from the black dragon. And the black-robed dragon knight's spear swept towards the Tiandao sect's old ancestor again. The Tiandao sect's old ancestor had to deal with the black-robed dragon knight and the black dragon at the same time. It was simply a mess. He was directly swept away by the black-robed dragon knight. Wah, the Tiandao sect's old ancestor couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The Peacock King said that black-robed dragon knight didn't use his full strength at all. He seemed to be doing this on purpose, wanting to torture and kill the Tiandao sect's old ancestor. Lin Feng and the others also saw this point. Because from the beginning to the end, the black-robed dragon knight had an extremely relaxed expression. And the black-robed dragon knight didn't chase after the Tiandao sect's old ancestor. This was enough to explain a lot of things. In the world of cultivators, there was no lack of experts who liked to kill their opponents in a joking way. The black-robed dragon knight in front of them should be such a cultivator. Old ancestor. When the cultivators of the Tiandao sect hiding in the mountain range saw the old ancestor being teased like this, their faces were extremely ugly. They couldn't wait to rush out and help the old ancestor deal with the black-robed dragon knight. However, in the end, these people still didn't dare to rush out of the mountain range. Because, thousands of black-armored knights were not far away, eyeing them covetously. If they really rushed out of the mountain range, at that time, they would immediately be killed by thousands of black-armored knights. Not only would they not be able to help the old ancestor, they would even have to pay with their own lives. Is that all you have? This shouldn't be the case. Even if you are already old and weak, your realm is still there. Bring out your most powerful battle strength. The black-robed dragon knight said sinisterly. He seemed to treat the Tiandao sect's old ancestor as an opponent to test his own battle strength or to sharpen his own cultivation. The Tiandao sect's old ancestor's expression was gloomy. He knew that if this battle continued, he would definitely die. Because this black-robed dragon knight was too terrifying. The Tiandao sect's old ancestor gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Don't be complacent too early. Let's see how you die later." As his voice faded, the Tiandao sect's old ancestor took out a jade flute. Then he began to play the jade flute. What is the old ancestor doing? The cultivators of the Tiandao sect all had puzzled expressions. Lin Feng and the others were also very puzzled, not knowing what the Tiandao sect's old ancestor was doing. And just at this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The earth actually shook violently. What happened? Many people exclaimed. Kacha kacha. At this time, something even more terrifying happened. The earth of the Tiandao sect's small world actually began to crack. What's going on? Many people were stunned. They didn't know what was going to happen later. But obviously, the current change was very shocking. Something unbelievable would definitely happen later. Perhaps what would happen later would be able to reverse the situation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Boom. A terrifying aura filled the air. That aura was simply too powerful. It was as if a peerless and invincible demon god had just awoken. After sensing that terrifying aura, everyone was shocked. Other than the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Other than the old ancestor of the Tiandao sect, no one knew what would happen later. Even the old sect master of the Tiandao sect didn't know about this. Could it be? Suddenly, the old sect master of the Tiandao sect seemed to have thought of a possibility and couldn't help but exclaim. "Father, do you know what's under the abyss?" The sect master of the Tiandao sect asked in surprise. The other cultivators of the Tiandao sect also looked at the old sect master. They were also very curious. They wanted to know what was under the abyss. At this time, the old sect master of the Tiandao sect said, "This is a story that I accidentally heard when I was young. It is said that an ancestor of the Tiandao sect raised a golden spirit snake in captivity. The golden spirit snake grew bigger and bigger and became the guardian beast of the sect. However, no one has ever seen that golden spirit snake. even our Tiandao sect's Taoist scriptures don't have any records of that golden spirit snake. Therefore, I thought that the legend was just a legend and not true. Only then did I know that everything in that story might be true. What? Guardian beast? After hearing the old sect master's words, many people couldn't help but exclaim. If there really was a guardian beast, then, for the Tiandao sect, this was a great thing. Roar. At this time, a low roar resounded through the world. This sound was like the roar of a dragon, but also like the roar of a tiger. It was very strange. When this voice rang out, everyone revealed an extremely shocked expression. There really was a giant beast. The cultivators of the Heavenly Tao sect had lived in the ancestral land of the Heavenly Tao sect for such a long time, but no one knew that there was a giant beast living under the ancestral land of the Heavenly Tao sect. In the past, there were even people who had dived into the depths of the underground, but they did not find anything. Therefore, now that a giant beast had appeared under Tiandao sect, it was naturally shocking. The next moment, a golden head as large as a mountain emerged from the ground. That head. It was the head of a giant snake. Suddenly. Lin Fang's eyes suddenly focused. This was because there was a female cultivator standing on top of the huge snake head. It was a female cultivator wearing a purple robe. Her purple robe made her look like a pure and holy fairy. After seeing that female cultivator, Lin Feng felt his heart suddenly jump. Was it her? Was it Ziyuan? There really is a guardian sacred beast. Our Tiandao sect actually has a guardian sacred beast. We're saved. After seeing that huge snake head, many cultivators of the Heavenly Tao sect couldn't help but shout in excitement. When they saw that the patriarch was injured, these cultivators were about to despair. But now that the guardian sacred beast had appeared, they saw hope again. Who is that woman? At this time, a cultivator asked doubtfully. It was obvious that the cultivator was talking about the peerless female cultivator standing on top of the huge golden snake head. That female cultivator is called Ziyuan, and she is a possessor of the sacred ancestors' bloodline. She came from a branch of the Sky Martial continent. The old sect master said. Back then, when Ziyuan came to the 9 regions, she quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Therefore, there were very few cultivators who knew Ziyuan. Now, 80 to 90% of the people in the Heavenly Tao sect had died. There were even fewer people who knew Ziyuan. Sacred ancestors' bloodline? What kind of bloodline is this? Someone asked doubtfully. An extremely ancient bloodline. This bloodline originated from the sacred snake demon lord. The sacred snake demon lord was the ancestor of all demons. He was once revered by all demons and was extremely powerful. His bloodline had disappeared for many years. After countless years, this Ziyuan actually inherited the sacred ancestors' bloodline. In the past, when the patriarch woke up, he asked for Ziyuan by name. At that time, even this old man didn't know the reason. Now, it seems that the reason why the patriarch wanted Ziyuan to leave might be related to the guardian sacred beast. The old sect master said. Rumble. Rumble. At this time, a loud sound shook the sky. The giant snake crawled out of the abyss. Its body was too huge, winding and coiling, as thick as a mountain. A piece of scale on its body. It was as big as dozens of mu of land. The giant snake's body was about 30 to 40,000 meters long. It was unknown how long it had lived to be able to grow to such a huge body. Ziyuan stood on the giant snake's body and looked coldly at the black-robed dragon knight. Now, that huge black dragon seemed so small in front of the giant golden snake. Giant golden snake clan. A creature that has been extinct for a long time is actually struggling at death's door here. The black-robed dragon knight sneered. Facing the giant golden snake, the black-robed dragon knight didn't show any fear. Your aura is very familiar. You are a member of that clan. The giant golden snake said in a cold voice. However, the giant golden snake didn't say what the black-robed cultivator's clan was. It seemed to be afraid. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Since you know which clan I am from, you should hand over the item that the Heavenly Tao sect's founder took out from the Supreme Divine Court. The black-robed dragon knight suddenly laughed. What clan is this guy from? His clan is something that even the giant golden snake doesn't dare to say. What kind of clan could be so intimidating? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel extremely puzzled. I can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood. The giant golden snake suddenly roared, its eyes filled with hatred. Does the giant golden snake have a grudge with this clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, the giant golden snake suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Boom! Boom, boom, golden lightning that blotted out the sky and covered the earth spewed out. The bolts of golden lightning seemed to have the terrifying power to destroy the world. The golden lightning all blasted toward the black-robed dragon knight. Since you are courting death, I will kill you today and send you to hell to reunite with your clan members. The golden lightning was truly terrifying. Its power was so strong that it struck fear into the hearts of the onlookers. The bolts of lightning crisscrossed and densely covered the void before pouring down on the black-robed dragon knight. They were like golden ribbons, peerless and unparalleled. The onlookers couldn't help but feel aghast. However, the black-robed dragon knight wasn't afraid of the golden snake. He rode his black dragon and soared into the sky. He waved his war spear and swept it towards the golden lightning bolts. Clang! Clang, accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, the black-robed dragon knight displayed an extremely heaven-defying fighting strength. His attack directly shattered the bolts of lightning. At the same time, his black dragon mount also spewed out balls of dragon's breath. As one of the dragon clan's innate abilities, dragon's breath was extremely destructive. When the balls of dragon's breath were shot out, the balls of dragon's breath bombarded the golden snake's body. Although they couldn't break through the golden snake's defenses, they still caused a considerable impact. The golden snake's body swayed incessantly as it roared in pain and anger. Man and dragon as one. The golden snake isn't a match for the black-robed dragon knight. What kind of extraordinary background does he have? How could he be so strong? It's unbelievable. Duzu couldn't help but exclaim. Ziyuan hasn't made her move yet. I feel that Ziyuan is different from before, but I don't know exactly what the difference is. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. As expected. At this moment, Ziyuan made her move. A huge purple bow appeared in her hand. The huge bow exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Ziyuan held the giant bow in her hand. She slowly drew the bow, and the power of heaven and earth from all directions quickly gathered. Behind Ziyuan, a mysterious world appeared, and within that mysterious world, a huge purple snake appeared. The purple snake was noble, powerful, and ancient, as if it was the ruler of heaven and earth. When the purple snake appeared, the cultivators of the heavenly Tao sect involuntarily knelt on the ground. It was like they were on a pilgrimage. Only those above the great emperor realm could withstand the pressure of the purple snake's aura. Roar, 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 the ferocious beasts that the black-armored knights were riding on issued deep roars. The beasts seemed to be very restless, but the black-armored knights were very terrifying. Their auras were linked together. It resisted the terrifying pressure of the giant purple snake. The powerful ferocious beasts they sat on were quickly pacified. He gradually calmed down. It's the phantom of the sacred snake demon lord. Could that bow be the legendary sage snake demon bow? A cultivator from the heavenly Tao sect exclaimed. The sacred snake demon lord was one of the most powerful existences in the history of the demon race. It was said that the sacred snake demon lord had forged 3 supreme treasures in the past. One of them was a giant bow, which was called the sacred snake demon bow. Clearly, the giant bow in Ziyuan's hand was most likely the legendary sage snake demon bow. Whoosh, an arrow pierced through the air and shot toward the black dragon. Ziyuan began to attack the black dragon mount of the black-robed dragon knight, if she could kill the black dragon. If she could kill the black dragon, the dragon knight's combat strength would be greatly reduced. The sacred snake demon bow's attack could only be described as heaven-defying. It instantly pierced through the void and shot toward the black dragon. Humph. The dragon knight's expression was indifferent. He couldn't help but snort coldly and wave the war spear in his hand. He swept his spear at the incoming energy arrow. The power of the spear was extremely strong. Clang! The black-robed dragon knight swept the energy arrow with his spear, and the energy arrow was directly shattered. The black dragon continued to spit out dragon breath attacks to block the golden lightning spewed by the golden snake. These two terrifying existences had worked together for a very long time. That was why they could freely switch targets. 9-star alignment. Ziyuan's expression was cold as she fired 9 arrows in succession. One after another, dazzling arrows shot towards the black-robed dragon knight. 9-star alignment was extremely powerful. At the same time, the golden snake also unleashed a terrifying move. The giant golden snake opened its mouth and spat out a sea of lightning. The sea of lightning was so powerful that it made people pale with fright. Billions of lightning bolts. They instantly smashed toward the dragon knight and the black dragon. The black dragon let out a low chant. It was the language of the dragon race. The other cultivators naturally couldn't understand it. At this moment, the black dragon unleashed its dragon language divine ability and launched a counterattack against the golden snake. A terrifying black abyss formed. That black abyss was peerlessly terrifying. It seemed to be able to devour everything. When the golden snake's attacks came down, they were all swallowed by the black abyss. Clang clang clang, the dragon knight was also extremely powerful. The war spear in his hand swept through the world. He directly shattered the 9 energy arrows shot by Ziyuan. Ziyuan and the golden snake's cooperation is flawless. However, this dragon knight is too strong. His cultivation is too high. It's really difficult to defeat him and his black dragon. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Boom, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. From the crack in the abyss, a huge pillar of light soared into the sky. Within the pillar of light, a mysterious mass of holy light appeared. The holy light seemed to wrap around something. Not good. Why did the holy relic rush out of its own accord? The Tiandao sect's ancestor's expression changed drastically when he saw the thing that rushed out. The holy relic has come out, the black-robed dragon knight's eyes suddenly lit up. Holy relic? What holy relic? Could it be that thing that flew out of the Supreme Divine Court? Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Everyone had an extremely shocked expression on their faces. Any item in the Supreme Divine Court was enough to cause a storm of blood in the outside world. This was because the items in the Supreme Divine Court were simply too heaven-defying. The reason the Dragon Knight wanted to destroy the Tiandao sect was because of the supreme treasure that the sect's founder had obtained. It was a supreme treasure that had been passed down from the Supreme Divine Court. That supreme treasure should be the thing in front of them. It was shrouded in holy light. They didn't know what it was, but they could imagine that it had a great origin. At this moment, the void split open. A man shrouded in holy light appeared beside the holy relic. He wanted to take it. You're courting death. The rest of the people were furious. Someone actually wanted to fish in troubled waters and steal the sacred relic. Naturally, this would completely enrage the experts from both sides. At this moment, the experts from both sides who were engaged in a fierce battle stopped one after another. The giant golden snake spat out golden lightning at the cultivator who suddenly attacked. Ziyuanyuan used the 7 stars piercing the sun. She held the legendary sacred snake demon bow and shot out 7 arrows in a row. Each arrow contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. After the 7 arrows were shot out, they locked onto the cultivator who had attacked. They shot over as fast as lightning. The black-robed dragon knight waved the war spear in his hand and directly swept out terrifying spear lights. The spear lights were so powerful that they could destroy heaven and earth. The black dragon also launched an attack on the cultivator, using the dragon language divine ability. A huge phantom of a divine mountain descended from the sky. He charged straight at the cultivator. In addition, the Heavenly Dao Sect's Patriarch, Heavenly Dao Sect's Old Sect Master, Grand Elder, and the other great emperors all attacked. They launched a frenzied attack on the cultivator. Humph. The cultivator who attacked couldn't help but snort coldly. At this moment, this person dared to attack, which meant that he already had a card up his sleeve. He had many terrifying means. The cultivator waved his hand and a jade rui appeared in his hand. Jade rui-type treasures were relatively rare, and a powerful jade rui-type treasure was even rarer. This was because the jade rui was made of jade. The jade material was very fragile. Therefore, it wasn't easy to refine it into a powerful magic treasure. Lin Feng knew that the 9-colored jade ruby of the mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens was an unparalleled treasure. Other than the 9-colored jade ruby, the more powerful and famous jade ruby in history were relatively rare. The jade ruby that the cultivator in front of him took out stunned Lin Feng. This jade ruby was a color that was almost transparent. The cultivator gently waved the jade ruby in his hand. Suddenly. Next, something shocking happened. A world of stars appeared around the cultivator. That Star River world was different from ordinary Star River worlds. That Star River world was made of jade. It was dazzling and gorgeous, but it also gave people a strange feeling. Just as everyone's attacks were about to land, something strange happened. All kinds of powerful attacks bombarded the galaxy world, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It didn't cause any fluctuations. All the attacks were actually swallowed by the galaxy world. What a powerful jade ruby, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The jade ruby that cultivator took out was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Its power was to the extent that it was shocking. So many attacks in an instant was too extraordinary. After the celestial river world swallowed everyone's attacks, the cultivator directly used his magic power to wrap around the sacred object. The holy artifact began to struggle violently. Retrieve. The cultivator took out a jade bottle-type magic treasure. The jade bottle-type magic treasure emitted a powerful devouring force that directly swallowed the sacred object. The sacred object was taken by someone. This person is very powerful. I wonder which faction's expert is he from? Du Zhu said in surprise. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't know why, but after seeing the cultivator who took action, Lin Feng felt his heart beat faster. It was a very strange feeling, but Lin Feng didn't know why his body would have such a reaction. It was really strange. Lin Feng and the others still didn't take action. They were observing the situation. Although the cultivator had taken the sacred object, it wouldn't be so easy for him to leave. The treasure in your hand is the legendary 9 Heavens Galaxy Jade Ruby? The black-robed dragon knight said with narrowed eyes. The others had never heard of this treasure. Even the Tiandao sect's patriarch had never heard of it. The cultivator said indifferently. That's right. Your Excellency has good eyesight. So it's someone from the Undying clan. No wonder you dared to take this sacred object. The black-robed dragon knight's voice was indifferent. What? The Undying clan? That cultivator is actually from the Undying clan? Lin Feng was shocked. The Undying clan. Their relationship with Lin Feng was too deep. In the past, Lin Feng's ancestor was an abandoned child of the Undying clan. Now, the two sides didn't have any contact at all. Lin Feng had met several young cultivators from the Undying clan before. The clan was very mysterious, so he couldn't get too much information from them. Because those young cultivators from the Undying clan were only ordinary people in the Undying clan, they couldn't be considered core disciples. Moreover, the Undying clan in 9 provinces was only a branch of the Undying clan. No wonder my body felt so strange. It was because I met someone from the Undying clan. This is the reaction of my bloodline. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Their clan had a grudge with the Undying clan. The Undying clan wouldn't let Lin Feng off, and Lin Feng also suspected that his clansmen were captured by the Undying clan. He had always planned to go to the Undying clan to inquire about the whereabouts of his clansmen, so the Undying clan was imperative. However, the location of the Undying clan was very hidden. Lin Feng still didn't know where the Undying clan was hiding. That's right. I'm from the Undying clan. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Yu Wenqing from the Undying clan. This cultivator introduced himself. Although he didn't look old, he must have cultivated for a very long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such terrifying battle strength. If it wasn't for the jade scepter in your hand, you would have died countless times. The black-robed dragon knight's voice was extremely cold. Magic treasures are also a part of one's strength. Yu Wenqing said with an indifferent expression. In the past, even the 7 saints of the Yuan clan had to be respectful in front of my clan. Did you know? The black-robed dragon knight said with an indifferent and arrogant expression. The Undying clan's inheritance was ancient. It was said that the Undying clan's inheritance originated from 7 extremely powerful cultivators. These 7 people, they were 7 brothers. They joined hands to create the Undying clan. These were the illustrious 7 saints of the Undying clan. Many people had heard of the legends of the 7 saints of the Yuan clan and knew how terrifying they were. Shameless boasting. You're just like a clown. Yu Wenqing's expression was indifferent. He naturally wouldn't believe the black-robed dragon knight's words. Everyone, this person has a top-grade immortal tool. How about we join hands to kill him? Okay, let's kill him together. At this moment, Ziyuan said. It was the first time Ziyuan had spoken. Her voice was pleasant to the ears. She used to be Lin Feng's maid back in the days, but now she had grown into a beautiful woman. She was so beautiful that people couldn't help but want to protect her. Such a woman was a goddess in the eyes of countless people. Even Lin Feng was stunned when he saw Ziyuan again. Ziyuan's status in the Tiandao sect was obviously very high. Even the Tiandao sect's patriarch didn't refute her words. No one knew what had happened to Ziyuan over the years, but she was no longer the maid of the past. Ziyuan controlled the sacred snake demon Bao and seemed to have gained the approval of the giant golden snake. She was definitely a giant now. The two sides quickly reached an agreement. They obviously wanted to get rid of Yu Wenqing first, and then they would consider who would get the sacred relic. The people of the Tiandao sect naturally wouldn't give up the sacred relic. The black-robed dragon knight also came prepared. He wouldn't give up so easily. Heaven-slashing art. The black-robed dragon knight's voice was cold. He led the black-armored knights to attack together. Everyone's movements were almost exactly the same, and everyone's movements were perfectly synchronized. Thousands of people attacked together, and they were all so powerful. All the attacks were gathered together. It directly formed a sea of spear light that condensed into a sea of spears. This sea of spears was invincible, destroying everything in its path. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the end of the world had come. It was really shocking. No wonder the black-armored knights almost wiped out the Tiandao sect, a hidden sect. These black-armored knights were indeed too powerful. Under the leadership of the black-robed dragon knight, they were simply invincible. The black dragon under the black-robed dragon knight also used its dragon magic. Meteorites fell from the sky, smashing directly toward Yu Wenqing. The giant golden snake moved its huge tail, which swept toward Yu Wenqing like a mountain range. Ziyuan shot out hundreds of arrows. Heaven and earth were shattered by the arrows. The 4 great emperors of the Tiandao sect also attacked, using all kinds of powerful magic to attack Yu Wenqing. These people were determined to kill Yu Wenqing. Lin Feng felt that although this Yu Wenqing was extremely powerful, his realm should be about the same as the black-robed dragon knight. If it had been a head-on confrontation, Yu Wenqing would have definitely been defeated by so many powerhouses. It was very likely that he would die a horrible death. However, now, Yu Wenqing had that powerful jade rui. That jade scepter was a top-grade immortal artifact. One must know that even imperial armaments were extremely difficult to refine. What more an immortal artifact? Immortal artifacts were extremely rare because the materials were hard to find. Therefore, some immortals' treasures were imperial weapons, not immortal weapons. It was already so difficult to refine ordinary immortal equipment, let alone top-grade immortal equipment. An immortal artifact of this level was simply too rare and too powerful. A gentle wave of an immortal artifact of this level could create a world-destroying power. The 5-dragon wheel that Lin Feng had previously acquired was an immortal weapon. However, the complete 5-dragon wheel was only an elementary-grade immortal artifact, far from being able to compare with this jade scepter. Naturally, there was a huge difference in power. Let's not talk about the division of the immortal realm. Let's talk about the division of the immortal realm. How many times stronger was a giant god realm cultivator than a void god realm cultivator? It was simply impossible to measure. The gap between immortal artifacts was actually the same as the gap between cultivators. They could all be compared in the same way. Today, I'll let you have a taste of the power of a top-grade immortal artifact. Yu Wenqing still had the attitude of having everything under control. He had a top-grade immortal artifact, so no matter how powerful the cultivators were, he was still confident. He was full of confidence. Yuan Qing began to chant an incantation. As he chanted the incantation, the jade scepter emitted more and more fluctuations. This Yuan Qing knows how to activate the jade scepter. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. An immortal artifact was not the same as other treasures. Most of the time, it wasn't that one could release the power of an immortal artifact just by obtaining it. There were many restrictions if one wanted to release the power of an immortal artifact of this level. First of all, was his cultivation strong enough? Was his dermic power pure enough? Did he know the incantation to activate this immortal artifact? Magic treasures of this level needed an incantation to activate. Perhaps this was the biggest difference between an immortal artifact and other treasures. Previously, when Lin Feng activated the Bell of Pluto King, he had obtained an incantation from the Demon Lord. Only then did he release some of the power of the Bell of Pluto King. However, the incantation that the Demon Lord had grasped was incomplete. If he wanted to release the true power of the Bell of Pluto King, he needed a complete incantation. When Lin Feng activated the Heavenly Drum, it was because he had comprehended an incantation that he was able to release part of the Heavenly Drum's power. He wanted to release all of the Heavenly Drum's power. Lin Feng needed to comprehend more incantations. Condense the heavens and 10,000 worlds, create all living things. All of a sudden, suddenly, a low and deep voice came out from the jade scepter. That voice was mysterious, ancient, and faintly discernible. It was like the voice was transmitted through endless time and space. After hearing that voice, everyone couldn't help but feel refreshed. Did Yuan Qing's incantation just now communicate with the god of this supreme treasure? Suddenly, a high-pitched dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. Next, one dragon after another flew out of the jade scepter. The densely packed dragons were naturally not real. They were all dragons that the jade scepter had manifested, but they were so lifelike. Birth of 10,000 dragons. Following Yuan Qing's deep roar, over 10,000 dragons rushed out. They were really invincible. No one could resist the birth of 10,000 dragons. Lin Feng and the others who were watching the battle from afar were also dumbfounded. It was really shocking. The jade scepter's power was really too strong. It really made people envious. If they could obtain this treasure, it would be amazing. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of violent collisions, there was a fierce sound of collision. The black-robed dragon knight, the black-armored knights he led, the purple mandarin duck, the golden snake, and the 4 great emperors of the Tiandao sect were all repelled. The jade scepter's power was already extraordinary. There was no way to resist it. "I'll stop playing with you today," said Yuan Qing indifferently. He wanted to leave quickly, but at that moment, the holy jade bottle that contained the supreme treasure flew out of his storage ring of its own accord. Crack. Then, the holy jade bottle shattered, and the supreme treasure flew out quickly. It was as fast as lightning, trying to escape. "Here's my chance." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He directly took out the sky-swallowing jar. "I did it," Lin Feng was overjoyed. The holy artifact had been successfully devoured by his heaven-swallowing jar, which was a very satisfying thing. However, he didn't know what the holy relic was. However, now wasn't the time to see what it was. Seeing Lin Feng's devouring heaven jar devouring the holy relic, the others were also overjoyed. However, after Lin Feng's devouring heaven jar devoured the holy relic, they were completely exposed. A group of strong cultivators was moving towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! 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 Lin Feng and the others quickly came out of their hiding place and dodged the attacks of many strong cultivators. The great emperor of the 9 prefectures, the black-robed dragon knight, looked indifferent. When he saw Lin Feng devouring the devouring heaven jar, the black-robed dragon knight's eyes flashed coldly. "It's you, then," the black-robed dragon knight looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng was stunned. The black-robed dragon knight knew him, he didn't seem to have seen him before. What Lin Feng didn't know was that he was now a plaything in the eyes of the Tai Dao Honorable Lord. The Tai Dao Honorable Lord wanted to play Lin Feng to death slowly. The black-robed dragon knight in front of him was one of the Tai Dao Honorable Lord's subordinates. Therefore, the black-robed dragon knight could recognize Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't know about this. The black-robed dragon knight naturally wouldn't tell Lin Feng about this. You are Lin Feng. Yuan Qing narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with an indescribable light. Yuan Qing's undying clan was also in the 9 prefectures. He must have heard of Lin Feng. In addition, Lin Feng had the undying divine body. Naturally, Yuan Qing had studied Lin Feng in detail. Therefore, he was able to recognize Lin Feng now. This was a very normal thing. So you're that Lin Feng? The great emperors of the Heavenly Tao sect looked at Lin Feng with indifferent expressions. There were many powerhouses present, but Lin Feng became the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Feng had a special ability that could unite many people around him. At the same time, it would attract the attention of countless cultivators from the opposing forces. Lin Feng ignored everyone and looked at Ziyuan. Ziyuan also looked at Lin Feng. It was a pair of cold eyes. When he saw Lin Feng, he didn't change much. Ziyuan. Do you still remember me? Lin Feng asked Ziyuan. Ziyuan replied indifferently. Of course I remember. Long time no see. Hearing Ziyuan's voice that was as indifferent as water, Lin Feng sighed in his heart. He had been worried about Ziyuan all these years, but it was clear that Ziyuan didn't care about him. Ziyuan had become so powerful. Perhaps, there was no reason for her to recall the time when she had been by his side. During that time, they had been on the run together. They had been in danger and fear, and they didn't even know if they could survive. But now, Ziyuan was high and mighty, like a goddess of the heavens. If it were anyone else, perhaps they wouldn't be willing to recall that time filled with suffering. How have you been these years? Asked Lin Feng. How have you been these years? Everything has been well. Ziyuan's voice was still very calm. It even felt like she was 1,000 miles away from him. Lin Feng could no longer reconcile the Ziyuan in front of him with the Ziyuan in his memories. The Ziyuan in his memories was very shy and obedient. She liked to stay by his side and softly call him young master. His eyes were always filled with tenderness and affection. The Ziyuan in front of him was powerful, cold, and unfamiliar. That's good. Lin Feng nodded. Now that Ziyuan was safe and sound, he was relieved. Sometimes, life was like this. In one's life, one would meet many people and many things. In one's life, one would miss out on many people and many things. Although it was a pity. But in life, one needed to look forward, not back. Now, he was gradually drifting away from Ziyuan. There was even a feeling of becoming a stranger. Lin Feng was very sad in his heart. But no matter how sad he was, he had to look forward. Perhaps this was life. He couldn't always live in the past, but in the future. Brat. Not bad. The holy artifact was actually taken by you. The black-robed dragon knight looked at Lin Feng indifferently, and then looked at the Rock King and the others beside Lin Feng. He sneered and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to take the holy artifact away. Hand it over, or I'll let you have a taste of what it means to live a life worse than death. As his voice fell, the black-robed dragon knight lightly shook the war spear in his hand, his killing intent awe-inspiring. At the same time, Yuanqing began to activate the Jade Rui. The 4 emperors of the Heavenly Tao sect also began to circulate their mana, wanting to attack Lin Feng and the others. Roar. The giant golden snake let out a low roar, opened its bloody mouth, and directly spat out terrifying golden lightning towards Lin Feng. Ziyuan, on the other hand, held the holy snake demon bow in her hand, an arrow shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He never thought that Ziyuan would attack him. Originally, Lin Feng felt that even though the relationship between him and Ziyuan would never return to how it was back then. But, Ziyuan wouldn't attack him. But Lin Feng was wrong. And it was a big mistake. Kill. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He took out the heavenly drum, the bell of Hades, and the heavenly mystery pagoda. Lin Feng knew the incantation to activate the heavenly drum and the bell of Hades, so he could use them to attack. And the heavenly mystery pagoda could be used for defense. Lend me a hand. Lin Feng looked at the great Peking and the others. With his strength alone, even if he controlled many treasures, he naturally couldn't fight against the black-robed dragon knight, Yuan Qing, Zi Yuan, the giant golden snake, and the 4 emperors of the heavenly Tao sect. However, Lin Feng wasn't fighting alone. Lin Feng still had 6 emperors on his side. Although the great Ping King and the others' realms weren't particularly high, they were all amazing existences. They could kill enemies who were a lot stronger than them. Moreover, Lin Feng didn't want to fight to the death with these people this time. Now that the treasures were in his hands. Snatching the treasures and running, this was the way of survival for cultivators. Boom, 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 the 6 emperors on Lin Feng's side circulated their mana together, and powerful mana continuously flowed into Lin Feng's 3 magic treasures. Although the 6 emperors each had their own powerful magic treasures, it was obvious that the 6 emperors' magic treasures couldn't compare to Lin Feng's magic treasures. Therefore, it was better for everyone to work together to activate Lin Feng's magic treasures, and Lin Feng's 3 magic treasures were released. They collided with the black-robed dragon knight, Yuan Qing, Zi Yuan, the giant golden snake, and the 4 emperors of the heavenly Tao sect. Neither side could do anything to the other. Chase, the group of experts' expressions were extremely gloomy as they quickly chased after him. In the parallel space, the Great Rock King's bloodline had returned to its ancestor and turned into a golden-winged Great Rock. Lin Feng and the others grabbed onto the Great Rock King's feathers tightly. The Great Rock King's speed was simply too fast. Lin Feng's speed was already fast enough, but compared to the Great Rock King, Lin Feng felt that his speed was still too slow. The Rock clan was good at speed, and they were known to have the fastest speed in all the realms. And the golden-winged Great Rock clan was the fastest Great Rock among the Rock clan. Therefore, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find a cultivator who could compete with the Great Rock King in terms of speed. Therefore, as long as the Great Rock King wanted to leave in this world, there weren't many cultivators who wanted to stop the Great Rock King. Just now, it was the Great Rock King who suddenly tore open the void and left with Lin Feng and the others. The group of experts chased into the parallel space and only saw a flash of golden light. Lin Feng and the others had completely disappeared without a trace. They couldn't catch up to Lin Feng and the others at all. Damn it, the group of experts roared angrily. These people were eyeing the holy artifact covetously, but now that the holy artifact had been snatched away by Lin Feng, these cultivators were simply driven mad with hatred. Among Lin Feng's group, these experts naturally hated Lin Feng the most. This was because it was Lin Feng's heaven-swallowing jar that swallowed the holy artifact. The heaven-swallowing jar was very special and could suppress all kinds of treasures. If it wasn't for the heaven-swallowing jar, suppressing the holy artifact would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's better not to meet. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This time, Zi Yuan launched an attack on Lin Feng. It had indeed hurt Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng was a strong person, and it was difficult for ordinary people to hurt him. However, the people who could hurt Lin Feng the most were naturally the people that Lin Feng cared about. Actually, Lin Feng wasn't the only one who felt this way. Perhaps everyone was like that. Only the people you cared about the most could hurt you. If it was a stranger, no matter what they said or did, they would not be able to hurt him. Young master, look on the bright side. This is the cruelty of the cultivation world, Du Zhu said. The Great Ping King, Peacock King, Stone Puppet King, and Fire Crow Daoist remained silent. They had seen too many cases of mutual deception. Some things he needed to bear it personally before he could gradually grow. Lin Feng said, I'm fine. It was impossible for everything to go smoothly in life. Everything is understandable. Because it was closer to the demon ancestral land, everyone returned to the demon ancestral land. Soon after, they arrived at a secret chamber. Lin Feng took out the holy relic, which was shrouded in holy light and emitted waves of astonishing energy. It was a holy relic that had been passed down from the divine court. He didn't know what it was, but it had to be incomparably precious. Once the holy relic was taken out, the holy light gradually disappeared. A piece of silver metal appeared before everyone's eyes. Is this a forging material? Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the metal. This is the legendary immortal silver golden teardrop ore. The Stone Puppet King couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the mysterious stone. The Stone Puppet King could be considered to have had a second life, so his knowledge was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Lin Feng said that he knew about many treasures, but this was the first time he had heard of this immortal silver golden teardrop Oregon. However, from the Stone Puppet King's shocked expression, one could tell how extraordinary this immortal silver golden teardrop ore was. It was definitely an extremely heaven-defying treasure. This treasure was enough to cause a commotion. What's so special about this immortal silver golden teardrop ore? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Stone Puppet King said, rumor has it that treasures forged from it surpass immortal treasures. What? Everyone's expression changed abruptly. Immortal was the pinnacle of cultivation. Logically speaking, the highest level of magic treasure should be at the level of immortal. However, the Stone Puppet King said that treasures forged from immortal silver golden teardrop ore could surpass the immortal level. It sounded unbelievable. It was too unbelievable. Everyone couldn't help but feel that it was too surreal. The Stone Puppet King knew how shocking this news was, so he continued, I know that you all think this is unbelievable, but in this world, there are treasures that surpass the immortal level. This, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but frown. The Stone Puppet King's words caused them to ponder deeply. Nothing was too strange in this world. Just because they didn't know didn't mean it wasn't true. The Stone Puppet King continued, of course, in the eyes of countless cultivators, the immortal level is the pinnacle. However, as far as I know, there are some experts above the immortal level, but they are extremely rare. When I completed my second rebirth, I suddenly heard a voice saying that the 9 transformation stone golem could surpass the immortal realm. I don't know where that voice came from, but from then on, a seed was planted in my heart. The 9 transformation stone golems can surpass the celestial layer. That's the goal I've been working hard for my entire life. Later on, I read a passage in a Taoist scripture. That passage recorded some astonishing things. What things? Lin Feng and the others curiously looked at the Stone Puppet King. The Stone Puppet King continued, there are existences that surpass the immortal level, such as the 4 titans of the Grand Mist era. Of course, a small number of people know that the 5 titans of the Grand Mist era were actually the 5 titans. The first progenitor of the sovereign imperial clan was born even before the Grand Mist era, but later generations didn't introduce him. At this point, the Stone Puppet King looked at Lin Feng. The Stone Puppet King knew that Lin Feng had 2 bloodlines. One was the Undying bloodline. The other was the Sovereign Imperial bloodline. Lin Feng was a member of the Sovereign Imperial clan. The first progenitor of the Sovereign Imperial clan was Lin Feng's ancestor. Lin Feng said, after my generation, I don't know anything about the first progenitor. The others nodded. Countless years had passed, and countless secrets had long been buried in the long river of history. Of course, this included many things that happened to the first progenitor. Later generations didn't know about them. It wasn't just Lin Feng. Many cultivators were the same. They didn't know what their first progenitor had gone through. This immortal silver gold tier stone shouldn't be enough to refine a magic treasure, right? The immortal silver golden teardrop stone was extraordinary, but it was still too small. It was simply not enough to refine a treasure. The stone golem monarch nodded. The materials are indeed insufficient. If this immortal silver golden teardrop stone was 3 times bigger, it could be refined into a treasure. Everyone smiled wryly. Such a sacred item. How could it be so easy to obtain, Duzu said. Maybe there's still immortal silver golden teardrop stone in the divine court. I wonder where it is. I really want to go in and loot it. After hearing Duzu's words, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. Even in their dreams, they wanted to enter the divine court and search for the treasures inside. Alas, they couldn't find it. Who knew where the supreme divine court was? If they could find it, it would be truly heaven-defying. Isn't it a pity for the sacred stone? Heretical Sovereign Saint asked. No. Although we can't use this saint stone to forge a powerful magic weapon, we can refine the saint stone into saint liquid. Then, we can refine the saint liquid into our own magic weapon. It can greatly increase the power of our magic weapon and also increase the potential of our magic weapon. For example, our magic weapon should be limited by the materials used. Perhaps it can be upgraded to the level of an emperor weapon. However, if we refine the saint liquid, our magic weapon might be upgraded to the level of an immortal weapon in the future. The stone golem monarch said. Everyone's eyes lit up. This sacred liquid's effect was truly extraordinary. Everyone couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. The stone golem monarch continued, this sacred liquid has another terrifying effect. What is it? Duzu asked curiously. The stone golem monarch explained, take myself as an example. Although I have refined my own personal treasures, I don't really rely on them because the strongest aspect of our race is our physical body. My body itself is a powerful magical treasure. Everyone could understand the stone golem monarch's words. Due to the unique nature of the stone golem race, their physical bodies were extremely terrifying. Many stone golems tempered their bodies to be even stronger than their treasures, giving them extremely powerful offensive and defensive capabilities. In fact, it wasn't just the stone tribe that cultivated the body as a treasure. Other tribes also did it. It's just that it's relatively rare. The stone puppet king continued, because I refined my body into a magical treasure. Therefore, my body can also absorb the sacred liquid, just like a magic treasure absorbing the sacred liquid. After my body absorbs the sacred liquid, my cultivation and potential will be greatly improved. Evil divinity saint's eyes lit up. Just like Stone Puppet King, I also refined my body into a powerful treasure. Does that mean my body can also absorb the holy liquid? Stone Puppet King nodded. That's right. Tiandao sect has obtained this treasure for such a long time, yet they haven't used it. How surprising. Lin Feng said. The Stone Puppet King said, actually, it's not that strange, because even if the Tiandao sect wanted to use this saint stone, they probably wouldn't be able to. Why do you say that? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The Stone Puppet King said, because to refine a saint stone of this level, it requires at least 3 types of heavenly fire to refine it. Oh my god! 3 types of heavenly fire to refine it repeatedly? In this era, finding more than 3 types of heavenly fire is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But for us, this isn't a problem at all. Duzu said with a grin. Everyone knew that Lin Feng had heavenly fire, and he had 5 types of heavenly fire. Alright. Then I'll refine this saint stone and distribute it to everyone. Lin Feng said with a smile. Next, Lin Feng went into seclusion for half a month. Every day, he would refine the saint stone with 5 types of heavenly fire. Only then did he refine the saint stone into sacred liquid. It was a kind of golden holy liquid that was surrounded by holy light. Lin Feng divided the sacred liquid into 7 portions. 1 for each person. Then, everyone went into seclusion. The Stone Puppet King and Evil Divinity Saint directly devoured the sacred liquid. Their bodies were their treasures, and their treasures were their bodies. Lin Feng, Great Ping King, Peacock King, Fire Crow Daoist, and Duzu planned to use the sacred liquid to refine their natal treasures. Lin Feng's natal treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, had the potential to become an immortal artifact. However, Lin Feng wasn't sure to what level it could reach. But if it was infused with the sacred liquid, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's potential would increase even more. If the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp had the potential to become a top-tier immortal artifact, after infusing it with the sacred liquid, it might have the potential to surpass immortal artifacts. Even if it couldn't surpass immortal artifacts, it would still be one step closer to surpassing immortal artifacts. Now, Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was close to the level of an emperor artifact. However, whether it was a person or a treasure, it was extremely difficult to break through to the emperor realm. Moreover, Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was infused with so many top-tier treasures, making it even more difficult to break through. Lin Feng felt that infusing the sacred liquid could be an opportunity. Perhaps it could help the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp break through to the level of an emperor artifact. If the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp broke through to the level of an emperor artifact, it would be terrifying. In the following month, Lin Feng began to form a blood bond with the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. The sacred liquid began to infuse into the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, and the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was undergoing a transformation. This transformation surprised Lin Feng. Because once the transformation was successful, Lin Feng felt that the primal chaos ancient lamp would break through to the level of an emperor artifact. Finally, all of the sacred liquid was devoured by the primal chaos ancient lamp. Dong dong dong, a mysterious sound came from within the primal chaos ancient lamp. Listen carefully. It was like the sound of a heavenly drum. That sound. It was the sound of the great Tao. The sound of the great Tao rose in spirals, sweeping across heaven and earth. It swept across all directions. All living beings bowed down. Rays of sacred light intertwined. That sacred light made Lin Feng feel a sacred aura. He 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 he, ethereal laughter suddenly came from within the primal chaos ancient lamp. Lin Feng could vaguely see that a little boy had appeared within the primal chaos ancient lamp. The little boy looked to be around 3 or 4 years old, and was innocent and naive. Artifact spirit? Is it an artifact spirit? The artifact spirit of the primal chaos ancient lamp? Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The artifact spirit of the primal chaos ancient lamp had always been in the process of being nurtured. Before the artifact spirit was fully nurtured, it could take on a myriad of forms. No one knew what its specific form would be. Only after it was fully nurtured, only then would one know what form the artifact spirit would choose to take in. Lin Feng had once sensed the artifact spirit of the primal chaos ancient lamp. Sometimes it would take the form of a dragon, sometimes it would take the form of a treasure, sometimes it would take the form of a Tao Tai, and so on. Now, the artifact spirit of the primal chaos ancient lamp had finally been nurtured. The artifact spirit of the primal chaos ancient lamp. It was that little boy. Boom. The primal chaos ancient lamp was finally going to undergo tribulation. Lin Feng had been looking forward to this day for a long time. If the primal chaos ancient lamp successfully underwent tribulation, it would become a monarch weapon and be invincible. Lin Feng believed that the primal chaos ancient lamp would become the king of all weapons one day. He swept through the heavens, sweeping everything before him. Lin Feng quickly flew out. He didn't let the primal chaos ancient lamp undergo tribulation in the demonic race's ancestral land. Instead, he went outside. Outside the demonic race's ancestral land, lightning intertwined and terrifying lightning swept across the land. A huge sea of lightning formed above the 9 heavens. At this moment, amidst the sea of lightning, numerous lightning dragons and snakes began to swim about. The primal chaos ancient lamp's tribulation was definitely a terrifying one. However, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of tribulation it was. He would have to wait until the primal chaos ancient lamp underwent tribulation. The number of tribulations a magic treasure underwent was not as many as the number of tribulations a cultivator underwent. Usually, magic treasures would only undergo tribulation at critical moments. For example, when he broke through to monarch weapon or immortal weapon. Only when there was a huge leap would he undergo tribulation. It wasn't like cultivators who underwent tribulation when they broke through to the Great Emperor realm. However, from the first heaven of the Great Emperor realm to the Immortal Emperor realm, he would undergo tribulation too. This was the difference between magic treasures and cultivators. Other than this difference, magic treasures and cultivators were exactly the same in other aspects. There were countless cultivators who died during the tribulation. It was even more difficult for magic treasures to undergo tribulation than for cultivators. The success rate for magic treasures was even lower. Boom boom boom. Thick lightning bolts descended from the sky and struck towards the primal chaos ancient lamp. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched the primal chaos ancient lamp undergo tribulation. Lin Feng was extremely confident in the primal chaos ancient lamp because it was infused with too many immortal materials and sage materials. Lin Feng didn't dare to say that he would succeed in the immortal weapon tribulation. However, the Great Emperor tribulation. Lin Feng believed that the primal chaos ancient lamp would succeed. The primal chaos ancient lamp was truly extraordinary. It neutralized one lightning tribulation after another. More than 3,000 lightning tribulation descended, but they were unable to harm the primal chaos ancient lamp. However, an even more terrifying lightning tribulation was brewing. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The thunder tribulation that the chaotic ancient lamp was facing was most likely a great karmic tribulation. This tribulation contained 9,999 bolts of lightning. Its power was frightening to the point of causing others to be aghast. It was absolutely a terrifying heavenly tribulation. What shocked Lin Feng was that he was facing such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. The primal chaos ancient lamp was actually able to dissolve all of the tribulations. In the end, the primal chaos ancient lamp withstood 9,999 types of tribulation lightning. After the lightning tribulation was resolved, the primal chaos ancient lamp had broken through to the monarch armament level. Ha 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 ha, it's finally broken through. The primal chaos ancient lamp has finally broken through to the sovereign weapon grade. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Once the primal chaos ancient lamp broke through to the monarch weapon level, it would enter a whole new level. It was the same for cultivators. Once a cultivator broke through to the great emperor realm, their life would undergo a complete transformation. Before breaking through, they would be like ants. After breaking through, they would become a dragon. That was the difference. Therefore, the primal chaos ancient lamp's breakthrough to the monarch weapon level was too important. It was a crucial transformation. Lin Feng waved his hand at the primal chaos ancient lamp. The primal chaos ancient lamp quickly flew towards Lin Feng and hovered before Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently touched the primal chaos ancient lamp. Instantly, he felt a powerful energy surging like the sea from within the primal chaos ancient lamp. Lin Feng couldn't help but be astonished by that monstrous strength. Lin Feng had the impression that the primal chaos ancient lamp was even more powerful than the Hell King Bell, the celestial drum, and other treasures. This was the uniqueness of a natal treasure. Although the Hell King's bell and heavenly drum were high-level treasures, Lin Feng could only use a small portion of their power. Although the primal chaos ancient lamp's level couldn't compare to these treasures, Lin Feng could use 100% of the lamp's power. This was the biggest difference between the two treasures. Lin Feng put away the primal chaos ancient lamp and returned to the Yao ancestral land. The heretical sovereign saint and the stone puppet king came out of seclusion one after another. Their cultivations had greatly improved. The stone puppet king was unfathomable to begin with, but Lin Feng felt that the stone puppet king's aura seemed to have undergone a special transformation. It seemed to be a change in the level of life. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Was the stone puppet king about to undergo another life evolution? The next time the stone puppet king evolved, it would be from a body of flesh and blood to a body of stone. The heretical sovereign saint's cultivation rose by 8 levels, reaching the peak of the God Emperor realm. Moreover, tribulation light appeared on his forehead, indicating that he was about to undergo a tribulation. The heretical sovereign saint followed suit and finally broke through to the immortal emperor realm. Duzu also came out of seclusion not long after. Originally, his cultivation was about the same as the heretical sovereign saint's, but when he came out, he discovered that the heretical sovereign saint had broken through to the immortal emperor realm. The poison ancestor immediately pounded his chest, regretting that he didn't refine his body into a powerful magic treasure. If he'd refined his body into a powerful treasure like the heretical sovereign saint, he might have been an immortal emperor realm cultivator by now. Of course. Poison ancestor's mood quickly returned to normal, because this guy had used the holy liquid to refine his life source magic weapon, and the power of his life source magic weapon had been greatly increased. The Great Ping King and the others also came out of seclusion one after another. Everyone's natal treasures had been greatly improved, so they were all in a good mood. Feng Yarao had been in seclusion all this time. When she came out, she heard that Lin Feng had come to the Yao ancestral land, so she came to find Lin Feng. The two of them flirted for a while before snuggling up to each other. Lin Feng asked, "Did you see father-in-law in Lulan Island?" Feng Yarao nodded and said softly, "I saw him, but he left in a hurry. We didn't manage to say much before we parted." Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He then asked, "Why is that?" Feng Yarao shook her head and said, "Father said that he has something extremely important to do, so he'll take the initiative to contact me. He said that he wants me to be prepared to leave the 9 provinces at any time." Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked, "Did you ask him about the reason?" Feng Yarao said, "I did, but he didn't tell me." Lin Feng asked, "Is it possible that father-in-law has found some clues about the ancient city of Lulan?" That. Lin Feng had been thinking about going to the Undying clan, and he had told the Stone Puppet King, Great Pung King, and the others about his plans. These people naturally stood by Lin Feng's side without hesitation. If Lin Feng needed them, he could gather them at any time. Lin Feng was extremely grateful to these seniors. However, Lin Feng decided to return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect first. He had received a secret letter from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. After reading the contents of the letter, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. The letter told Lin Feng that Lord Tortoise's injuries had worsened. When Lin Feng returned to the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Lord Tortoise's injuries seemed to have healed. However, after reading the letter, Lin Feng realized that Lord Tortoise had not fully recovered. Lord Tortoise had acted as if he had fully recovered because he did not want the people around him to worry about him. Now that Lord Tortoise's injuries had worsened, Lin Feng felt his mind go blank. Although Lin Feng and Lord Tortoise had quarreled over the years, Lin Feng was actually very respectful to this cheap master of his. The relationship between master and disciple was very deep. Now that Lord Tortoise's injuries had worsened, Lin Feng could no longer sit still. He quickly bid farewell to the Stone Puppet King, Great Pun King, and the others. At this point, even the most important matters were no longer important. Lin Feng only wanted to return to the sect and see how Lord Tortoise was doing. When Lin Feng returned to the sect, he saw Lord Tortoise sitting on a rocking chair, sunbathing with his eyes closed. "Big brother, you're back." Little Meng Meng was very happy to see Lin Feng return. The delicate little girl from back then had now grown into a slender and elegant girl. Little Meng Meng had been cultivating with Lord Tortoise all these years, and her cultivation had improved so quickly that even Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed the little girl's head lovingly. He then came to Lord Tortoise's side and asked, "Master, how is your body?" Master Turtle smiled and said, "Did that fella from the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture tell you? You don't have to worry. I only spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. What could happen? Do what you need to do. Don't be distracted by this matter." Lin Feng looked at Lord Tortoise's pale face, and his heart couldn't help but lament. Lord Tortoise was obviously seriously injured. However, he didn't want her to worry, so he pretended that he wasn't injured. But Lin Feng knew. Lord Tortoise's body was at its weakest right now. "Master, is there any way to help you recover?" Lin Feng asked. "I need to rely on myself. The main thing is that I don't have your immortal divine body. If I did, I wouldn't be in such a situation now." Lord Tortoise grinned. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. If he could transfer the immortal divine body's ability to Lord Tortoise, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. Because, in Lin Feng's heart, Lord Tortoise was no longer just his master. Many times, Lin Feng treated Lord Tortoise as his family. Lord Tortoise said, "Silly boy. If you're really worried about me, then treat me better while I'm still alive." "Bah. Don't say such unlucky things," Lin Feng said. "Ha ha ha ha. Some things will eventually happen," Lord Tortoise said, and then he became quiet. Lin Feng asked, "Master, now that I'm able to stand on my own, can I tell you the identity of the person who injured you?" Lord Tortoise said indifferently, "If I tell you, I'll have to collect your corpse. If I can tell you some things, I'll definitely tell you. If I can't, then don't ask any more." Lord Tortoise's face became serious. Lin Feng knew. Lord Tortoise didn't say these things for his own safety. However, when he saw Lord Tortoise's pale face, Lin Feng was mad with hatred. He couldn't wait to cut the person who injured Lord Tortoise into pieces. However, there was nothing he could do. Lin Feng didn't know who that person was, and Lord Tortoise didn't seem to want to reveal that person's identity to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew Lord Tortoise's character very well. Since Lord Tortoise didn't want to say, then, no matter what he said, Lord Tortoise wouldn't tell him. 3 days later. Outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect, a large amount of black fog was rolling. In the black fog, many fierce beasts crushed the void and flew quickly in the direction of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. There was a knight in black armor sitting on each of the beasts. Those knights. They were all black-armored knights. Thousands of well-trained black-armored knights moved in unison. A loud dragon's roar came from the void. Crack, the void cracked. A huge black dragon flew out. There was a cultivator standing on the back of the huge black dragon. This cultivator was the black-robed dragon knight. The black-robed dragon knight led the terrifying black-armored knights that almost destroyed the Tiandao sect to the mountain gate of the reincarnation immortal sect. This race. They were extremely arrogant and had never suffered any losses. They didn't care about any other race. However, a few months ago, the holy artifact was taken by Lin Feng. The black-robed dragon knight was extremely angry and regarded this as a great humiliation. The black-robed dragon knight wanted to kill Lin Feng to vent his anger. However, he knew that Lin Feng was the prey of the Tai Dao supremacy. Therefore, the black-robed dragon knight told the Tai Dao supremacy about his plan to deal with Lin Feng. He thought that the Tai Dao supremacy would refuse. Who would have thought that the Tai Dao supremacy would agree? This made the black-robed dragon knight very excited. Of course, the black-robed dragon knight wanted to deal with Lin Feng not only because of the holy artifact. The main reason was that he heard that Lin Feng had many powerful inheritances. He also saw Lin Feng take out the Bell of Hell King and the Sky Drum. Previously, Lin Feng was the prey of the Tai Dao supremacy. The black-robed dragon knight didn't have a good reason to attack Lin Feng. Now, he found an opportunity to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, it's time for you to die. The black-robed dragon knight's lips curled into a sinister smile. His eyes flashed with killing intent. 3 days later, the group saw the reincarnation immortal sect. "Sir, we're here," a black-armored knight reported. "Destroy the 10 mountains of the reincarnation immortal sect first." Now that the cultivators of the dragon sect and their families had fully integrated into the reincarnation immortal sect, they got along very well with the disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect. Therefore, there were disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect on the mountain peaks. There were also cultivators who originally belonged to the Dragon Gate or the family members of the Dragon Gate cultivators. After receiving the order, the group of black-armored knights rode their beasts and charged towards the mountain peak closest to them. "Who are you?" "This is an important place of the reincarnation immortal sect." A disciple on patrol noticed this group of uninvited guests and warned them. He hoped that these people would take the initiative to retreat, but they clearly had no intention of retreating. Swoosh! Suddenly, under the lead of the leader of the black-armored knights, the cultivators of the black-armored knights swung their spears at the disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect. The combat strength of these black-armored knights was not to be underestimated. When they joined forces, they almost destroyed the heavenly Dao sect. In front of them, ordinary cultivators simply had no power to fight back. The disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect were no match for these black-armored knights. Puff! With a tearing sound, the patrolling disciple of the reincarnation celestial sect was killed. Then, the black-armored knights flew to the top of the first mountain peak and attacked together. Everyone's movements were exactly the same. Even the movements of the beasts they were riding were exactly the same. It was this almost strict uniformity that allowed the black-armored knights to combine their strength. Lin Feng had observed the black-armored knights before. He was studying the composition of the black-armored knights. No matter who encountered such a terrifying army, they would not be able to resist the urge to study it. They would want to find out the reason for this army's strength. After some careful study, Lin Feng discovered, among the black-armored knights, there were only 3 Emperor Realm cultivators. These 3 Emperor Realm cultivators were the leader and the 2 deputy leaders. The rest of them had not reached the Emperor Realm. Even the 3 Emperor Realm cultivators were at the God Emperor Realm. They were not particularly powerful Emperor Realm cultivators. After all, Emperor Realm cultivators were rare. It was impossible for a group of Emperor Realm cultivators to appear so casually. The advantage of the black-armored knights was that when they attacked, everyone would attack together. If they didn't attack, no one would attack. This kind of strict discipline seemed to have been deeply ingrained in the bones of the black-armored knights. Therefore, although this legion was small in number, it was still very strong. However, he possessed heaven-defying battle prowess. This was a terrifying combat power that could destroy many hidden sects and families. The black-armored knights killed almost silently. The destruction of the first mountain of the reincarnation celestial sect and the deaths of tens of thousands of people did not even cause a stir. However, the situation here was still seen by others. Woo 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 woo, the sound of the bugle horn shocked the entire reincarnation immortal sect. What happened? Many people were shocked. Different trumpets had different meanings. The urgent sound of the horn meant that something extremely dangerous was about to happen. And this kind of thing could very well endanger the safety of the sect. The reincarnation celestial sect was very powerful now. Not only did it have Lord Tortoise, but it also had Lin Feng, a rising star. It was enough to intimidate everyone. Moreover, the reincarnation celestial sect had a celestial artifact. Therefore, very few people dared to cause trouble at the reincarnation celestial sect. Lin Feng was also alarmed. He quickly flew out and saw the black-robed dragon knight and his black-armored knights from afar. The black-armored knights were invincible. They destroyed 5 mountains in a row. All the cultivators on the mountains were killed. A total of 50,000 people. They were killed just like that. Lin Feng's eyes turned red when he saw this. He was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Activate the reincarnation celestial sect formation. Lin Feng shouted. Whoosh, the reincarnation celestial sutra appeared. He was controlling the entire reincarnation celestial sect formation. Buzz, a huge energy shield was formed. It protected the reincarnation celestial sect. It blocked the black-robed dragon knight and his black-armored knights outside. Stop. The black-robed dragon knight said indifferently. He did not allow the black-armored knights to continue attacking. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with a sinister expression. Then, he said, Lin Feng. What happened just now was a greeting gift for you. I wanted to destroy 10 mountains as a greeting gift for you. Since you've come out, I'll just destroy 5 mountains for now. You deserve to die 1,000 times, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The black-robed dragon knight relied on his strength to do things without any principles. He was vicious and merciless. Lin Feng hated him to the core. Deserve to die 1,000 times? No, no, no. Our race controls the power of judgment and death. No one can control our lives. Instead, the lives of ants like you are in our hands. Killing all of you is as easy as flipping my hand. The black-robed dragon knight laughed sinisterly. His eyes flashed with an extremely evil light. He looked like an evil god that had walked out from hell. He represented the most evil power in the world. Lin Feng said indifferently. As far as I know, your race hasn't been killed. It's not like no one from your clan has ever been killed. My ancestor once killed a cultivator from your clan. Ha 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 ha. Your ancestor? What a joke. How is that possible? Don't flatter yourself. You're simply ignorant to the extreme. The black-robed dragon knight couldn't help but laugh loudly. His laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. Let me tell you. Many members of the sovereign emperor's race have died at the hands of my race. Suddenly, the black-robed dragon knight threw out a bombshell. What? Lin Feng immediately cried out in shock. He looked at the black-robed dragon knight in disbelief. The ancestors of the sovereign emperor's race were so powerful. How could they have died like this? Lin Feng found it hard to accept. What kind of race could control the fate of the sovereign emperor's race? The black-robed dragon knight looked at Lin Feng arrogantly. Then, he said indifferently, What? You don't believe this matter? Lin Feng's expression was incomparably gloomy. He wanted to say that he didn't believe it. But Lin Feng discovered something. In the depths of his heart, he seemed to believe this matter. Thus, at this moment, Lin Feng didn't even know how to respond to the black-robed dragon knight. The fate of sinners' blood should be like this. The black-robed dragon knight continued, mentioning the word sinner's blood. At this moment, Lin Feng's emotions were somewhat out of control. He hated the word sinner's blood. In the past, his ancestors had done many things for the 9 regions, but they became sinner's blood. How could Lin Feng not be angry? His killing intent was monstrous. Sinner's blood is sinner's blood. It's lowly, dirty, and shouldn't exist in this world. Lin Feng, I'll give you a chance. Hand over all your magical powers, magic weapons, and other treasures, and I'll give you a quick death. If you dare to disobey me, I'll destroy the reincarnation immortal sect today. The black-robed dragon knight said coldly. This guy was extremely confident. He actually believed that this group of people could destroy the reincarnation immortal sect. Lin Feng said indifferently. Ridiculous. You think too highly of yourself. Our reincarnation immortal sect is not the heavenly Tao sect. Do you think you can destroy us as you wish? Since you've come to the reincarnation immortal sect today, I'll make sure you don't return. Once you fall into my hands, I'll let you taste endless pain and torture. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. At this time, the reincarnation immortal scripture began to activate the reincarnation immortal sect's great formation. There were many types of great formations in the reincarnation immortal sect. The great formation activated by the reincarnation immortal scripture was the sect protection great formation. Now, the great formation activated by the reincarnation immortal scripture was the attack great formation. These attack great formations were ready to attack the black-robed dragon knight and the black-armored knights at any time. You're just an ant? Or is it that injured black tortoise? The black-robed dragon knight couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. Very few people knew about Lord Turtle's injury. Even within the reincarnation immortal sect, the people who knew about this matter were limited to the highest level. Outside cultivators had no way of knowing about this matter, but the black-robed dragon knight actually knew about this matter. It was really unbelievable. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel very shocked. He didn't know why the black-robed dragon knight knew about this matter, but since the black-robed dragon knight mentioned it now, there must be some kind of connection between them. An idea instantly emerged in Lin Feng's mind. Could Lord Tortoise's injury be related to the black-robed dragon knight's clan? This clan was so powerful. In the past, Grand Dao supremacy, Yuan Tian supremacy, Taichu supremacy, and Nirvana supremacy had joined forces and even injured his ancestor, Lin Qi. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange that an expert from this clan had defeated Master Turtle. Of course. All of this was Lin Feng's conjecture. Only Lord Tortoise himself knew how he got injured. Before Lord Tortoise said anything, nothing could be confirmed. If I capture you, I can learn a lot of things. Lin Feng's voice was ice cold as he waved his hand. One supreme treasure after another flew out. The Sage Royal Stone, Ancient Devil Ring, Devil Orb, Xianming Devil Book, Heavenly Drum, Nine Devil Picture, Reincarnation Devil Palace, Demon Emperor Chong Lu, Demon Emperor Yao Di Small World, 5 Dragon Wheel, 5 Flame 7 Foul Fan, Stone Sword, Hell King Bell, etc. Powerful Dharma treasures flew out and entered the array cores of the reincarnation immortal sect's grand formation. With so many powerful Dharma treasures, the power of the reincarnation immortal sect's grand formation could be fully activated. Break the grand formation and capture Lin Feng alive. Kill everyone else. Leave no one alive. The black-robed dragon knight said indifferently. Yes. After receiving the order, the black-robed dragon knights shouted in unison. Their voices were earth-shattering. Then, they attacked together. They waved the battle spears in their hands and attacked the grand formation of the reincarnation immortal sect. They wanted to destroy the grand formation of the reincarnation immortal sect. At the same time, the grand formation of the reincarnation immortal sect was activated. Attacks covered the sky and the earth as they attacked. Bang bang bang, the two sides collided. Lin Feng, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, Du Zhu, and the Evil Supremacy Saint all attacked. They sat in the array cores of the Grand Formation and commanded the entire situation. All kinds of powerful attacks were unleashed. The power of the Grand Formation of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was released. Lin Feng also took out so many Supreme Dharma treasures to support it. The power of the Absolute Kill Grand Array was simply astounding. Although the Black Armor Cavalry was invincible, they were no match for the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's ultimate killing formation. Bang bang bang, after a series of violent collisions, the Black-Armored Knights gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Lin Feng's spirits were greatly lifted. He continued to activate the ultimate killing formation of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and continued to increase its power. Under the increasingly powerful attacks of the ultimate killing formation, the Black-Armored Knights also suffered losses. Poochie! 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 Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. One after another, the bodies of the Black-Armored Knights were torn apart. More than a dozen black-armored knights were killed. Every death of a black-armored knight was a great loss. As such, the black-robed dragon knight was enraged by the loss of a dozen black-armored knights. He could not help but roar angrily. "Damn you! You killed my subordinates. Once I capture you, I'll slice off your flesh piece by piece and let you have a taste of what it's like to wish you were dead." After the black-robed dragon knight's cold voice fell. Next, he also attacked. He personally led the black-armored knights to resist the attacks of the Reincarnation Immortal sect's ultimate killing formation. After the black-robed dragon knight joined the battle, these people's battle strength increased greatly. It was extremely difficult to kill the black-armored knights again. Moreover, Lin Feng's side was losing their advantage bit by bit. This was mainly because the black-robed dragon knight's realm was too high. He was at least at the peak of the Imperial Emperor realm. This was a realm that Lin Feng still had to look up to at the current stage. This realm was the super overlord level in the Starry Sky world. Moreover, the black-robed dragon knight's clan was obviously not an ordinary clan. Otherwise, they would not be so powerful. The black-robed dragon knight should also be able to fight enemies of a higher realm. As such, it was not an exaggeration to say that the black-robed dragon knight was an Imperial Emperor realm expert. After such a terrifying existence joined the battle, it was very likely that the entire battle would be turned around. Many of the great formations on Lin Feng's side were gradually being destroyed. The situation was getting worse and worse. "Lin Feng, today, no one in the world can save your life. It seems that you are prepared to die?" The black-robed dragon knight laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's too early to boast. It's still not certain who will win." The black-robed dragon knight said sinisterly, "Just a bunch of ants and a few low-level Imperial Emperors. If you didn't have so many powerful treasures to support the ultimate killing formation, you people would have died countless times already." Lin Feng sneered and said, "The Reincarnation Immortal sect can now send out close to 20 million cultivators. If we activate the Great Formation together, it will be enough to destroy you. Just a bunch of ants. What's the use of having so many people? It's just a waste of energy. In the end, only death awaits." Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. The black-robed dragon knight was indeed very powerful. Together with the black-armored knights he led, they were naturally terrifying. However, the black-robed dragon knight had underestimated Lin Feng's side. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was founded with the Dragon sect as its foundation. This was because the Dragon sect that Lin Feng had founded had already expanded to a colossus that far surpassed the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Although Lin Feng had encountered enmity from many races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces, some of the Dragon sect's cultivators were worried about Lin Feng's future and left the Dragon sect. However, even so, there were at least 17 to 18 million cultivators from the Dragon sect who could participate in the battle. Together with the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Lin Feng now had about 20 million cultivators who could participate in the battle. As the saying went, ants could bite an elephant to death. Individually, the black-robed dragon knight could be compared to a giant dragon. In front of the black-robed dragon knight, Lin Feng and the others from the Reincarnation Immortal sect were all ants. But so what if they were ants? Lin Feng believed that if ants could bite an elephant to death, they could also bite a giant dragon to death. Moreover, the black-robed dragon knight had neglected an extremely important matter. That was when these ants in the black-robed dragon knight's eyes activated the formation together. The power of these ants would be connected together. At that time, this power would be enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Water accumulated into an ocean. This was the principle. Even the ocean was formed by the accumulation of water droplets. With the combined power of so many cultivators, how terrifying would the power of the formation be, if these cultivators fought individually? Then, if the power was scattered, perhaps as the black-robed dragon knight had said, there was nothing to be afraid of at all. No matter how they struggled, it would be futile in the end. But now, everyone was activating the formation. The Reincarnation Immortal sect's formation gathered everyone's power together. This was different. "Sacrifice my head, shed my blood, and I am willing to use my 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword to protect the sect." Lin Feng floated in midair and shouted loudly, shaking the heavens and earth. Sacrifice your head. Shed my blood. I'm willing to use my Qingfeng sword. Protect the sect. I have no regrets even if I die. An earth-shattering roar came from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He's from the Reincarnation Peak of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. A disciple of the Reincarnation Peak of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. A disciple of the Samsara Immortal sect. Reincarnation Immortal sect's 9 Heavens sect. Disciples of the Array Formation Peak of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. A disciple of the Medicine Refining Peak of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Dragon Gate's Raging Flame Corps. Dragon Gate's Violent Blood Legion. Dragon Gate's Battle Dragon Army. Dragon Gate's Mad Beast Army. The cultivators on the mountain peaks all soared into the sky. One by one, they let out an earth-shaking roar. In the void, an endless amount of blood chi appeared. Roar, amidst the blood chi, a crimson dragon appeared. The blood-red dragon roared at the sky, its roar shaking the heavens. When they saw the crimson dragon, everyone's faces couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Transforming chi into a dragon. How is this possible? The auras of these ants have joined together to form a crimson dragon. That's incredible. The black-robed dragon knight couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The legend of the mountain and sea scriptures heavenly soldiers recorded that 3 million heavenly soldiers went to war to quell the chaos in the demonic world. The auras of the 3 million heavenly soldiers combined to form a crimson dragon. This crimson dragon was formed by the auras of the heavenly soldiers. The heavenly soldiers were the most powerful army in the entire universe. They were the most elite army in the heaven realm that ruled over everything. The crimson dragon that could only be formed by the heavenly soldiers was formed by the cultivators of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. No wonder the black-robed dragon knight was so shocked. In fact, anyone who saw this scene would be shocked and incredulous. The black-robed dragon knight wasn't the only one who felt this way. Lin Feng was also shocked. He knew the story of the mountain and sea scripture very well. However, Lin Feng soon understood. The remaining cultivators of the dragon sect were loyal to him. The cultivators of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were also loyal to him. These people treated the Reincarnation Immortal sect as their home. Everyone's heart was the same. To protect their home. Everyone wanted to unite by Lin Feng's side, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. It was precisely because of this kind of willpower that he had to press forward with no regrets even if he had to die 9 times. It formed the crimson dragon in front of them. Rumble. The powerful dermic powers of 20 million cultivators gathered into an ocean. The dermic powers surged into the formation. Buzz. Next, the peerless treasures in each of the formation eyes were revealed. The Xianming Demonic Book, Heavenly Drum, 9 Demons Picture, Reincarnation Demonic Palace, 5 Dragons Wheel, 5 Flames 7 Birds Fan, Stone Sword, Hell King Bell, Demon Emperor Chong Lu, Demon Emperor Small World, Saint King Stone, Ancient Demon's Ring, Demonic Orb, and many other supreme treasures. After receiving such a powerful infusion of dermic powers, they were all activated. Each of the supreme treasures exuded a supreme treasure that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Some of the supreme treasure's weapon spirits were even awakened. These supreme treasures were now guarding the various formation eyes of the Great Killing Formation, becoming one with the Great Killing Formation. The power of each formation was raised to the peak. Boom boom boom. Then, the overwhelming attacks once again blasted toward the black-robed dragon knight and the black-armored knights. Under the leadership of the black-robed dragon knight, the black-armored knights resisted the attacks of the various formations and gradually gained the upper hand. Many of the formations of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were destroyed by these people. But now, these people were gradually unable to hold on. Pft, pft, pft. The sound of flesh tearing could be heard continuously. The powerful black-armored knights were killed one after another. Damn it! Damn it! The black-robed dragon knight's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Sir, the enemy's attacks are too powerful. I'm afraid the knights can't hold on. Sir, please make a decision quickly. Should we leave this place now? The leader of the black-armored knights hurried to report. In a short period of time, they had lost nearly 100 people. If it took a little longer. At that time, everyone would probably die without a proper burial ground. The black-robed dragon knight's expression was extremely gloomy. He was an extremely proud person. Letting him escape was worse than killing him. To the black-robed dragon knight, it was a huge humiliation. But after a series of mental struggles, Xianxia decided to leave. The black-robed dragon knight finally decided to escape. Go, the black-robed dragon knight couldn't help but shout in a deep voice. He led the remaining black-armored knights to escape. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's too late to escape now. Don't even think about escaping. I'll give you a word of advice. No one in this world can save your life." As his voice fell, Lin Feng continued to urge the Great Formation. Under his urging, the Great Formation's power was completely released. All kinds of terrifying attacks bombarded the black-armored knights and the black-robed dragon knight. The Great Formation sealed the world. The black-robed dragon knight and the black-armored knights were trapped in the Great Formation and couldn't get out. Unless these people could quickly tear the Great Formation apart in a short time, they could only get out. At the same time, a new Great Formation was activated. This time, it was an illusion formation. A large amount of white fog surged out, covering the sky. The white fog directly separated the black-robed dragon knight and the black-armored knights. Even the members of the black-armored knights were gradually separated by the white fog. The white fog obscured everyone's vision. No one could see what was going on around them. As a result, the attacks of Lin Feng and the others were even more threatening. Because whether it was the black-robed dragon knight or the black-armored knights, they were basically fighting alone. Under such circumstances, their combat strength had dropped tremendously. Pooh! 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 The earth-shattering attacks rained down. Ripping sounds rang out one after another as more and more black-armored knights were killed. Hearing the endless screams, the black-robed dragon knight was extremely angry. The black-robed dragon knight was infuriated. His eyes flashed with rage and killing intent. He had never been so sullen. Now, the black-robed dragon knight wanted nothing more than to cut off Lin Feng's flesh piece by piece. It didn't take long for the screams to disappear. The black-armored knights, they were completely wiped out. The black-robed dragon knight was obviously aware of this, so at this moment, the black-robed dragon knight was simply mad with hatred. He roared angrily, "Lin Feng! You little bastard, you actually killed the black-armored knights under my command. You deserve to die 10,000 times. I won't forgive you." At this time, Lin Feng had just collected the essence of the 3 black-armored knights. After hearing the black-robed dragon knight's words, he sneered and said, "You can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to threaten me here. How ridiculous. When I catch you later, I won't kill you directly. Instead, I will first interrogate you about your secrets, and then I will take your worthless life." Boom boom, an even more powerful attack was brewing. It blotted out the sky with an earth-shattering might. It was truly frightening. The black-robed dragon knight and the black-robed dragon knight's attempt to break through the encirclement, but several attempts failed. Streaks of terrifying destructive power descended from the sky. If it wasn't for the black-robed dragon knights, the black-robed dragon knight was S's. Although the black-robed dragon knight's realm was high and he was powerful, he was now fighting alone. And Lin Feng's side didn't just have a lot of people, they also had a lot of top-grade magic treasures and various killing formations. Though the black-robed dragon knight wasn't injured, he had consumed a lot of his magic power. Lin Feng was very confident in killing the black-robed dragon knight. No matter how strong the black-robed dragon knight was, as long as he was trapped in the formation, his magic power would run out sooner or later. Once the black-robed dragon knight's magic power ran out, at that time, the black-robed dragon knight would only have a path of death. Thinking of this, Lin Feng and the others worked together to launch an even more powerful attack. Poochie! 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 The sound of tearing rang out again. This time, it was the black-robed dragon knight's mount that was injured, the powerful black dragon. Now, the black dragon's body was covered in wounds so deep that bone could be seen. Those wounds were all bleeding scarlet blood. The most fatal wound was the wound on the black dragon's wing. The powerful black dragon's right wing had a wound that was nearly 100 meters long. This wound caused great damage to the black dragon, causing its flying speed to suddenly decrease. Lin Feng. Negotiate. This seat wants to negotiate with you. The black-robed dragon knight's expression was extremely gloomy. He roared in an extremely sullen manner. The current situation was too unfavorable for him. The black-robed dragon knight knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. So, the black-robed dragon knight thought of negotiating. The black-robed dragon knight now only had one thought, and that was to quickly leave the reincarnation immortal sect. As long as he could escape. At that time, he would invite the Tai Dao Honorable Lord to kill Lin Feng. The black-robed dragon knight's idea was good, but Lin Feng didn't give the black-robed dragon knight a chance at all. He said with an indifferent expression, "Even if you kneel down and beg me, you won't be able to escape death today." Boom boom boom. All kinds of powerful attacks continued to bombard the black-robed dragon knight. The black-robed dragon knight's expression became extremely ugly. Lin Feng's attacks were simply too powerful. The black-robed dragon knight's side was becoming more and more difficult to resist. The terrifying attacks continued to bombard the black dragon's body. The black dragon's injuries became more and more serious, and it let out a miserable cry. In the end, the black dragon was also killed. The black dragon was also in the Immortal Emperor realm, and it was also in the Immortal Emperor realm. Its origin was very powerful. Lin Feng put away the black dragon's origin and body. Now, only the black-robed dragon knight was left bitterly holding on. Aren't you very awesome? In the end, you became a stray dog. What a slap in the face. Do you feel the burning pain on your face? Lin Feng said mockingly. The black-robed dragon knight thought about how his black-robed dragon knight and his black dragon had all been killed. He then thought about how he was forced into such a state by a group of ants that he looked down on. Now, when he heard Lin Feng's mockery and ridicule, he was furious. He was instantly enraged. Barf! The black-robed dragon knight spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! The stone sword took advantage of this opportunity to silently fly behind the black-robed dragon knight and slash at him. The terrifying attack landed on the black-robed dragon knight's body and sent him flying. Lin Feng was shocked. He originally thought that the stone sword would be able to cut the black-robed dragon knight in half, but it didn't. However, Lin Feng heard the clanging sound of the collision just now. Lin Feng guessed that the black-robed dragon knight was wearing a powerful defensive magic robe. Although the black-robed dragon knight wasn't killed, the stone sword was simply too powerful. That slash had broken many of the black-robed dragon knight's bones. The black-robed dragon knight's face was as pale as paper. The black-robed dragon knight's fighting strength had fallen to its lowest point. Lin Feng naturally saw all of this, so his attack speed became faster and faster. Lin Feng commanded the whole situation, while the immortal reincarnation scripture assisted Lin Feng from the side. All kinds of terrifying attacks bombarded the black-robed dragon knight. The black-robed dragon knight waved the battle spear in his hand, sweeping away these attacks, but it was difficult to block each wave of attacks stronger than the last. Ah! The black-robed dragon knight's roar shook the sky, extremely angry. Now that he had fallen to such a state, he was both sullen and unwilling. However, the black-robed dragon knight was simply unable to contend against the cultivator army led by Lin Feng. In the end, the black-robed dragon knight could no longer hold on, and the battle spear in his hand slipped out of his hand. His bones were almost broken inch by inch, and his magic power was also shaken away. The black-robed dragon knight was imprisoned in midair by Lin Feng. Why is it like this? I was actually defeated by a group of ants. The black-robed dragon knight roared with extreme unwillingness. Even now, he was still unwilling to believe all of this. He didn't want to admit his defeat. However, this was the truth. Do you know why you were defeated? Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, that's because you were too arrogant. So what if you're strong? No matter how strong you are, you can't resist an army of thousands. After his voice fell, Lin Feng was about to fly out and capture the imprisoned black-robed dragon knight, and then properly interrogate him. Lin Feng had too many questions in his heart, and he wanted to find answers from the black-robed dragon knight. But right at this moment, a terrifying aura permeated the void. After feeling that terrifying aura, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel an extremely oppressive feeling. Suddenly. Lin Feng's pupils violently contracted. Not far away, without knowing when, another black-robed cultivator had appeared. The aura of that black-robed cultivator and the black-robed dragon knight were very similar. Clearly, that black-robed cultivator and the black-robed dragon knight came from the same race. Moreover, that cultivator's aura was much stronger than the black-robed dragon knight's. Lin Feng couldn't help but have an extremely strange thought in his mind. In front of the black-robed dragon knight, an ordinary god realm cultivator might not even be an ant. In front of the black-robed cultivator who had just appeared, the black-robed dragon knight might not even be an ant. This feeling was so strong. Lin Feng didn't even know why he had such a feeling. However, if this feeling was real, just what level was this black-robed cultivator at? It was simply unimaginable. Lord! Lord, 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 save me! Seeing the black-robed cultivator, the black-robed dragon knight acted as though he had seen his savior. He could not stop himself from begging loudly. Ha 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 ha, Lord Taidao, honorable lord has appeared. You lowly bastards will soon go to hell. Then. Dragon knight shouted. His expression was ferocious. The appearance of Lord Taidao made him extremely certain that Lin Feng and the others would die without a burial place. This confidence came from the fact that the black-robed dragon knight knew how terrifying Lord Taidao was. This existence's lifespan was simply too long. It was so long that no one knew how many vicissitudes of life he had experienced. Lord Taidao? Isn't this person one of the 4 powerhouses who beseeched my ancestor, Lin Qi? He's actually still alive? Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief when he heard the words Lord Taidao. Lin Qi's injuries were caused by the joint attack of Taidao supremacy, Yuan-Tian supremacy, Taichu supremacy, and Nirvana supremacy. Therefore, Lin Feng had always remembered the names of these 4 supremes. Now, Lin Feng actually met the legendary Lord Taidao. Yuan Daoming. You disappoint me. Lord Taidao said as he looked at the black-robed dragon knight. After hearing Lord Taidao's words, the black-robed dragon knight's arrogant laughter suddenly stopped. A terrified expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly said, Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life. Please give this subordinate another chance for the sake of my grandfather. Lord Taidao's expression was indifferent. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, I'll give you one last chance on account of your grandfather. The black-robed dragon knight could finally heave a sigh of relief. He knew Lord Taidao's character too well and knew how ruthless this person was. In the past, the black-robed dragon knight had even seen Lord Taidao destroy a great world. The 300 million cultivators in that great world had been devoured by Lord Taidao. The only reason Lord Taidao had come out was because he was too bored. With such a long lifespan and endless life, he had to find some fun. Lord Taidao looked at Lin Feng and said, So I've lost interest in you. That's why I didn't object when Yuan Daoming proposed to kill you. Lin Feng was shocked. Had Lord Taidao been eyeing him for a long time, to think that he had been targeted by such a terrifying existence? He had no idea before this. How terrifying would it be to be targeted by such a terrifying existence? Just the thought of it made him pale with fright. Who exactly are you? Lin Feng licked his lips and said in a gloomy voice. I'm someone you can only look up to. Now, I'm lacking a servant. You can be my servant. Lord Taidao said indifferently. You're lucky to be my servant. Hurry up and kneel down to thank me. Humph. Are you daydreaming? Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to be your servant? Lin Feng said gloomily. You don't have the strength of your ancestors, but your temper is very similar to them. Do you know that many sovereign clans refused to be my servant and were killed by me in the end? Those people are your ancestors, aren't they? What? Do you want to follow in their footsteps? Taidao Honorable Lord said indifferently. Impossible. Lin Feng shouted. He found it hard to believe Lord Taidao's words. The sovereign clans. Such a powerful clan. How could the ancestors of the sovereign clans be killed so easily? Ha ha ha. In my eyes, the sovereign clans are just lowly bloodlines. What's so impossible about that? The Grand Dao Honorable Lord couldn't help but laugh wildly. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He released a great deployment spell and attacked the Tai Dao Zun master, but all the attacks broke apart when they were 10 meters away from the Tai Dao Zun master. You! Lin Feng looked at Tai Dao supremacy in shock. He knew that Tai Dao supremacy was extremely terrifying. However, no matter how terrifying he was, he shouldn't be able to ignore the attack of the ultimate hit formation, right? The ultimate hit formation was not only supported by many powerful Dharma treasures, but also by 20 million cultivators. However, it was easily resolved by the Grand Dao Honorable Lord. It was truly inconceivable. However, all of this was happening right in front of his eyes. Even if he didn't believe it, he had to believe that it was real. It's useless. You are just ants. Even if there are 10,000 or 100,000 times more of you, you won't be able to hurt me. Tai Dao Supremacy said indifferently. He wasn't boasting. He really had the ability to do so. The Grand Dao Supremacy was so powerful that anyone who saw him could not help but be aghast. You don't want to be my slave. However, I want you to be my slave. I like to control other people's lives. Now, I like to keep someone who hates me by my side. It's a pleasure to see that person's face is filled with hatred but helpless against me. Tai Dao Supremacy looked at Lin Feng and his lips curled into a sinister smile. He was an extremely perverted person. He had a perverted personality. He was mentally twisted. Boom! Tai Dao Supremacy attacked. He grabbed Lin Feng with his big hand and wanted to grab Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng felt that the world had stopped and everyone around him seemed to have disappeared. Only he and Tai Dao Supremacy were left. Now, Tai Dao Supremacy was forcing him to become a slave. Tai Dao Supremacy was so powerful that he couldn't resist. Lin Feng wanted to resist but he couldn't. He wanted to tear Tai Dao Supremacy into pieces. However, he couldn't do it. At that moment, an old figure appeared in front of Lin Feng. Master Tortoise. Master Tortoise appeared. Master Tortoise attacked. Bang! He and Tai Dao Supremacy exchanged blows. The sound was deafening. Then, both of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. Cough, cough, cough. Lord Tortoise couldn't help but cough violently. Lord Tortoise had always been injured, and his injuries had yet to fully recover. Lin Feng had originally suspected that the person who injured Lord Tortoise was the Grand Dao Supremacy. But from the looks of it, that shouldn't be the case. Some things, it's better not to cross the line. Lord Tortoise looked at Tai Dao Honorable Lord. Someone who is struggling at death's door dares to say such words in front of me? Tai Dao Honorable Lord glanced at Lord Tortoise indifferently. He was very arrogant and looked down on Lord Tortoise. I've heard of your clan's character before. It's just as the rumors say. Lord Tortoise's expression was indifferent. You've heard of it? The Grand Dao Honorable Lord looked at Lord Turtle in astonishment. It seemed inconceivable that Lord Tortoise knew about their clan. There's nothing strange about that. Master Tortoise's voice was still cold. The black tortoise is rarely seen. Its origin is SOSO, but it's barely edible. Tai Dao Reverend said indifferently, treating Master Turtle as food. Boom. Tai Dao Reverend struck out at Lord Tortoise with his palm. A dark glow appeared on Tai Dao Reverend's palm. That dark glow circled around Tai Dao Reverend's palm. That dark glow was incomparably terrifying. Just its aura alone was enough to cause the entire void to collapse. Tai Dao Reverend struck out at Lord Tortoise with his palm. Lord Tortoise made his move and threw out a punch. His fist was surrounded by holy light. Bam! Both parties collided violently. With the collision as the center, the void around them began to crack. The attacks of these two were simply too powerful. Endless black gas surged out of the Grand Dao Supremacy's body and turned into ferocious ghosts. They pounced at Lord Tortoise. Lord Tortoise placed his palms together. Above him, an ancient Buddha appeared. Millions of Buddhist lights surged out from the ancient Buddha's body. The hundreds of millions of Buddhist lights directly dispersed the evil spirits. Go! Lord Tortoise took the initiative to strike. He took a step forward and shouted. When Lord Tortoise's voice fell, a mysterious energy descended from the 9 heavens. It then surged into Lord Tortoise's body. That mysterious energy seemed to be the power of the past. The power of the past was a type of power of time. Go. In the next moment, Lord Tortoise took a second step. He continued to shout. After he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's voice fell. The second type of energy was formed. This time, it seemed to be another type of energy. However, this energy was also the energy of time. This energy seemed to be the power of the present. Future. Lord Tortoise took a third step and shouted for the third time. The third type of power of time descended from the heavens. This time, Lord Tortoise condensed the power of the future. Go. Go. Future. This was an unprecedented mystic skill. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. He had not expected Lord Tortoise to know this mystic skill. Lin Feng had obtained this mystic skill a long time ago. The Tao contained within it was too profound. Even though Lin Feng had mastered the great reincarnation technique and had a certain understanding of the Tao of the past and Tao of the future. However, he was still unable to comprehend the past, present, and future mystic skill. Now that Lord Tortoise had used this mystic skill, the 3 different types of energy fused together and lingered around Lord Tortoise's fist. Then, Lord Tortoise threw a punch at Tai Dao Honorable Lord. Tai Dao Honorable Lord's expression changed slightly in the face of Lord Tortoise's punch. Tai Dao Honorable Lord had not taken Lord Tortoise seriously before. However, after the real fight, he realized how terrifying Lord Tortoise was. Tai Dao Infinite. Attack of the Thousand Army. Facing the attack of Lord Tortoise's past, present, and future mystic skill, Tai Dao Honorable Lord attacked. The mystic skill he condensed evolved into a mysterious world. In that world, war drums were beating. An endless army rushed out from that world and attacked Lord Tortoise. It was like an army that was about to destroy the world. However, in the face of Lord Tortoise's mystic skill, Tai Dao Honorable Lord's attack was instantly broken. Then, Lord Tortoise's terrifying punch, it landed directly on Tai Dao Honorable Lord's body. Tai Dao Honorable Lord was sent flying by Lord Tortoise's terrifying punch. Cough, 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 Tai Dao Honorable Lord coughed violently. His face was flushed red and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Tai Dao Honorable Lord swallowed back the blood that he almost spat out. This is absolutely impossible. Black Robe Dragon Knight roared in disbelief. Tai Dao Honorable Lord, who was almost invincible in all the worlds, was actually injured by someone. Lord Tortoise's battle prowess was too shocking. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Tai Dao supremacy was such a powerful figure. However, he was injured by Lord Tortoise. Lord Tortoise, his injuries were very serious. In other words, Lord Tortoise was still far from his peak battle prowess. Even so, Lord Tortoise still managed to injure Tai Dao supremacy. This was enough to explain a lot of things. The Grand Tao Honorable Lord was the kind of existence that could move unhindered in the universe. However, Lord Tortoise still managed to injure Tai Dao supremacy despite his injuries. How strong was Lord Tortoise, the existence that had injured Lord Tortoise previously? How strong was he? Lin Feng was beginning to understand why Lord Tortoise was unwilling to tell him about the existence that had injured him. Those existences, they were too terrifying. There was no benefit for him to come into contact with those existences now. You actually have such a cultivation level. Tai Dao supremacy looked at Lord Tortoise with a gloomy expression. He clenched his fists tightly. He was furious. He couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. You're much weaker than I thought. It seems that the rumor is true. For people of your race, your strength will decline greatly at the end of the era. Then, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Lord Tortoise said with narrowed eyes. Apparently, Lord Tortoise knew what race Tai Dao supremacy belonged to. However, Lord Tortoise didn't reveal Tai Dao supremacy's race. This showed that Lord Tortoise was afraid. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Could there be an existence that was stronger than Tai Dao supremacy in his race? Tai Dao supremacy said indifferently, you know quite a lot of things. However, you only know a small part of it. My race has long found a way to restrain it. My battle prowess hasn't declined greatly. Instead, I sealed 90% of my strength. What? Sealed 90% of your strength? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Was Tai Dao's supremacy telling the truth? Or was he just trying to confuse Lord Tortoise? If it was true, even after sealing 90% of his strength, he still possessed such terrifying combat strength. If he didn't seal himself, how strong would he be? Master Tortoise didn't say anything. He just looked at Tai Dao Honorable Lord quietly. Tai Dao Reverend's eyes flickered with cold light. He seemed to want to break the seal, but he was still hesitating. But at this moment, Lin Feng attacked the Black-Robed Dragon Knight. The Black-Robed Dragon Knight's injuries were extremely serious. His battle prowess had dropped drastically, and it was far from being comparable to before. If Tai Dao Honorable Lord hadn't saved him, he would have died. The Black-Robed Dragon Knight had already been killed by him. Now, the Grand Dao Honorable Lord was held back by Master Tortoise. Lin Feng wanted to take this opportunity to kill the Black-Robed Dragon Knight. If he missed this opportunity, there might not be such a good opportunity to kill the Black-Robed Dragon Knight again. Boom boom boom, the absolute kill formation was not activated, and all kinds of terrifying attacks bombarded the Black-Robed Dragon Knight. The Black-Robed Dragon Knight was no match for the absolute kill array's attack and was sent flying. His face became even paler. Lord, save me! The Black-Robed Dragon Knight screamed in horror. At this moment, he really felt the aura of death enveloping his entire body. The Black-Robed Dragon Knight was extremely frightened. He didn't want to die. If he could live. In this world, no one wanted to die. The Black-Robed Dragon Knight was like this. He wanted to live. So he asked Tai Dao Honorable Lord for help. Junior, you're courting death. Tai Dao Honorable Lord couldn't help but roar. He grabbed the Black-Robed Dragon Knight with his big hand, wanting to save him. But, Master Tortoise made his move. He slapped his palm towards Tai Dao Honorable Lord. Tai Dao Honorable Lord saw Master Tortoise making his move and naturally didn't dare to be careless. He quickly blocked Master Tortoise's attack. He couldn't care less about the Black-Robed Dragon Knight. And at this moment, all kinds of powerful attacks bombarded the Black-Robed Dragon Knight. I'm not willing, the Black-Robed Dragon Knight let out one last sound. Then, his body exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. The source of the Black-Robed Dragon Knight was extremely powerful. Lin Feng hurriedly kept the source of the Black-Robed Dragon Knight. He collected the source of the Black-Robed Dragon Knight, the source of the Black Dragon, and the source of the Black-Robed Dragon Knight. The source of the three wasn't very useful to Lin Feng. However, the source of the Black Dragon and the source of the Black-Robed Dragon Knight were of great use to Lin Feng's cultivation. Therefore, Lin Feng was extremely excited after collecting the source of the Black Dragon and the Black-Robed Dragon Knight. Tai Dao Honorable Lord was furious when he saw the Black-Robed Dragon Knight being killed. The Black-Robed Dragon Knight was someone he wanted to protect, but Lin Feng killed the Black-Robed Dragon Knight. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Therefore, Tai Dao Honorable Lord rushed towards Lin Feng, as if he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Humph! Lord Tortoise snorted and intercepted Tai Dao Honorable Lord. Both sides clashed again, and Tai Dao Honorable Lord was forced back by Lord Tortoise once again. His expression was extremely ugly. Perhaps it had been a long time since he felt so aggrieved. Very good. Very good. Very good. Lord Tortoise, I will remember you. And Lin Feng, I won't kill you directly. Instead, I'll play with you slowly. Only then will it be interesting. Tai Dao Honorable Lord looked coldly at Lin Feng and Lord Tortoise before tearing open the void and leaving. Lord Tortoise also disappeared and returned to the barren mountain. Clean up the battlefield, Lin Feng said as he rushed towards the barren mountain. Lord Tortoise was injured. Therefore, Lin Feng was worried that Lord Tortoise would suffer more injuries if he attacked now. After returning, Lin Feng discovered that Lord Tortoise was resting on a rocking chair. Master, are you feeling well? Lin Feng asked worriedly. Lord Tortoise smiled and said, Don't worry. Master is fine. Despite Lord Tortoise's words, how could Lin Feng not be worried? Not long after, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage returned. Poison Ancestor brought over a black armor for black knights and said, "Young master, this set of black armor is extraordinary." "Oh? What's so extraordinary about it?" Lin Feng asked. "This set of armor has the ability to repair itself," Du Zhu said. "What? It's actually so magical?" Lin Feng was shocked when he heard Du Zhu's words. He had never heard of armor that could repair itself. Lin Feng quickly took the set of armor and studied it carefully. He discovered that this set of armor was very special. It was fused with some materials that he had never seen before. Lin Feng took out the stone sword and tore the armor apart. Seeing this, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He even felt that it was a little unbelievable. What kind of armor was this? It was actually so magical. This kind of armor was extremely precious. Its value was simply unimaginable. Other than self-recovery, we also discovered some other magical properties of this armor. Evil Dominator Saint said. What other magical properties are there? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Evil Dominator Saint said, when more than 100 cultivators wear this armor, they seem to be able to form a special connection. Their auras and strength will be connected together. Even the time and movements of their attacks will be synchronized. So extraordinary? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He suddenly thought of the invincible Black Armored Knights. Previously, the Black Armored Knights had almost wiped out the hidden Tiandao sect. This showed how terrifying the Black Armored Knights were. Now, Lin Feng finally understood why the Black Armored Knights were so powerful. The reason why the Black Armored Knights were so powerful was because of the black armor. When 1,000 cultivators wore the black armor, their magic power would be connected together. When one person attacked. In truth, it was equivalent to the combined attack of 1,000 cultivators. How terrifying would the attack be when 1,000 cultivators' magic power were stacked together? The Black Armored Knights previously had 1,000 people. When 1,000 of them attacked together, each person's attack was equivalent to 1,000 cultivators' magic power stacked together. 1,000 people working together. Naturally, the attack was incomparably powerful. The defense of the black armor was also very strong. When the opponent's attack hit the black armor would dissolve the attack. If the black armor was heavily damaged, it would be repaired very quickly. Therefore, those cultivators wearing the black armor, basically, they rarely died. This was the reason why the Black Armored Knights were so powerful. What a powerful armor. Pass down the order. Choose 1,000 experts from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and the Dragon Sect's Cultivator Army to form the new Black Armored Knights. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. The Black Armored Knights formed by Tai Dao Honorable Lord had left a deep impression on Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng planned to form a Black Armored Knights of his own. The most important thing about the Black Armored Knights was their black armor. As long as one could obtain these black armors, anyone would be able to form a huge Black Armored Knight regiment. Yes, young master. Du Zhu and the Evil Dominator Saint quickly left after receiving their orders. As for Lin Feng, he took out the essence of the 3 original commanders of the Black Armored Knights, handing them to Shangguan Fei and the others. Lin Feng had no use for these sources. However, Lin Feng's women could use it. Chaos was coming, and Lin Feng naturally wanted Shangguan Fei and the others to quickly raise their cultivation levels. When the world was in chaos. That way, he would be able to protect himself. At the other side, Du Zhu and the Evil Dominator Saint chose 3,000 cultivators. These 3,000 cultivators were the elites of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and the Dragon Gate. Everyone. At the very least, they were at the Giant God realm. In recent years, the world of the 9 prefectures had undergone great changes, so many people were constantly making breakthroughs. There were also many people in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and the Dragon Gate who had broken through to a higher realm. Even the number of Boundary Emperor realm cultivators was not small. Didn't I ask the 2 of you to choose 1,000-man army? Do you still need me to do this personally? Lin Feng could not help but look at Du Zhu and the Evil Dominator Saint speechlessly. Du Zhu said, "Young master. The last 3,000 people are the elites of the elites, and no one would be happy to be kicked out. That's why we wanted to ask young master to make the decision. In the end, Lin Feng chose 998 people out of the 3,000 people because Lin Feng felt that the newly formed black armored knights could not be without a powerful figure. Lin Feng let Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint temporarily take charge of the black armored knights. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint were undisciplined, so they were not very willing. However, now that Lin Feng did not have a good candidate, they had no choice but to temporarily take charge of the black armored knights. Lin Feng also told the two of them that he would replace them as soon as he found a suitable candidate. After the black armored knights were formed, Lin Feng went into seclusion. Lin Feng refined the origin of the black dragon and the black-robed dragon knight. This time, Lin Feng could be said to have benefited greatly. His cultivation level rose from the 70th step of the Boundary Emperor to the 82nd step of the Stone Steps. The level of his soul also rose from the Boundary Emperor realm of the 80th Stone Step to the Boundary Emperor realm of the 88th Stone Step. Lin Feng was astonished to see such an increase in strength. The increase of the Black Dragon's origin was relatively small. The reason why his cultivation rose so much was mainly because of the Black-Robed Dragon Knight's origin. The Black-Robed Dragon Knight's origin is really powerful. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. After coming out of seclusion, intense vibrations could be felt from the ghost rearing jar. Master, we're about to break through. The two ghost emperors transmitted their voices to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. If the two ghost emperors were to break through, they would be in the ghost emperor realm. Previously, Lin Feng allowed the two ghost emperors to devour the Yin spirit formed by the resentment of the ancient black-robed cultivator. It seemed like the two ghost emperors had benefited greatly. Otherwise, they would not have broken through. Great! I'll bring you to break through now. Lin Feng replied. Then, he left the Reincarnation Immortal sect and came to the primitive forest outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Then, he released the two ghost emperors from the ghost rearing jar. The light of calamity flashed between the eyebrows of the two ghost emperors. This would only happen when a cultivator was on the verge of a breakthrough. When the two ghost emperors were released, the light of calamity shot up into the sky from their eyebrows. Then, the power of lightning began to gather in the 9 heavens. The endless power of thunder was condensed and formed. Lightning tribulations were formed. Boom boom boom, streaks of terrifying lightning tribulations came crashing down. The two ghost emperors were 100 miles apart. They were undergoing their tribulations separately. Lin Feng stood afar and watched the two ghost emperors undergo their tribulations. He was even a little worried that the two ghost emperors would fail their tribulations. After all, the two ghost emperors were different from other living beings. The suppression of the lightning tribulations was too strong for them. However, what made Lin Feng happy was that the two ghost emperors displayed shocking combat strength and extraordinary abilities during their tribulations. They managed to overcome their respective lightning tribulations. In the end, the two ghost emperors succeeded in their tribulations. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. Now that the two ghost emperors had succeeded in their tribulations, including Du Zhu and the evil dominator sage. Greetings, Master. The two ghost emperors were extremely excited after successfully transcending their tribulations. They quickly bowed to Lin Feng. Originally, the two ghost emperors had no choice but to submit to Lin Feng. But now, the two ghost emperors felt extremely fortunate. After submitting to Lin Feng, their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, they had even reached the Ghost Emperor realm, hence, it was no longer appropriate to call them Ghost Emperors. They should be called Ghost Emperors. Good. Since you've both become Ghost Emperors, I'll bestow each of you a name. I hope that from now on, you'll be reborn. Lin Feng said. Hearing that Lin Feng was going to bestow them a name, the two Ghost Emperors were extremely happy. Young Master, please bestow us a name. The two Ghost Emperors said respectfully. Lin Feng said, from now on, the two of you will be called Guide and Guier. The first Ghost Emperor, the second Ghost Emperor. Seeing the two Ghost Emperors' mouths twitching violently, Lin Feng said with a smile, could it be that you like these two names so much that your faces are twitching? After hearing Lin Feng's words, the two Ghost Emperors had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. Only ghosts would like these two names. Of course. The two ghost emperors did not dare to act on their thoughts. Lin Feng wanted to kill them. In the blink of an eye. It would be done. Thank you, Master, for bestowing us a name. The two ghost emperors quickly said. Although they did not like these two names, they still had to pretend to be very happy. Since Guide and Guier had become ghost emperors, they could take charge of an area on their own. Hence, Lin Feng did not send them into the ghost-raising jar again. He returned to the reincarnation immortal sect with the two ghost emperors. Then, he had Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint gather the newly formed black-armored knights. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint and said, since the two of you don't like to manage the black-armored knights, then hand over the authority to Guide and Guier. Hee, that's great. We still prefer to follow young master and be free. Du Zhu grinned. Lin Feng removed Du Zhu and evil dominator saint from their positions, and officially appointed Guide and Guier as the black-armored knights commander and vice-commander respectively. In the future, he would be in charge of everything related to the Black Armor Knights. How strong are the attacks of the Black Armored Knights? Let me see. Lin Feng said. Yes. Guide and Guier replied. They were now also wearing black armor. Then, he held a spear in his hand. He joined forces with the rest of the Black Armored Knights. 1,000-man army. The spear in his hand trembled slightly. In an instant, the void shattered. What a powerful attack. Just a light attack and it's already at the level of an immortal emperor. Moreover, it's at least at the immortal emperor realm. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Such a powerful attack. Even if it was him, it would be very difficult to hit. However, the Black Armored Knights did it. Such a powerful army would definitely be able to play a huge role in the chaos. And Lin Feng guessed that even in the Tai Dao High Lord's clan, there weren't many forces like the Black Armored Knights. Because those black armors were simply too extraordinary. It wasn't that the Tai Dao High Lord didn't want to take these black armors away before he left. But he was afraid of Lord Turtle's strength. Thus, he only wanted to leave quickly and didn't have much thought to collect those black armors. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with the Black Armored Knight's battle strength. Lin Feng planned to find some combination attack techniques for the Black Armored Knights to cultivate. The Black Armored Knights were already strong enough. If they could cultivate a combination attack technique, then the Black Armored Knights would be able to display an even stronger battle strength. In front of the barren mountain, Lin Feng brewed tea. The fragrance of tea filled the air. Lin Feng poured a cup and handed it to Lord Turtle, who was sitting opposite him. Lord Turtle took a sip. Then he put down the teacup. Lin Feng said, Master, your disciple has a few things that I would like to consult you about. Is it about that race? Lord Turtle couldn't help but ask. He was obviously referring to the Tai Dao High Lord's clan. That's right. Master, please tell me the origin of this clan. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng's killing intent towards the Tai Dao High Lord's clan was overwhelming. He couldn't wait to eradicate this clan completely. Lord Turtle said, this clan is a living being that transcends eras. After hearing Lord Turtle's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Previously, he had suspected that the Tai Dao High Lord's clan was a living being that transcended eras. Previously, Lin Feng had come into contact with living beings that transcended eras, which were the living beings in the Black Fog. But the Black Fog clan, they should be a relatively weak race among the living beings that transcended eras. Due to being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, the Black Fog clan's strength had declined greatly after transcending eras. Their combat strength had declined greatly, and they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Is that why this clan is so high and mighty? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Some clans. That's it. They're hated, but they're too strong. So what if many people hate them? They can't harm them at all. Lord Turtle said. I've come into contact with the Black Fog clan before. They're also a race that transcended eras, but their strength has declined greatly. However, the Tai Dao High Lord's clan's strength doesn't seem to have declined that much. They're all living beings that transcended eras, so why is there such a difference? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was confused. Lord Turtle said, some clans have transcended several eras without being wiped out, so they've naturally found a way to survive. Some clans have only transcended an era, so they're usually the most dangerous. After all, when an era is destroyed, they should have been destroyed along with it, but they've survived. The laws of the next era will suppress them, and as time passes, they'll gradually die in the next era. They won't be able to resolve this crisis unless they find a way to restrain the laws of the next era. Of course, we can't rule out some extremely powerful living beings. Even though they've been suppressed greatly by the laws of an era, they still haven't died and can even live for another era. Lin Feng asked, the stone sword should be able to cause great damage to the Tai Dao High Lord's clan, right? Lord Turtle nodded. That's right. The stone swords can cause great harm to them. The stone swords were created to kill these creatures who have transcended epochs. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Did Lord Turtle know about the stone sword's origin? Lord Tortoise knew that Lin Feng had 2 stone swords, so Lin Feng was very interested in the origin of the 36 stone swords. Master Tortoise said indifferently, many people say that the 36 stone swords are very likely to be stone swords born from heaven and earth. They specialize in killing creatures that have transcended epochs. Moreover, they are very powerful and can cause great damage to those creatures. But as far as I know, the 36 stone swords have a different origin. Oh? What origin? Lin Feng's spirit couldn't help but be slightly shaken. Lord Tortoise knew a lot of things. Now that he was going to talk about the origin of the 36 stone swords, Lin Feng became very excited. The 36 stone swords were very powerful. Their power was boundless. Lin Feng had always wanted to know the origin of the 36 stone swords, but his knowledge was limited. Most of what he knew was hearsay, and there was no way to verify whether it was true or not. Lord Tortoise continued, rumor has it that a certain expert found some mysterious stone materials in the Supreme Celestial Court and then polished them into 36 stone swords. What? There's such a thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. His face was full of disbelief. This news was too shocking and unbelievable. The 36 stone swords were actually created by a cultivator. Lin Feng had never thought of this before. Who is this cultivator? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He was very curious. No one knows who this person is, but my guess is that he should be one of the supreme experts that appeared during this epoch's reincarnation cycle. Lord Tortoise said. An epoch's reincarnation cycle consisted of 3,000 epochs. How long had it been? Who knew how many powerful beings had been born during the 3,000 epochs? The existence that Lord Tortoise was talking about was definitely one of the top existences during the 3,000 epochs. However, with the passage of time, no one could live forever. Perhaps that expert had already turned into ashes, and his soul had returned to the 9 heavens. The 3,000 epochs have come to an end. If this epoch ends, what kind of world will come next? Lin Feng said. Lord Tortoise said, there are 3,000 eras in an era, and there are 3,000 eras in an era of reincarnation. In fact, the general tone of an era of reincarnation will not change. When the reincarnation of an era begins, living beings will appear, and the era of cultivation will begin. As one era after another, the cultivation environment will not change. The only thing that will change is the division of the cultivation system. However, if the samsara of eras ends and a new samsara of eras begins, will there be another samsara of eras like the era of cultivation? That's unknown. Lord Tortoise's words were a little profound, and Lin Feng didn't quite understand. He could not help but ask, Master. Even if a new era of reincarnation began, there should still be a new cultivation system, right? Once a new living being appears, what can they do other than cultivate immortality? Master Tortoise said meaningfully, who knows? Perhaps the creatures of that time, even if they didn't know how to cultivate, they would have many other things to do. Lin Feng could not help but feel that Lord Tortoise's words were very profound. He seemed to want to express something special, but he did not say it directly. Lin Feng could not immediately guess what Lord Tortoise wanted to say. On this day, Lin Feng and Lord Tortoise chatted for a long time about many things. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng had become much stronger, or perhaps Lord Tortoise had sensed some things that were about to happen in the future, So this time, Lord Tortoise and Lin Feng talked about many forbidden things. Many of these things shocked Lin Feng greatly. 3 days later, 3 cultivators arrived at the reincarnation immortal sect. They were an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man. The young man was Yu from the Undying clan. Lin Feng had seen this person before. He had also participated in the prodigy ranking tournament. However, he had lost to Bai Wanyu in the end. Yu was very powerful, but he was only a side-branch disciple of the Undying clan. The direct descendants of the Undying clan had never been born. The middle-aged cultivator was called Yuan Dongchen. He was a great emperor-level expert. However, his cultivation base was only at the god-emperor level. His realm wasn't particularly high. The old man was called Yuan Shan. He was an immortal emperor expert with a deep and powerful aura. The 3 of them had come to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. "What are you doing here at the reincarnation immortal sect? Are you here to die?" His relationship with the Undying clan had always been tense. Lin Feng suspected that his clansmen had been captured by the Undying clan. Therefore, Lin Feng had always planned to pay a visit to the Undying clan. However, he did not expect that the Undying clan would take the initiative to come to him. "Lin Gongzi. It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. To put it bluntly, our previous enmity is not that great. Why don't we just let it go?" Yuan Shan cupped his fists and said. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Yuan Shan had come on behalf of the Undying clan. What was he trying to do? The Undying clan had taken the initiative to seek reconciliation with him. Lin Feng found it inconceivable. Lin Feng did not have a good impression of the Undying clan. Lin Feng's ancestors were also from the Undying clan. However, since the generation of Lin Qi's ancestor, their bloodline had completely broken away from the Undying clan. They no longer had anything to do with each other. Lin Feng said indifferently. "One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions." Yuan Shan was not angry at Lin Feng's words. He continued, "Lin Gongzi, this old man has come with sincerity. Moreover, we might have the same ancestor. With this connection, Lin Gongzi should be able to let down his guard, right?" Lin Feng could not help but sneer. Mortals go through 3 generations and their bloodlines become thin. After 10 generations, they no longer have any blood relations. Cultivators go through 30 generations and their bloodlines become thin. After 100 generations, they no longer have any blood relations. From the time our ancestor left the Undying clan until now, let alone 100 generations, even 1,000, 3,000, or 10,000 generations would have been passed down. What blood relations are there to speak of? We are already strangers. Yuan Shan said. Because of this, our bloodline has long had nothing to do with the main bloodline. Our bloodline is different from the main bloodline. We only want to survive. If we can't reach the level of power that the main bloodline has, we are just duckweeds floating in the mortal world. Thus, we do not wish to become enemies with Lin Gongzi. Perhaps we can help each other. Help each other? Lin Feng could not help but frown. He was increasingly confused as to why the Undying clan of the 9 prefectures had come looking for him. Of course we can help each other. For example, Lin Gongzi can go to the Undying clan of the 9 prefectures to awaken his Undying bloodline to a higher level. Lin Feng's Undying bloodline had already undergone a deep awakening, which was the second awakening. The Undying bloodline was very powerful, and each awakening would bring a powerful ability. For example, the second awakening of the Undying bloodline. Lin Feng had awakened a part of his ancestor's power that had been sleeping in his bloodline. In his dantian, the power had formed a small golden figure. He could communicate with the small golden figure, expending his magic power, and use the small golden figure's power to fight against enemies. His battle strength had greatly increased without any side effects. This was the ability of the second awakening of the Undying bloodline. However, Lin Feng rarely used the Undying bloodline because it was one of his trump cards. Unless it was the most critical moment, Lin Feng would not easily reveal his trump card. Lin Feng had been looking forward to the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th awakening of the Undying bloodline, and even more awakenings. The awakening of the undying bloodline could bring a huge increase to Lin Feng's battle strength. Each time it increased, Lin Feng's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. However, the undying bloodline required many special conditions, and the requirements were extremely harsh. Of course, a place like the Undying Clan would definitely have a way to awaken Lin Feng's undying bloodline again. It could even be awakened multiple times. Therefore, Yu Wenshan's suggestion made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. Lin Feng knew that Yu Wenshan's goal was definitely not so simple. He might even be plotting against him. However, Lin Feng still wanted to take the risk and enter the Undying Clan. If Lin Feng could enter the Undying Clan and awaken his undying bloodline several times, it would be heaven-defying. Lin Feng remembered that his father had awakened the undying bloodline 9 times. He did not know when he could be like his father and awaken the undying bloodline 9 times. If the undying bloodline could be awakened 9 times, it would be terrifying. It would be almost immortal and indestructible. Even if one's body and soul were destroyed, as long as there was a strand of hair or a drop of blood left, one could even be reborn. This was the shocking ability of the undying bloodline 9 times. What do you want me to do for you? Lin Feng asked straightforwardly. He wanted to probe the Undying Clan. Yu Wenshan said, our cooperation is a long-term cooperation. For the time being, there isn't anything that requires Lin Gongzi's help. However, I can foresee that in the future, Lin Gongzi will definitely become an unrivaled expert. At that time, our clan might need Lin Gongzi. I only hope that when that time comes, Lin Gongzi won't stand idly by. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Yu Wenshan's explanation was very reasonable, but Lin Feng felt that the Undying family was not as simple as it seemed. Moreover, the more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that the Undying Clan was scheming against him. This feeling was very intense. Lin Feng said faintly, many people want to kill me. Don't tell me your Undying Clan is also planning to do the same? You tricked me into the Undying Clan to deal with me? Of course not. We really want to cooperate with Lin Gongzi. Moreover, who doesn't know that Lin Gongzi's master, Lord Turtle, is unfathomably strong? Moreover, Lin Gongzi has good relations with many emperors. Our enmity with Lin Gongzi isn't that deep, so there's no need for us to act against him. If we really want to scheme against Lin Gongzi, we have to consider the powers behind Lin Gongzi, right? Apart from the myriad races, the races from outside, and the top powers that colluded with these 3 powers, who would dare to target Lin Gongzi? Isn't that courting death? What's more, if we were really plotting against young Master Lin, we would have done it in secret. How could we have revealed this matter to the public and let the people behind young Master Lin know that we were the ones behind this? After all, if the experts behind Lin Gongzi really want to make a move, they can even annihilate our Undying Clan. Our Undying Clan definitely won't joke around with the lives of our clansmen. Yu Wenshan couldn't help but say. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that Yu Wenshan's words made sense. Even if the Undying Clan dared to scheme against him, they still had to consider the consequences, right? Of course. Lin Feng was an extremely cautious person. Even though Yu Wenshan's explanation was flawless, he still suspected the Undying Clan's motives. It was better to be safe than sorry. In the world of cultivators, countless cultivators had died due to carelessness. Lin Feng didn't want to become one of them. Lin Gongzi, if you're still worried, you can ask Lord Turtle to accompany you. With Lord Turtle, Lin Gongzi can awaken his bloodline without worry. Yu Wenshan continued. Oh? You can ask my master to accompany you? Lin Feng looked at Yu Wenshan in surprise. He hadn't expected Yu Wenshan to say something like this. Asking Lord Turtle to accompany him, that was a very sincere request. However, Lin Feng couldn't really ask Lord Turtle to accompany him. Lord Turtle's injuries were quite severe. He needed to recuperate. Lord Turtle didn't want to travel with him. This would worsen Lord Turtle's injuries. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to see Lord Turtle's injuries worsen. Of course you can. Not just Lord Turtle, but if Lin Gongzi is still worried, you can bring more people with you. We're only doing this to tell Lin Gongzi that our Undying Clan has no ill intentions toward Lin Gongzi. Yu Wenshan continued. After hearing Yu Wenshan's words, even Lin Feng started to believe him. However, he still had his guard up. he couldn't let his guard down just because of Yu Wenshan's words. However, Lin Feng really wanted to go to the Undying Clan to awaken his bloodline. Lord Turtle naturally couldn't bring him there. However, Du Zhu, Evil Sovereign Saint, Guade, Guayer, and the Black Armored Knights could be brought to the Undying Clan. Lin Feng originally wanted to inform the Stone Puppet King, Great Pin King, and the others to go with him, but since Guade, Guayer, and the Black Armored Knights were present, he decided to go with them. They would no longer have to trouble the Stone Puppet King, the Rock King, and the others. After all, the Stone Puppet King, Great Pin King, and the others needed time to cultivate. Furthermore, Lin Feng was very confident in himself. After entering the Undying Clan, even if he met with danger, he would have a way to deal with it. Alright, I can believe in your Undying family's sincerity. 3 days later, I will follow you to the Undying family. Lin Feng said. Lin Gongzi is truly a straightforward person. Then we will wait for 3 days. At that time, Lin Gongzi can return to the Undying family with us. Yu Wenshan smiled. Lin Feng said, I have another question. What is it? Yu Wenshan asked. Were the members of the Lin clan captured by the Undying family? Lin Feng looked into Yu Wenshan's eyes and couldn't help but ask. Yu Wenshan said, we have also heard of this matter. Even the outside world is saying that it was the Undying family that captured Lin Gongzi's Lin clan. It's not just the outside world, but even some members of our own clan are discussing this matter. They feel that the higher-ups of the Undying family sent people to do this. However, I can clearly tell Lin Gongzi that the Lin clan was not captured by the Undying family. It wasn't you? Lin Feng's expression sank slightly. If the Undying family hadn't captured the Lin clan, then the Undying family wouldn't have been able to do so. 3 days later. Lin Feng brought along Du Zhu, Evil Sovereign Saint, Guade, Guayer, and the Black Armored Knights. They boarded the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship and headed towards the Undying Clan with Yu Wenshan and the others. On the way, Yu Wenshan used several precious transfer Dao platforms to send the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship out again and again. This kind of transfer Dao platform was extremely extraordinary. It contained a terrifying power. Of course, this power was not an offensive power, but a space-time teleportation power. An ordinary transfer Dao platform could only send a few cultivators out. However, Yu Wenshan's transfer Dao platform directly enveloped the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. Then, the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship was sent out, which gave people an unimaginable feeling. Moreover, Yu Wenshan's transfer Dao platform had an extraordinary ability. That was, when this transfer Dao platform was activated, it could connect to the nearby space-time wormhole. The transfer Dao platform would send the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship into the space-time wormhole. After several consecutive transfers, Lin Feng and the others became dizzy from the transfer. After all, the 9 prefectures was so big and had so many space-time wormholes. They had no idea where Yu Wenshan had teleported them to. The reason why Yu Wenshan did this was because he did not want Lin Feng to remember the route to the Undying Clan. Even if the Undying Clan of the 9 prefectures was just a branch that had almost been forgotten by the main branch. However, in the 9 prefectures, the Undying Clan was still a powerful and illustrious force. Very few forces could compete with the Undying Clan. Lin Feng and the others had met Yu Wenqing of the Undying Clan of the 9 prefectures when they were fighting for the sacred object in the Heavenly Dao sect. This person was truly a peerless and terrifying existence. However, Yu Wenqing was not the #1 expert of the Undying Clan. From this, one could see how powerful the Undying Clan of the 9 prefectures was. 3 months later, an ancient ship appeared above the boundless ocean. This ancient ship was the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. It was surrounded by distorted spacetime and tumbling waves. This was a mysterious place in the sea. However, the exact location was unknown. The Undying Clan had done an extremely good job of keeping it a secret. Lin Feng stood on the bow of the ship and looked at the rippling sea. From time to time, he could see some powerful sea beasts swimming around the Xianyuan Starry Sky ancient ship. From time to time, the cold eyes of these ferocious beasts would glance at the ancient starship Xianyuan. It seemed like it wanted to attack the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship, but it seemed to be afraid of something. Therefore, The sea beasts finally swam away obediently. The Undying clan really knows how to find a place. It seems like this place should be a holy land in the sea, Lin Feng said. Yu Wenshan smiled and asked, how can you say that it's a holy land? There are many vicious beasts in this sea, and they are all extremely powerful. This means that this place must be rich in resources. However, just having rich resources isn't enough. To become a holy land for cultivation, this place must be extremely suitable for cultivation. Only when these two conditions are met can so many powerful vicious beasts be born. That's why I said that this place is a holy land for cultivation in the sea, Lin Feng said. Yu Wenshan was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled and said, Lin Gongzi, isn't this statement a little too far-fetched? This can't be considered as strong evidence. Lin Feng smiled and said, if this statement can't be considered as evidence, then we can verify it from another point. Along the way, I've seen 9 islands in the sea. These islands have huge waves around them, and they're very special. They're long and narrow, and they're completely connected to the islands in the sea. They look like spirit veins at the bottom of the sea. Although I haven't gone in to check them out, I'm guessing that there are 9 dragon veins at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, these phenomena wouldn't have appeared. Yu Wenshan said, I've long heard that Lin Gongzi is proficient in all kinds of arts. Today, I've truly learned something new. Lin Gongzi is truly knowledgeable. Lin Feng said, many thanks for Taoist Yu Wenshan's praise. Lin Feng wasn't modest, because Lin Feng had indeed mastered many mysterious arts and arts. Therefore, there was no need for him to play dumb with Yu Wenshan. Moreover, this kind of thing was known to all the cultivators in the outside world. The ancient starship Xianyuan sailed for 10 days on the sea. Then, a huge island appeared in their line of sight. Then, everyone boarded the island. On the island, the roars of beasts and cries of apes could be heard. Powerful birds and beasts could be seen everywhere. Arriving on this island was like arriving on a desolate island. This place was filled with terrifying beasts. It was extremely dangerous. If one was careless, then only death would await the cultivator. The cultivators of the Undying clan didn't live directly on the island. They lived in the depths of the island in a parallel small world that was connected to the island. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Undying clan's territory. The scenery here was beautiful, the grass was luxuriant, the cicadas were chirping, and the wind was blowing gently. It was truly a beautiful place. Immortal energy lingered everywhere. It also looked like a place where immortals lived. Looking from afar, one could see spirit deer galloping in the mountains and immortal cranes flapping their wings. Swish! A stream of light quickly flew over from the distance and landed. When those streams of light landed, dozens of cultivators appeared. These cultivators included men and women, old and young. They were all experts of the Undying clan. Lin Feng saw Yu Wenji, Xianxia, and the others, whom he had seen before. Xianxia had provoked Lin Feng and was beaten half to death by Lin Feng. Lin Feng also saw Yu Wenqing. This existence wielded the 9 Heavens Star River Jade Scepter. Her battle strength was terrifying to the extent that it shocked people. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently with an ugly expression. Because Lin Feng had obtained the sacred object and left with the great Ping King and the others, leaving Yu Wenqing, who had schemed for the sacred object for a long time, empty-handed. Yu Wenqing flew into a rage at that time. Of course, Yu Wenqing was more rational and didn't kill his way to the reincarnation immortal sect like the Black-Robed Dragon Knight to vent his anger on Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, this must be little friend Lin. This old man is the Undying clan's grand elder, Yuan Tua. A fat old man looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Although this old man was fat, he had white hair and a youthful face. His skin was white with a tinge of red. It didn't look like the skin a cultivator of his age should have. Instead, it was more like the skin of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Although this old man had a warm expression, Lin Feng could feel the vast magic power in this person's body. To be able to become the grand elder of the Undying clan, this Yuan Tua was naturally not a simple person. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Lin Feng couldn't help but cup his fists. In the living room, everyone sat down. The servant poured tea. Lin Feng took a sip of the tea and felt that it was slightly bitter. After tasting it carefully, there seemed to be a faint fishy smell. When he tasted it again, there was a fragrance. It bloomed from his lips and tongue. It instantly engulfed his entire body. This feeling. It was incomparably comfortable. Little friend Lin, what do you think of this spirit tea? Yuan Tua asked with a smile. It's really good tea. Lin Feng replied, but he did not say what was good about this tea. Because he did not come here to study the way of tea with these people. Little friend Lin, how many times has your undying bloodline awakened? Yuan Tua could not help but ask curiously. In the hall, everyone looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's name. These cultivators of the Undying clan had long heard of him. They had heard of him countless times. However, many of them had never seen Lin Feng before, so they did not know much about Lin Feng. However, even if they had never seen Lin Feng before, many cultivators of the Undying clan had heard of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the same as them. They both had the Undying bloodline. Previously, the Undying clan had sent people to investigate everything about Lin Feng. 2 awakenings. Lin Feng said. There was nothing to hide about this, so Lin Feng directly told these people of the Undying clan how many times he had awakened his bloodline. Hearing that Lin Feng's Undying bloodline had only awakened twice, many people of the Undying clan revealed an expression of disbelief. The bloodline had only awakened twice. It was actually so powerful. This caused them to be very shocked and moved. Many people looked at Lin Feng with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Of course. Many people of the Undying clan also knew that Lin Feng's rise was not only because of the Undying bloodline. It was rumored that Lin Feng also had the sovereign bloodline. It was just that they did not know if this rumor was true. After all, there was no smoke without fire. Since there was such a rumor in the outside world, perhaps this matter was not groundless. I heard that little friend Lin possesses 2 powerful bloodlines. Is that true? At this time, Yuan Tua asked directly. Many cultivators from the Undying clan were astonished. Obviously, he didn't expect the Great Elder to ask such a sudden question. Furthermore, this question seemed to be quite sensitive. Lin Feng, on the other hand, openly admitted, indeed. Yuan Tua didn't ask what Lin Feng's second bloodline was. Since Lin Feng had admitted that he had a second bloodline, it meant that the rumors about Lin Feng being the heir of a sovereign's race were probably true. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Everything in this world is divided into yin and yang, just like the sun and the moon, men and women. This is the division of yin and yang. Yuan Tua slowly said, cultivators pay more attention to the division of yin and yang. That's why the yin and yang realms are divided in the early stages of cultivation. There are naturally many reasons for how high one's future achievements will be. However, when the yin and yang realms are laying down the foundation, the most important thing is whether or not your foundation is solid. This is also an extremely important point. Little friend Lin has grasped 2 bloodlines. It seems that you want to refine the 2 bloodlines into the yin and yang cycle realm, right? Everyone looked at Lin Feng. The potential of a twin bloodline possessor was much greater than that of a pure-blooded bloodline possessor. The pure-blooded bloodline was indeed powerful. It possessed an extremely heaven-defying battle strength. This kind of cultivator was extremely rare. Any faction that had a pure-blooded bloodline disciple, they would all focus on nurturing him. However, the pure-blooded bloodline also had its flaws. The biggest flaw was that the bloodline was single and could not form a yin and yang cycle. And the only thing that could form a yin and yang cycle was the twin bloodline. Many cultivators from the Undying clan had originally thought that their bloodline was powerful, but now that they saw Lin Feng, they felt an indescribable bitterness in their hearts. Because, the bloodline that they were so proud of seemed so insignificant in front of Lin Feng. There was nothing to show off about. I do want to cultivate the twin bloodline to the yin and yang cycle level. Lin Feng answered very straightforwardly. Both sides chatted for a long time. Lin Feng asked Yuan Tua when he could awaken his bloodline. Yuan Tua told Lin Feng that the bloodline awakening required many precious things, and the Undying clan was currently preparing these things with all their might. Thus, Lin Feng needed to wait for a few days. After chatting for about 4 hours, Yuan Tua ordered people to arrange for Lin Feng's group to stay. Heavenly Dao Sect. Underground. There was an independent space here, and it was originally the resting place of the giant golden snake. Ziyuan sat cross-legged in this space. The giant golden snake rested in the distance. Ziyuan's body was surrounded by rays of golden light. Those rays of golden light all entered her body. Ziyuan's eyes suddenly opened. It was as if there were two ancient worlds floating in her eyes. It was a pair of eyes that had seen the endless vicissitudes of the world. That pair of eyes seemed to possess a soul-stirring power. But very quickly, Ziyuan's eyes returned to their normal state. It was just that, Ziyuan's eyes were no longer the pitiful eyes of the past. Now, Ziyuan's eyes were very terrifying. It was a feeling so cold that it made one's heart tremble. Suddenly, the giant golden snake on the ground raised its huge head and looked up. "You're here," Ziyuan said coldly. Shua, in the next moment, a light flashed. A figure appeared. It was a black-robed cultivator, but it was a female cultivator. This female cultivator was Lord Yuan Tian. Lord Yuan Tian was an expert on the same level as Lord Tai Dao. She was also one of the 4 great experts who besieged Lin Qi with Lord Tai Dao. This woman was very charming, and her body emitted an astonishing charm. Any man who saw this woman would have their soul stolen by her. "I heard that you and that Lin Feng had a period of fate?" Lord Yuan Tian said with a smile. Her soul-stirring eyes looked at Ziyuan with a smile that was not a smile. A pair of jade-like hands were fiddling with her hair. "Do you know what you're saying?" Ziyuan said with an indifferent expression. He, my good sister, don't be angry. I'm just testing you because I'm afraid your thoughts will be confused. Lord Yuan Tian said with a smile. "How's the thing I asked you to do?" Ziyuan asked. A ball of divine light appeared in Lord Yuan Tian's hand. The ball of divine light seemed to wrap around something, but it was unknown what it was. "My good sister, this thing is not easy to find. In order to help you find it, I ran until my legs almost broke." Lin Feng naturally wanted to understand the history of the Undying Clan since he was in the Undying Clan's territory. Lin Feng did not know much about the history of the Undying Clan. His limited understanding was mostly about the grudges between ancestor Lin Qi and the main bloodline of the Undying Clan. It was rumored that the creation of the Undying World had a lot to do with the Undying Clan. Lin Feng was not sure if this rumor was true. So after arriving at the Undying Clan, Lin Feng suggested to look up some books about the Undying Clan. Although the Undying Clan of the 9 provinces was only a branch, there were many books about the history of the Undying Clan. These books recorded many things about the Undying Clan. Undying Clan Book Collection Pavilion. Lin Feng flipped through the books one by one. Undying Clan 7 Saints Record. Lin Feng opened an ancient book and looked at the words written on it. When he saw the contents of the book, he couldn't help but be astonished. The Undying Clan was created by the 7 saints, and these 7 were all extremely terrifying figures. Lin Feng did not know much about the 7 saints of the Undying Clan. His previous understanding of the 7 saints of the Undying Clan was only limited to knowing that the Undying Clan was created by the 7 saints. As for more information, he did not know anything. Who were the 7 saints, what was their cultivation level, what had happened to them, and so on. Everything. No one knew. Right now, the ancient book in his hand seemed to be a book introducing the 7 saints of the Undying Clan, causing Lin Feng to be extremely excited. Could it be that today, he would know what kind of existence the 7 saints of the Undying Clan were? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal an impatient expression. He continued to flip through the book. It was written on the 2nd page. The Undying Clan was created by the 7 brothers of the Yuan clan. The 7 of them rose in troubled times. Invincible. Creating the Undying Clan and evolving the Undying bloodline. From then on, the glory of the Undying Clan began. Then, Lin Feng continued to flip to the back. But the pages at the back were empty. Nothing was written. This, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The Undying Clan of the 9 prefectures did not seem to have a detailed introduction of the 7 sages of the Undying Clan. The introduction was only a few dozen words. In fact, there was nothing substantial about it. Too much time has passed. In fact, this branch has already lost contact with the main branch a long time ago. With the upheavals of the continent of the 9 provinces, some ancient books have already been lost. Therefore, many of the books in the library only have a few sentences, there is no substantial content. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded from behind. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He suddenly turned around and saw a withered old man staring at him from not too far away. It was a pair of old and muddy eyes. Those eyes were filled with endless vicissitudes of life. However, Lin Feng did not sense any powerful aura from this old man. Returning to the natural state. This old man had most likely cultivated to this level. Such a profound level, it was unknown what realm his cultivation was at. Junior Lin Feng pays his respects to Senior. Lin Feng bowed to the old man. The old man said, "What Senior, Junior, you're just an old man who has long been forgotten by the world." Although this old man said so, how could Lin Feng think so? Since this old man appeared in the Undying Clan's library, it seemed that he was most likely an elder of the Undying Clan. However, this old man was simply too powerful. So he was definitely not an ordinary elder. This time, when he came to the Undying Clan, Lin Feng had always been on guard in his heart. Thus, after seeing this mysterious old man, Lin Feng felt rather depressed. He naturally did not wish for such a powerful existence to appear in the Undying Clan. However, Lin Feng did not show this depressed feeling in his heart. He acted very normally, with a warm smile on his face. Sunlight, youth, and clean eyes. Lin Feng could not help but ask, "I wonder if Senior knows about the Undying Clan's 7 saints?" The old man said, "So what if I know? So what if I don't know? They have long been a group of historical figures who have turned into dust. Future generations should not live in the glory of their ancestors. Instead, they should think of a way to create their own glory." Lin Feng pondered. This old man's words were too reasonable. Future generations should not live in the glory of their ancestors. That would only make future generations lose their motivation to fight. In the end, there would be many hedonistic disciples. Just think about it. When the young disciples of a force were all hedonistic disciples, what kind of force would that force become? Where would the future lie? You can take a look at this book. The old man handed a book to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the book, but found that it was still empty. Not a single word was written. This made Lin Feng feel extremely strange. It was impossible for the old man to give him the wrong book. Since the old man wanted him to read this book, there must be a reason. Lin Feng raised his head to look at the old man, wanting to ask him. However, the old man had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never appeared. It caused Lin Feng to be absent-minded for a moment, as if he was in a dream. However, he was still holding a book in his hand. And this book? It was the book that the old man had given Lin Feng. Who is he? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself as he kept the wordless book that the old man had given him. The old man might have some deeper meaning. There might be some secrets hidden in this book. But if he wanted to know these secrets, he needed to carefully explore them. After Lin Feng left the book collection pavilion, he returned to his residence and carefully studied the wordless book. However, Lin Feng did not find anything special about it. That book was very ordinary, and did not seem like a book that hid secrets. However, Lin Feng felt that the more simple the book seemed, the more shocking the hidden secrets would be. He did not give up and planned to continue exploring the secrets of this book in the future. 5 days later, Yuan Tua finally sent someone to inform Lin Feng. The Undying family had already prepared everything for Lin Feng, and would bring Lin Feng to the sacred pond to undergo baptism tomorrow. The next day, Lin Feng brought Duzu, evil sovereign saint, Gueda, Guayer, and the black-armored knights to the sacred pond. Because Lin Feng had always been on guard against the Undying family, he had to be on guard against them. The place of seclusion was a mysterious cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a huge pond. This pond was called the Sacred Pond. The sacred pond was filled with a type of liquid that was surrounded by sacred light. This type of liquid should be the sacred liquid used to baptize the bloodline. Yuan Ta said, this sacred pond is the place where the undying clan of the 9 continents conducts their bloodline baptism. The sacred pond is densely covered with 36,725 runes, and each rune has its own mysteries. These runes are linked together to form an intricate large formation. At the same time, a large amount of sacred liquid needs to be poured in. This sacred liquid is very precious, and it is made from many rare heavenly treasures. Thus, even in the undying clan, not everyone has the qualifications to undergo the bloodline baptism. Only those disciples with outstanding talents have the opportunity to undergo the bloodline baptism. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, Great Elder, for preparing everything for me. I will remember it in my heart." Yuan Ta smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Lin Gongzi, you don't have to be so polite. We are now cooperating with each other and mutually benefiting each other. Everything this old man has done is what I should do. This old man will not continue to disturb young master's bloodline baptism. When young master comes out of seclusion, I will definitely hold a celebration feast for young master, to celebrate young master's success in the bloodline baptism." Lin Feng and Yuan Ta exchanged a few more words. Yuan Ta did not continue to stay and led the undying clan out. Only Lin Feng's people were left in the cave. Du Zhu said, "This world. One must always be on guard against others. Moreover, this Yuan Ta does not look like a good person." Lin Feng could not help but smile. Just by looking at his appearance, one could not tell if Yuan Ta was a good person or a bad person. The reason why Du Zhu described Yuan Ta like this was because he added his own subjective assumptions. That was why he said that Yuan Ta did not look like a good person. However, Du Zhu was right about one thing. One must always be on guard against others. No matter where one was, one must always be on guard. Or else, if one was plotted against and died, one might not even know how one died. Lin Feng looked at the Saint Pond. The holy liquid spirit qi in the holy pond was very abundant, so he directly jumped into the holy pond. When Lin Feng entered the Saint Pond, the immortal bloodline in Lin Feng's body started to circulate on its own. A powerful force shook the void. The immortal bloodline awakened on its own. The runes on the sacred pond seemed to have sensed Lin Feng's undying bloodline. The densely packed runes came to life at this moment. One rune after another emitted a powerful energy that flowed into the holy liquid. It merged with the holy liquid. Around Lin Feng, the holy liquid actually started to revolve on its own. A vortex was formed. Waves of saint power continued to flow into Lin Feng's body. The energy that entered Lin Feng's body was completely absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Then, that energy fused with Lin Feng's undying bloodline. After the undying bloodline merged with that mysterious energy, it began to undergo some special changes. This change caused the undying bloodline to evolve to a higher level. This was the bloodline baptism. With each bloodline baptism, the cultivator's bloodline would become more powerful, and there was a high probability of awakening some memories in the bloodline. These memories were all-encompassing. Magical powers, some scattered memories, formations, and so on. Everything could appear in these memories. Therefore, these memories were extremely precious. Lin Feng's third bloodline baptism was carried out in an orderly manner. The bloodline awakening was too crucial, and it was also extremely important for cultivators. After about 3 days, Lin Feng's third bloodline awakening was finally completed. After the third bloodline awakening, runes appeared in Lin Feng's undying bloodline. Those were bloodline runes. Each bloodline rune contained unimaginably terrifying power. Lin Feng only needed to communicate with those runes with his mind. Those runes could display almost heaven-defying combat power. Feeling the terrifying power contained in those runes, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The power contained in those runes made him feel extremely shocked. Lin Feng felt that if he mobilized the power contained in those runes, his combat power would instantly soar to an extremely terrifying level. What shocked Lin Feng the most was that after the third bloodline awakening, there was still a lot of sacred liquid in the sacred pool, so the bloodline awakening was not over. Lin Feng continued to absorb the astonishing energy, and a large amount of energy poured into his body. The energy constantly fused with his body. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Could it be that his bloodline was going to undergo a fourth bloodline awakening? If he could awaken his bloodline twice at once, that would be a great opportunity. Because every time his bloodline awakened, Lin Feng's combat power would be greatly improved, and his realm would also be improved. Just after Lin Feng's third bloodline awakening, his realm rose from the previous Quasi-Emperor realm of the 82nd stone step to the 85th stone step of the Quasi-Emperor realm of the 85th stone step of the stone step. To rise 3 levels at once, Lin Feng, who had accumulated too much power, it was very difficult to increase his cultivation level. It could be said that it was a huge improvement. Lin Feng was refining the sacred liquid in the sacred pool with all his strength. At this time, the runes in the sacred pool underwent a strange change. Those runes, which were surrounded by sacred light, became surrounded by blood-red light. Those runes instantly seemed to have turned into blood-red runes, which was very strange. No one knew what happened to cause those runes to undergo such a shocking change. Then, blood-red energy pervaded the air. Duzu, the evil sovereign saint, Gueda, Guayer, and the black-armored knights who were originally guarding Lin Feng after absorbing the blood-red energy. They were all frozen in place, unable to move. Not good. Lin Feng, who was in the middle of cultivation, also noticed the strange change in the sacred pool. He opened his eyes and saw the surrounding blood-red energy. His face suddenly changed. Lin Feng had been guarding against the Undying Clan scheme, so he brought Duzu, the evil sovereign saint, Gueda, Guayer, and the black-armored knights to guard him. But he did not expect that he still could not avoid the Undying Clan scheme. It was not because Lin Feng was not careful enough. It was because the Undying Clan's scheme against Lin Feng was too brilliant. Lin Feng wanted to rush out of the sacred pool. But at this time, the blood-red energy condensed into a huge blood-red cobra. What the hell is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He swung his fist at the blood-red cobra. Swoosh! At this moment, the blood-red cobra turned into a blood-red light and instantly drilled into Lin Feng's mind. Where's the soul? Where's the soul? The blood-red cobra let out a low roar as it searched for Lin Feng's soul. Soon, it found Lin Feng's soul. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. The blood-red cobra let out a low and sinister roar. What kind of existence are you? Lin Feng's soul asked as it fled. Keek keek, the cobra suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Hearing the laughter, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The blood-red cobra said, "You're Lin Feng, right? I know you. Your bloodline is very powerful. Your soul is very delicious. I can't wait to taste it." This guy said so much but didn't answer his question. Lin Feng's soul was too lazy to ask any more questions. It quickly flew into the depths of his mind. Not long after, Lin Feng's natal treasure, the primal chaos ancient lamp, flew out from the depths of his mind. Lin Feng's soul entered the primal chaos ancient lamp. The primal chaos ancient lamp, a flame that could burn billions of lives. The primal chaos ancient lamp shook slightly. The 5-colored flame of the primal chaos ancient lamp flew out. Next, in Lin Feng's mind, the flame burned the sky. This 5-colored flame was formed by the fusion of the 5 heavenly flames of Lin Feng. The power of the primal chaos ancient lamp was related to 3 factors. The first factor was the level of the primal chaos ancient lamp. The second factor was the material used to forge the primal chaos ancient lamp. The third factor was the flame of the primal chaos ancient lamp. Lin Feng used the purple earth core flame to ignite the flame of the primal chaos ancient lamp. Later on, as Lin Feng refined more and more heavenly fire, the number of flames that lit up the lamp also increased. Currently, the lamp flame was a fusion of 5 heavenly flames. Purple earth core flame, black flame god incinerating flame, hellfire, and golden dragon divine flame. The black flame god eater fire, these 5 types of heavenly fire, after fusing together, had an extremely shocking effect. Now, after the 5-colored heavenly flame flew out, it caused a huge amount of damage. Chi. The crimson energy around the crimson cobra began to burn rapidly. It didn't take long for it to burn out. The crimson cobra let out a painful shriek. What kind of magic treasure is that? The blood-red cobra looked at the chaos ancient lamp with its gloomy eyes. Enough to destroy you. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. Just as he was about to activate the heaven fire to kill the crimson cobra, suddenly, a terrifying blood mist gushed out of the scarlet cobra. Within the bloody mist, the crimson cobra transformed into a crimson-robed cultivator. The blood-red cobra was not its true body, but its soul. The crimson-robed cultivator in front of him was also not its true body, but its soul. I thought it would be easy to deal with an ant like you. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. The crimson-robed cultivator's expression was gloomy, and his eyes flickered with dense killing intent. He opened his hand and grabbed at the Chaos Ancient lamp. You should be an expert from the Undying clan who lost his body, right? You want to devour my soul and take over my body? Lin Feng asked with a gloomy expression. He continued to activate the five-colored heavenly flame to attack the crimson-robed cultivator, but this time, the void around the crimson-robed cultivator distorted. The crimson-robed cultivator actually blocked the five-colored heavenly flame's attack. Lin Feng couldn't help but be astonished by this turn of events. That's right. I am the third-generation ancestor of the Undying clan in the 9 prefectures. After my body was destroyed, my soul entered a deep slumber in the soul-nurturing wood, and I have been waiting for a perfect body. I tried to take over your body several times, but it was rejected every time, and I failed in the end. This time, there shouldn't be any problems with taking over your body, because your body is too perfect and has too much potential. Such a body must be very adaptable. I have waited for this day for too long, and now I can finally fulfill my wish and obtain a new life. The crimson-robed cultivator said excitedly. At this moment, the crimson-robed cultivator's hand grabbed the Chaos Ancient lamp. The crimson-robed cultivator was formed from his soul, but he was able to block the five-colored heavenly flame's attack. It wasn't that the five-colored heavenly flame wasn't strong enough. It was because the five-colored heavenly flame wasn't strong enough, but because the crimson-robed cultivator was too strong. Since he was the third-generation ancestor of the Undying clan in the 9 prefectures, it meant that he was at least in existence from before the Immemorial era. Back then, he might have been a peak emperor or even an immortal realm expert. Or else, his soul couldn't be so strong. This magic treasure is really good. You really are a little guy with endless potential. If it wasn't for the fact that I really need a body, I really can't bear to kill you. The crimson-robed cultivator said sinisterly. Lin Feng really wanted to punch this hypocritical guy to death. Listening to this guy's voice, he didn't sound like someone who didn't want to kill him. Lin Feng controlled the Chaos Ancient lamp to try to break free from the crimson-robed cultivator's grasp, but he failed several times. The crimson-robed cultivator's strength was really shocking. His powerful soul force quickly rushed into the Chaos Ancient lamp. Go to hell, Lin Feng's expression was cold. He used Lu Ye's star-gazing chart to deal with the crimson-robed cultivator. Lu Ye's star-gazing chart was Lin Feng's strongest soul attack technique. Once it was used, its power was boundless. Lin Feng had used Lu Ye's star-gazing chart several times to avert danger. He hoped that he could also use Lu Ye's star-gazing chart to resolve the current danger. However, Lin Feng failed. When Lu Ye's star-gazing chart swept towards the crimson-robed cultivator's soul force that was rushing into the Chaos Ancient lamp, Lu Ye's star-gazing chart was imprisoned. I was an immortal realm expert in the past. Even if I'm only left with my soul force, I'm definitely not someone an ant like you can fight against. The crimson-robed cultivator's sinister voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Immortal realm. This existence was actually at the immortal realm. An immortal. Lin Feng had yet to become an emperor. Naturally, he didn't know how strong an immortal was. However, Lin Feng knew that this immortal was really undefeatable. It made people feel despair. The crimson-robed cultivator's soul force that was rushing into the Chaos Ancient lamp wanted to devour Lin Feng's soul. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's undying bloodline activated on its own. Lin Feng's undying bloodline awakened. The dense runes shot out beams of light. Those beams of light all rushed into the Chaos Ancient lamp. The Chaos Ancient lamp shone brightly. The five-colored flame instantly enveloped the entire Chaos Ancient lamp and burned fiercely. At this moment, the Chaos Ancient lamp's power increased greatly after being strengthened by the bloodline power. Ah, no, no. The crimson-robed cultivator's soul force that had rushed into the chaos ancient lamp had already developed spirituality. At this moment, he let out an incomparably shrill cry. Ah! My soul! My soul! The crimson-robed cultivator couldn't help but scream. He was furious. His cultivation was so powerful. His soul was in the immortal realm. What a powerful soul, but part of his soul was refined to death. Because the crimson-robed cultivator was now a soul. Therefore, having part of his soul refined to death was extremely harmful to the crimson-robed cultivator. Compared to the crimson-robed cultivator's anger and killing intent, Lin Feng was feeling so good right now. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he was going to die. However, his bloodline suddenly awakened and helped him refine part of the crimson-robed cultivator's soul. That part of the soul's origin was completely devoured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soul level rose steadily. His soul level had reached the boundary emperor realm of the 92 stone steps. It turned out that Lin Feng's soul level was at the 88 stone steps. This upgrade. It raised his soul level by 4 stone steps. One had to know that he had only refined a small part of the crimson-robed cultivator's soul origin. If he refined all of the crimson-robed cultivator's soul origin, wouldn't he break through to the emperor realm? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel extremely excited. Who is it? Come out. The crimson-robed cultivator roared angrily. Endless darkness suddenly shrouded Lin Feng's mind. A living being walked out from the darkness. This living being was surrounded by a ball of holy light. He was dressed in white and looked so handsome. Father. Lin Feng looked at the man who appeared in shock. Bloodline manifestation. Lin Baidian appeared. That figure was Lin Feng's bloodline manifestation. Lin Feng had inherited Lin Baitian's bloodline. There's such a powerful existence in the Undying clan's younger generation, and such a powerful existence from an abandoned clan. This is unbelievable. If the main bloodline knew about this, I wonder what they would think. The crimson-robed cultivator's voice was cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared coldly at Lin Baitian's figure. Why would a cultivator want to revive their own bloodline? Awakening one's bloodline would not only grant one all sorts of unimaginable powers. The most important thing was that his bloodline was the connection between him and his ancestors. This connection was the inheritance of the race. Through the inheritance of the bloodline, the ancestors were able to protect their descendants. Just like what was happening in Lin Feng's body. Perhaps it was because he had awakened his bloodline for the 3rd time, but his bloodline was getting closer and closer to his father's. As such, it was the best time to awaken Lin Baitian's power. Now Lin Feng was in danger. The shadow that Lin Baidian had branded in Lin Feng's bloodline was activated. Of course, this shadow was not a simple image. It was a shadow formed by the power of the bloodline. It possessed peerless and terrifying power. Lin Baidian didn't say anything. The crimson-robed cultivator laughed sinisterly. A bloodline imprint can more or less leave behind a will. Your eyes are lifeless. Could it be that he didn't even leave behind a trace of his will? If that's the case, then you're really too weak. As soon as the crimson-robed cultivator finished speaking, he immediately attacked Lin Baidian. This was the soul of an immortal. Although he had lost part of his soul origin earlier. But now, he was still extremely powerful. Lin Feng didn't know. Would the shadow of his father that appeared from his bloodline be able to block the crimson-robed cultivator's attack? Blood Demon Sky Transformation Technique. The crimson-robed cultivator attacked coldly. His attack was extremely terrifying. With a palm strike, endless blood mist was formed. The blood-colored mist seemed to cover the sky and cover the sun. The crimson-robed cultivator's attack displayed heaven-defying strength, shocking everyone. The endless blood-colored mist condensed into a blood-colored ball of energy. The space around the blood-red energy ball was twisting violently. The blood energy ball quickly flew towards Lin Baidian. It directly enveloped Lin Baidian. Then, a loud explosion was heard. The blood energy ball directly exploded. Lin Baidian was drowned in it. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. That blood-red ball of energy was simply too terrifying. His father's shadow was enveloped in it. Was he going to be completely destroyed? Ha 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 ha, lowly guy, let's see how you're going to die. The crimson-robed cultivator couldn't help but laugh proudly. That kind of laughter was extremely arrogant. Obviously, from the crimson-robed cultivator's point of view, Lin Badian took the hit just now. He was definitely going to die. After all, it was just a shadow, not a real body. How much strength could it have? But at this moment, Lin Baitian's bloodline shadow stepped out from the explosion of blood energy. His body was completely unharmed. Father is fine? Lin Feng couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Huh, you're not dead? The crimson-robed cultivator showed an expression of disbelief. He thought that Lin Badian was definitely going to die, but the result was different from what he imagined. This made him extremely surprised. Defeat all the heroes in the world. Suddenly, Lin Badian spoke. He stepped forward and punched the crimson-robed cultivator's shadow. Lin Feng noticed. His father's aura had changed. At that moment, he felt that his father seemed to have become an invincible ruler of the world. That punch, as if it had turned into an eternal fist. That punch, no one could resist it. Defeat all the heroes in the world. If that was the case, who would dare to say it out loud, but Lin Badian, and now he said it out loud, that wasn't just a simple punch. That was Lin Baitian's Tao. Just like Lin Feng's Tao of Supreme. Lin Badian naturally had his own Tao. And Lin Baitian's Tao was so powerful and terrifying. Defeat all the heroes in the world. Who could compete with him? After feeling Lin Baitian's attack, the crimson-robed cultivator's face turned pale with shock. He felt as if his body couldn't move. Ah! He couldn't help but roar. His soul origin began to burn fiercely. He was burning his soul origin to increase his combat strength. The crimson-robed cultivator's combat strength increased tremendously in a short period of time. Undying Sacred Fist. Following that, the crimson-robed cultivator used one of the Undying clan's ultimate skills and punched at Lin Badian. Bang! Both sides collided with each other, accompanied by a violent collision sound. Lin Feng saw. The crimson-robed cultivator was crazily burning his soul origin to increase his combat strength. His body exploded. The move that defeated all heroes in the world was too powerful. It directly shattered the soul of the blood-robed cultivator. This was the soul of an immortal. Even though it was not at its peak, it was still terrifying. Yet, it could not block the attack of Lin Baitian's bloodline shadow. Swish, Lin Feng's soul flew out of the primal chaos ancient lamp. A powerful cultivator like Lin Badian. His bloodline shadow usually contained a trace of will. Thus, he could communicate with it. Father. Lin Feng looked at Lin Baitian's shadow excitedly. You've grown very quickly. Don't rush, take it one step at a time. Lin Badian looked at Lin Feng with reluctance and sadness in his eyes. Was he sad because he thought of his mother, or was he sad because he was separated from Lin Feng? A father's love was like a mountain. Lin Badian and Lin Feng had depended on each other for so many years. Naturally, it was even more so. Father, I will become very strong. In the future, I will be able to share many of your burdens. Lin Feng said solemnly. Good. I believe that day will come sooner or later. Lin Badian said. At this time, Lin Feng thought of his father being planted by a seed demon. This made Lin Feng very worried. He couldn't help but ask, Father, I heard that there was a problem with your body. Is your main body doing well? The only thing that troubled Lin Badian was that he was planted by a seed demon. He might lose himself. Don't worry. There won't be a problem. Cultivate well and look forward to the day when we father and son reunite. Lin Badian said. Then, his bloodline phantom gradually dissipated. He didn't know if he would have a chance to activate his bloodline shadow in the future. Because, activating the bloodline shadow was an extremely difficult task. This required luck, as well as some specific timing. Or else. It was impossible to activate his bloodline shadow. This time, he was able to activate his father's bloodline shadow because of Lin Feng's third bloodline awakening. It played a crucial role. Next time, if he encountered danger, he might not be so lucky. On this point, Lin Feng was very clear about this. All these years, father has put in a lot of effort in nurturing me. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. In the past, his father returned with serious injuries. However, with her father's ability, it was still possible for her to receive better training. Even when the three great clans wanted to exterminate the Lin family, his father could have easily exterminated the three great clans by himself. But father didn't do that. His father hadn't even displayed much power. Back then, he had participated in that great battle and had played a key role. It was clearly a very simple matter, so why didn't his father do it? Now, Lin Feng could understand. Only after going through trials and tribulations could a young eagle soar into the 9 heavens. True dragons could only dominate the vast dragon realm after experiencing 100 heavenly tribulations. Cultivators also had to go through the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations before they could become ancestors and saints. Flowers in a greenhouse. When exposed to the cold wind, they would wither. Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, his father, Lin Beidian, had been training him all this time. He watched as he encountered his own difficulties. She watched him solve all kinds of problems. He didn't even make a move. This contained the hope that his son would become a dragon. Because Lin Beidian knew that he would leave sooner or later. At that time, Lin Feng could only rely on himself to survive in this chaotic world. Therefore, he couldn't let Lin Feng be spoiled. He wanted to sharpen Lin Feng, sharpen his son. After understanding all this, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't blame his father. On the contrary, he was very grateful to his father. It was the tenacity that he had cultivated since he was young. Every time Lin Feng faced a difficult situation, he would have to face it again and again. He never gave up. He kept fighting. That was why he had such achievements now. Lin Feng's emotions quickly recovered. He hurriedly collected the blood-robed cultivator's soul origin. A lot of the blood-robed cultivator's soul origin had been consumed when he self-ignited to increase his combat strength. This made Lin Feng feel that it was a pity. However, to be able to obtain this soul origin, Lin Feng was already extremely satisfied. After sealing the blood-robed cultivator's soul origin, Lin Feng hurriedly checked on the situation of Du Zhu and the others. What's wrong with us? At this moment, Du Zhu and the others had also recovered their movements. They were previously imprisoned by the blood-robed cultivator. Now that the blood-robed cultivator had fallen, they had recovered. It's the Undying Clan's doing, Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. Du Zhu immediately gritted his teeth and said, "This group of bastards, I knew that they wouldn't be so kind as to let young master undergo the bloodline baptism. So they were really scheming against young master." Lin Feng said, "The devil is 1 foot tall, the Tao is 10 feet tall. These people have schemed but failed at the last step. However, I reckon that there must be many experts from the Undying Clan guarding outside. The Undying Clan has many experts, it's not suitable for us to go out now. Wait for me to go into seclusion for a few days. After I come out, we'll think of a way to leave." "Yes." Du Zhu and the others responded. They continued to guard Lin Feng. On the other hand, Lin Feng began to refine the source of the blood-robed cultivator. This was the soul source of an immortal. It would greatly increase one's soul power. Previously, Lin Feng had only refined a small portion of the soul source and his cultivation had increased by 4 levels. The amount of source he had obtained now far exceeded the amount of source he had refined previously. Hence, Lin Feng was looking forward to it. He felt that these sources would allow him to increase his soul power to the Great Emperor realm without too much of a problem. Of course, whether he could really reach the Great Emperor realm or not, he would only know after refining these sources. Right now, all of these were just Lin Feng's guesses. Lin Feng adjusted his state of mind and began to refine these sources. As Lin Feng refined the original strength, Lin Feng gradually absorbed it. Lin Feng's soul power also began to increase by leaps and bounds. Soon, it reached the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Next was to break through to the Great Emperor realm. This was an extremely difficult gap to cross. If Lin Feng's soul level broke through to the Great Emperor realm in advance, then, in the future, when Lin Feng broke through to the Great Emperor realm, the resistance he encountered, it would be reduced by a lot. The sole source of the blood-robed cultivator turned into a long river and began to attack the barrier of the Great Emperor realm. After 9,999 consecutive attacks. Finally. It was like the Yellow River breaking through. Lin Feng's soul power began to increase crazily. It was a whole new level. It was as if the level of life had completed an evolution. After a lot of hard work. Lin Feng's soul, he had finally completed the breakthrough from the Quasi-Emperor realm to the Great Emperor realm. However, when Lin Feng's soul level broke through to the Great Emperor realm, the blood-robed cultivator's soul source was still not exhausted. Therefore, Lin Feng's soul level was still breaking through. Heavens! Isn't that blood-robed cultivator's soul origin too terrifying? Not only did it allow my soul to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, but it also broke through to the 8th firmament before stopping. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. If the blood-robed cultivator hadn't burned a large amount of his soul origin, his soul might have been able to break through to the immortal Emperor realm. My body has been destroyed, but my will remains. At that moment, an intermittent voice suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's mind. When he heard the voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but become spirited. Where did the voice come from? He listened carefully to the voice, but the voice had disappeared. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and the others and asked, "Did you guys hear a strange voice?" Strange voice? What voice? Du Zhu and the others looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Clearly, they hadn't heard the voice. Only Lin Feng had heard it. What's going on? Why am I the only one who can hear it? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. He was very confused. He didn't know why this had happened. Why was he the only one who could hear the voice when no one else could? Did it have something to do with his bloodline? My fleshly body has been destroyed, but my will not be extinguished. At that moment, the voice rang out again. After hearing the voice, Lin Feng was much calmer than before. He carefully savored the words. My body has been destroyed, but my will remains. Is this a body that has been destroyed? But is this a cultivator whose will remains? But, why would this mysterious existence appear in the Undying clan? Is he related to the Undying clan in some way? Senior, can you hear me? I'm talking to you. If you can hear me, please answer me. Lin Feng released his divine sense. The mysterious voice disappeared. It didn't respond to Lin Feng. It didn't even speak. When Lin Feng was about to give up, the intermittent voice suddenly rang out in Lin Feng's mind again. Who are you? Lin Feng became spirited. My name is Lin Feng. Undying, bloodline. You. Are you a member of the Undying clan? The voice asked. After hearing the voice, Lin Feng replied, although this junior has the Undying bloodline, I'm not a member of the Undying clan. My ancestor broke off relations with the Undying clan long ago, so this junior has nothing to do with the Undying clan. This time, I entered the Undying clan because I wanted to use the Undying clan to undergo a bloodline baptism. Who would have thought that I would be schemed against by the Undying clan and almost die here? Fortunately, this junior was lucky and managed to awaken my bloodline at the crucial moment. With the power of my bloodline, I killed the existence that schemed against me. Just now. I sensed that your bloodline is indeed recovering and fighting with another spirit body. After it seems that you are not lying because you seem to have another bloodline. You are not lying because you seem to have another kind of bloodline. You are really fighting with another bloodline. I know that. I was suppressed too severely, so the feeling is not very clear. The disjointed voice continued. Lin Feng said, apart from the Undying bloodline, this junior also has the Sovereign Emperor's bloodline. The Sovereign clan's successor? The voice sounded surprised. That's right. This junior's mother's clan is the Sovereign Emperor's clan. Lin Feng said. So, that's how it came to this. it seems that those clansmen who schemed for eternity, perhaps they didn't plan for the present matter. The voice couldn't help but laugh coldly. Then the voice said, "Help me break the runes of the holy pond. I will be able to break out of the holy pond." This, Lin Feng couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't know what kind of existence was being suppressed. If he let it out, would there be trouble? This existence was definitely terrifying. What if he let it out? What if it attacked him? If that happened, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. "I know what you are thinking, so don't worry. I won't lie to you because I still have some friendship with the ancestor of the sovereign imperial clan. Ancestor of the imperial clan. Clan An. I have some friendship." The mysterious existence continued. "What? You have a friendship with the sovereign emperor's primal ancestor?" Lin Feng couldn't help but be stupefied. The sovereign emperor's primal ancestor was the first existence born in this epoch. He had appeared even earlier than Hong Meng. Someone who had a friendship with the sovereign emperor's primal ancestor. Who exactly was this being that was being suppressed? Of course. In the past, the scriptures discussed the Tao should also rise together. At this point, the mysterious existence didn't say anything else and stopped in time. "What else did you do together?" Lin Feng asked anxiously. He couldn't wait to know more about the sovereign emperor's primal ancestor. This primal ancestor, he was a legend. A legend. But, just like that, he had mysteriously vanished. No one knew how he'd disappeared. Not even the sovereign emperor's primal ancestor knew. The sovereign emperor's primal ancestor's descendants suspected that he'd died. Over the course of countless years, the primal ancestor's primal ancestor's primal ancestor was destined to become an eternal mystery. "Let me out first. Then I can tell you some things, enough to tell you everything," the mysterious and ancient existence continued. Should he trust this person? Lin Feng hesitated. In the end, he gritted his teeth. He decided to go all out. "Fine. I promise you, Senior. I'll think of a way to decipher these talismans and let you out." Lin Feng said. "Ha ha ha ha. Not wrong at all, right? Heart is not wrong at all. How many fights in life? Cultivators are fighting against the heavens and the earth. If we don't have the courage to fight a fight with the heavens and the earth to cultivate the hell, why not go and enjoy glory and wealth instead?" Lin Feng began to study the runes on the holy pond. Those runes were very ancient, and after staring at the runes for less than a quarter of an hour, he felt dizzy. These runes were too high level. Lin Feng found it difficult to look at them for too long. He didn't know what level of expert had set up the runes. Lin Feng sent a sound transmission to the mysterious expert, saying, "Senior, the runes here are too high level. Junior is afraid that Junior is powerless to release Senior. Close your eyes and touch these runes with your hand. Aren't you the successor of the Celestial Master sect? You can crack these runes, you must believe in your own ability." At this moment, the mysterious existence sent a sound transmission to Lin Feng, letting Lin Feng believe in his own ability. Lin Feng was very surprised. This existence was sealed, but he still knew that he was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. It seemed that this existence's ability was too terrifying. What kind of perception was this? It was simply unimaginable. It was shocking. Lin Feng said. "All right. Junior will give it a try." Then Lin Feng closed his eyes and touched the mysterious runes on the holy pond with his hand. When he closed his eyes, it was dark in front of him. The world seemed to have turned into a dark world. However, at this moment, His heart seemed to be able to calm down more easily, said Lin Feng while touching those mysterious talismans. Each talisman contained a mysterious and enigmatic strength. He couldn't look at those runes for a long time, but he could touch those runes with his hand for a long time. Lin Feng memorized each and every one of those talismans. Lin Feng constantly used his heart to feel the extraordinariness of those runes. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, Lin Feng sensed some flaws in those runes. Every kind of talisman, restriction, or formation had a flaw. The so-called deciphering runes, restrictions, and formations. How to crack it? It was to find the flaws in these runes, restrictions, and formations. Then, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. After finding these flaws, it was easy to crack these runes, restrictions, or formations. Lin Feng's research on the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect had become deeper and deeper over the years. Although he had yet to find the stone scripture, but Lin Feng had cultivated the stone emperor scripture. As a result, his attainments in array formations were extremely profound. Now that he had found the flaws in these runes, Lin Feng began to crack them. Outside, many experts from the Undying clan were anxiously waiting. Yuan said, "I wonder how the situation inside?" Lin Feng shouldn't have needed so much time to deal with him. "Could something have happened?" said Yuan Qing, frowning. "I'm a bit worried too. Even though Lin Feng is young, we can't underestimate him. He has many strange and mysterious skills." Yuan Dongchen said, "If the ancestor chooses to go into seclusion after successfully possessing the body, if we go in now, I'm afraid we will disturb the ancestor's cultivation." Yuan Dongchen's deduction was not without reason. Thus, these people were also hesitant. They didn't know if they should enter. Yuan Qing and the others looked at Great Elder Yuan Tua and said in unison, "Great Elder, what do you think?" Yuan Tua said, "Let's wait for another day. If the ancestor still hasn't come out of seclusion after a day, then we'll open the restrictions and enter the sacred spirit cave to check out the situation inside." Hearing Yuan Tuo's words, everyone nodded. Time passed very quickly. A day passed. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Shan said, "Great Elder, 1 day's time is up. Now, let's open the restrictions of the Sacred Spirit Cave and enter to take a look." The Sacred Spirit Cave that Yuan Shan mentioned was the place where Lin Feng underwent the bloodline baptism. "Alright, open the restrictions." Yuan Tua nodded. Then, a group of people opened the restrictions. Then, he wanted to enter. He carefully investigated the situation inside the Sacred Spirit Cave. However, the restrictions had just been opened, and these people had yet to enter. Endless demonic mist surged. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from within the demonic fog. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm finally free. Old bastards of the Undying clan, have you ever thought that I would be able to see the light of day again? Not good, something has happened in the depths." Hearing that voice, the expressions of Yuan Tua and the others changed. Something must have happened in the Sacred Spirit Cave. They couldn't sense the aura of the ancestor. Could it be that the ancestor had encountered a calamity? When they thought of that, the mood of the group of people could not help but suddenly sink. Whoosh! At this moment, something seemed to be flying out of the devil light at high speed. "Retreat, retreat, retreat! Quickly retreat!" Yuan Tua shouted. The members of the Undying clan quickly retreated. Soon, a demonic hand flew out. The demonic hand was surrounded by endless demonic light and dripping with blood, as if it had just been killed. The person who had made that sound, it was the demonic hand. The same demonic hand was sealed in the depths of the Sacred Spirit Cave. Lin Feng broke the seal of the Sacred Spirit Cave, and the demonic hand broke free. Swoosh! 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 After the demonic hand charged out, one figure after another charged out of the Sacred Spirit Cave. The person in the lead, it was Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you're not dead?" Yuan Tua looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. He could sense Lin Feng's aura. This was indeed Lin Feng. It wasn't their ancestor. Lin Feng sneered. "Of course I'm not dead. Not only am I not dead, but I'm also alive and well." "That's impossible." The third ancestor had the soul of an immortal. How could the possession have failed? Could it be because of this demonic hand? Yuan Tuo's expression was extremely gloomy. The demonic hand sneered. This has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Yuan Tuo and the others were in disbelief. It had nothing to do with the demonic hand. Then how had the third ancestor's soul died? Had he been killed by Lin Feng? They didn't believe that Lin Feng had such an extraordinary ability to kill the third ancestor's soul. How could that be possible? Even if Lin Feng had cultivated to the great emperor realm, it was impossible for him to have such an ability. Let alone now? This is called those who commit too much evil are doomed to destruction. That old bastard wanted to possess my body, but in the end, his body and soul were destroyed. He brought this upon himself. Lin Feng said indifferently. Courting death. Courting death. Kill them all. Yuan Tuo's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Boom, the Undying clan's members were as high as the clouds. There were 15 emperor-level experts. Other than the Great Emperor Realm experts, there were about 4,000 to 5,000 Great Emperor Realm experts in the Undying clan. Now, these experts were all guarding this place. All of them attacked, their killing intent dense. Senior, the time for revenge has come. Kill to your heart's content. Lin Feng said. Kill, 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 I want to kill all of your Undying clan. The Devil Hand immediately roared. Lin Feng didn't know what grudges the Devil Hand had with the Undying clan. But the Devil Hand hated the Undying clan to the core. Moreover, the Devil Hand had been cursing the old Undying of the Undying clan. It was just that Lin Feng didn't know which old Undying of the Undying clan the Devil Hand was talking about. After all, the Undying clan was such a powerful force. After such a long time. Who knew how many top experts had appeared? The Devil Hand quickly flew towards a Great Emperor Realm expert. Then, he slapped towards the Great Emperor Realm expert with his palm. The power of that terrifying palm was truly terrifying to the extreme. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. The Great Emperor Realm expert's expression couldn't help but change. He never thought that the Devil Hand's attack would be so tyrannical. After all, the Devil Hand was only a palm. How much of a threat could it be? However, only after truly exchanging blows did they realize how terrifying the Devil Hand was. It was truly shocking, causing them to turn pale with fright. The Great Emperor of the Undying clan quickly used the sacred art of the Immortal Fist. Previously, the blood-robed cultivator had used this sacred art when dealing with Lin Baitian's bloodline shadow. This sacred art was one of the top sacred arts of the Undying clan. Its power was extremely shocking. Bam! The Devil Hand collided with the Great Emperor, accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Everyone saw it. The Great Emperor Realm expert's body was actually blasted apart by the Devil Hand's palm. Blood splattered everywhere. Powerful source energy. It was instantly devoured by the Devil Hand. That was a Great Emperor. Just like that. It was easy. Killed by the Devil Hand. It was truly unbelievable. It was truly unbelievable. However, this matter was real. Because, it happened right in front of their eyes. Many people saw it. Heavens, how is this possible? This thought appeared in almost everyone's mind. It was just a palm. He had killed a Great Emperor in one move. This was too terrifying. As expected of an existence from the era of the Sovereign Emperor clan's primogenitor, even if he only has one hand left. It's actually terrifying to such a level. Truly shocking. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. In his heart, it was as if a monstrous wave had surged out. I wonder what level of cultivation this existence was at when he was at his peak. Let's destroy this demonic hand together. You guys go and destroy Lin Feng and the others. Yuan Ta's expression turned gloomy when he saw how powerful Mo Shou was. He pointed at the 4 great emperors. The 4 great emperors were all at the emperor god level. Yuan Tua ordered the 4 of them to lead the Undying family's experts to kill Lin Feng and the others. Meanwhile, Yuan Tua and the other 8 great emperors charged towards Devil Hand. Boom boom boom, in an instant. All sorts of terrifying attacks were launched towards the Devil Hand. The 8 great emperors attacked, wanting to join forces and quickly kill Devil Hand. However, when the attacks of the 8 great emperors reached the Devil Hand, suddenly, the space around the Devil Hand began to distort. And the attacks of the 8 great emperors were all trapped in the distorted space. They were unable to cause any damage to the Devil Hand. On the other side, the 4 great emperors of the Undying family led thousands of quasi-emperor level experts to besiege Lin Feng and the others. The strongest of the 4 great emperors was Yuan Dongchen, whom Lin Feng had met before. He was at the 10th level of the Emperor God realm. Among the 4 great emperors, his cultivation was the highest. The cultivators of the Undying family who had yet to step into the quasi-emperor realm. They did not participate in the battle. Instead, they watched from afar. Lin Feng, prepare to die. Yuan Dongchen's voice was cold. With a dragon devil blood blade in his hand, he directly slashed towards Lin Feng. Seeing Yuan Dongchen make his move, the other 3 great emperors also made their move. Kill! The cultivators of the Undying family roared even louder, their morale soaring like a rainbow. All of them were filled with killing intent. With so many cultivators attacking at the same time, one could imagine how terrifying their attacks were. As the saying goes, ants can bite an elephant to death. With 4 great emperors and 4 to 5,000 quasi-emperor realm experts, even an immortal emperor realm cultivator would probably be killed. Lin Feng's side was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, while their side only had 4 to 500 quasi-emperor realm cultivators. There was no way they could be compared to the cultivators of the Undying family. But so what, the black armored knights were not the same as the cultivators of the Undying family. Kill! Lin Feng held onto the stone sword and could not help but shout out loud. Kill! The cultivators of the black armored knights all shouted out loud, their voices almost fused together. They attacked together, their strength connecting together. Every single one of them unleashed an attack. It was equivalent to an attack unleashed by the combined magic power of 1,000 people. Their cooperation was incomparably tacit. Rays of cold light swept out. Although their numbers and cultivation were not comparable to the cultivators of the Undying family, the combined power of the black armored knights was much stronger than the cultivators of the Undying family who were fighting alone. The attack of the black armored knights instantly destroyed the attack of the Undying family cultivators, including the attacks of the 4 great emperors. The attacks of the black armored knights were endless. After the second wave of attacks, the 4 great emperors of the Undying family were forced to retreat. Poochie! 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 Tearing sounds and miserable screams rang out incessantly. Many of the quasi-emperor realm cultivators of the Undying family were either killed or injured. The black armored knights displayed shocking battle strength. This was the first time the black armored knights participated in a real battle. Hence, after seeing the battle strength of the black armored knights, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The mysterious black armored knights created by the faction behind the Grand Dao Honorable Lord were truly terrifying. The black armored knights were so powerful mainly because of the mysterious black armored knights. Follow me, Lin Feng held the stone sword and took the lead, charging towards the 4 great emperors. Kill these 4! Lin Feng could not help but shout. The cultivators of the black armored knights shouted in unison, launching wave after wave of attacks towards the 4 great emperors. In addition, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil Honorable Saint worked together. The 4 great emperors were forced to retreat. The quasi-emperor realm cultivators of the Undying family who came to help were all killed. They could not help the 4 great emperors at all. The 4 great emperors were in a precarious situation. Poochie! Tearing sounds could be heard. The first great emperor was drowned by the attacks of the black armored knights. His body was torn to pieces. He died on the spot. The first great emperor had fallen. There were still 3 great emperors left. These 3 great emperors were furious, they never thought that such a thing would happen. They had so many people besieging Lin Feng's group of a mere 1,000 people. Furthermore, more than half of the people on Lin Feng's side were still at the giant god realm. On the contrary, they were the ones who were defeated. One of the great emperors had even died. Quickly gathered together and form an attack formation to deal with them. Yuan Dongchen could not help but shout loudly. His voice shook the heavens. Hearing Yuan Dongchen's words, many cultivators did not dare to hesitate and gathered together. In a short period of time, the Undying clan had already lost more than 1,000 experts. Many of the cultivators who were still alive had suffered heavy injuries. Therefore, these people's fighting strength was far from before. Even if they were to form a large formation now, it was just a last-minute effort. Because, the cultivators of the Undying clan had never thought of it. One day, these people, they still needed to form a large formation to deal with others. But now, they had indeed done so. Because they couldn't do otherwise. If they didn't do this, they might be killed until they were completely defeated. The Undying clan's formation was extremely powerful. Its power was astonishing. But there was nothing they could do. Although these cultivators of the Undying clan knew how to assemble this kind of formation. However, they usually didn't practice it over and over again. Temporarily forming a large formation was simply out of place. He wasn't able to display too much fighting strength. This was just like how many people knew how to ride a horse. But if they didn't practice diligently, truly on the back of a horse, but they might not really know how to ride it. Using a large formation to fight against the enemy. It was the same principle. The two sides once again engaged in a great battle. Soon, the gathered cultivators of the Undying clan were completely defeated. Puff. 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 Tearing sounds could be heard continuously. A large number of cultivators of the Undying clan were killed. How could this be? In the outer region, the cultivators of the Undying clan who were watching the battle looked at this one-sided battle in disbelief. The 4 great emperors led 4,000 to 5,000 boundary emperors to besiege Lin Feng's side, which only had about 1,000 people. A large number of cultivators were killed, and even a great emperor was killed. No matter who saw this scene, they would find it inconceivable and unacceptable. But this was the truth. There was no room for doubt. I've long heard that this Lin Feng is a headache for the myriad races, the Outerium races, and the other forces. Now, it seems that the rumors are true. This Lin Feng is really a big trouble. That's right. No wonder so many people want to kill him. Not to mention those powerful divine abilities, magical treasures, cultivation resources, and so on. Just this person who rose from the wilderness and walked step by step to reach his current level has accumulated an unimaginable amount of karmic luck. Killing Lin Feng would be able to plunder that boundless karmic luck from him. That's why there's an endless stream of cultivators trying to kill him. I also want to tear him into pieces. If it weren't for him, how would our Undying clan have suffered such a huge loss? The cultivators of the Undying clan discussed animatedly, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of dense killing intent. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and cut Lin Feng into pieces. But these people were very rational. They knew. Even if they rushed up now, only death would await them. Pfft, a tearing sound was heard. Lin Feng held the stone sword in his hand and beheaded the second great emperor. Just now, he took the opportunity when the black-armored knights defeated the cultivators of the Undying clan and suppressed the 3 great emperors. He quickly rushed to the side of this great emperor. The great emperor's head was chopped off. Then, Lin Feng collected this great emperor's origin. The great emperor who was killed had his eyes wide open in anger, dying with grievances. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had a cold expression. The world of cultivators was originally this cruel. He didn't kill these people. He would be killed by these people. To survive. Whose hands, weren't they covered in blood? After killing the second great emperor, Lin Feng continued to lead the black-armored knights to attack the last 2 great emperors. At this time, the cultivators of the Undying clan who were almost defeated once again organized their forces to counterattack. This time, they took out a dense number of jade talismans from afar. Those jade talismans were all treasures passed down by the Undying clan. One by one, the jade talismans exploded. The power was extremely terrifying. Feeling the power of the jade talisman's explosion, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but darken. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly released his domineering aura. The 3 types of domineering aura instantly superimposed together to form a powerful magnetic field. Bang, 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 when the energy formed by the explosion of the jade talismans came crashing over. All the attacks. All of them struck the magnetic field formed by the overlaying of the domineering aura. Those attacks were temporarily blocked by the magnetic field that Lin Feng had released. If we keep attacking them with the jade talismans, the strange magnetic field that guy released will be destroyed sooner or later. Yuan Dongchen said indifferently. He finally found a way to deal with Lin Feng and the others. So, Yuan Dongchen. He could finally heave a sigh of relief. Du Zhu. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu. Understood. Du Zhu nodded. Following which, Du Zhu began to unleash his ultimate move. King of 10,000 Poisons, King of 10,000 Poisons. Du Zhu unleashed a powerful poison technique, and an endless amount of poison mist spread out. Within the poison mist, many kings of poison condensed. Du Zhu's current cultivation had broken through to the Great Lord realm. The poison technique was even more powerful. It was even more strange. The poison mist covered the sky and quickly spread towards the surroundings. Many people from the Undying clan inhaled the poison released by Du Zhu. The mist is poisonous. Everyone, be careful. Yuan Dongchen's expression changed greatly as he couldn't help but shout out in a deep voice. However, Du Zhu's poison was simply all-pervasive. At this time, he went to warn them. It was already too late. After many people inhaled the poison released by Du Zhu, they immediately felt their limbs weaken. Some of the weaker cultivators were directly poisoned to death. Hurry up and take the antidote. Many cultivators began to take the antidote in a hurry. Even after taking the antidote, they were unable to truly dispel Du Zhu's poison. Many people had no choice but to leave the battlefield and find a place to suppress the poison in their bodies. Right now, the cultivators of the Undying clan were all thinking of ways to deal with the poison in their bodies. How could they have the time to use the Jade Talisman to deal with Lin Feng and the others? Only the Great Lord Realm experts were able to withstand Du Zhu's poison. But how many Great Lord Realm experts were there? You actually used poison, you are simply despicable and shameless. Yuan Dongchen was so angry that his face turned green. Lin Feng laughed coldly, despicable and shameless? Damn it. Aren't you guys even more despicable when you besieged us with so many people and even used so many Jade Talisman? Moreover, a small amount is not a gentleman, a great man is ruthless. To deal with despicable and shameless fellows like you, no matter what method we use, we can use it with a clear conscience. Kill these two. Kill. A low roar suddenly resounded. The black-armored knights once again displayed their extraordinary battle strength. Waving the war spear in their hands, they swept through all directions. The power was so strong. It was truly moving. Yuan Dongchen and the other great emperor couldn't block the attacks of the black-armored knights at all. Not to mention, other than the black-armored knights, there was also Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign saint. The attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth flew towards the two great emperors, as if they could annihilate the void world. Those attacks gathered together. It formed a torrent of attacks that drowned out the other party. The two great emperor-level powerhouses used all their methods, but it was difficult for them to organize an effective resistance. They were being suppressed too much. Poochie, the tearing sound rang out once again. The third great emperor was killed. In the distance, the cultivators of the Undying clan who saw this scene. It was hard for them to accept what was happening in front of them. The Undying clan had already lost 4 great emperors in a row. In such a short period of time, 4 great emperors had fallen. This was a heavy blow to the cultivators of the Undying clan. Yuan Dongchen, it's your turn now. Lin Feng wielded the stone sword and charged towards Yuan Dongchen. Du Zhu. Evil sovereign saint. 2 ghost emperors. The black-armored knights. They all attacked. Together, they charged towards Yuan Dongchen. Although Yuan Dongchen was a 10th-layer Divine Lord Realm expert, it was still difficult for him to block the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. No, I'm not willing to be killed like this. Yuan Dongchen held his war spear to block the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. As he blocked the attacks of Lin Feng and the others, he roared out loud, unwilling to die like this. Damn it, in the distance. Yuan Qing's expression was gloomy, he wanted to come over and help. Save Yuan Dongchen. However, the devil hand was simply too powerful. In the void, there was a slight tremor. Devil light overflowed the sky. It enveloped Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing wanted to come forward and help, but he was unable to free himself. At this time, Lin Feng and the others had already dealt devastating damage to Yuan Dongchen. Numerous wounds appeared on Yuan Dongchen's body. Blood dripped everywhere. Incomparably miserable. Why is this happening? My undying clan is so powerful. Are we going to face the danger of extermination today? Yuan Dongchen said to himself. He was unwilling to die like this. But there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to accept this fact. Pucci, a tearing sound could be heard. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Yuan Dongchen was killed. Blood flowed all over the ground. Lin Feng immediately put away Yuan Dongchen's source energy. There was also a storage ring in the courtyard. During this period of time, Lin Feng collected quite a few powerhouses' storage rings. He also obtained a lot of good stuff. Lin Feng also took the rings of the great emperors of the Undying Clan when he collected their original strengths. Within the storage rings of these great emperors, there must be a lot of good stuff in there. Of course. Now was not the time to check. He would have to wait for a while. Only then would he be able to check. After killing Yuan Dongchen, Lin Feng's gaze turned to another battlefield. At this moment, the Devil Hand and the 9 great experts were engaged in a great battle. The Undying Clan's 9 great emperors had extraordinary methods, and they had several powerful treasures in their hands. They were locked in a fierce battle with the Devil Hand. These people wanted to destroy the Devil Hand, but they had never succeeded. Spacetime Nirvana. One-finger devil transformation. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the Devil Hand. Following that, the Devil Hand unleashed an unparalleled absolute art. Previously, the Devil Hand had been dealing with these people. It was all for the sake of brewing this unparalleled absolute art. If it was at its peak, these absolute arts would naturally be at its fingertips. But it was different now. After all, the Devil Hand only had one palm left. It wasn't an easy task to display some of the most powerful divine abilities of the past and present. But fortunately, the Devil Hand's brewing was successful. A peerless and invincible attack. As if it could shatter heaven and earth. That terrifying attack. With a light tap, shattering the void. The Devil Hand Spacetime Nirvana. One-finger devil transformation, divine ability was unleashed. Instantly, spacetime seemed to have been imprisoned. The Devil Hand locked onto the 9 great emperors. Then, they attacked as fast as lightning. Each of them pointed out a finger. The speed was too fast. 9 golden fingers condensed. They charged towards the 9 great experts. The 9 great experts' expressions changed at the same time, and then they unleashed their powerful methods to block the Devil Hand's attack. Someone activated his divine ability. Someone activated his magic treasure. At this moment, something shocking happened. The Devil Hand fought 1 against 9. It was as if he was invincible. 9 consecutive attacks, accompanied by a series of tearing sounds. One divine ability after another was broken. The cultivators whose divine abilities were broken hurriedly took out their powerful magic treasures to block. But ordinary magic treasures could not block the Devil Hand's attack at all. One magic treasure after another was destroyed by the Devil Hand. Only magic treasures above the Emperor level could block the Devil Hand's attack. But only 4 people had magic treasures above the Emperor level. These 4 people were Yuan Tua, Yuan Qing, Yuan Shan, and Yuan Quan. The remaining 5 great experts did not have magic treasures of this level. Therefore, they were in trouble. Puff. 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 5 consecutive piercing sounds could be heard. A bloody hole appeared in the heads of the 5 great emperors. The 5 great emperors fell to the ground. They were dead. They're dead. He killed 5 great emperors in one move. He's too powerful. Du Zhu exclaimed. The Devil Hand was too powerful. Lin Feng had never seen such a shocking battle in the real world. As expected of an existence from the same era as the Sovereign Emperor clan's ancestor. Why is this happening? Does the heavens want our undying clan to perish? Some elders of the undying clan cried out in grief in the distance. The powerful undying clan was about to be destroyed. Who are you? What grudge does our undying clan have with you? Yuan Tua said with an ugly expression. A lowly creature like you has no right to know who I am. Today, I'll destroy the undying clan's 9 prefectures. Sooner or later, I'll head to the undying clan's main branch and settle the grudge of the past. The Devil Hand's voice was cold. A terrifying aura continued to spread from the Devil Hand. It was preparing for an even more powerful attack. It wanted to kill Yuan Tua and the other 3 great experts in one move. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort could be heard. Next. The void cracked open. A white crane flew out. It was the white crane that had let out the cold snort. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. The white crane turned into a middle-aged cultivator wearing a white robe. Now. The middle-aged cultivator looked at the Devil Hand with cold eyes. When the middle-aged cultivator appeared, the world fell silent. The middle-aged cultivator who suddenly appeared was definitely a powerful existence. However, no one knew his identity. His aura was very deep, and it was difficult to sense his realm. The Undying Clan is indeed not simple, to actually have such a powerful expert. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although the middle-aged cultivator did not make a move. However, no one dared to underestimate the middle-aged cultivator. So it's you. The Devil Hand's voice was indifferent. Obviously. The Devil Hand recognized the middle-aged cultivator. Ancestor. Yuan Ta and the others all bowed towards the middle-aged cultivator. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yuan Ta was the great elder of the Undying Clan. However, the patriarch of the Undying Clan had never appeared. Could it be that this middle-aged cultivator was the patriarch of the Undying Clan? Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Was this person the leader of the Undying Clan? Lin Feng wasn't sure either. After being suppressed for such a long time, I still can't suppress you to death. This is truly inconceivable. The middle-aged cultivator opened his mouth. Devil Hand coldly said, in the past, those old undying things from your family schemed against this seat. They divided this seat's body into 9 parts and suppressed them in different places. This is the origin of the Undying family's 9 branches. Now that my first palm has escaped, I will be able to reassemble my body soon. At that time I will definitely destroy the Undying Clan. Lin Feng already knew that the Undying Clan was unreliable. Now, it seemed that the Undying Clan was indeed full of lies. Previously, the Undying Clan said that they were unable to contact the main branch. They were simply deceiving him. Their branch was a branch that was separated from the main branch with a mission. How could they not be able to contact the main branch? Lin Feng began to doubt every word that Yuan Ta said before. Including the news of the Lin clan. Lin Feng was also suspicious. Yuan Tua, this guy, was using lies to deceive him. The Lin clan was most likely captured by the Undying Clan of the 9 regions. Where is my Lin clan? Shouted Lin Feng to the middle-aged cultivator. Stop it. The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lin Feng and his eyes flashed. He said, he was sent away a long time ago. Lin Feng. Since you are a genius, if you surrender to the Undying Clan now, you can still keep your life. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The Lin clansmen were indeed captured by the Undying Clan. The middle-aged cultivator said that the Lin clansmen were sent away, Lin Feng guessed. It was very likely that he had been sent to the main branch. However, no one knew where the main branch of the Undying Clan was located. Furthermore, Lin Feng was clear about this. With his current strength, he would be able to do it. They simply did not have enough strength to head to the main branch of the Undying Clan. If he insisted on going, only death awaited them. The only thing Lin Feng could do now was to increase his cultivation as much as possible. Only his own strength was strong enough. In the future, Only then would he be able to deal with the experts of the main branch of the Undying clan. Lin Feng looked coldly at the middle-aged cultivator, and said with a sneer, "Sooner or later, I will trample the main branch of the Undying clan under my feet." "Ha ha ha ha, well said." The devil hand could not help but laugh out loud. "Reckless thing, after this seat suppresses the devil hand, I will tear you into pieces." As soon as he finished, the middle-aged cultivator attacked the devil hand. 10,000 swords heaven-breaking art. The middle-aged cultivator shouted in a low voice. Following that, dense immortal swords appeared behind him. Those immortal swords were not real immortal swords, but streaks of sword light. However, even though it was just sword light, but it was also extremely terrifying. Lin Feng had never seen such a powerful person before. Such a terrifying sword light. Every single sword light. It was as if they contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It was so terrifying that one could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. Moreover, these were 10,000 sword lights. Buzz, 10,000 sword lights shook the void. 100,000 worlds. It was instantly destroyed. The streaks of sword light slashed towards the demonic hand. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. No matter who was in the middle of the 10,000 sword lights, they would all feel despair. Insignificant skill. The devil hand was extremely arrogant, and his voice was indifferent. When the 10,000 sword lights attacked him, the devil hand gently drew a line in the air. Prison of the earth. Suddenly, a huge cage appeared in the air. 10,000 sword lights flew over, and all of them flew into the cage. The 10,000 sword lights all had spirits. They struggled with all their might. They wanted to break free. But they tried several times. They all failed. This move of the devil hand was called Prison of the Earth. It was too powerful. It actually trapped 10,000 such powerful sword lights. No matter how they struggled. But in the end, they were powerless to break free. Break! Then, the devil hand gently tapped the cage that trapped the 10,000 sword lights. The cage directly shattered. The 10,000 sword lights also shattered. Man and sword as one. Suddenly, the middle-aged cultivator roared. He directly jumped up. Following that, his body actually turned into a huge immortal sword. This immortal artifact emitted a terrifying pressure. When Lin Feng sensed the powerful pressure emanating from the celestial sword, he had the urge to prostrate himself before the celestial sword. This immortal sword. It was really too powerful. The immortal sword streaked across the air. It directly slashed towards the devil hand. 10,000 sword lights. It condensed and formed. The sword fell. It was as if it could split open a great world. The demon lord's voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind at this time. This person is not a human cultivator, but a magic treasure transformed. This immortal sword in front of you should be the main body of this magic treasure. What? A magic treasure transformed? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. A cultivator transformed from a magic treasure was different from a real cultivator. A real cultivator was a body of flesh and blood. His body would emit blood qi. Because all living things were made of qi. This kind of blood qi. It was also a sign of a body of flesh and blood. And magic treasures were made of all kinds of materials. Not a body of flesh and blood. Even if he transformed into a human form, it was difficult to change. However, the cultivator in front of him clearly gave off the feeling of a body of flesh and blood. He is a weapon cultivator. It was originally a magic treasure, but after walking on the path of a weapon cultivator, some weapon cultivators can indeed derive flesh and blood. Of course, such a weapon cultivator is extremely rare. In the past, I have only seen one of the Heavenly Emperor's magic treasures, which gave birth to flesh and blood. The demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded, and his expression couldn't help but become somewhat solemn. This magic treasure was absolutely terrifying. He didn't know if the devil hand could withstand the attack of this magic treasure. Just wait and see. With the ancestors' help, he will definitely be able to severely injure the devil hand. The cultivators of the Undying clan had indifferent expressions. When that peerless and unparalleled sharpness slashed down, Yi Zichen was stunned. Devil Hand sneered and said, "It's not easy for an artifact cultivator to cultivate flesh and blood, but do you know who I was back then? You don't know at all. Those undying old men of the Undying clan won't tell you my identity, because once they do, you will be in a state of panic." Shameless boasting. A sneer came from the immortal sword. It was that powerful immortal sword that refuted Devil Hand's words. Immortal sword was forged by an extremely powerful existence of the Undying clan. Before that existence fell, he helped Immortal Sword walk the path of an artifact cultivator. This was an extremely difficult path. But after countless years, Immortal Sword persevered. Until now. Flesh and blood were born. Immortal Sword knew what kind of clan the Undying clan was. The rumors about the Undying clan in the outside world were not true at all. If someone knew the true origin of the Undying clan, then they would definitely be in disbelief and turn pale with fright. It was precisely because they knew the extraordinary history of the Undying clan. So, that was why Immortal Sword had a deep-rooted trust in the Undying clan. In Immortal Sword's view, there might not be any force that could contend against the Undying clan. Ha 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 ha, it's useless to say more. Let's see who's the real deal. Devil Hand sneered. Endless demonic light surged out from the demonic hand. Devil Hand couldn't help but roar. Endless devil art, shattering 10,000 Dao. Today, I'll let you experience another powerful devil art. After Devil Hand's voice fell, Devil Hand slapped towards the immortal sword that was slashing down. Above the Devil Hand, an endless devil country appeared. 3,000 devil countries suppress the world, billions of devil gods break through the immortals, countless heroes appear, but they are no match for my palm strike. Devil Hand's voice. Ancient, vicissitudes, mysterious, fleeting, ethereal. It was as if it had crossed countless years to come. Clang, both sides collided. When the immortal sword slashed on the Devil Hand, it was as if it had slashed on the hardest magic treasure. It couldn't cause any damage to Devil Hand at all. Devil Hand was simply too powerful. With a palm strike, there was a feeling of destroying the world. Immortal Sword was sent flying by Devil Hand. Moreover, the aura of the Immortal Sword had become much weaker. After taking a hit from the Demon Hand, the Immortal Sword seemed to have suffered some damage. Go. A low growl came from the Immortal Sword. At this moment, Immortal Sword already knew he was no match for the Devil Hand. Therefore, now, he had to quickly escape from this place. If the battle continued, the consequences were unimaginable. What? Even the Patriarch is no match for Devil Hand? The members of the Undying clan all had expressions of disbelief. They didn't want to believe it. But all of this was real. Let's go. Retreat to the teleportation canyon. Yuan Tua shouted with a gloomy expression. Go, go, go. The Undying clan's cultivators had a huge change in expression, and they all rushed towards the direction of the transfer canyon. All of you should die, all of you should die. No one can escape, no one can escape. The Devil Hand roared. His hatred towards the Undying family was extremely great, his resentment extremely heavy, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Right now, within Demon Hand's body, endless devil chi. They surged out. A large number of Undying clan cultivators were enveloped by the demonic chi. Bang, 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 the bodies of the Undying clan cultivators directly exploded. Oh my god, isn't the Devil Hand too strong? Seeing this scene, Duzu couldn't help but exclaim. No matter how many people came, it seemed that it was impossible to destroy an existence like the Devil Hand. After cultivating to his level, it was no longer something that could be killed just by accumulating the number of people. Kill, kill, kill. Earth-shaking shouts resounded through the clouds. The Devil Hand was roaring. He was roaring. He was shouting. He didn't know what had happened in the past. It filled the Devil Hand with such dense hatred. But it could be imagined. The hatred of the past. Even the water of the four seas would not be able to wash it clean. No, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Many cultivators of the Undying clan screamed miserably. They didn't want to die, but they couldn't resist the Devil Hand's attack. Their fate. It had already been decided. The densely packed bodies of the Undying Clan cultivators exploded, dying an unnatural death. Kill, kill, kill. The immortal sword roared out, its killing intent overflowing. Sword after sword slashed towards the Devil Hand. Although the immortal sword was not a match for the Devil Hand. But the immortal sword itself was powerful enough. Therefore, it could still interfere with the Devil Hand. In the end, the 4 great emperors of the Undying Clan saved 50 to 60 clansmen. These people entered the teleportation canyon. The remaining tens of thousands of people. Their bodies were all shattered. They were swallowed by the Devil Hand. All of them turned into nourishment for the Devil Hand. Those who were taken away should be those who awakened the Undying bloodline. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. He didn't lead his men to chase after those who escaped, because the 4 great emperors among those who escaped were too high in cultivation. And they even had immortal artifacts. Fighting with such a group of desperados was simply not worth the loss. Lin Feng didn't want to do a losing business. After all, it's just a branch of the Undying Clan. The number of people who have awakened the Undying bloodline won't be too many. In addition, many people died in the battle. It's already not bad to have 50 to 60 clansmen who have awakened the Undying bloodline left. Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded. The immortal sword didn't intend to continue fighting with the Devil Hand. After shaking off the Devil Hand's attack, the immortal sword tore through the void and fled. Before escaping, it coldly said, "Everyone here today won't have a good ending in the future. After offending the Undying Clan, no one in the world can save your lives." After leaving behind those ruthless words, the immortal sword disappeared without a trace. The Devil Hand coldly snorted and didn't give chase. Let's go to the Undying Clan's treasury. I wonder if that item is still there. The Devil Hand quickly flew toward the depths. Lin Feng was shocked. What did the Undying Clan have? Why was the Devil Hand so concerned about it? Lin Feng chased after it and couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what are you looking for?" In the past, the Undying Clan of the 9 Prefectures branch brought out a scroll from the Supreme Divine Court. The Devil Hand said. What? He brought out a scroll from the Supreme Divine Court. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but widen. The legendary Supreme Divine Court. A place where one could live forever. That place. It had countless secrets. Countless magic treasures. Countless shocking things. Anything that was spread out from the Supreme Divine Court. It was heaven-defying. It was enough to cause a storm of blood in the world of cultivators. The ancestor of the Undying Clan of the 9 Prefectures. He had actually entered the Supreme Divine Court and had even taken out a scroll from the Supreme Divine Court. What's wrong? Are you shocked? Devil Hand asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. Extremely shocked. Since ancient times, countless experts have tried to find the Supreme Divine Court but failed. The Undying Clan of 9 Prefectures is only a branch of the Undying Clan, yet the ancestor of a branch actually found the Supreme Divine Court and successfully retrieved a scroll from there. This is too shocking. How can I not be shocked?" Devil Hand said, "Don't underestimate the Undying Clan of 9 Prefectures. Do you know the identity of the ancestor of this branch?" Lin Feng shook his head. He did not know. However, the word branch gave one the impression that this branch was a side branch and would not be too powerful. After all, there were many side branches. They were indeed not very powerful. If the side branches were powerful enough, then they would be the main branch. Devil Hand said, "The Undying Clan was founded by the 7 sages. In the past, the 9 Prefectures branch was a direct descendant of one of the 7 sages. The ancestor of the 9 Prefectures branch was no weaker than the patriarch of the main branch. However, the main branch has always been held by the descendant of the first sage of the 7 sages." Devil Hand clearly knew a lot about the Undying Clan. It was as if he knew everything. Lin Feng could not help but ask, "Senior, what is your relationship with the Undying Clan? You haven't always been enemies, have you?" "Humph." Devil Hand could not help but snort coldly. Lin Feng's question seemed to have infuriated him. Devil Hand no longer paid any attention to Lin Feng. Instead, he quickly flew deeper. Lin Feng could not help but stroke his chin. It seemed that his guess was correct. Devil Hand's main body very likely had a deep relationship with the Undying clan. However, he did not know the reason. In the end, they broke off. Soon, Devil Hand found the treasury of the Undying clan. There were many layers of restrictions around the treasury. However, these restrictions were naturally not much of a deterrent to Devil Hand. Devil Hand directly sent a palm strike forward. He used the most violent method to destroy the restrictions around the treasury. And then, they entered the Undying clan's treasury. Lin Feng and the rest also entered the Undying clan's treasury. The treasury was filled with all kinds of half-immortal stones, magic treasures, medicinal herbs, immortal iron, divine stones, and so on. Even though Lin Feng had a supreme treasure. But when he saw the Undying clan's treasury, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Especially those mountainous piles of immortal stones. It was incomparably precious. It could be used when breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. Moreover, his women had many loyal subordinates. It also required a large amount of immortal stones. Originally, Lin Feng had a lot of immortal stones, but he needed them to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Therefore, he spent most of his time cultivating. Lin Feng didn't dare to casually use those immortal stones. Because once those immortal stones were used, when he broke through to the Great Emperor realm, he realized that he didn't have enough immortal stones. It was very likely that it would cause his breakthrough to fail. If he really encountered such a thing, that would be a real tragedy. But now, after obtaining the immortal stones that the Undying clan had stored for countless years, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about using celestial stones to practice cultivation. Moreover, he could even give immortal stones to his women and his loyal subordinates, allowing them to use the immortal stones to cultivate. That way, he could quickly increase his cultivation. I didn't find it. Damn it, the map is gone. Devil Hand roared furiously, eyeing the painting covetously. But the painting couldn't be found. This made Devil Hand extremely angry. Could it be in the hands of a higher-up of the Undying clan? Did they take it with them when they fled? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Impossible. If they had the painting, I would have sensed it long ago. Devil Hand's voice was cold. Then, he continued, it seems that the painting has been sent back to the Undying clan's main branch in advance. Lin Feng said. Since we can't find the painting, then let's not look for it. There are many good things in the Undying clan's treasury. Senior, do you want to pick some? Mundane things? Devil Hand looked disdainfully at the various treasures in the treasury. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He couldn't wait for Devil Hand to look down on the treasures here. Lin Feng was interested in the treasures here. Many of them could be of great use to him. If Devil Hand was interested in the treasures here, Devil Hand would inevitably take a large number of them. Lin Feng's heart would ache. Now, Devil Hand didn't care about the treasures here. These treasures would all belong to Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng not be happy? Swoosh, Devil Hand flew outside. Lin Feng hurriedly ordered, Du Zhu, quickly collect the treasures in the treasury. Search carefully to see if there are any hidden rooms or treasures here. Don't miss a single treasure. Yes. Du Zhu and the others quickly answered after receiving Lin Feng's order. Lin Feng quickly chased after Devil Hand. He still had many things he wanted to ask Devil Hand. Naturally, he wouldn't let Devil Hand leave just like that. After Lin Feng exited the treasury, he saw Devil Hand floating in the air. It seemed to be waiting for him. This seat knows all the doubts in your heart. There are many things you can ask, but this seat might not answer you. Because there are some things that will only harm you if I tell you. Devil Hand said indifferently. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He originally had many questions he wanted to ask Devil Hand. But after hearing Devil Hand's words, Lin Feng understood. Devil Hand wouldn't tell him many things he wanted to ask. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then asked, where is the ancestral land of the Sovereign Emperor clan? Devil Hand said indifferently, I'm not sure. Perhaps you can head to the Undying world to investigate. In the past, some members of the Sovereign Emperor clan were active in the Undying world for a long time. If you head to the Undying World, you will definitely find clues about the ancestral land of the Sovereign Emperor clan. Undying World? I will head to the Undying World soon. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, he continued asking, do you know of a cultivator called Tai Dao Exalted Lord? Do you know of this clan? I do. Devil Hand said. What clan is this? Lin Feng asked. Devil Hand said, they have transcended epochs and are very mysterious. I don't know what their name is, but the outside world calls them the Black-Robed Clan. Many ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan died at the hands of this clan? Lin Feng asked. Not everyone's words are trustworthy, Devil Hand said meaningfully. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his brows. What did Devil Hand mean by that? Was he saying that Tai Dao Exalted Lord was lying to the world? The first ancestor of the Sovereign Imperial clan was extremely important to Lin Feng's clan. It was him who had appeared. He had created the glory of the Sovereign Imperial clan. It was his appearance that had awakened many powerful existences that had been in slumber. He had awakened them from their slumbers. For example, Nuwa, Pangu, and the others had been awakened by the first ancestor of the Sovereign Imperial clan. This ancestor was the symbol of an era. His inheritance and bloodline had a huge impact on the later generations. Lin Feng really wanted to know if this unparalleled ancestor was still alive. If he was still alive, Lin Feng had a peerless and invincible backer behind him. Demon Hand said, the last time I saw your ancestor was on a day when cherry blossoms were shining brightly. There were beautiful cherry blossom trees everywhere. He was standing under a rainbow-colored cherry blossom tree. I asked him what he was doing, but he was in a daze. He rarely acts like this. At that time, I felt that something was amiss, but he didn't answer me. Later, he told me that he was going on a long journey. A long journey? Where to? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Did the disappearance of the first ancestor of the Sovereign clan have anything to do with this trip? Lin Feng had a feeling. Perhaps there really was a great connection. However, the later generations didn't know what had happened back then. But now, they could only find out what had happened from Devil Hand. That was destined to be a secret. He didn't say where he was going. Originally, I thought that it was only a temporary parting and that we would meet again in the future. However, after that parting, we haven't seen each other again. Devil Hand said. His tone was low. It was sad. Lin Feng didn't know who Devil Hand's true body was. However, Lin Feng had a feeling. Devil Hand had a very deep relationship with the first ancestor of the Sovereign Imperial clan. In the past, they must have had an extraordinary relationship. Lin Feng continued asking, Senior, what did you do with my ancestor in the past? Devil Hand laughed strangely and said, all men know how to do things. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old man isn't serious. This time, Lin Feng and Devil Hand discussed many things. Lin Feng also asked a lot of questions. However, Lin Feng asked these questions. There were many questions. Demon Hand did not answer Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. There were still many things that he could not touch. Therefore, Demon Hand did not answer Lin Feng's questions. Finally, the Devil Hand left. Lin Feng didn't know where he was going. He asked Devil Hand, but Devil Hand did not answer him. Duzu, Evil Sovereign Holy, and the rest flew out from the Undying clan's treasury. Young Master. The treasures inside are all in these storage rings. Duzu handed over hundreds of storage rings to Lin Feng. Lin Feng collected the storage rings. Then, he led the black-armored knights away quickly. The Undying clan of the 9 regions was too mysterious. Now, this clan existed in name only. But this matter did not cause any waves in the 9 regions. Because the Undying clan rarely interacted with the forces of the outside world. Lin Feng returned to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He received a lot of news that the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces were frequently moving. And the cultivators of these forces had many conflicts with the cultivators of the 9 regions. Small-scale battles had broken out in many places. It seems that these 3 forces are about to make a move. A war that will sweep across the 9 regions is about to break out. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath after receiving this news. He didn't want to see this war break out. Because once such a war broke out, who knew how many innocent people would die in the 9 regions? But, Lin Feng was powerless to stop this war. Therefore, this war was unavoidable. What Lin Feng could do was to join hands with the cultivators of the 9 regions to quell this war as soon as possible after the war broke out. The longer this war lasted, the greater the damage to the cultivators of the 9 regions. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Therefore, he began to send people to contact the Stone Puppet King, the Great Rock King, and the others to discuss countermeasures. At the same time, Lin Feng had always wanted to contact the old emperor. He hoped that the old emperor would make a move when the time came. The 5 ancestors have issued an order. They will soon launch a general attack on the 9 regions. Among the myriad races, some news was quickly spreading. The 5 ancestors of the myriad races were all experts of the primordial era. They were extremely powerful. They were the foundation of the myriad races. They were also what the myriad races relied on. The recovery of these 5 ancestors raised the morale of the myriad races cultivators. The cultivators of the extraterritorial races and other foreign forces were mainly from the myriad races. Now, these 3 parties were moving more and more frequently. The entire 9 regions. They were all extremely depressed. This was because everyone could feel the tension of an impending storm. The situation in the 9 regions had reached a critical moment. Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lin Feng's residence. Lin Feng was trying his best to nurture the Emperor Archaic Egg. Among the treasures that Lin Feng had obtained from the Undying family, there were a large number of precious insect materials. Those insect materials were almost impossible to find in the outside world. Some of the insect materials could be used to nurture the Emperor Archaic Egg. The reason why Lin Feng's Emperor Archaic Egg had not hatched was because Lin Feng had not found enough insect materials. Now, Lin Feng had found the insect materials he needed. Naturally, it was time for the Emperor Archaic to hatch. Emperor Archaic. With a flap of its wings, it could shatter the body of the great emperor. From this, one could see how terrifying the Emperor Archaic was. Such a powerful creature was a pet that every cultivator wanted to nurture. A large number of insect materials were absorbed by the Emperor Archaic Egg. Waves of intense fluctuations were emitted from within the primordial Emperor Butterfly Egg. Crack. Crack, cracking sounds could be heard one after another. On the surface of the primordial Emperor Butterfly's egg, numerous densely packed patterns appeared. Those were the veined patterns. They were just like dragon patterns. Those were the patterns that appeared after the Emperor Archaic Egg cracked. They were not real dragon patterns. It's really going to hatch. After countless years since the Immemorial Age, the Emperor Archaic is finally going to reappear in the world. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. Once the Emperor Archaic hatched successfully, then, for Lin Feng, it would be a great help. Time passed day by day. More and more cracks appeared on the Emperor Archaic Egg. Finally, 3 days later, the Emperor Archaic Egg completely cracked open. A golden silkworm crawled out. A crack gradually appeared on the back of the golden silkworm. A terrifying aura surged out from the golden silkworm. Lin Feng couldn't help but be astonished by that chi. Finally, a golden yellow butterfly. It's out. The Emperor Archaic has finally been born. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised when he saw the golden butterfly. That golden butterfly was formed by the Emperor Archaic. The Emperor Archaic's body emitted an extremely powerful wave. That wave made Lin Feng unable to help but be moved. With the Emperor Archaic as the center, the surrounding void was even distorting. Now, the Emperor Archaic had just broken out of his shell. If he waited until the future, to what extent would he be powerful? It was simply unimaginable. The Emperor Archaic flew around Lin Feng, and it emitted a very intimate aura. The Emperor Archaic's egg had been refined by Lin Feng with a drop of blood. In addition, Lin Feng had nurtured the Emperor Archaic's egg for such a long time. So, in the eyes of the Emperor Archaic, Lin Feng was like his family. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. The Emperor Archaic landed in Lin Feng's palm. Looking at the Emperor Archaic's young body, Lin Feng couldn't help but say, "I don't know when you can become a great help to me. I really hope you can grow up quickly." After the Emperor Archaic heard Lin Feng's words, he directly flapped his wings. Kacha! Kacha, something shocking happened. The void actually split open. The Emperor Archaic's attack was a little too powerful. Is this a power that a newly born creature should be able to control? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a stunned expression. In his heart, it was as if monstrous waves were set off. Because the combat strength revealed by the primeval Emperor Butterfly was truly too formidable, and it was horrifying. Not bad. Not bad. Little guy, I'll send you to a place to rest for a while. Lin Feng said with a smile. Immediately, Lin Feng sent the Emperor Archaic into the mountain river ring. Among the insect materials that Lin Feng obtained this time, there were many insect materials that had a great effect on the ancient ancestor insect and the ancient demon refining insect queen. Lin Feng fed these insect materials to the ancient ancestor insect and the ancient demon refining insect queen. The ancient ancestor insect's strength was increasing very quickly, almost having the battle strength of a sub-emperor. The ancient ancestor insect was ranked third among the various insects of the ancient era. Once it grew up, it was an existence that could compete with the great emperor. Of course, the Emperor Archaic was ranked first among the various insects of the ancient era. Because the immemorial Emperor Butterfly was a race that had only gradually entered the sights of the cultivators of the myriad worlds during the primordial era. So the outside world didn't know much about the Emperor Archaic. The Classic of Mountains and Seas also had records of the immemorial Emperor Butterfly. According to the records, the primordial Emperor Butterfly race actually didn't originate from the primordial era. The Emperor Archaic had a long history. It was just that in the endless years, the Emperor Archaic hadn't been born. Until the ancient era, when several Emperor Archaic appeared. Moreover, they displayed heaven-defying battle strength. Only then did they gradually become known to the world. The ancient ancestor insect's improvement made Lin Feng very happy. And the ancient demon refining insect queen's change also made Lin Feng very happy. Because now, after the ancient demon refining insect queen was fed with a large amount of insect materials, it laid more eggs. And the previous batches of eggs were already showing signs of hatching. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. The eggs that the ancient demon refining insect queen laid were about to hatch one after another. At that time, Lin Feng could use the ancient demon refining insect swarm to fight against the enemy. This was one of the most terrifying insect swarms in the ancient era. Once they were born, it would definitely alarm the various worlds. And in the following period of time, Lin Feng went into seclusion. Because Lin Feng's realm had been breaking through more frequently during this period of time, so he needed to settle down. If he didn't settle down, it might have a bad impact on his future cultivation path. While Lin Feng was in seclusion, the outside world was getting more and more chaotic. The myriad races, the alien races, and other foreign cultivators occupied the territories controlled by many forces in the 9 prefectures. One by one, the forces were turned into ashes. The final battle was approaching. It was getting closer and closer. The Sword Saint Immortal sect was one of the 10 great immortal sects in the 9 prefectures. This force was also an ancient force that had been passed down since the ancient era. It was very powerful. And this was the force that paid the most attention to sword cultivation among the 10 great immortal sections. It was said that a few sword immortals had appeared in the Sword Saint Immortal sect. Even though countless years had passed, the Sword Saint Immortal sect still had the inheritance of the Sword Immortal. In the Sword Immortal cliff of the Sword Saint Immortal sect, there were even imprints formed when the Sword Immortal practiced the sword. If one went to the Sword Immortal cliff, they would be able to comprehend the sword intent left behind by the Sword Immortal. This kind of sword intent had an extremely crucial effect on sword cultivators. And today, outside the Sword Saint Immortal sect, a large number of myriad races, alien races, and cultivators from other forces had gathered. The cultivators of these 3 forces said that they had a few cultivators on their side who were training in the nearby primeval forest. However, those cultivators suddenly disappeared without a trace. The cultivators of the three forces searched for a long time, but they couldn't find them. After some investigation, someone told the three forces. They saw the cultivators of the Sword Saint Immortal sect attacking the cultivators of the myriad races, alien races, and other foreign forces. Then, they suppressed a few cultivators. Then, those cultivators were secretly brought to the Sword Saint Immortal sect. Now, the three forces came together. It was to enter the Sword Saint Immortal sect to search for the missing cultivators. This was simply a groundless matter. Therefore, the Sword Saint Immortal sect directly rejected the request of the three forces to enter the Sword Saint Immortal sect to search for the missing cultivators. They don't dare to let us in, they clearly have a guilty conscience. That's right, they must have a guilty conscience to not let us in. If they still don't let us in, we'll kill our way in. The cultivators of the myriad races, the alien races, and other foreign forces all sneered. The Sword Saint Immortal sect's sect protection array had already been activated. The current sect master of the Sword Saint, Xianxia, said with a gloomy expression, "You three forces, don't go too far." Ha 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 ha, going too far? The people of your Sword Saint Immortal sect murdered the cultivators of our three forces. Not only did you not give us an explanation, you even slandered us for going too far. Everyone, why bother talking to these people? Just destroy the restriction and enter the Sword Saint Immortal sect to take a look. A cultivator of the myriad races shouted. Kill, then. Earth-shaking shouts resounded through the clouds. A great battle broke out. 5 days later. A piece of news that shocked the 9 prefectures quickly spread to every corner of the 9 prefectures. The Sword Saint Immortal sect that had existed since the primordial era. It was destroyed by the myriad races, alien races, and other foreign forces, led by the 9 great emperors of the 3 forces. From the sect master Xianxia to the servant disciples. No one was spared. The 1.25 million people of the Sword Saint Immortal sect were all killed. On this day, a rain of blood fell from the southern Immortal sect where the Sword Saint Immortal sect was located. Have you heard? It rained blood for 3 days and 3 nights in the billions of miles around the southern Immortal continent. The Sword Saint sect is still haunted by resentful spirits and crying ghosts. It's too tragic. Such a powerful sect was destroyed just like that. I heard that the Sword Saint sect used all their resources in that battle. 3 patriarchs who sealed themselves in stone were born, but even the 3 patriarchs died in battle. Yes, no one escaped. Now, the southern Immortal continent has basically fallen completely. The cultivators of the 9 continents were all talking about this matter. The Sword Saint sect, an ancient sect that had existed since the primordial era, was destroyed just like that. Until now, many people still couldn't believe that this matter was true. It was like a dream. Such a powerful sect. How many storms had it gone through? Now, it was destroyed too suddenly. The cultivators of the 9 continents were extremely angry. Their killing intent was monstrous. The cultivators of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. They killed more than 1.2 million people of the Sword Saint sect with the excuse of something that didn't exist. Such crimes were too numerous to count. Now, it's either life or death. There's no other choice, many people said. If the 9 continents perished. For many people, there was no place to stay in this world. The 9 continents was their homeland. Family. Friends. Fellow disciples. Lovers. Family. All of them were here. If their homeland fell, perhaps they would all die tragically here. This was something that could be foreseen. Such a thing. No one wanted to see it. Even if a small number of people could go to the extraterrestrial worlds. However, if they went to the extraterrestrial worlds, they would only live under someone else's roof and live a life worse than a dog's. I have no regrets even if I die to protect my homeland. On this day, a voice came from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect expressed their attitude. That was to fight the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces to the death. Let's go. Join the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect has Lin Feng, Lord Tortoise, tens of millions of cultivators, and immortal artifacts. It's definitely one of the most powerful local forces of the 9 continents. I hope the Reincarnation Immortal Sect will accept us. A large number of cultivators went to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. And on this day, the cultivator army of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was mobilized and began to wipe out the cultivators of the Northern Barbarian State, the extraterritorial races, and other external forces. The Northern Barbarian State was one of the 9 states. The Lord of the Northern Barbarian State. It was the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. After learning about the destruction of the Sword Saint Immortal Sect, Lin Feng directly gave the order to attack the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces. This was the most powerful counterattack. At the same time, many demons from the ancient demon continent took action and began attacking the cultivators of the ancient demon continent, the other realm races, and other foreign factions. The Stone Golem King stirred up a storm in Dragonfire Province, leading his subordinates to fight against the cultivators of the 3 factions. As for the 5 Yazi, they began to attack the Supreme Immortal Sect. The entire 9 regions fell into great turmoil. If we destroy the natives of the 9 prefectures, the 9 prefectures' great world, which contains countless shocking secrets, will fall into our hands. These lowly races of the 9 regions should have been destroyed long ago. After destroying those lowly creatures, we will have a lot of time to explore the shocking secrets hidden in the 9 prefectures. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the great emperors of other foreign factions sneered. The smoke of the war filled the 9 prefectures' great world. The forces of the 9 prefectures were still too weak. A large number of forces had been destroyed. Countless cultivators had died tragically. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other foreign factions had also suffered great losses. However, there were too many cultivators from the 3 factions. They continuously descended from the extraterrestrial realms. Then, they joined the battlefield. But the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. Just those. 1 dead, 1 less. The current 9 prefectures. It was already barren for billions of miles. Blood rained down. Even during the day, evil spirits could be seen wandering everywhere. The prosperity of the 9 prefectures could no longer be seen. It was as if it had turned into purgatory on earth. Homeland, mountains, and rivers. Lin Feng looked at the shattered 9 prefectures and the countless corpses. He felt a little sad. The 9 prefectures was his homeland. Now. But he couldn't stop this war from happening. The only thing he could do was to try his best to kill more cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign factions. He wanted to avenge the dead cultivators of the 9 prefectures and the billions of innocent people. Outside the Northern Barbarian State, the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign factions had gathered. A total of 5 million cultivators. 37 great emperors. This time, the 3 factions even sent out 2 emperor-level experts. These 2 emperor-level experts were the Sacred God Clan's expert, Xianxia, and the Ancient God Clan's expert, Shenhuandao. Other than these 2 emperor-level experts, they also sent out 5 emperor-level experts. These 5 emperor-level experts were the guardian of the heavenly demon emperor's son, the Old Golden Crow. Back then, the Old Golden Crow's emperor-level clone was killed by Lin Feng. However, the Old Golden Crow's original body was even stronger. An emperor-level expert could dominate an area. He was an extraterrestrial overlord. Other than the Old Golden Crow, the other 4 emperor-level experts were the Golden Sacred Lion race's emperor-level overlord god, the Yin Corpse race's emperor-level old man Mo, the Sacred God Clan's emperor-level Xingqiru, and the Scorpio race's emperor-level Lady Thousand Poison. The combat strength of these 4 emperor-level experts was extremely terrifying. The other great emperors included 10 immortal emperor-level experts and 20 god emperor-level experts. In addition, there were 5 million cultivators. With such a powerful force gathered together, one could imagine how terrifying it was. 2 Emperor-level experts, 5 Emperor-level experts, 10 immortal emperors, and 20 God Emperor-level experts led 5 million cultivators to the Reincarnation Immortal sect in the northern barbarian state in order to destroy the Reincarnation Immortal sect in one fell swoop. Ha 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 ha, the Reincarnation Immortal sect is going to be destroyed this time. That Master Turtle and Lin Feng. They're dead meat this time. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other factions were extremely excited when they heard the news. Many people were discussing this matter. They were looking forward to the destruction of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Ever since the chaos of the 9 prefectures began, the factions of the 9 prefectures were basically unable to withstand the attacks of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other factions. Only a few especially powerful factions could contend with the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other factions. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was undoubtedly one of the most powerful factions. If they could destroy the Reincarnation Immortal sect, in the eyes of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other factions, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures would be greatly affected. From then on, Northern Barbarian State. The atmosphere was tense. The entire northern barbarian state was shrouded in endless dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Many people knew this was a battle that concerned the survival of the 9 states. The curtain was about to rise. The cultivator army of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces marched toward the Reincarnation Immortal sect in an orderly manner. They were like heavenly soldiers and divine generals. Everywhere they passed, countless living beings. They all knelt down. With such an army and so many great emperors leading them, they could easily wipe out any force. Half a month later, my lord, we'll reach the Reincarnation Immortal sect in another 300 miles. The scout in front came to report. This cultivator army was led by 2 emperor-level powerhouses, Xianxia and Shenhuandao. After hearing the scout's report, Xianxia said, "Order the army to march forward quickly." Yes. After receiving the order, the scout quickly retreated and issued the latest order. The army sped up. After 2 hours, they arrived outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect. In the vast ancient forest, it was extremely quiet. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was surrounded by a powerful Dharma formation. Therefore, they couldn't see what was going on inside. The 5 million cultivator army charged toward them. The densely packed cultivator army surrounded the entire Reincarnation Immortal sect. No one. They couldn't escape. "Lin Feng, you brat, come out and die." A cold voice suddenly rang out. Shenhuandao sneered. The 37 great emperors of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces, as well as the 5 million cultivator army, all wore cold and emotionless expressions. In their opinion, this time, Lin Feng and the cultivators of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, only death awaited them, even the gods couldn't save them. You're courting death by coming to the Reincarnation Immortal sect of your own accord. Do you think you've lived too long? If that's the case, I'll send all of you to hell today. Lin Feng's cold voice rang out from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces were enraged. In the face of such a huge army of cultivators, there were also 37 great emperors. Lin Feng was still so arrogant. Now, many people wanted to capture Lin Feng and ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. In their opinion, directly killing Lin Feng would be letting Lin Feng off too easily. Only Lin Feng would be cut into 1,000 pieces. He was tortured to death. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. "Lin Feng, you brat. When you fall into my hands, I really want to know what kind of expression you'll have on your face at that time." Xianxia said coldly. Rumble. At this moment, waves of violent fluctuation surged out. He saw formation runes intertwined in the void. Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect, and formations were one of the foundations of his foothold. Waging war against the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Lin Feng would naturally borrow the power of the array formation. During this period of time, Lin Feng, the emperors of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, and the Reincarnation Immortal scripture, they used more than 500,000 kinds of precious formation materials to set up various large formations. Lin Feng and the others set up a total of 9 killing formations. These 9 killing formations were the Xian Pin formation, the Immortal Slaying formation, the Dragon Slaying formation, the God Slaying formation, the Ancient Demon Slaying formation, the Immemorial Thunder God formation, the 9 Heavens and 10 Earth Reincarnation formation, the Trillion Sword Sea formation, and the 10,000 Demons Immortal formation. These killing formations, any of them, they could be said to be powerful enough to shock the heavens. When 9 of them were stacked together, their power was extremely strong. Naturally, it was hard to imagine. In addition to these killing formations, there were many other large formations, such as 5 types of psychedelic formations, 6 types of binding formations, and so on. All kinds of large formations, added together, there were a total of 72 types. Now, Lin Feng activated all of these large formations. In the eyes of each large formation, there were piles of supreme-grade origin crystals, half-immortal stones, and even immortal stones piled up into mountains. It was difficult for cultivators to truly activate such a powerful formation. It required a large amount of energy. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. However, over the years, Lin Feng had obtained so many opportunities, all kinds of origin crystals, half-immortal stones, and immortal stones. Now, these resources, it was enough to play a key role. White fog rolled. The large formations interweaved. The myriad races, the foreign races, and the 5 million troops of other foreign forces, they were all enveloped in the large formation. 8 trigrams, the army is divided into 8 groups, following the orders of the emperors. Shen Wandao said indifferently. These people were already prepared. Therefore, before they came, they had already divided the work clearly. They were very clear about who was in which position and which great emperors were leading them. After the large formation was activated, Lin Feng did not directly launch an attack. Instead, he ordered Du Zhu. Release poison. A large amount of poison. It filled the air. The air is filled with poison. Many people from the myriad races, the foreign races, and the other foreign forces were poisoned, and their faces were pale. Their combat strength dropped greatly. Some people were even poisoned to death. Where are the people of the Du clan? Saint Emptiness said coldly. At this moment, cultivators stepped out from the cultivator army in the 8 directions. In response to Saint Emptiness's question, these people, they were all from the Du clan. The Du clan, one of the myriad races. This race was born with lethal poison in their bodies, and they could devour all kinds of poison to increase their cultivation. However, there were not many of them. At their peak, there were only tens of thousands of them. Now, there were only about 10,000 of them. But even though their numbers were small, in the heavenly sage great world, basically, no one dared to provoke this clan, because this clan's methods were too strange. This time, a total of 80 experts of the Du clan arrived. These 80 experts of the Du clan were scattered in various positions. After receiving the order, these experts of the Du clan began to display their powerful poison techniques. Twisting whirlpools appeared above them. Those twisting whirlpools, they began to crazily devour the poison fog that filled the air. Even the poison fog that entered the bodies of those cultivators, it was all absorbed by these experts of the Du clan. Not good. These cultivators of the Du clan are very powerful. I'm afraid that using poison to deal with them will not work. Du Zhu's expression changed slightly when he saw the situation outside. Lin Feng said, no matter. Even if the poison is ineffective, our great array is not just for show. Everyone, follow me, and activate the great array. Lin Feng gave the order to activate the great array. Instantly, the 20 million cultivator army of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, they all acted. Powerful magic power poured into the great array. Origin crystals, half-immortal stones, and immortal stones were constantly burned to support the Great Array's energy consumption. Boom! Boom! All kinds of terrifying attacks. They fell from the sky. Activate the Dharma treasures. When the earth-shattering attacks came crashing down, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The great emperors of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces all shouted. Among the 8. All the cultivators took out their Dharma treasures. They were shields that looked like the shell of a black tortoise. That kind of shield. It was called the Black Tortoise Shield. It was rumored that it had fused with the shell of the sacred beast, the black tortoise. Hence, it was exceptionally sturdy. This was a very special defensive Dharma treasure because it had been forged for a very long time. Hence, it was difficult to determine what grade it was. However, the power of this defensive Dharma treasure almost reached the power of an emperor weapon. Among the 8. They each took out 100 black tortoise shields. There were a total of 800 black tortoise shields. This was one of the foundations of the myriad races. They had so many powerful defensive Dharma treasures. These black tortoise shields connected into one. They formed a black tortoise shield array. It condensed into a light shield that looked like the shell of a black tortoise. It protected the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces below. When the various attacks formed by the ultimate kill array struck down, unexpectedly, all of them had been blocked. Young master, this is bad. Those shields are really powerful. Our ultimate kill array can't break their defense. The evil Dominator Saint's expression suddenly changed. Don't panic. The more it's like this, the more calm you must be. Lin Feng said. He continued to activate the array to deal with the three-way alliance army. Ha 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 ha, the reincarnation immortal sex array can't break our defense. Take this opportunity to break the reincarnation immortal sex array. A great emperor cultivator roared excitedly. Hearing this, the morale of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces was greatly boosted. Boom! 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 The 5 million cultivators unleashed an extremely terrifying combat strength. All sorts of powerful attacks directly attacked the reincarnation immortal sex array. If too much time passed, the reincarnation immortal sex array would definitely be broken. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces came prepared. These people had almost thought of every possible situation. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, some of the great arrays were broken one after another. For Lin Feng's side, this was an extremely unfavorable situation. Thousands of miles of dikes burst. It begins with the ant nest. As such, the destruction of the first great formation could not be underestimated. The first deployment spell has been broken. Everybody, let's do our best. Soon, the reincarnation celestial sex deployment spell will be broken. Then, we'll destroy the reincarnation celestial sect and capture Lin Feng alive. A great emperor-level expert shouted. Destroy the reincarnation immortal sect. Capture Lin Feng alive. Destroy the reincarnation immortal sect and capture Lin Feng alive. Destroy the reincarnation immortal sect and capture Lin Feng alive. An earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. It shook the void. There were cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. His own aura. It had reached its peak. Their attacks became fiercer and more powerful. As for Lin Feng and the others, their situation was extremely bad. If the Great Formation was truly destroyed, in that case, all that was left of the reincarnation immortal sect was the sect protection array. At that time, he would have no choice but to break out. Young master, someone wants to see you. He said that he can solve the current crisis. A cultivator who came to deliver the order arrived. Oh? He can solve the current crisis? Invite him over. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately gave the order. Yes. The cultivator who came to deliver the order quickly left. Not long after, a middle-aged cultivator followed the cultivator who came to deliver the order. I am Yuan Zhongshu. Greetings, young master. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. This was a Boundary Emperor Realm cultivator. He should have just broken through to the Boundary Emperor Realm. Therefore, he was only at the first heaven of the Boundary Emperor Realm. Lin Feng had many Boundary Emperor Realm experts under him. In addition, during this period of time, many experts had joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know everyone. Lin Feng didn't know the cultivator in front of him, Yuan Zhongshu. Sir, you said that there is a way to break the Black Tortoise shield array? I wonder if it's true. Lin Feng could not help but ask. He addressed Yuan Zhongshu as Mr. Naturally, he gave Yuan Zhongshu enough face. Yuan Zhongshu was extremely satisfied with Lin Feng's attitude. A capable person. He was more or less a little arrogant. He hoped to be valued. Yuan Zhongshu. Naturally, it was the same. Young master, please take a look. At this moment, Yuan Zhongshu stretched out his right hand. In his right hand, he was holding a golden puppet. This golden puppet. It was a sculpture of an eagle. It was lifelike. At any time, anywhere. It was as if it was about to spread its wings and fly. Puppet technique. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not understand why Yuan Zhongshu took out this puppet at this moment. Yes, it is the puppet technique. My ancestors were from the puppet family. Yuan Zhongshu said. Mister, why did you take out this puppet? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Yuan Zhongshu said, all living things have their nemesis. The black tortoise is the most powerful race of the tortoise race, while the tortoise race is countered by the eagle race, the rat race, and the snake race. The other party took out 800 black tortoise shields to form the black tortoise shield array and blocked the attack of our ultimate killing array. However, it is not as if we have no way of dealing with these black tortoise shields. The key lies in the golden divine eagle puppet. The golden divine eagle is one of the most powerful races in the eagle clan. It is the nemesis of turtles. Its sharp claws can instantly pierce through the shells of turtles. The golden divine eagle puppet is made with large amounts of Gingjin divine iron and divine bones of the golden divine eagle. Its strength is concentrated in its claws and it can instantly unleash its strongest attack. It will definitely be able to destroy those black tortoise shields. Lin Feng said. But the black tortoise shields are too tough. Can they really be destroyed? Yuan Zhongshu said, if the black tortoise shields were made with large amounts of black tortoise shell, it would naturally be difficult to destroy them. However, the shell of the sacred beast black tortoise is not that easy to obtain. These black tortoise shields have very little of the sacred beast black tortoise's shell. Thus, the golden divine eagle puppet's claws can easily crush some of the runes on the shields. As long as the runes are destroyed, the black tortoise shield array will no longer be able to operate. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had carefully observed the 800 black tortoise shields earlier. Lin Feng discovered that the reason why these 800 black tortoise shields could form the black tortoise shield array was because of the black tortoise shield array. The key factor was the runes on the black tortoise shields. The runes awakened one after another and connected together to form the black tortoise shield array. The black tortoise shield array condensed a huge energy barrier that resembled the shell of a black tortoise. It blocked the attacks of the various ultimate killing arrays. If the runes on the black tortoise shields were destroyed, the runes would not be able to connect together. So what if the black tortoise shields could still be activated? How many people would the black tortoise shields be able to protect if they could not form the black tortoise shield array, when the time came? Lin Feng looked at Yuan Zhongshu and asked, Sir, how many golden godly eagle puppets do you have? I have more than 1,000. Yuan Zhongshu replied. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. If there were only 1,000 puppets, it would not be a lot. Lin Feng could not help but ask, can you guarantee that the puppets will be able to withstand the enemy's attacks? Yuan Zhongshu shook his head and said, their attacks are so powerful that the gold godly hawk puppet won't be able to withstand it. We need to find 8 teams to enter the formation and kill the myriad races, the Outerium races, and the other forces that have formed the 8 tribes. These people are mainly responsible for attracting the attention of the 8 tribes, and the 8 tribes will definitely concentrate all their strength to eliminate this group of cultivators. Then, at this time, these cultivators will quickly release the gold godly hawk puppet. At such a close distance, once the gold godly hawk puppet is activated, then with the speed of the gold godly hawk puppet, the enemy won't be able to react at all, and the gold godly hawk puppet will succeed. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. He knew what the fate of these people would be. These people. Almost all of them had only one path, death. The number of people who would be able to return alive could be counted on one hand. However, this was war. War meant bloodshed. Du Zhu, personally select 8 teams. Each team will have 10,000 people, and each person will be protected by 3 divine artifacts. The names of the people who were selected were recorded on a list. Their families and children will receive generous rewards and the best care of the reincarnation immortal sect. They will not have to worry about their families. Lin Feng gave the order. Understood. Du Zhu received the order. Then, he quickly went to select suitable candidates. Soon. Du Zhu selected 80,000 people. Lin Feng looked at the 80,000 people gathered together and said solemnly, "Brothers. Success or failure depends on this. I'm counting on you. We're willing to go through fire and water for young master. We'll die without regrets." The 80,000 cultivators said in unison. Soon. They split into 8 teams and entered the formation. Under the protection of the formation, they charged toward the myriad races, the other races, and the other races. The 8 tribes. Each division had at least 600,000 soldiers. Furthermore, there were even great emperors guarding the place. As for the cultivator army attacking the 8 tribes, there were only 10,000 of them. Therefore, such a battle. It was like striking a rock with an egg. However, no one flinched. You don't know what's good for you. Kill them all. The great emperors of the 8 tribes were indifferent when they saw the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect charging toward them. In the eyes of these people, the cultivator army was no different from people who had come to seek death. The cultivators from the group of 8 surrounded the cultivators from the reincarnation immortal sect. Boom boom boom, all sorts of attacks were launched. That earth-shattering attack was simply too terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Puff. Puff. Puff, tearing sounds could be heard one after another. The cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect were killed one after another. Kill them. Protect our homeland, protect our loved ones, guard our home. Yi Futian said. Even if I die 9 times, I have no regrets, the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect roared. They charged toward the group of 8 without fear of death. The group of 8 tribes attacked coldly. They harvested the corpses of the cultivators. More and more cultivators were being killed. Looking at the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect who died in a bloody battle, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with tears. It was too tragic. This was a blood feud. Finally, the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect charged toward the group of 8. The cultivators with the golden godly eagle puppets were protected at the back. The cultivators at the front charged toward the group of 8 without fear of death. They were getting closer and closer to the group of 8. This was to give them an opportunity. And now, the opportunity had finally arrived. One by one, the cultivators brought out their golden divine hawk puppets. Then, they instantly activated them. Swoosh, divine lights flashed. The golden godly eagle puppets were activated. The golden god hawk puppets that had been activated instantly turned into golden god hawks one after another. Each of the golden godly eagles looked lifelike. They were no different from the real deal. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, then, the golden godly eagles flew toward the black tortoise shield. The golden godly eagles opened their sharp claws and clawed at the defensive light shield formed by the black tortoise shield. Slash! Slash! The claws of the golden godly eagles were too powerful. The sound of tearing could be heard. The defensive light shield formed by the black tortoise shield was torn apart by the claws of the golden godly eagles. Then, the claws of the golden godly eagles landed on the black tortoise shield. The black tortoise shield was extremely hard. It was unrealistic for the golden godly eagles to completely shatter the black tortoise shield. The golden godly eagles were not there to shatter the black tortoise shield. They only needed to destroy the array patterns on the black tortoise shield. Kacha kacha kacha, the claws of the golden godly eagles landed on the black tortoise shield. The black tortoise shields were scratched and scratched by the golden shennying eagle. Some of them even had a large piece of it torn off. The black tortoise shield was damaged. The array patterns on the black tortoise shield were naturally damaged as well. The black tortoise shield array formed by 800 black tortoise shields was instantly destroyed. Not good, these people are here to destroy the black tortoise shield array. The great emperors of the eight were all incomparably furious. Kill, 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 tear them into pieces. These great emperors roared in anger. Young master, we have no regrets following you for the rest of our lives. We hope that young master will be able to quell the chaos in the 9 prefectures. When the 9 prefectures have calmed down, there will be no need to erect a monument for us. We are willing to do all of this. If there is an afterlife, we are still willing to submit to young master. Many of the cultivators who were surrounded shouted loudly. Puff. Puff. Puff, but immediately after, their bodies were torn apart by the attacks of the 8. The 80,000 cultivator army. None of them survived. They were all killed by the 8. To have subordinates like you in this life. It is Lin Feng's honor. Lin Feng bowed in the direction of the 80,000 undead. When he stood up, in his eyes, his killing intent was overflowing. Right now, Lin Feng only wanted to kill. Kill all of these myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other foreign powers. For the dead. Take revenge. Attack, Lin Feng shouted loudly. Attack, Du Zhu and the others all shouted loudly. Their voices shook the heavens. Everyone worked together to activate the formation. Boom, 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 the terrifying attack was activated and once again blasted towards the 8. Now that they no longer had the protection of the black tortoise shield array, the 8 had no choice but to personally defend against the attacks that descended from the sky. The battle had reached its climax. 9 types of killing arrays and many auxiliary arrays displayed their might. Bang, 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 the sound of bodies exploding rang out one after another. A large number of myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other foreign powers exploded one after another. Seeing the cultivators from the 10,000 races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces being massacred, Lin Feng felt extremely happy. The more people from the 8 tribes died, the better. The more people died, the more people died. Lin Feng felt more gratified. Kill. An earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. The reincarnation immortal sex cultivator army roared as they activated the formation. Everyone's eyes were blood-red. The deaths of their comrades. Their bloodlust was completely ignited. It was as if they had all become fighters with the most vigorous fighting spirit. All of them were filled with killing intent. Damn it, damn it. The great emperors of the 8 tribes looked extremely gloomy. These people were originally full of confidence. They formed the black tortoise shield formation with 800 black tortoise shields. Then, under the protection of the black tortoise shield formation, the 8 tribes quickly attacked the reincarnation immortal sex formation. They attacked as fast as they could. They destroyed the formation. Once the formation was destroyed, the reincarnation immortal sect would be destroyed. However, it was beautiful. Reality was cruel. The 8 tribes' emperors did not expect Lin Feng to be able to destroy the black tortoise shield formation. Such a powerful black tortoise shield formation. Even if they had to attack, it would be difficult to destroy the formation. However, a group of lowly cultivators in their eyes did it. This made the 8 tribes' emperors furious. Increase the attack speed. Destroy the formation quickly. Or else, there will be more casualties. Xing Shiwu said with a gloomy expression. Shen Wandao also quickly gave the order. The 8 tribes only left one great emperor to guard. The rest of the great emperors gathered together. These great emperors attacked together to destroy the formation. This was the only way they could think of. Because, it was already very difficult for the 8 tribes cultivator army to resist the attack of the formation. They were counting on the 8 tribes' cultivator army to destroy the formation. Wasn't this wishful thinking? Boom boom boom. After the monarchs gathered together, they began to attack frantically. They wanted to use the most barbaric methods. Break the formation. Under the leadership of the 8 great emperors, the 8 tribes resisted the power of the formation. Activate the isolation formation and separate the 8 divine beasts completely. Moreover, we must separate the 8 divine beasts from the monarchs. Lin Feng ordered. Yes. The spiritual array masters of the reincarnation immortal sect answered in unison. Next, these spirit array masters began to activate the isolation array. Boom boom boom. Waves after waves of destructive energy surged out. The isolation array was activated. In the meantime, the illusory array was also pushed to the extreme. Many of the cultivators from the 8 tribes fell into an illusion, so much so that they forgot to resist the attacks from the grand array. As a result, the cultivators of the 8 tribes who had forgotten to defend themselves naturally died. The combination of the isolation array and the illusion array was extremely effective. The octatic spectral 8 lost contact with each other. The monarchs had also lost contact with the 8. Assemble the cultivator army. Follow me, Lin Feng ordered. The 10 million cultivator army was immediately assembled. Then, under the leadership of Lin Feng, they directly entered the formation. The remaining 10 million cultivator army continued to activate the formation to deal with the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators. Lin Feng and the others locked onto the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivator armies of the 8 tribes. This cultivator army still had about 600,000 people. On Lin Feng's side, there were 10 million cultivators. It was more than 10 times the opponents. Other than having an absolute advantage in numbers, Lin Feng's side also had the support of the formation. In addition, Lin Feng's side had 5 great emperors. They were Du Zhu, the evil Lord Saint, the 2 ghost emperors, and the reincarnation immortal scripture. If Lin Feng was included, their side was actually equivalent to 6 great emperors. And the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivator armies that were surrounded only had 1 great emperor overseeing them. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Lin Feng's cold voice sounded. Kill. The 10 million cultivator army roared out. They moved out together. They charged towards the 600,000 cultivator army. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the evil Lord Saint, the reincarnation immortal scripture, the 2 ghost emperors, and the black armored knights led by the 2 ghost emperors besieged the great emperor. The great emperor that was besieged was at the immortal emperor realm. His cultivation was powerful. His realm was profound. However, he had to face the attack of the formation and the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to handle it. This immortal emperor was suppressed to the extreme. My lord, Lin Feng used the formation to completely separate the 8 tribes. He wants to break through them one by one. My lord, quickly come to our side. Lin Feng is currently in the formation. It's a great opportunity to kill him. The immortal emperor couldn't help but shout. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Although he was suppressed, he wasn't worried. Because he felt that he could still hold on for a while, and during this time, the other great emperors would be able to come over to support him. Wait for the support to arrive. Lin Feng would definitely die. However, his shout. There was no response. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, do you know about the soundproofing formation? There's a soundproofing formation here. It's to separate you from the other great emperors. What? The immortal emperor's expression changed greatly. You actually have such a plan. His expression was extremely ugly. Because he realized that Lin Feng had calculated almost every step. He even used the soundproofing formation that he didn't usually use. One had to know that in such an intense battle, if the other great emperors of the 8 tribes didn't leave, then setting up the soundproofing formation would be a waste. It would be better to set up the soundproofing formation with another formation. But the great emperors of the 8 tribes were summoned by the 2 great emperors. The soundproofing formation. It came in handy. Kill. shouted Lin Feng furiously while throwing himself at them. His battle strength was completely unleashed. All the supreme treasures came out. Duzu, Evil Sovereign Saint, Reincarnation Immortal Scripture, the two great ghost emperors, and the black armored knights they led all attacked. So many attacks. This immortal emperor-level powerhouse finally couldn't hold on any longer. Why is it like this? He roared unwillingly. Bang, the next moment. He was drowned by the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. His body directly exploded. Only the source was left. His source lingered in the void. It was collected by Lin Feng. The immortal emperor is dead. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long roar. The morale of the 6 billion cultivators who were surrounded, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces were low. Many people only wanted to escape. They didn't want to continue fighting. But now, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Boom boom boom, Lin Feng led Duzu, Evil Sovereign Saint, Reincarnation Immortal Scripture, the two great ghost emperors, and the black armored knights to join the battlefield. An hour later, the 600,000 cultivators were all killed. The ground was dyed red with blood. Kill. Deafening battle cries could be heard. Lin Feng led the army to the cultivator army of the 2nd Division of the Group of 8. There were about 650,000 cultivators in the army. The Great Emperor Realm cultivator guarding this place was a 7th heavenly layer immortal emperor. He was even stronger than the previous cultivator. Kill. 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 The cultivator army of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect had just wiped out the 650,000 cultivator army of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other external forces. Hence, their morale was greatly boosted. Every single one of them exuded a powerful aura of blood. Everyone's blood chi was shrouded together. It formed a blood chi dragon. That blood chi dragon. It let out deep roars from time to time. You're courting death. How dare you enter the formation to attack us? You're courting death. The immortal emperor looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He looked at Lin Feng as though he was looking at a dead man. Because of the soundproof formation. The previous matter of the 650,000 cultivator army being killed. This immortal emperor was unaware of it. Sir. Lin Feng has entered the formation. Please send reinforcements. Kill Lin Feng. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect's fate is coming to an end. The immortal emperor couldn't help but shout. In the next moment, his expression changed abruptly. An expert of his level could naturally sense it. His voice didn't spread out. If he couldn't tell the other great emperors about the situation here, the situation would be dire. This point. This immortal emperor naturally thought of it. Lin Feng sneered. There's a soundproof formation here. Your voice won't spread out. Are you ready to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng led Duzu, the Evil Supremacy Saint, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, the two Ghost Emperors, and the Black Armored Knights to besiege this Great Emperor. The Great Emperor's origin of a 7th Heaven Immortal Emperor. It was extremely important to Lin Feng. It would definitely increase Lin Feng's cultivation by a large margin. While Lin Feng was leading his men to attack the Immortal Emperor Realm Cultivator, the Immortal Emperor Realm Cultivator suddenly appeared. The rest of the cultivator army began to besiege the 650,000 cultivator army of the myriad races, Outerium races, and other foreign forces. In this battle, he did the same. Lin Feng and the others joined forces to quickly suppress this immortal emperor-level expert. Although this immortal emperor had a high cultivation level, he was still able to defeat the immortal emperor. However, he still couldn't escape death. Puff, in the end, this immortal emperor's head was beheaded by Lin Feng with his stone sword. Lin Feng shattered the immortal emperor's body with a single punch. Only the origin was left floating in the air. Lin Feng also took the immortal emperor's source. Dead, the great emperor is dead. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces watched as Lin Feng and the others killed them so quickly. Their faces all turned pale. Morale was low. The morale of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's army was greatly boosted. In addition, Lin Feng and the others also joined the battlefield. The cultivator army formed by the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces was slaughtered one-sidedly. Why is this happening? Shouldn't the reincarnation immortal sect be destroyed? Why are we being slaughtered? I don't want to die. Spare me, please spare me. As long as you spare me, I'll leave the 9 states immediately and never come back. I still have a wife, children, and mother at home. Please spare my life. Otherwise, no one will take care of my family in the future. The world is difficult. They won't be able to survive without someone to rely on. Lin Feng, you little b****, I curse you to die a horrible death. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were facing death. Their expressions changed. Some were indignant. Some were begging for mercy. Some were cursing. There were all kinds of people. However, Lin Feng didn't put down the battle sword in his hand. These people were pitiful. Weren't the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect who died pitiful? These people had families to take care of. Didn't the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect who died have families to take care of? It wasn't just the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect who died. The scope expanded to the 9 states. How many forces were destroyed? How many people died tragically? In the past, the 9 states was beautiful and majestic. The current 9 states. The country was broken, the mountains and rivers were still there. The city was full of vegetation. It was in ruins. There were lonely souls and wild ghosts everywhere. There was a rain of blood everywhere. It was almost like purgatory on earth. And the people who caused all of this? It was these people who were begging for mercy. What right do you have to beg for mercy, even if I cut you into 1,000 pieces? It's all because scum like you have it easy. Lin Feng's killing intent was very strong. He didn't care about these people begging for mercy at all. Very soon. 5 million cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. They were all slaughtered. Corpses. Mountains of corpses. This place seemed to have turned into hell. Everyone was stained with blood. Under Lin Feng's lead, the cultivator armies of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were wiped out one by one. 6 cultivator armies were wiped out one after another. Until now. Only then did the emperors realize the situation here. Lin Feng, you brat, I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces. Saint Nihility roared angrily. Lin Feng, you brat, I'm going to pull out your soul and throw it into purgatory. I'm going to make you suffer for all eternity. I'm going to make you never reincarnate. Shen Wandao also roared angrily. These two were the leaders of the 5 million cultivator army. Now, 3,800,000 cultivators had been killed by Lin Feng without making a sound. And they also lost 6 immortal emperors. This was simply like a slap to the faces of the 2 emperors. Even if they destroyed the reincarnation immortal sect. Even if they destroyed Lin Feng. But if this matter were to be spread out, then, the 2 knew. They would definitely become a laughingstock. And such a thing. How could it not spread out? The 2 emperors seemed to have foreseen the scene of them being laughed at in the future. So now the 2 emperors. They hated Lin Feng to the core. The 2 emperors led the other emperors to quickly break the formation and attack Lin Feng. Because these people were separated by an illusion formation and an isolation formation. So it was relatively easy to break these formations. Quickly retreat. Lin Feng ordered. The reincarnation immortal sect cultivator army quickly retreated outside the formation. By the time the emperors broke the formation and attacked, Lin Feng and the others had already disappeared without a trace. I'll let you live a little longer. Saint Nihility said with a gloomy expression. These people once again returned to break the formation. Young master, I'm afraid the ultimate killing formation will be destroyed by these people. Wen Xiren came to report. When Wen Xiren joined Lin Feng, he was already a giant god. Now, Wen Xiren was only one step away from becoming a great emperor. Lin Feng already knew that the formation would be broken by these people sooner or later. so he was already mentally prepared. Everyone, retreat to the immortal sect. Lin Feng quickly ordered. The day the formation was broken. It was only a matter of time before the formation was broken. But, it was not an easy task for the other party to break the formation in a short period of time. Now, Lin Feng and the others retreated into the reincarnation immortal sect. They could still continue to activate the formation to attack these people. Boom. Boom. Boom, all kinds of powerful attacks were unleashed. It was as if they blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Towards the other party. They charged forward. That terrifying power. It could still cause huge damage. And now, the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces had been reduced from 5 million to 1,200,000. The cultivator army was greatly reduced. The attacks they faced did not decrease. In other words, they were going to face more attacks. Puff. Puff. Puff, a large number of cultivators were killed. Attack with all your might. Before breaking the formation, kill as many cultivator armies formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces as possible. Lin Feng gave the order. Everyone attacked with all their might. Their own magic power. It flowed into the formation continuously. At the same time, Lin Feng took out more supreme-grade origin crystals, half-immortal stones, and immortal stones to continue strengthening the formation. Boom. Boom. Boom, attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth charged towards the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces. It was getting harder and harder for these cultivator armies to resist the attacks of the formation. When the emperors saw the situation here, they could not spare any time to help them. Because, the emperors had to break the formation with all their might. If they wanted to break the formation set up by Lin Feng, they had to do it in one go. Because, once they relaxed, Lin Feng could quickly repair the formation. The emperors had already experienced the power of Lin Feng's formation. Therefore, the emperors knew they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Although the emperors wanted to kill Lin Feng. But in fact, the emperors admired Lin Feng's attainments in formations. One of the main reasons why the emperors wanted to kill Lin Feng was also related to the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect. The formation lasted for another 3 days. In these 3 days, the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces only had 400,000 cultivators left. The other 800,000 cultivators were killed. As for those that survived, they were all injured. Their situation was far from good. If they could hold on for a few more days, the 5 million cultivators of time would be annihilated. But the formation that Lin Feng's formation could no longer hold. Break! A low shout. All of a sudden, it resounded. The emperors joined forces. Directly broke reincarnation of reincarnation. Although the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivator armies had suffered heavy losses, the myriad races and the extraterrestrial races had suffered heavy casualties. But the enemy only lost 6 great emperors. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces had 31 great emperors on their side. Of these of God emperors of heaven of time of heaven emperor of God of time of time of time these pinnacle combat powers were simply too terrifying. The sect protection formation of the reincarnation immortal sect was activated. This was the second formation. The emperors and the remaining 400,000 cultivators stood outside the sect protecting grand formation. This should be the reincarnation immortal sect's ancient protective formation, right? But this protective formation is obviously on the verge of collapsing. Its power has greatly decreased. It can't stop us 31 emperors at all. Lin Feng, little brat, are you ready to die? Xianxia said indifferently. From the beginning, he had thought that Lin Feng would definitely die this time. There was absolutely no chance of him surviving. Ha 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 ha, little brat Lin Feng, don't worry. When we catch you later, we won't let you die so quickly. If we don't torture you to death, how can we bear to kill you? Shen Wandao sneered. Lin Feng mocked, you led 5 million cultivators here, and now you only have 400,000 cultivators left. How dare you show off here? Don't you feel ashamed? I can already foresee that you will become the laughingstock of countless people. It's really sad that grade of emperors ended up like the two of you. When he heard Lin Feng's mockery, he was furious. The two great emperors were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They hated Lin Feng so much, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Feng now. Therefore, the two great emperors were waiting to torture Lin Feng when they caught Lin Feng. Boom boom boom. These great emperors began to attack the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation. The 400,000 cultivators assisted by the side and began to attack the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation. It was just as Xianxia said. Now, the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation was far weaker than before. Because time was enough to destroy everything. The same went for the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation. As time passed, its power was greatly reduced. However, it could hold on for a few days. There was no problem. The reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation was extremely powerful when it was fully activated. However, compared to the past, it couldn't be compared to the past. But that was not to say the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation was not strong enough. When the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation was fully activated, in an instant, it caused a huge amount of damage. The reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation lasted for a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, Lin Feng did not appear. No matter how much the other great emperor scolded, Lin Feng did not appear. Because Lin Feng entered the reincarnation pagoda to discuss the use of the reincarnation pagoda with old monster Mo. The reincarnation pagoda was one of the most precious treasures of the reincarnation immortal sect. It was much more mysterious than the reincarnation immortal sutra. In addition, the artifact spirit, old monster Mo, was an old monster. Therefore, the reincarnation pagoda was even more extraordinary. Now, Lin Feng did not want his master, Master Turtle, to attack. Because Master Turtle's injuries had worsened after the last attack. He needed to rest. And Lin Feng could already feel that Master Turtle's flame of life was rapidly weakening. This meant that Master Turtle's injuries were fatal. He didn't know who it was that caused Master Tortoise to suffer such injuries. But he could not come into contact with that level yet, so he could only worry. Now, no matter what, Lin Feng couldn't let Mr. Tortoise attack again. Because Lin Feng was worried. If Master Turtle attacked again, it might endanger his life. This was not something that Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng considered Mr. Tortoise as a family member. He hoped that Master Turtle could survive. So, Lin Feng found Old Monster Mo. Old Monster Mo also knew that the reincarnation immortal sect was in danger. So he agreed to Lin Feng's request. How many years has it been since I made a move? It seems that I have to show off my past glory and let the world know that I still exist. Lin Feng was naturally very happy to be able to ask Old Monster Mo to help this time. Old Monster Mo's methods were extraordinary. Although he was only an artifact spirit, because he had cultivated for a long time, he had already walked the path of an artifact cultivator. So, Old Monster Mo was already able to fuse with the power of the reincarnation pagoda. Releasing the power of the reincarnation pagoda, he displayed an extremely heaven-defying combat strength. Moreover, the reincarnation pagoda suppressed the dragon vein. There were 9 dragon veins under the reincarnation immortal sect. These 9 dragon veins represented the destiny of the reincarnation immortal sect. For countless years, the 9 dragon veins had never been destroyed and had been passed down until now. Therefore, the power contained within these 9 dragon veins was extremely terrifying. These were all resources that could be used. Rumble. Rumble. Outside, waves of intense fluctuations could be felt. Lin Feng said. Looks like the array is about to be broken. Those people are about to enter. Old Monster Mo said. We need to use the power of the dragon vein to activate the reincarnation pagoda. Next, we'll have to rely on Senior. Lin Feng said. Old Monster Mo said sinisterly, as a member of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, this is my duty. Today, I will definitely make these people regret coming to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Then Junior will go out and take a look at the situation outside. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Then, he quickly rushed outside. Young Master has appeared. Young Master has appeared. Young Master has appeared. Seeing Lin Feng appear, the cultivators of the Reincarnation Immortal sect could not help but shout excitedly. Previously, when Lin Feng did not appear, many people seemed to have lost their backbone. Now that they saw Lin Feng, everyone's spirits were lifted. As long as Lin Feng was here, hope was here. Many people had the same thought. Lin Feng, you brat. Prepare to die. When he saw Lin Feng appear, Xianxia immediately sneered, his face filled with killing intent. In his opinion, Lin Feng, it was a dead end. Lin Feng ignored the people outside. He ordered everyone to quickly retreat to the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Retreat. Retreat. After the order to retreat was issued, everyone quickly retreated. He quickly flew toward the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Buzz, meanwhile. A ray of divine light shot out from the Reincarnation Pagoda and shrouded the area deep within the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The cultivators of the Reincarnation Celestial sect were all enveloped by it. The void in that area began to distort. It exuded an extremely strange fluctuation. The Reincarnation Pagoda has awakened. That old bastard Mo has made his move. Lord Turtle murmured as he looked at the Reincarnation Pagoda in the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. Lord Tortoise seemed to be much older than before. Crack crack. The sect protection formation of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was getting more and more damaged. In the end, the sect protection array of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was destroyed. However, the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces lost another 100,000 cultivators. He had destroyed the sect protection array of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Now, there were only 31 great emperors and 300,000 cultivators left. Destroy the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Kill Lin Feng. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces shouted coldly. They were filled with killing intent. These cultivators had survived through life and death situations. Now, they were filled with hatred. Therefore, they were filled with killing intent. Under the lead of the 31 great emperors, the 300,000 cultivators rushed into the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Stop! Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. He looked at the distorted void in the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Pagoda. Shen Wandao pointed at the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. There was a pagoda there. It was the Reincarnation Pagoda. Rumor has it that the first Reincarnation Immortal Venerable was a Khanate life form. I wonder if it's true. Xianxia said indifferently. After hearing Xianxia's words, countless cultivators of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were shocked. The first Reincarnation Immortal Venerable had created the Reincarnation Immortal sect. However, he was said to be an expert from the Primordial Age. The Primordial Age, the era of Khanate life forms, had ended. If the first Reincarnation Immortal Venerable was a Khanate life form, then, he might have been a Khanate life form who had survived the Great War between Khanate life forms. That's right. You know quite a lot. Old Monster Mo's cold voice sounded from the void. Swoosh, next, Old Monster Mo appeared. He floated in the air and looked at the 31 great emperors and the army of 300,000 cultivators with an indifferent expression. The weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Pagoda? Xianxia raised an eyebrow and said, rumor has it that the Reincarnation Pagoda was a supreme treasure created by the first Reincarnation Immortal Venerable. The Reincarnation Pagoda was infused with a sacred stone from the Supreme Celestial Court. Therefore, the Reincarnation Pagoda was a terrifying supreme treasure. It's a pity that it was destroyed during the Great War between Khanate lifeforms. Shen Wandao said. It seems that the Reincarnation Pagoda has recovered quite well over the years. There are many secrets in the reincarnation pagoda, including the secrets of when Khanate lifeforms ruled over the myriad worlds. Is that true? That's not something you should know. Old Monster Mo said with an indifferent expression. How dare a mere weapon spirit act so impudently? Who gave you the guts to do so? Shen Wandao said coldly. Do you really think you're some big shot? Xianxia Wu sneered. You've existed for a very long time, and we don't want to destroy you. If you know what's good for you, you'll sever all ties with the reincarnation immortal sect. Then, you'll submit to us. Humph. What shameless boasting. You people are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well. Old Monster Mo mocked. Old Monster Mo's background was simply too great. He was also someone who had seen the world. He mocked Xianxia Wu and Shen Wandao for being frogs at the bottom of a well. No one could refute that. Xianxia Wu and Shen Wandao's expressions were extremely ugly. Xianxia Wu sneered. Are you still living in the glory of the past? You should have woken up long ago. The current era is no longer your era. I was just about to ask for some pointers from you people. Old Monster Mo said with an indifferent expression. Ha 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 ha. You're just a mere weapon spirit? How laughable. Where's Lord Turtle? I heard that he's injured? Now that the reincarnation immortal sect has yet to appear, his injuries must be fatal, right? I'll kill you first, then kill that Lord Turtle. Xianxia Wu roared with laughter. He had no intention of placing Old Monster Mo in his eyes at all. Boom, just then, a terrifying ripple burst out from Xianxia Wu's body. At the same time, Shen Wandao channeled his powers as a terrifying ripple burst out from his body as well. Sensing the terrifying ripple coming from Xianxia Wu and Shen Wandao's bodies, countless people were shocked. That aura was simply too terrifying. End of chapter 32:16. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.